Su Baixi had always known that Lin Zijia was an untameable wild stallion, surrounded by beauty and indulgence. The night before she gave up on him, he stood in the rain, softly coaxing her wife. For 10 years, she had harbored a secret love for Lin Zijia, pouring her heart and soul into him, only to receive none of his genuine affection in return. Eventually, her heart turned to ashes, and she could no longer bear to glance his way. Sister Baixi, this time I truly mean it. No matter how many people you have encountered, none could compare to me. Kiss her, kiss her. That's a bet. Young Master Lin, Yanran is waiting for you. In the bar, the lights were dazzling and the noise was deafening. The men clamored in unison. Lin Zijia, intoxicated, his vision blurred, caught a fleeting glimpse of a familiar figure. How could he see Su Baixi's face? Amidst the raucous revelry, they drew closer, nearly touching lips when, splash, a glass of high-proof liquor doused him, jolting him awake. Indeed, he saw Su Baixi standing before him, holding an empty cup, her expression calm as she said, "Come home with me." What if I refuse? Silence enveloped them. When she remained silent, he pressed her, "You, a discarded daughter of the Su family, do you think you have any right to dictate to me?" They had been married for a year. The tension between them had long become a spectacle to onlookers. As a couple, they were not respectful to each other, but rather as if they were sworn enemies. "Your mother said for you to come home," Su Baixi replied coolly. "Why not just say our mother?" She stated, "Our mother said so." Under the influence of alcohol, he wrapped his arm around Qin Yanran, mocking, "Instead of coming to the bar every day to catch me, why not go home and look in the mirror? Aren't you afraid those wrinkles at the corners of your eyes will scare me to death?" The crowd erupted in laughter. Su Baixi was 3 years older than Lin Zijia. Yet at 26, she was unadorned, her natural beauty reminiscent of a pristine lotus, and certainly not the grotesque figure he painted. Ultimately, Lin Zijia's disdain for her led him to seize the opportunity to humiliate her. There was no purpose in remaining any longer. Su Baixi turned and walked away. But as she attempted to leave, the idle chatter drifted into her ears like a whispering wind. "Who is that? Don't you know Su Baixi? She shamelessly pursued our young Master Lin for 3 years like a stubborn adhesive, even kneeling in public to beg him to be her boyfriend, causing a sensation throughout the university. Who doesn't know Su Baixi? Lin Zijia doesn't like her? Then why'd he marry her? Disdain is one thing, liking is another. Young Master Lin had someone he liked, and it said she was about to agree to marry him, but Su Baixi barged in and caused a rift. Guess what? She somehow produced a miscarriage report claiming the child was Lin Zijia's and went to the Lin family to make a scene. The Lin family, with their scholarly background, had no choice but to acknowledge it. Having borne a child for Lin Zijia and losing it, what a scandal. The Lin family, feeling guilty, had no option but to make amends. If Su Baixi had heard such words in the past, she might have argued, but now it was unnecessary. She remained silent, as unyielding as a fortress, indifferent to the swirling rumors, unfazed. Step by step, she left the scene, not even glancing back. Finally, she vanished from sight. Lin Zijia clenched his fists, tightly grasping his glass before shattering it on the ground. Silence. The crowd fell silent in an instant. Everyone believed Su Baixi had disrupted Lin Zijia's mood, provoking his outburst, none considering that Lin Zijia was angry at them for speaking ill of her. After all, it was common knowledge. Lin Zijia did not love Su Baixi. He despised her. What are you all standing there for? Come on, keep drinking. It was only when Lin Zijia spoke again that everyone resumed their raucous revelry. Where do we leave off? Rolling dice, let's go. The next morning, as Su Baixi descended the stairs, she discovered Lin Zijia kneeling in the middle of the living room. He reeked of alcohol, and when he lifted his head, his eyes were bloodshot, as if he hadn't slept a wink. His attire remained relatively tidy, showing no signs of having been with a woman. Could it be that he didn't spend the night with his beloved Yanran? Lin father stood to the side, his face flushed with anger, pointing a finger at Lin Zijia as he scolded him. How could our Lin family produce such a disgrace? Out all night, reeking of smoke and drink. Do you even realize you're married? Lin mother, concerned for her son, wanted to help but hesitated. He's our only son, can you not scold him? At his age, he'll settle down eventually. Why be so harsh? It's all your indulgence. Lin mother tried to reason, but her peripheral vision caught Su Baixi descending the stairs, and she quickly said, "Baixi is a good child, and Zijia, you too. Your father is right, treat Baixi well, and stop running around. Who knows what kind of women are out there? Oh, Baixi has awakened? Look at this." Lin mother hinted. Zijia didn't mean it, don't be angry with him. This was clearly an attempt to have Su Baixi plead on his behalf. Su Baixi, always understanding, having lost her parents at a young age and having experienced the bitterness of relying on others, had ultimately developed a keen sense of observation. Now that Lin Mother had spoken, she naturally had to comply. Su Baixi approached Lin Zijia, intending to help him up. "I'm not angry the floor is cold. Please get up, or you might catch cold." "Not allowed." Lin Father, still furious, along with Lin Mother, rebuked, "You too," always indulging him. No one is allowed to plead for him today. He stays kneeling for 3 hours. Lin Mother, with only one son, was deeply pained and could not help but cast a sympathetic glance at Su Baixi. Lin Zijia observed this exchange, seemingly amused, quietly watching Su Baixi as if enjoying the spectacle. Seeing this, Su Baixi hesitated for only 2 seconds before obediently kneeling beside Lin Zijia, side by side. "Baixi, what are you doing?" Lin Father rushed to help her. Lin Zijia interjected, "Dad, can't you see? My wife is worried about me. She loves me dearly." "You beast." Before Lin Zijia could further provoke his father, Su Baixi quickly intervened to calm Lin Father's anger. "Dad, it was my fault I went to find Zijia last night. His absence is partly my responsibility. If he must be punished, then let it be together. I will kneel with him." Baixi. Lin Father was heartbroken, yet he could not reproach her. As the Lin family owed her much, there was no reason to punish her. "What's the point? You don't need to cover for him. He has wronged you, and he deserves to be taught a lesson." Su Baixi lowered her gaze, her tone neither humble nor arrogant. "I am not angry, nor do I feel wronged. Zijia treats me well. I have caused you worry." Kneeling upright, her delicate figure evoked pity. Lin Father, exasperated, could only say, "Enough. Get out, all of you." After leaving the Lin family, Lin Zijia leisurely adjusted his sleeves, exuding an air of nobility, gazing at Su Baixi with a hint of mischief, leaning closer to her and kissing her hand. "Thank you for covering for me, wife." She withdrew her hand. Lin Zijia, unfazed, remarked, "You did well just now." Chapter 3. Each to their own. Su Baixi spoke softly, my second, and said, "We are to return for dinner the day after tomorrow." Was there something she needed from me? Lin Zijia appeared to be in good spirits as he adjusted his collar. A hint of red revealed itself beneath, a mark likely left by a woman's lipstick. He replied, "Let's talk later." Having just finished the conversation, Lin Zijia received a call from a friend, the voice on the other end somewhat noisy, suggesting they go out for a meal. Lin Zijia responded, "I'll be there soon." As he spoke on the phone, one hand raised, his strong and well-defined forearm became visible, undeniably appealing. The call lasted barely a few seconds, and once he hung up, Su Baixi quietly inquired, "Where are you going?" Lin Zijia opened the car door of a newly released limited edition convertible, leaning out as he said, "Do we not agree to keep our distance? You are meddling too much. Thank you for today. I will transfer 1 million to your account as a reward." Su Baixi post. Turning down such an offer would be foolish. She replied, "And what about my second aunt's dinner?" Lin Zijia chuckled, "Let's be clear. Do not push your luck." This was a refusal. Stepping closer, Su Baixi placed her hands on the car, whispering, "I don't want the million. Come with me for dinner." "I'm busy," Lin Zijia recalled. He had plans the day after tomorrow. Ready to decline when he noticed her long lashes lowered in a delicate manner. On impulse, he said, "If you call me husband, I might consider it." Su Baixi did not comply. He chuckled, as if watching a spectacle. "If I go to dinner, the million is off the table." Su Baixi nodded, "Fine." Lin Zijia glanced at her hands on the vehicle. Understanding, she immediately released her grip. "I am quite valuable," Lin Zijia remarked. "A meal for 1 million will not suffice." Su Baixi, feeling the pinch, countered, "I'll add 1,000. 1,000? 2,000. That lacks sincerity. How much do you want?" Lin Zijia proposed. "You give me 1 million, and I will go." Thinking of her second aunt's harsh nature, she feared the trouble she might face without Lin Zijia. Stealing herself, she declared, "Deal." "Great." Lin Zijia pressed the accelerator, the 8 to 9 million vehicle soaring away like a rocket, leaving only Su Baixi standing alone. A significant loss, 1 million not earned, and now 1 million spent. She felt a pang of regret, covering her phone to check the balance. Even ducks are not as expensive as you. After all, Lin Zijia's status did grant him a certain allure. At that moment, a call from Huasiu came through. Upon answering, she said, "Zijia will accompany me back. And he need not worry." Huasiu expressed delight, her typically sharp tongue softening with praise. "Good, good, you have the ability. You should flatter him a bit, whisper sweet nothings. You know our Su family's business has been plummeting. Your uncle is worried." If Lin Zijia could lend a hand, perhaps this major deal could be salvaged. He is of no help. The Lin family is not under his control yet. Su Baixi stared at the ground, unblinking. But Hu Siyu continued, what do you know? Lin Zijia is the only son, cherished dearly. Ultimately, all the family fortune will rest in his hands. As his wife, you should keep a close watch. Su Baixi deep. He dislikes being controlled. Although I am 3 years his elder, he is resolute and does not heed my words. If a man loves a woman, he would give his all, terrified she might neglect him. After a year of marriage, is there a problem with your feelings? Does he no longer hold affection for you? Chapter 4. I thought it was her the moment Hu Siyu brought up this topic. Su Baixi felt a surge of vigilance. Tell me honestly, have you two quarreled? Su Baixi hesitated. When she married Lin Zijia, everyone believed it was because she had touched his heart and they were united by love. Even her second aunt thought they had a typical courtship before marriage. Recalling that night when she joyfully presented herself before him, shy and fluttering with emotion, she bestowed upon him her most cherished gift. Every detail of that night remained etched in her memory. Lin Zijia's tenderness was like none other, as if she were a priceless treasure. But after that intimate encounter, Lin Zijia's gaze had turned to one of disdain as he uttered, "How could it be you? I thought it was her." Those 5 simple words shattered all of Su Baishi's hopes. She fled the hotel in disarray, terrified he might utter more cruel words. Yet, as she departed, she heard him say, "What are you? Do you even deserve to be in my bed? Am I not speaking to you? Did you hear me? Is there a problem between you and Lin Zijia? Can't you soothe him? Couples should not harbor grudges. He is a favored son of heaven, and some temper is to be expected. Just let go." Upon hearing this, Su Baixi could not hold her tongue, retorting, "He is a favored son. Am I less than human? When my father held the Su family as fortunes, I too was a Su family heiress. What makes him superior? Who are you speaking to?" Hu Siyu's eyes widened. Coming back to her senses, Su Baixi quickly apologized. "Annie, I am sorry. Indeed, you are a Su family heiress, but you now depend on others. Blame your parents for leaving early. Before you turned 15, you were the center of attention, but after, you became the laughingstock of the fallen Su family. Were it not for my family taking you in, would you have made it this far? Ungrateful wretch." Su Baixi clenched her fists. Though the words stung, they rang true. She was no longer the Su Baixi of old. As people said, she was mismatched with Lin Zijia. She had climbed too high and did not deserve the favored son. Thus she ought to yield and endure. "Do not be angry, Andy. I misspoke." Su Baixi quickly regained her composure. "You have cared for me all these years, and I am immensely grateful." Seeing her sincerity, Hu Siyu's anger subsided somewhat. "I do not seek your repayment, just that you remember the Su family. Do not act like an ungrateful wretch, blaming me. I am not doing this for myself, but for your marriage, fearing your relationship may be strained. I am only offering advice." Su Baixi allowed the words to pass through one ear and out the other. Yet she feigned compliance. "I know Annie cares for me. I will keep it in my heart." After hanging up, Su Baixi finally breathed a sigh of relief. She dreaded returning to the Lin family, fearing she would have to navigate questions about Lin Zijia's whereabouts. Instead, she decided to change her course and leave. Purchasing a movie ticket, she settled into her seat with fresh popcorn, only for her phone to ring. Surrounding patrons cast displeased glances her way, and she stood apologetically, leaving her seat to answer. "Hello, is this Miss Su?" A woman's voice responded. "Lin Xiao has gotten into a fight at Tianqi Building. Could you come over?" Chapter 5. His treasure Su Baixi was reluctant to get involved, replying, "I don't have time." "Miss Su, you should come quickly." Lin Xiao acted impulsively over a woman. "And as his wife, you are the only one who can intervene." As she was about to respond, the call was abruptly ended. Su Baixi pondered. "They assume I, as Lin Zijia's wife, possess such influence that they dare not intervene, using me as a scapegoat?" After much contemplation, she decided to go, weighing how much Lin Zijia would compensate her for this trouble. With a resigned sigh, she abandoned her movie ticket, clutching her large bucket of popcorn, and made her way to Tianqi Building. Tianqi Building was a favored venue for the wealthy elite, a place where only the affluent could dine. A meal that would easily cost hundreds of thousands. To be blunt, it was merely a restaurant. A woman adorned with heavy makeup awaited her at the entrance. Upon seeing her, she exclaimed, "You must be Miss Su, right? Young Master Lin is upstairs." Su Baixi was led inside the private room, where chaos reigned. Shards of glass littered the ground, and the exquisite dishes on the table lay in ruins. The aftermath of a fierce conflict was evident. In the distance, on a couch, Lin Zijia occupied the main seat, one foot resting upon a man's face. Several of the man's subordinates knelt nearby, trembling in fear, too intimidated to utter a sound. A sharp click resonated as Lin Zijia toyed with a lighter in his hand, opening and closing it, producing a crisp sound. Which hand touched her? He finally inquired. The man's face was marred with injuries, a pitiful sight, clearly having been dealt with harshly. Trembling in terror, he stammered, "And no one touched her. Is that so?" Lin Zijia pointed towards the tearful Qin Yanran, his tone darkening. "Then why is she crying like this? She claims you harassed her. Do you wish to settle this privately or publicly?" "Privately, how do we go about that?" Lin Zijia's gaze remained unflinching. Devoid of the usual bravado he displayed in front of Su Baixi, now imbued with a somber and cold demeanor. "For a private settlement, whichever hand touched her. You shall leave that hand behind." The man, struck dumb with fear, hurriedly asked, "And what if we go public?" "Going public is simple," Lin Zijia replied, tossing his phone onto the ground. "I'll call the police and file a report against you. If that were to happen, would they not serve a long sentence?" Several men had collectively harassed a girl and resorted to violence. This was no trivial matter. "Let us settle privately," they implored. Lin Zijia smiled. "Very well. Soon." The room echoed with the sounds of anguished cries, as each man's right hand dangled in an unnatural position, clearly broken. Yet Lin Zijia commanded, "Call the police." You can't do this." The men gasped in shock. "You can't go back on your word." Lin Zijia remained silent. A friend of his, Shun Qingbai, spoke up. "It's not a choice. It's merely a matter of considering the sequence of events. Both options involve you. Do you know who this girl is? She is young Master Lin's treasure." Lin Zijia lit a cigarette, the smoke swirling around him. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Su Baixi at the entrance and took a puff of a cigarette. Shun Qingbai, unaware of Su Baixi's presence, laughed and said, "Why did you have to provoke her? Of all people, you had to pick his treasure. We grew up together. We wouldn't dare to mess with his precious." Lin Zijia ignored him and languidly turned towards Su Baixi, asking, "What brings you here?" Chapter 6. Not yet finished. Upon seeing Su Baixi, the playful banter ceased abruptly, replaced by an evident awkwardness. Clutching a large bucket of popcorn, she wore a flowing white dress and clean white shoes, her demeanor as crisp as her attire, yet utterly out of place in the chaotic environment. She remained unfazed, calmly remarking, "It seems I've arrived at an opportune time." "Indeed," Lin Zijia replied, casting a glance at the woman behind Su Baixi, who quickly averted her gaze, only to look back at him with a mischievous grin. "Which disobedient little rascal informed you of my whereabouts? Seeing you has made me lose my appetite." Su Baixi surveyed the scattered food and retorted without a flicker of her eyelids, "If you wish to eat, you'll have to pick it up from the floor." Lin Zijia rose and walked toward her. His silent approach was somewhat unsettling, primarily due to his towering stature, which created an overwhelming presence for the petite Su Baixi. She maintained her composure while contemplating the odds of a swift retreat, considering how to exit gracefully without losing face, determined not to yield. However, Lin Zijia merely approached and draped an arm around her shoulder, casually snagging some popcorn from her grasp and popping it into his mouth. "Off to the movies?" "Yes." Su Baixi's heart raced, though her exterior remained calm and collected. "Who are you with?" Puzzled by his inquiry, she replied, "Just myself. Were it not for the 2 cups of cola you carry, I might have believed you." Lin Zijia teased, winking at her. "Feel free to play with wild men, but don't let it get out that you're pregnant. It would be quite the embarrassment for me." Without warning, Su Baixi slapped his face, sharp and clear. The onlookers were taken aback, uncertain if they should witness the unfolding drama or fear Lin Zijia's potential retaliation afterward. Standing at the doorway, Su Baixi was illuminated by the crystal chandelier in the hallway, casting a glow upon her smooth forehead and accentuating her luminous, grape-like eyes. For a fleeting moment, Lin Zijia thought she might cry. Her eyes appeared fragile and trembling with sadness. Yet within seconds, she regained her composure and declared, "Lin Zijia, that was excessive." It seemed her earlier emotional outburst had been but an illusion. Lin Zijia, his face half numb, appeared to be on the verge of anger, yet he simply stated, "In my life, no one has dared to slap my face, not even my parents." Su Baixi met his gaze in silence, her expression clearly conveying her indifference. Lin Zijia reached out to gently pat her head, saying, "I misspoke earlier. You slapped me in front of everyone. I've lost face, and we're even now, right? His sudden show of vulnerability caught Baixi off guard. She lowered her eyes, suppressing the ache in her heart, too afraid to look up, fearing that tears might spill from her eyes at any moment. She whispered, "You know very well that after that time, I can never conceive. Thus, he need not worry about any potential embarrassment from her. Moreover, she had already invested the best years of her youth in him, now at 26. How many years of youth did a girl have to squander? She recalled the time she'd begged Lin Zijia to marry her, stating, "We've been dating for 3 years, and I'm already 25. You're still young, and Haven T had your fill of fun. What about me? I can't wait for you." Chapter 7. Settling the score. She and Lin Zijia had clandestinely dated for 3 years, a secret to all. Lin Zijia never acknowledged her publicly, refraining from posting on social media or even mentioning her to friends. In his words, they had merely experienced a fleeting night of passion during a tumultuous period with another girl he fancied. Yet to Baixi, it felt like a whimsical impulse on his part, while she was merely a fool lost in thought. One night, while intoxicated, Lin Zijia had overheard others discussing Baixi, praising her beauty and reminiscing about her status as the jewel of the Su family. They speculated on who could win her over. In his inebriated state, he scoffed, "You want her? I've already had my fill." Unbeknownst to him, Baixi stood right outside the door, absorbing every word. That night, her tears flowed fiercely, more than when her parents had passed. She felt as though her heart was being torn apart, bleeding profusely. "How could you do this to me? Just because you don't like me, does that give you the right to trample on my feelings?" Throughout their 3-year relationship, she had always prioritized him. When he had early morning classes in college and struggled to rise, she endured her own stomach pains to prepare breakfast for him. Her world revolved around him. She cared for him with utmost devotion, from daily meals to grander gestures. But indifference is indifference. There is no rationale to be found. Lin Zijia wrapped his arm around her shoulder, coaxing her. "You haven't finished the movie, have you? Come, let me accompany you." "I'm not watching anymore." "Why not? It's already been half an hour since the start." "It's fine. We could buy new tickets and catch the next show." Lin Zijia pulled out his phone to purchase tickets. Observing his genuine intent, Baixi remarked, "We're even now. I'm not angry anymore." Lin Zijia paused for a moment, observing her intently. Her demeanor was cool and detached, offering no revelations. However, when she assured him that everything was fine, he chose to believe her. There was no need to press further. "Well then, it's good that you're not upset," he conceded. Having yet to dine, he beckoned the affluent young man behind him to switch to another private room for their meal, then turned to Baixi, asking, "Are you going to eat?" "I've already eaten," she replied. Lin Zijia nodded, feeling somewhat guilty for his previous remarks, which he deemed excessive. He suggested a form of compensation. "It's late now. If you're not going to eat, you might as well find a lounge area to sit while I arrange for your ride home later." His words felt a tad awkward, so he added, "We'll go home together." Baixi thought about returning alone, knowing that Lin's mother would likely send someone to look for Lin Zijia, and she wished to avoid unnecessary complications. It seemed simplest to return together, so she nodded in agreement. Accompanying Lin Zijia was a large entourage of well-known second- and third-generation wealthy individuals. Some were familiar to Baixi, while others were not, yet as they departed, they politely addressed her with a casual, "Goodbye, sister-in-law." Baixi did not respond, as she could not muster a reply. This throng dealt with the earlier disturbances caused by those men who had harassed Xin Yanran before moving on. Baixi found a seat in the lounge area, munching on popcorn. Although she hadn't eaten, she preferred solitude over the company of others. The atmosphere was awkward. She felt no desire to engage in discomfort. She waited until 11:30, enduring 5 long hours, until a server approached. "Miss Su, why are you still here? Are you waiting for young Master Lin?" "He left a while ago." "What time did he leave?" Baixi asked, momentarily taken aback, but quickly regaining her composure. It had become a common occurrence for Lin Zijia to forget her during their relationship. Such incidents served only as reminders of his indifference toward her. If he truly cared, he would not be so careless as to forget her presence entirely. The server, uncertain of her temperament, appeared apprehensive, likely fearing she would cause a scene, as many affluent ladies were known to do when scorned. "He probably left around 10:30, the server ventured, sensing the awkwardness of the situation. "He seemed to be taking Miss Chin home." Having finished her popcorn, Baixi stood and replied coolly, "I understand." She turned and walked away, meandering through the streets, where the neon lights shone brightly and the street lamps cast a warm glow. Despite the late hour, the city buzzed with life. Leaning against the railing of the Golden Dragon Bridge, she gazed at the rushing river below. The water flowed vigorously, and, as the wind brushed past, only the soothing sound of the current remained. It was at this moment that she received a call from Lin Zijia. His voice was accusatory. "Why didn't you answer when I called?" Baixi was taken aback. Looking at her phone, she noticed several missed calls from him, all from just moments ago. Perhaps the river's roar had drowned out the ringing. "I didn't notice," she admitted candidly. Lin Zijia seemed even more irate. "What did you run off to?" How novel, she thought. The one who had stood her up was now questioning her whereabouts. "I'm on my way home," she replied coolly. Upon hearing this, Lin Zijia explained, "I thought you were still at Tianqi Tower. I just got out of the shower and realized I had forgotten you. Hurry back. I'll make it up to you." Moments later, Baixi received a notification that 20,000 had been transferred to her bank account. "Why only 20,000? She inquired. Lin Zijia, surprised, responded, "Do you find that insufficient?" He seemed genuinely intrigued, continuing to probe. "I never realized you had such a penchant for money. During our relationship, you never spent a dime of mine. I assumed you valued integrity over wealth." In truth, she had not only refrained from spending his money, but had also contributed her own allowance to support Lin Zijia, who had developed a taste for luxury. As he later remarked, no one understood and catered to his every whim like Baixi. Gazing at the river, she replied with a serene voice, "Valuing integrity? When have I ever picked up gold?" Lin Zijia boasted, "I am like a piece of gold. Countless women cling to me, drawn by my wealth. Then if I regard money as worthless, what does your gold signify?" Baixi countered. Lin Zijia fell silent. Seizing the moment, she playfully threatened, "Give me 500,000, or I'll tell your father that you left me alone in the street." "Extortion?" Lin Zijia retorted. "Isn't it obvious? 300,000. No more. 450,000. He countered without flinching. 200,000. 300,000. "Why didn't we just start here?" Lin Zijia promptly transferred 300,000 to her. "Take what I give you. No more extortion attempts on my part." Baixi mentally berated him for his stinginess, replying coolly, "Don't disguise your frugality with such grandiose language." Lin Zijia felt her sharp tongue was particularly cutting today. He suddenly urged, "Come back quickly." Counting the digits in her bank balance, she casually asked, "What's the rush?" "Business," he replied. Baixi paused, her voice cold. "Did Miss Qin not satisfy you?" "Darling, come back. I can't sleep without you," he insisted. "I'm not interested," she replied. 500,000? It's not about the money. How about 800,000? He offered. Baixi's voice grew even colder. "If you were here, I would slap you across the face." For a moment, Lin Zijia was rendered speechless. Time passed, long enough for Baixi to think he was upset. Just as she was about to speak, he abruptly hung up. Taken aback, Baixi felt a surge of anger, but quickly calmed down. A man like Lin Zijia had no shortage of women. He could easily replace her if he wished. Why should she subject herself to his disdain? She had never been after his money, nor would she engage in such intimate matters for financial gain. If he sought pleasure, she found him repugnant. Lin Zijia cast his phone onto the bed and retreated to the bathroom to relieve himself. Upon his return, his close friend Shen Qingbai called, inviting him to go out the following night. "What's the plan?" Lin Zijia whistled. Shen Qingbai detected something amiss in his tone and playfully asked, "What were you up to just now? You seem off, big brother." Lin Zijia clicked his tongue. "Aren't you a man? Haven't you seen how business is done? Who is lying next to you?" Lin Zijia recalled Baixi's cold, distant face and felt a pang of annoyance. No one. No one. Then what were you doing?" Shen Qingbai exclaimed in surprise. Lin Zijia felt irritation rise. "Enough. That's just pitiful. You don't even have a girl around. Want me to set you up with someone?" "Not necessary." Shen Qingbai grew serious. "You didn't touch Qin Qingran, did you?" "Why would I?" Lin Zijia frowned. "She's still in university." "Oh, feeling protective now?" Yet, he had bullied Baixi when she was a university student as well. Baixi's plight was truly disheartening. With your dismissive remark of worn out, it is likely that no one within her circle would dare to seek her out again. Indeed, aside from you marrying her, she has no alternative. Even if she were to wed another, she would forever bear the stigma. Shen Qingbai remarked, "This person is rather biased." Lin Zijia, after a moment of silence, lit a cigarette, his agitation mounting. "Why bring her up?" Shun Qingbai pressed. Do you truly not want her? Want what? Lin Zijia's mind was consumed by the memory of Su Baishi's previous gaze, her dark eyes sparkling like dewdrops on grapes. Yet it seemed she was on the verge of tears. Why was she crying? Hadn't he already apologized? Sister, oh beautiful sister, Shun Qingbai mused. Yet he could not help but think, who could be more stunning than Su Baishi? Her beauty was authentic and flawless, a true testament to allure. It was a pity that Lin Zijia looked down upon her. Such a waste. Unexpectedly, Lin Zijia, in a poor state, replied, There's no need. I'm married. Don't lead me down a crooked path. My father would flay me alive if he found out. Shun Qingbai clicked his tongue, responding, Then keep it to yourself. Chapter 10. Chaos. Su Baishi returned home just before midnight. As she entered her bedroom, Lin Zijia embraced her from behind, his breath warm against her neck, whispering, Wife. Let go, Su Baishi demanded. Lin Zijia, seemingly unfazed, continued with his own affairs. It was said that Su Baishi was understanding, while Lin Zijia was adept at ignoring her. He carried on, oblivious, as Su Baishi's face flushed with anger. Lin Zijia lowered his voice in the darkness, his tone somewhat sultry. Did we not do this often before? Why the resistance now? Su Baishi's expression hardened, her demeanor taking on a frightening edge. Lin Zijia. Such matters should be enjoyable. Did he not desire them? After a pause, he contemplated that, biologically speaking, a woman of Su Baishi's age should possess desires that far exceeded those of an average man. There was no reason for her to be indifferent. Lin Zijia. Su Baishi's voice dropped suddenly. She seldom lost her temper. And Lin Zijia recalled that her instances of anger were few and far between. Unless pushed to the brink, she would not behave this way. Reluctantly, he released her. The room remained dim, and had the lights been on, Lin Zijia would have seen the tears that had fallen from Su Baishi's eyes, quickly wiped away. Not with her hands, but by rubbing her shoulder, a motion born of her struggle. In the pitch-black bedroom, Lin Zijia studied her face, as if trying to discern something. Sister Baixi, you truly do not like me, do you? If you wish, we could divorce at any moment. I can speak to my parents. Men and women perceive love differently. Women focus on gestures, while men gauge responses, particularly physical ones. Lin Zijia noted Su Baishi's complete lack of interest. She had once melted at his coaxing, readily assuming various positions on the bed, solely to please him. Now, it seemed he could not even touch her. Lin Zijia, you scoundrel. Su Baishi's hand shot up again. Lin Zijia, growing exasperated, found her constant physicality tiresome. Did she think anyone could strike his face without consequence? Once was forgivable, but twice in a day? The first time, he had erred and accepted the blow, even apologizing. What had he done wrong this time? Lin Zijia's expression darkened as he fixed his gaze on her, his tone stripped of its earlier jest, now brimming with confrontation. Go ahead, hit me. If you do, we won't let this go. With a cigarette in his mouth, he added, You call me a scoundrel? I'll show you what that means. Suvaiksi tremblith. Her heart a tumult of sensations, likely pain, yet feeling numb as well. She knew this ache was akin to bones breaking, a dense, electrifying sensation that nearly caused her to faint. The slap never landed. Her voice quivered, Get out. This is my room, my home, you. Get out. She suddenly shouted. Lin Zijia paused, thinking it unworthy to argue with a woman in a fit of rage. This is what you said, he remarked flatly. If you have a problem, don't come to me. He departed, slamming the door behind him. The sound echoed as he made his way to the garage, choosing a car from the lineup of sports vehicles and driving away. Chapter 11. Dizziness. No sooner had he left than Lin's mother ascended the stairs. What is going on? Why is Zijia out so late? Baixi, you too. He is your husband, and you don't even care? What if something happens to him? Lin's mother, Lu Jing, opened the door to Su Baixi and began to scold her. Su Baixi barely managed to call out, Mom, before her vision blurred, and she collapsed to the floor. Oh, Baixi? Baixi? Lu Jing was alarmed, rushing to support her. In a flurry, the entire villa was illuminated, everyone in a panic as they hastily transported Su Baixi to the hospital. Lin Dongtian was furious. Where is Lin Zijia? His wife has fainted, and where is he? I'm trying to reach Zijia. Don't worry, don't be angry, Lu Jing replied, her own headache worsening. What on earth happened for her to faint? The critical issue was that Lin Zijia's phone went unanswered. She dialed repeatedly, only to be met with silence. Again, keep trying. Lin Dongtian coughed violently in his agitation. Lu Jing, attempting to soothe him, continued to dial, Frantic, I'm calling. However, Lin Zijia's phone had been turned off. Unfidèle, that ungrateful child. Lin Dongtian shouted in outrage. Baixi, are you awake? When Su Baixi opened her eyes again, she heard a male voice nearby. Turning her head, she noticed the 4 drip, administering fluids. Sister Baixi, you suddenly fainted. The doctor said it's due to inadequate nutrition. Have you not been eating well? Low blood sugar and anemia. The speaker was Lin Ruichin, Lin Zijia's cousin. Su Baixi scanned the hospital room and saw that he was the only one keeping her company. Lin Ruichin continued, Uncle and Auntie were just here, but they are old and cannot stay up late, so I sent them home and stayed to keep you company. Don't you have school tomorrow? The college entrance exams are coming. Don't let this delay your studies, Su Baixi remarked. Lin Ruichin picked a large apple from the side, deftly peeling it as he replied, Tomorrow is Sunday. There's no class. Though only 17, he was in his final year of high school, and despite not being fully grown, he had inherited the Lin family's striking genes, standing tall at about 183 centimeters. It seems you have grown taller again. Lin Ruichin, having finished peeling the apple, handed it to her properly. I'm in a growth phase. I might still grow a bit more. I don't need anyone to keep me company here. You should head home soon. As Su Baixi accepted the apple, she noticed a backpack on the chair beside her. You just got back from evening study? You heard something happened and came straight here? Lin Ruichin and Su Baixi shared a good rapport. She had once helped him with his studies. With her excellent academic performance, tutoring him required little effort, and he had benefited greatly during his entrance exams. Sensing that she might worry, he added, My brother is a jerk. Sister Baixi, feel free to scold him. I won't tell anyone. Upon hearing this, Su Baixi smiled. Her beauty was enchanting. When she smiled, shallow dimples appeared on her cheeks, exuding a captivating allure that could easily make a man fall for her at first sight. Lin Ruichin, unable to help himself, averted his gaze, feeling shy. Sister Baixi, why are you smiling? Nothing much. Su Baixi took a bite of the apple, resuming her usual cool demeanor, and said, I was just thinking, everyone keeps telling me not to be angry with Lin Zijia. Just you be honest and let me scold him. Chapter 12. Blindness indeed. As adults grow older, they tend to engage in superficial pleasantries, speaking in circles. Su Baixi remarked softly, Only children speak the truth. Their innocent words are unfiltered. I am no longer a child, Lin Ruichin insisted. Children always emphasize their maturity. Su Baixi replied lightly. Lin Ruichin's face flushed. Sister Baixi, I am not a child. Su Baixi smiled and said, You really don't have to stay here with me. I'll be discharged once the 4 is done. Don't you dislike my brother? Lin Ruichin clenched his fists, feeling indignant for her. You fainted and fell ill, yet he hasn't even shown up. I called him, but his phone is off. Su Baixi lowered her gaze and replied, He is busy. I could take care of myself. That is a lie, Lin Ruichin said directly. Weren't you just lying to me? Su Baishi's tone was soft. My parents probably didn't stay by my side the whole time, right? You're afraid I'd be upset, thinking that no one in the Lin family truly cares for me. So you told such a well-meaning lie. To put plainly, everyone is just living their lives. Although Lu Jing and Lin Dongtian felt indebted to her due to Lin Zijia's situation, the premise was always Lin Zijia. Without him, she would merely be an outsider. Naturally, the Lin family would prioritize Lin Zijia, their only heir. Seeing that she understood, Lin Ruichin lowered his head and apologized. I'm sorry, Sister Baixi. After my uncle and aunt brought you to the hospital, they left. I couldn't reach my brother. They went out looking for him, worried something might have happened. I understand, Su Baixi replied. You are only looking out for me. I remember it in my heart. Lin Ruichin still felt it was unfair. He felt it was unjust for Su Baixi. But what could he, a 17-year-old high school student, do? All he could do was sit here with her and peel another apple. Su Baixi spent a day and a night in hospital, during which Lin Ruichin kept her company. He had brought his backpack, and, for the subject he struggled with, Su Baixi easily explained them to him. Lin Ruichin looked at her with admiration. Aren't you staying a few more days? The doctor said you should remain under observation. No, Su Baixi said. I want to go home. Today was the family banquet hosted by her second aunt. She had promised to a CU that she would bring Lin Zijia back with her. But unexpectedly, in just a short day, everything had changed. On the way home, she kept calling Lin Zijia, but just as Lin Ruichin had said, his phone was off. With no other choice, Su Baixi gathered her things and returned to her family home. The Su family and the Lin family lived not far apart. When her parents were still alive, The relationship between the two families was relatively good. When they were young, Lin Zijia would come over to play, and Baixi would always hide behind the door, secretly watching him. Lin Zijia had always been handsome, charming the attention of many girls who would follow him around, all proclaiming they wanted to marry him when they grew up. Unabashed, he would coolly respond, "Don't rush, one at a time. I'll see who grows up the best looking, and I'll marry the prettiest. If you turn out unattractive, I won't want you." "How can you tell who will be the prettiest in the future?" a little girl asked. Lin Zijia pointed to one girl and said, "Girls change a lot as they grow. Look at her. Although she is pretty now, once she grows up, she might not look as good." As he spoke, he glanced around and spotted Baixi hiding behind the door. He exclaimed, "She is a good seedling. Although she is plain now, her features will only become more refined as she grows, and her temperament is quite decent." Lin Zijia had grown quickly, and by then, he was already a head taller than her. Initially, she thought he was her older brother, only to later discover he was actually 3 years younger than her. This left her with a lingering thought for years, recalling Lin Zijia as dismissive words, plain. Damn his notion of plainness. She was undoubtedly the most beautiful among those little girls. He was blind to her beauty. Chapter 13. Busy back? Huasiyu stepped forward, linking her arm with Baixi and glancing behind her. "Where's Zijia? Didn't you say he would come with you? Where is he? Is he parking the car?" Baixi lowered her gaze and replied honestly, "He didn't come." "What?" Huasiyu immediately released Baixi's arm, her face filled with anger. "Baixi, what is going on? Didn't you say everything was fine? How can change so suddenly?" "There was a little incident. He had to handle something last minute." Baixi lied without a hint of hesitation. Since being with Lin Zijia, her skill in deception had improved remarkably. It was not due to any special technique, but rather practice makes perfect. After all, 9/10 of the lies she had told in her life were for him. "What could possibly be more important than you?" Huasiyu exclaimed. "Lin Zijia is utterly inconsiderate. You are his wife. What could be so significant that he wouldn't even accompany you back to your family?" "Let's be understanding. He is indeed busy. Busy or not, he shouldn't neglect you like this," Huasiyu retorted, shooting her a look. "You're 26 years old, not an 18-year-old girl. As the saying goes, if you invite someone to a meal, you must inform them in advance. If someone suddenly asks you out, they're just trying to fill their numbers. Don't you understand this? The same goes for the dinner party." Huasiyu continued, "If he had just personally informed me, I wouldn't think so poorly of him. Ultimately, it seems he doesn't care about you." Upon hearing this, Baixi fell silent. Huasiyu, still in a fit of anger, spoke hastily. Now seeing Baixi's demeanor, she continued, "It said that the pain of 3 years lasts, and the itch of 7 years begins. You've only been married for a year, not even 3 years, and you're already exhibiting this attitude. What will your position be in the Lin family in the future?" Baixi replied, "Aunt, let us go inside. No more talk. Are you not even going to let me speak?" Huasiyu bluntly said, "Lin Zijia didn't even show up. What is the point of this meal? I warned you repeatedly that you needed the Lin family's help with this matter, yet you didn't even think to sweet-talk him privately. A little charm goes a long way. Can't you learn to be a bit more clever?" Baixi remained silent, receiving the scolding without protest. Perhaps this was the feeling of being dependent on others. Without kin or support, she had to endure Huasiyu's words. Seeing her silent, Huasiyu soon grew bored and, with a hint of compassion, said, "Forget it. This is your affair. If you're not invested in your own marriage, who will care for you? If Lin Zijia runs off with someone else, you'll just have to cry alone." Unexpectedly, Huasiyu's words proved prophetic. At the dinner table, halfway through the meal, Huasiyu became incensed upon receiving a photo from one of her affluent friends. She slammed her phone down in front of Baixi, pointing at the enlarged image on the screen, fuming. "Didn't you say he was busy? What is this?" Huasiyu shouted. "He is with another woman. Who is this vixen? He abandons his wife to accompany a mistress. Does Lin Zijia even realize what he is doing?" Baixi's expression grew grim. Although Lin Zijia had clearly stated they would each do as they pleased, he was aware of the boundaries in private. Such matters had never been publicly exposed over the past year. It was likely that their conflict from that night had left him unable to contain his frustration. Thus he awaited her return. Chapter 14. In-laws and family. Baixi glanced at her phone. The photo had been taken surreptitiously, clearly a candid shot. It seemed Lin Zijia hadn't intentionally set out to hurt her. Baixi remarked, "This photograph is somewhat blurred. It was taken from too far away." How can my second aunt possibly know that this is Lin Zijia? It could very well be someone else. However, as soon as she uttered those words, Huasiyu pulled up a clearer image and placed it before her with conviction, saying, "Are you still deceiving yourself? This vixen has already made her way into your life. And you, as the legitimate wife, still wish to absolve the adulterous couple of their guilt?" In truth, Baixi was fully aware that this was indeed Lin Zijia. His face, his silhouette, she could recognize him even in a blurred photograph. Huasiyu, however, assumed that Baixi was merely stubborn, exclaiming, "You might as well stop eating. Come with me to the Lin family. I demand an explanation from them. Do they think they can bully our Su family just because your parents are no longer around? That a perfectly good daughter can be so mistreated by Lin Zijia?" Though reluctant, Baixi could not contain Huasiyu's fury. It was merely a 20-minute journey from the Su residence to the Lin household. Upon entering, Huasiyu grasped Lu Jing's hand, tears streaming down her face. "Sister, I call you sister because I believe that marrying our daughter into your family made us one. But is Lin Zijia not going too far? Just look at what he has done outside. This woman, whom I have never encountered, likely isn't even from a prominent family. I cannot fathom what seductive tactics she has employed to ensnare Lin Zijia. Our Baixi is so pitiful. She lost her parents at a young age. Yet she has always been understanding and kind. But that is no justification for Lin Zijia to mistreat her. What faults does our Baixi possess? You cannot continue to let her suffer just because she is sensible." Baixi was once carrying Lin Zijia's child. Had it not been for his words, would she have had a miscarriage? He simply walked away, living his life carefree, while Baixi. What does she gain from this? She has endured all this for the sake of Lin Zijia. Mother-in-law, Lu Jing hastily interrupted Huasiyu, her expression darkening considerably. "Sister, dear sister, why bring up such old grievances? How long has it been? In the eyes of your Lin family, is it already a distant memory?" Huasiyu's voice rose higher. Lu Jing quickly backtracked, realizing her fault. "Sister, please don't be anxious. We have been searching for Zijia for quite some time. It's just that we haven't found him yet. Once we do, we will certainly provide Baixi with an explanation." "Still haven't found him?" Huasiyu began to cry again. "Your Lin family is currently flourishing. You cannot simply cover for your son. Although Baixi is a daughter, she deserves not to be humiliated without reason." Lu Jing felt at a loss. Accustomed to a cultured upbringing, unable to withstand Huasiyu's relentless cries for justice. All she could do was attempt to maintain calm. "Sister, please do not rush. Let's wait a little longer." As she spoke, Lu Jing cast a glance at Baixi. Baixi felt a pang of discomfort. With her maternal and paternal families at odds, she, as the younger generation, found herself caught in the middle. Whom should she support? Ultimately, it was Baixi who approached Huasiyu, offering her a comforting hand, and said with considerable emotional intelligence, "Aunt, please do not be anxious. Let us sit in the living room for a while." Huasiyu grasped Baixi's hand tightly, patting it, and turned to Lu Jing, stating, "Sister, look at our Baixi. At this moment, she is still speaking on behalf of your Lin Zijia. She is such a good daughter-in-law. Your Lin family must not continue to bully her. If we do not receive an explanation today, I shall not leave." Chapter 15. An unexpected calamity. "Have some tea," Lu Jing suggested, instructing Wang Ma to call Lin Zijia again. The tea was fresh, having been airlifted the previous night. "My husband particularly enjoys this. Sister, I personally brewed the tea. The etiquette is impeccable, leaving no room for criticism. Please do have a taste." Huasiyu was not easily placated. She still held on to Baixi's hand, ignoring the cup of tea, and said, "Logically speaking, the Lin family has known the Su family for many years, and I am not unfamiliar with Lin Zijia. We have shared a bond since his infancy. Our Su family has never sought assistance from the Lin family in business matters. We only hoped he would treat our Baixi well. And look at this. Is this not infuriating? Having been a wealthy matron for many years, Lu Jing had never been so publicly reprimanded, especially not concerning the private affairs of the younger generation. It was utterly embarrassing. Though Lu Jing was displeased, she found herself at a loss for words. She could only hope that Lin Zijia would cease his misdeeds and quickly return home. "I will certainly have a word with Zijia," Lu Jing responded, but her finger pointed directly at Baixi. "Baixi, you two are at fault. You are grown. These marital disputes should be resolved privately. There is no need to air them publicly. You must learn to handle matters without involving your elders." What a calamity! Baixi recognized Lu Jing's displeasure. She felt unjustly accused in Huasiyu's presence and needed an outlet for her frustration. This outlet inevitably became Su Baixi. Mother is right. I shall certainly improve, Su Baixi replied softly. The tea has cooled. Allow me to fetch you another cup. With that, she rose to leave. However, upon her return, she overheard Huasiu and Lu Jing discussing business matters, subtly hinting at seeking assistance from the Lin family, as if Lu Jing were unaware of their intentions. Lu Jing remarked, given the relationship between our two families, this matter is something the Lin family should oversee. It is often said that business people are astute communicators. Just as Lu Jing finished her commendations, she added, however, the Lin family's business is not under my purview. Once my husband returns, I will certainly speak with him, and I promise to inform you first thing when I have news. Huasiyu's expression darkened. Baixi, why not call Zijia and see if he'll return home? Lu Jing suggested, turning to her. Su Baixi felt it was futile. Lin Zijia had his phone off, clearly unwilling to return. Forcing a stubborn mule to drink water is no use. What could she do? However, actions speak louder than words, and she resolved to demonstrate that Lin Zijia's refusal to answer would be more effective than 100 of her statements. Very well, Su Baixi said, pulling out her phone to call. Yet, contrary to her expectations, as soon as the call connected, Lin Zijia answered immediately. This was truly unexpected. Silence. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. It stretched on until Su Baixi wondered if Lin Zijia had mistakenly answered due to a mislabel. Just as she was lost in thought, he spoke, confirming it was not an error. Su Baixi, why are you calling me? He sounded somewhat irritated. You called but remained silent. What is the matter? Su Baixi remained momentarily speechless. It wasn't that she didn't want to speak. She simply had not formulated her thoughts. Lin Zijia, showing signs of impatience, stated, unless you apologize for that night, do not expect me to acknowledge you. What is it, Baixi? Is the call connected? Lu Jing inquired, noticing Su Baixi's troubled expression. Yes. Su Baixi finally replied, managing her first words. Chapter 16. Let us get a divorce. Lin Zijia's expression shifted slightly. Su Baixi, what have you been telling my mother? Are you scheming against me behind my back? Su Baixi felt each word pierce her heart. After 3 years of relationship, it culminated in such a disheartening conclusion. He believed she was plotting against him. Su Baixi, unsure how to stabilize her emotions, perhaps it was her nature, maintained a calm facade and replied coldly. Mother wants you to come home. Give me the phone, Lu Jing said, reaching for Su Baixi's device. Why not answer while Ma's calls? The moment you call him, he picks up immediately. It's quite peculiar. But the call was abruptly terminated. Lu Jing was taken aback. This child. Su Baixi had no choice but to pocket her phone. Under normal circumstances, Lin Zijia would soon return. As it happened, Su Baixi's instincts proved correct. Lin Zijia returned home half an hour later, accompanied by another woman. Upon seeing Qin Yinran, Su Baixi found herself at a loss for words. This marked her third encounter with the university student. In the previous 2 meetings, she had not observed carefully, but today, upon closer inspection, she realized that Qin Yinran's features bore a striking resemblance to that woman. Who have you brought home? What kind of disreputable person dares to enter our home? Have you truly lost all sense of propriety? Lu Jing rose, her finger accusingly pointed at Qin Yinran's face. Qin Yinran, having never witnessed such a scene nor visited such an opulent villa, found her perception of the wealthy entirely reshaped. She had seen affluence before, but nothing compared to this. Startled by Lu Jing's gesture, her complexion paled, and she swiftly concealed herself behind Lin Zijia. Lin Zijia surveyed the room and eventually spotted Su Baixi seated in a corner of the sofa. Fixing his gaze upon her, he remarked, Didn't you ask me to return home? I have returned, and I never said I couldn't bring someone along. Zijia, Lu Jing's expression soured. Are you trying to drive your mother to despair? Upon noticing that Qin Yinran looked exactly like the woman in the photographs, Huasiu interjected with a sardonic tone. Sister, what's going on here? Clearly, this is no misunderstanding. Your Lin Zijia is determined to bully our Baixi, thinking she is an orphan without parents and can be treated with such disregard. Seeing the Su family present, Lin Zijia let out a derisive laugh, not directed at Huasiu, but rather at Su Baixi. It seems the household is quite lively. What do you mean by summoning parents to pressure me? What an audacious statement. Huasiu stood up from the sofa, her finger jabbing at Lin Zijia's face, her eyes blazing with fury. You have been married to Baixi for a year. She is your wife. You brazenly parade around with a mistress, and you dare to question us? Mistress? Who told you she is a mistress? Lin Zijia boldly grasped Qin Yinran's hand and moved to a side seat, his tone firm and unyielding. I will be with whoever I choose. What do you mean by that? Huasiyu's heart sank. Lin Zijia casually lifted the teacup from the table, which was the very one Su Baixi had prepared earlier, and continued, That's the surface meaning. Didn't you summon our parents to resolve this issue? Now that I am here, how should we proceed? Do you mean to imply I have been unfaithful? If so, then I shall not bully Su Baixi nor hinder her. Let's get a divorce. The word divorce escaped his lips once more. Su Baixi felt an uncontrollable tremor in her fingers. He wanted a divorce. It had barely been a year. Even Huasiyu began to panic. After all, her purpose in confronting the Lin family was to make them feel guilty and prompt them to assist the Su family, not to have Su Baixi cast out. If Su Baixi left, the connection with the Lin family would be severed irreparably. Lin Zijia, you must take responsibility for your words. Huasiyu's face turned pale. What is this nonsense about getting a divorce? Have you no intention of apologizing for your wrongdoings? Instead of seeking to mend things, you wish to discard Baixi? Lu Jing was equally astonished, believing that should the divorce occur, it would reflect poorly on the Lin family. She joined in the plea, Zijia, don't speak so recklessly. Baixi is such a wonderful girl. You wouldn't find another like her even with a lantern. The two women urged him, yet Lin Zijia and Su Baixi, the true parties involved, remained silent. Zijia, listen to your mother. This marriage cannot end. Huasiyu added, Baixi has been with you for over 4 years, considering this year. It's nearly 5. You dated for 3 years and have been married for 1. Everyone knows that Baixi belongs to you. Can you just abandon her without a thought? What will she do afterward? How will she remarry? Lin Zijia blinked not once. I will provide her with a dowry. Will 100 million be sufficient? The words echoed in Su Baixi's ears, and her complexion visibly paled. She did not exhibit the calm demeanor she tried to project. Huasiyu repeatedly referred to her as an orphan, implying she was sullied by Lin Zijia. Such remarks cut through her like knives, each word a painful reminder. She was not indifferent. She had merely grown accustomed to the pain, now numbed. Enough. Su Baixi rose, her face devoid of emotion. Thank you, young Master Lin, for revealing my worth. I shall entrust my future marriage to you. Seeing her so resolute, Lin Zijia suddenly felt a wave of displeasure. Just then, Huasiyu forcibly pulled Su Baixi back in her seat, disagreeing with her sentiments. Marriage is a significant matter. It transcends finances. It concerns the reputation of a girl. If you discard Baixi, the Lin family will be driving a good girl to her demise. Isn't too harsh. Lin Zijia dismissed her concerns. This was the first time Huasiyu had been so incensed by a junior, trembling with rage. Very well, you Lin family claim to be a scholarly lineage, but I see nothing but a den of bandits. Lu Jing, you once begged Baixi to donate bone marrow. Mother-in-law, Lu Jing interjected, fearful that Lin Zijia might catch on to the implications. I too oppose the divorce. Do not be hasty. Huasiyu, infuriated, retorted, Baixi sacrificed a child for your family. What has she done to deserve this? You can merely discard her without a care? How can that be right? Lin Zijia frowned. Who knows whose child she bore? You. Huasiyu clutched her chest, gasping for breath, on the verge of fainting. Su Baixi, quick-witted, handed her a cup of tea from the table. As Huasiyu regained her composure, Lin Zijia remarked, she didn't conduct a paternity test before her miscarriage. How can anyone know whose it was? You claim it's mine, so it must be? I only acknowledged it out of sympathy for her plight. I took the blame. He glanced at Su Baixi and added, a girl should love herself. Su Baixi felt these words merely circled back to the notion that she had no dignity. She stood up, expressionless, and at that moment realized that the opposite of love was not hate. To hate him would at least signify that love still lingered. But now, she was left with apathy and indifference. She faced Lin Zijia directly. I ask you on July 28th, 4 years ago, whose hotel room did you enter? Lin Zijia was taken aback by her inquiry, casually responding, who remembers such an old matter? That room was mine. We had a summer camp at school, and the room was booked under my name. You barged in that night. Was it not so? That. Just answer yes or no. Lin Zijia pondered for a moment before finally nodding. Yes. Su Baixi pressed on. After you entered, did I engage in any inappropriate behavior? No. She continued. You had ulterior motives, and when I resisted, you bound my hands with your tie, coercing me to comply. Did you not? Yes. Su Baixi concluded. How then am I to love myself? I stand here branded as guilty, Guilty for having engaged in a clandestine affair with you for 3 years? Guilty for selflessly caring for my boyfriend for 3 years? Upon reflection, I indeed seem rather shameless. Turning to Lu Jing, she stated, Aunt, I do not hold past grievances against the Lin family. Let us proceed with the divorce. With that declaration, Su Baixi turned and walked away, leaving without a single possession. Alone, without parents or siblings, she had nothing left but herself. The notion of luggage felt trivial. As she wandered aimlessly onto the street, memories flooded back. There was a time when she and Lin Zijia were not particularly acquainted. On the day of her parents' funeral, Lin Zijia had donned a black suit, holding an umbrella over her head, shielding her from the drizzling rain, granting her a fleeting moment of solace. She had believed such a refuge could become her anchor, for she vividly recalled the graceful contours of Lin Zijia's profile, the taut line of his jaw, so strikingly handsome. He said, Sister Baixi, please take good care of yourself. The ancestral home of the Su family had been auctioned off, sold at a high price by her second uncle, and the company fell into his hands. What was once her home had now become a place where she was merely a guest. On the day she moved from her original home to her uncle's villa, the sun shone brilliantly. Lin Zijia came to see her off. At their farewell, Lin Zijia extended his arms and embraced her. He towered over her by a head, ruffling her hair as he said, Sister Baixi, don't be sad. Call me whenever you feel like talking. How she responded at that moment was lost her memory. All she recalled was the unprecedented rapidity of her heartbeat, which persisted until she went to bed that night. As dusk fell, the dim street lights flickered to life, casting a glow upon her, elongating her delicate shadow as she moved slowly down the path, step by step. She lifted her face towards the sky, touched her cheek, and wondered, why are there so many tears when it hasn't rained? It was in that moment of daze that Su Baixi realized they were tears. In a flurry, she wiped them away. Exhausted from walking, Su Baixi sought refuge in a hotel and checked in. Chapter 19. Rest assured, the news of the divorce quickly spread throughout the Lin family, and naturally, Lin Dantian was informed. Upon his return, he struck Lin Zijia across the face. Lin Zijia found it peculiar. Did you consult with Su Baixi before this? Why do you keep hitting me lately? Irritated, Lin Dantian retorted, if you weren't out chasing women, would you want a divorce? Lin Zijia felt wronged. We were just playing mahjong, not chasing anyone. Having left home for a day and a night without hearing from Su Baixi, he felt utterly disregarded. After a struggle, he finally received a call from her, only to be met with parental pressure. What was his fault? They had agreed to give each other space, and it was Su Baixi who had been unreasonable and inconsistent. Besides, what harm was there in joining a mahjong game with Shun Qingbai and others? Why was that deemed as chasing? Your scandalous photos are circulating widely, and you call that just playing mahjong? What's next? A hotel mahjong game. Lin Dantian thrust the photos at Lin Zijia. Lin Zijia nonchalantly glanced at one, noting its quality, well composed, with a skilled use of angles. The image merely captured a moment when Qin Yinran leaned in to speak to him amid the noise, but it appeared as though they were close. Did you really do nothing? What could I possibly have done? Lin Zijia asserted confidently, I simply played mahjong all day. Is that problematic? Why didn't you voice this when Su Baixi was around? Lin Zijia was even more perplexed. Haven't you seen couples argue before? Lu Jing, infuriated, struggled to maintain her composure, feeling that their earlier altercation was far from a simple quarrel. Then go and coax her back. Why should I? Lin Zijia replied defiantly. Lu Jing, furious, raised her hand as if to strike him, but he stepped back, saying, why the rush? She'll return on her own. You expect her to come back after such a significant matter? Lu Jing clutched her chest. Lin Zijia, feeling irritable, responded impatiently. Didn't she come back before? We had arguments during our relationship. It's not like Su Baixi is particularly sensible. Everyone claims she's understanding and obedient, but she can be quite stubborn, running off in silence whenever we fight. Yet the next day, she would return, dutifully preparing breakfast for me. Oh, and she would ask if I enjoyed it. What'd I say? Lin Zijia dismissed the thought, his head throbbing. He reclined on the sofa, sipping water, uncertain whether he was trying to reassure Lu Jing or himself. Muttering, she won't leave, don't worry. However, if he had paid closer attention, he would have noticed his hands trembling. So why he truly lacked understanding? Why run away? It was merely a matter of apologizing. He wasn't unwilling to forgive. Was all this commotion simply because he wanted to be intimate with her the other night? If she was unwilling, she could have just said so. Could he really force her? Lin Zijia pondered, concluding it was still Su Baixi's fault for being so immature. At her age, why would she still act this way? Growing increasingly agitated, he lit a cigarette and called Shun Qingbai. Hello. What is up, dear brother? Lin Zijia replied tersely. Find out who took photos of me yesterday. I want to know who is courting trouble. It didn't matter if he was photographed. He only hoped it wouldn't reach Su Baixi, for those few photos could lead her to divorce him. What kind of situation was this? Chapter 20. Does it hurt here? Lin Zijia found the situation troublesome. Ignoring his parents' concerns, he went upstairs, showered, and went to bed. The next morning, Shun Qingbai called early, rousing him from sleep. Lin Zijia, still groggy, answered, What is going on? I found out who it was. When did you become so slow? Just get to the point. There was a brief pause on the other end. Shun Qingbai cautiously remarked, It seems your precious gem left early that day. Lin Zijia took a moment to process this, finally sitting up in bed, bare-chested, revealing a well-toned physique. Are you suspecting Qin Yanran? He casually lit a cigarette, asserting confidently, That's impossible. You trust her that much? Shun Qingbai teased. Lin Zijia, suddenly serious, replied, We need to discuss evidence. Unfortunately, there was none. Lin Zijia scoffed. Then what are we talking about? Seeing his fierce defense, Shun Qingbai decided against presenting even indirect evidence. In matters between men and women, it often boiled down to personal belief and loyalty. Su Baixi had done nothing wrong, yet Lin Zijia accused her of being sly. Qin Yanran was clearly a suspect, but Lin Zijia opted for peace. Shun Qingbai remarked, Well, if I can't find anything, my abilities are limited. Useless, Lin Zijia chided. Shun Qingbai chuckled, half seriously, What if I said this was all a show orchestrated by Su Baixi, aimed at getting a divorce? Really? Lin Zijia instinctively replied. After ending the call, he sat on the edge of the bed, smoking several cigarettes. When he regained his composure, he checked his phone, finding over 1,000 messages. Most inviting him out for meals, some requesting favors, and others proposing hotel meetings that night. He scrolled to Su Baixi's chat, finding no messages. The last exchange remained at her simple 2-word reply, going home. Lin Zijia changed his clothes, accepted an invitation, and went out to dinner. Life continued as usual. The concern lay with Lin Dongtian and his wife, who were unsure how to approach Su Baixi, hoping Lin Zijia would do so, but he rarely saw her, spending most of his time with Qin Yanran. Su Baixi made no effort to contact Lin Zijia. During this period, Huasiyu had called her 4 times, all of which she deflected. When the 5th call came in, Su Baixi was in her office, wearing a white coat as she examined a patient's chest. How old are you? Why are you causing such a ruckus over a divorce? Su Baixi replied expressionlessly, wearing earbuds, I'm the one being divorced. That Lin Zijia is a scoundrel. Huasiyu seethed, her voice sharp. You, the rightful wife, retreating at such a moment. Doesn't that mean you've lost? If I've lost, then I've lost, Su Baixi responded coolly. Huasiyu retorted, You've squandered the best 4 years of your life. I can't even introduce you to someone suitable now. The implication was clear, and Su Baixi understood. If my second aunt has a suitable candidate, I will certainly meet them. Huasiyu's mood improved significantly, her tone softening. If you would just listen to me, why waste time in the Lin family? Wealthy families are plentiful. We don't need a Lin Zijia. Understood. Su Baixi then rabelblavs. Her movements professional as she gently pressed on the left side of the patient's chest, inquiring, Does it hurt here? The male patient grasped her hand, guiding it to the area just above his collarbone, almost touching his Adam's apple. He raised an eyebrow at Su Baixi and remarked, Dr. Su, it doesn't hurt here, it hurts here. Your collarbone hurts? She shook her head. No, it's my heart that aches. Chapter 21. Your husband has arrived. Su Baixi glanced at him and replied, Then you should register and get an x-ray before returning. Can't you see me directly? I don't possess x-ray vision. He sat up on the bed and softly said, Dr. Su, why haven't you been dumped by Lin Zijia yet? Thanks for your kind words. It will happen soon. He laughed and suggested, Why don't you come with me instead? Su Baixi's expression hardened as her voice grew firmer. Song Shi. Realizing her displeasure, Song Shi got off the bed and walked towards the exit, saying, I was just joking. No need to take it so seriously. As he turned back, his gaze fell upon several exquisitely packaged gift boxes on the desk, which appeared rather expensive. It's nothing valuable, just some desserts. I know you often suffer from tooth sensitivity, These are sweet, but not overwhelming. Baixi untamed, tacitly accepting the gesture. As an orthopedic physician, she encountered numerous patients in the hospital, with her office adorned with banners from grateful rehabilitators. Songshur was merely one among many patients. If it were something truly valuable, she would have declined it outright, as she was not on duty today. Once her shift concluded, she changed her clothes. Just as she reached the corridor, she unexpectedly encountered Nurse Liu, who approached her with a furtive demeanor. "What is wrong?" Liu's expression was grave as she whispered, "Dr. Su, I think I just saw your husband." Baixi paused, not astonished that Lin Zijia was present, but rather taken aback by the term husband, which felt foreign to her. "What's he doing here?" she inquired. Liu cast a furtive glance, stammering. He was with a woman, heading towards the gynecology department. A man accompanied by a woman to the gynecology ward typically indicated either a pregnancy test or an abortion. It was hardly a casual visit for a health checkup before heading to a hotel, and Liu's gaze conveyed a mixture of pity and sympathy as she said, "Dr. Su, do you want to check on them?" No. Baixi firmly rejected the notion. She had no standing to intervene when she was the legitimate partner, and now as someone on the verge of divorce, she had even less right to intrude. Upon exiting the elevator and rounding a corner, she unexpectedly encountered the duo Liu had mentioned. Standing beside Lin Zijia was Qin Yanran, her hands seductively entwined in his arm, the two appearing as an affectionate couple. "What a coincidence," Lin Zijia remarked, glancing in Baixi's direction. "What brings you here?" Baixi maintained her composure, replying, "I work here." It was evident that Lin Zijia, who typically showed little concern for her, was unaware of her workplace. Fortunately, he recognized her as a doctor, not a nurse, and gestured towards Qin Yanran, saying, "Perfect timing." We ran into a familiar face. "Sharon isn't feeling well. Could you take a look at her?" Baixi's hands clenched in her pockets, her voice steady. "I've already clocked out." "Sister, we just went to the gynecology department. But the doctor on duty wasn't there. Since you're a doctor and I know you, please examine me. I feel a connection." Qin Yanran chimed in with a smile. She continued, "Isn't it a doctor's duty to heal?" In that moment, Baixi, who had been feigning calmness, suddenly felt a wave of acceptance. "What seems to be the problem?" Lin Zijia answered, "She has back pain." Qin Yanran glanced around shyly before lowering her head. "Shouldn't I also get a pregnancy test?" Chapter 22. Not necessarily. Lin Zijia shot a glance at Qin Yanran, about to speak, when Baixi interjected. "I can't assist with that." "Why not?" Qin Yanran questioned, her tone laden with implication. "Aren't you a doctor?" "Every field has its expertise," Baixi replied, her expression unwavering. "If you're seeking help with mathematics, you shouldn't consult a physical education teacher. You ought to visit a neurologist." Her words were rather blunt. Yet Lin Zijia had lived with her for several years and was accustomed to her sharp tongue, akin to dewdrops lingering on the petals of a youthful rose. In short, it was quite spirited, and Lin Zijia had grown used to it. Qin Yanran appeared aggrieved, hiding behind him and clutching his sleeve tightly. "Zijia, why can't she help?" "Baixi, you can't assist?" He retorted. "You mentioned neurology?" "I said she has back pain." As Baixi contemplated, she realized that while she could refuse based on her personal inclinations, as a physician, she could not neglect her duty. She turned toward her office. "All right, I will." Lin Zijia followed closely behind Qin Yanran. As they entered, Baixi felt a momentary pang, perceiving it as if her husband was brazenly bringing his mistress to confront her. However, she and Lin Zijia were hardly a normal couple. She quickly dismissed her feelings, pointing towards the examination room, donning a pair of disposable rubber gloves, and, adopting a professional tone, "Lie down." Qin Yanran glanced at Lin Zijia before turning to comply. The examination took only a few minutes. Baixi asked a series of routine questions and then handed her a pregnancy test. "What is this for?" Baixi replied coldly. "Aren't you here for a pregnancy test?" She continued, "It's quite late, and without proper equipment, this is the most effective method with a low error rate. Do you need me to show you how to use it?" Just then, Nurse Liu approached the partition, volunteering, "I'll take you. There's a restroom over there." "Are you still in school?" "So early too." Liu indirectly criticized, "You may not know, but I heard about a girl online who had 18 abortions and ultimately couldn't conceive. It's truly tragic. They say she shamelessly became a mistress to climb the social ladder and ended up in this situation." Qin Yanran, being young and sensitive, flushed at these words. Liu maintained her professional smile. "Shall we go, Miss Qin?" "I'm not in a rush. Qin Yinran replied awkwardly. Perhaps I want to take the test. Don't be shy. It's just a pregnancy test, Lu urged, pulling her along as they exited. Once they were gone, Su Baixi returned to her office, only to find Lin Zijia seated at her desk, having opened the gift box and consumed most of the contents. Upon hearing her approach, he looked up. All done? Feeling a twinge of irritation, she glanced at the remaining pastries. Very good, she remarked, not a single one left. All wasted. Why are you rummaging through someone else's things? Su Baixi was genuinely upset. Lin Zijia brushed the crumbs off his hands nonchalantly. I was hungry, so I ate. There is no flavor at all. If you like, I promise to bring you something sweeter next time. After 4 years of companionship, he still did not know her aversion to overly sweet treats. Su Baixi lowered her gaze. No need. It's just a waste of Song Shi's goodwill. Are you upset? Angry over something so trivial? Lin Zijia asked, taking a bite of the remaining pastry and casually offering it to her. Su Baixi. It's not that serious. Chapter 23. The two of us. Su Baixi could not evade him. The pastry melted in her mouth, indeed lacking sweetness but pleasantly soft and fragrant. She frowned and whispered, should I draft the divorce agreement? Or will you? Can we assign tasks? Lin Zijia raised an eyebrow. You wish to collaborate? I'm open to it, she replied. Lin Zijia smiled enigmatically. He stood up from his seat and said, you can handle it as you wish. I have promised you a dowry, and I will provide it. You might as well take this opportunity to add a bit more. The Lin family can afford it. I can add whatever I want, she replied. I prefer to avoid complications. He raised his eyes to look at her. You've always been the one worrying. Even about the divorce, you should be concerned, right? His demeanor was nonchalant, as if the divorce were merely a trivial matter that did not warrant much attention. He could hardly be bothered. Su Baixi lowered her gaze and replied, of course. Soon after, Xiao Lu returned with Qin Yinran, both wearing distinctly different expressions. Brother Zijia. Qin Yinran tugged at Lin Zijia's sleeve, her demeanor sweet and endearing. I'm fine now. Let us go. Su Baixi glanced at Xiao Lu, who informed her. Miss Qin isn't pregnant. She just has a minor back strain. She should refrain from vigorous activities in the future. The phrase vigorous activities carried an air of infinite imagination in the adult world. This made Qin Yinran's face flush once more. Su Baixi had never considered that someone as domineering as Lin Zijia in bed would show such tenderness toward Qin Yinran. At least, while examining Qin Yinran, she found no signs of ambiguity on her body. Her skin was flawless and delicate. If not for Qin Yinran pointing to her waist in pain, she wouldn't have guessed there was anything that needed examining. As they left the hospital, Qin Yinran continued to act coyly towards Lin Zijia, her voice soft and melodious. Su Baixi felt her resolve hardening. It was no wonder Lin Zijia was fond of her. It seemed all men preferred this type. Reflecting on the past, Su Baixi, being older than Lin Zijia, could not bring herself to behave in such a juvenile manner. It was no wonder Lin Zijia always looked at her with disdain. Throughout their journey, Qin Yinran continued to act sweetly, and Lin Zijia gently comforted her. When they reached a fork in the road, Su Baishi's path diverged from theirs, and Qin Yinran suggested, Brother Zijia, shall we see off Sister Bai? Lin Zijia, with one hand on the steering wheel, replied, the new car has a strong smell of disinfectant. Su Baixi understood. She did not press the matter. It was not in her nature, so she said, there's no need to trouble yourselves. Behind her, their sweet voices drifted into her ears. You don't like the smell of disinfectant? Lin Zijia's voice was magnetic as always. Isn't a world for just two people wonderful? Then why say such things? Sister Bai might misunderstand, thinking you dislike her. Lin Zijia leaned in and whispered something, causing Qin Yinran to giggle incessantly. Su Baixi turned a deaf ear, walking towards the main road, preparing to hail a taxi. Her pace was unhurried. It seemed the only way to disguise her own disarray. Indeed, after being together for 4 years, she had failed to warm a single heart, which was somewhat humiliating. After leaving the Lin family, she had been residing in a hotel. Returning to the Su family only meant enduring more nagging. It was better to stay away. The hotel, though somewhat desolate, offered a sense of freedom. Days passed, and Su Baixi drafted the divorce agreement and sent it directly to the Lin family. However, she received a call from Huasiyu in the afternoon. You cannot get a divorce. Chapter 24. Comfort. Su Baishi's heart raced. Why? Numerous images flashed through her mind, leading her to believe she had overlooked something crucial. Huasiyu, with an authoritative tone, commanded, Where are you? Come meet me. They arranged to meet at a CAF not far from the Su family. Upon her arrival, Su Baixi immediately spotted Lin's parents seated across from Huasiyu. Her heart raced even more. Auntie. She then addressed Lin's parents, Uncle, Annie. Baixi has always been sensible and understanding. Our Lin family is very pleased with she as a daughter-in-law. Since this marriage has been established, it certainly cannot be annulled, Lu Jing said with a smile. The papers haven't been signed yet, but she can still call us mom and dad as before. On the table lay 2 copies of the divorce agreement, both bearing her name, yet the other column remained blank. Lin Zijia had not signed. Perhaps Lin Zijia had not even seen the document before it reached Lu Jing's hands. Please, sit, Huasiyu said with a smile. Compared to her previous demeanor towards the Lin family, she was evidently much more amiable this time. The Lin and Su families have known each other for many years, and our bond is strong. Now that we are in-laws, it is a matter of fate, and such a fate cannot simply be severed. I cannot bear to see this marriage end. These words left Su Baixi somewhat dazed. After all, just 2 days prior, Huasiyu had been actively seeking a new match for Su Baixi. Lu Jing smiled in agreement. Zijia was merely speaking out of anger. He still holds Baixi in his heart. Now that he has thought it through, he certainly would not allow himself to commit a foolish act. This statement felt insincere, merely dismissive. If Lin Zijia truly cared for her, then why was he absent from such an important occasion? Su Baixi made his mind incidents. It was Huasiyu who took charge. It is said that a flower at home is inferior to one in the wild, and a wife is no match for a mistress. Some matters. Lu Jing interjected. Women from outside cannot hold a candle to those within the family. Our Lin family will handle this properly and ensure it does not affect Baixi and Zijia's relationship. Mother-in-law, you are quite right, Huasiyu said with satisfaction, secretly stowing the company contract beside her. I will entrust Baixi to you Lin family. She is a good daughter-in-law, and we will be good in-laws. Of course. Su Baixi, keenly observant, noticed the project name on the contract, which happened to be the matter Huasiyu had previously asked her to handle. It was unexpected that, after all this time, it was still the Lin family that resolved it, albeit through a rather underhanded method. Huasiyu treated her like a cash cow. Such benefits should be seized when available, and Su Baixi had long since accepted this reality, hence her heart remained unfazed. Baixi, y contestet Zijia. He will be home for dinner tonight, Lu Jing said, taking Su Baixi's hand. You should move back home. Your things are still there, untouched. It's much better at home than outside. Huasiyu chimed in, urging her as well. She felt cornered and overwhelmed, and it was an exaggeration to say she was being forced into this situation. Who had sought her opinion? Faced with the situation, Su Baixi simply smiled and nodded. What you say makes sense. As she exited, Huasiyu discreetly warned her, stay sharp. If you cannot handle the outside woman, let me know, and I shall intervene. Just because you find Lin Zijia to be a tender morsel does not mean the Su family cannot manage him. When you return, please cater to him. Men require a bit of coaxing. Chapter 25. A mother's worth, if one were to truly label her as a mistress. Su Baixi believed that given Lin Zijia's capabilities, she, as the original wife, could hardly compete. However, Huasiyu was merely referring to Qin Yanran. That woman appeared somewhat scheming, and Huasiyu scoffed, relying on her slight resemblance to that person. She thinks she can play the queen bee. Let us see if she can back it up. Su Baixi demand saident. Huasiyu, noticing her reticence, grew frustrated. You are so reticent. Can't you even manage your own husband? When he is upset, why not comfort him? If he is angry, you should pamper him. As the saying goes, one does not strike a smiling face. With your good temperament, would he dare to raise a hand against you? As they parted, Huasiyu discreetly slipped something into her pocket, admonishing her, don't tell me nonsense about not being able to conceive. That line may work on Lin Zijia, but you know better as a doctor. Your chances are just significantly lower, not non-existent. Su Baixi took a deep breath. It's quite similar to infertility. Then find a way. Huasiyu raised her voice sharply before quickly quieting it down. Do you not understand the value of a mother? As long as you carry a child, and Lin Zijia is the sole heir, the entire Lin family will belong to your son in the future. Truly a miraculous conception. Su Baixi could only mutter a few words of dissent in her heart, but did not oppose her. Just then, Lu Jing was waiting for her by the vehicle. Waving her over, Baixi, come here quickly, hurriedly greeted Huasiyu before departing. Just before leaving, she overheard the phrase, The mother is esteemed because of her child. She had risked much and invested considerable effort in her relationship with Lin Zijia for so long, only to find herself resorting to such manipulative tactics dependent on that phrase. This was no different from the behavior of a mistress. Disdainful of such tactics, Su Baixi suppressed her voice and remained silent. She shared a vehicle with Lu Jing, who incessantly inquired about her well-being. Baixi, are you comfortable living outside? Having family around feels more intimate. Su Baixi understood the nuance. It was not without reason that she endeared herself to her elders. She spoke in a manner that touched Lu Jing's heart. I know my mother cares for me. I am someone who remembers kindness rather than harboring grudges. Zijia is merely sulking. I do not hold it against him. That's good, Lu Jing thought, a flicker of guilt crossing her mind, which quickly dissipated. She patted Su Baishi's hand and said, Baixi, tonight, please, make way for Zijia. Let avoid any more quarrels. You understand, Su Baixi replied softly. Everyone seemed to want her to please Lin Zijia, appearing to protect her, yet he would always remain their cherished one. Su Baixi was no longer a little girl. She had shed the petulance of throwing tantrums, and no longer vented her displeasure. She was acutely aware of her circumstances and would not futilely challenge the inevitable. Therefore, during dinner, she sat quietly beside Lin's parents waiting. Why hasn't he returned yet? Does he not feel embarrassed, making his elders wait? Lin Dongtian's face darkened as he slammed his cup down on the table. Lu Jing, however, pulled out her phone to call. Zijia said he is on his way. He might be stuck in traffic. As she spoke, she exchanged glances with Su Baixi, who understood and stood up to head toward the entrance. I will check outside. The evening air was cold, and she shivered in her insufficient attire. After several minutes, she finally saw the headlights approaching, illuminating her form. What are you doing here? The man's voice was deep and melodious. The night sky was shrouded in gray, accompanied by a chilling wind that soon brought a fine drizzle, the raindrops falling like silver needles, soundless yet unsettlingly cold. Of course, the chill emanated from Lin Zijia's tone. Su Baixi, drawing on 4 years of familiarity, could sense his displeasure. Your parents are waiting for you in the dining room. She spoke in a neutral tone. What is that to you? Lin Zijia was indeed in a foul mood. He had initially planned to dine with Qin Yanran and a group of friends, but Lin Dongtian's harsh ultimatum had left him feeling cornered. He could not comprehend why he had to return now. What? Do you want me to personally deliver the divorce agreement? He retorted as he walked toward the inner room. Couldn't you just have a courier send it over? Su Baixi remained silent, trailing behind him. Although Lin Zijia was younger, he towered over her at 187 meters, casting a formidable shadow over her petite frame of just 6 meters. Your parents have been waiting for a long time, she gently reminded. As they walked, Lin Zijia casually tossed his discarded jacket to her. Isn't this treating someone like a maid? It was not that he intended to make things difficult for her, but rather that during their earlier courtship, Su Baixi had indulged him in such trivial matters. Lin Zijia possessed a somewhat spoiled temperament. Take it back, Su Baixi replied coldly, her displeasure evident. Lin Zijia glanced back at her, shaking his jacket provocatively, an action that could be mistaken for aggression. Even Su Baixi interpreted it as such, widening her eyes in surprise. Didn't you used to enjoy doing these things? He questioned. Why the reluctance now? Su Baixi paused and replied, I don't wish to indulge you any longer. Suddenly, Lin Zijia broke into a smile, ceasing his playful antics. You're shivering. Your neck is turning purple. You should wear more. Su Baixi was momentarily taken aback. The commotion drew Lu Jing's attention, prompting her to call out, Zijia, Baixi, since you're back, hurry up. The food is getting cold. All right, Su Baixi replied obediently. Only Lin Zijia cast a sidelong glance at her, a hint of mockery in his eyes. Don't think I didn't notice you wanted to hit me just now, he said. Su Baixi adustet herkulutin, feeling conflicted, but ultimately accepting the warmth of his jacket. Although she initially intended to retort, she recalled Huasiyu's parting advice. Men need to be cajoled. Thus, she remained silent. Lin Zijia scrutinized her, echoing Huasiyu's earlier sentiment. You're quite the stoic. He expressed a hint of disdain. You're really dull. Feeling slightly rejected, Su Baixi pondered how Lin Zijia would react if he discovered their marriage had not been annulled. He would likely be even more repulsed. As they settled at the dining table, Lu Jing had intentionally left 2 adjacent seats for them, her intentions transparent. Throughout the meal, Lu Jing served food and inquired about them, steering the conversation toward their relationship. Initially oblivious, Lin Zijia eventually caught on. Mom, what are you doing? Lu Jing spoke gently. Progressively, it is said that couples who quarrel will reconcile by the end of the night. You and Baixi were once so close. This is merely a small disagreement. Not worth such fuss. Zijia, you should yield to Baixi. The repeated mention of yielding carried an undertone of grievance. Lin Zijia, who had been enjoying himself outside, was now expected to concede to her, the one who was truly wronged. Su Baixi listened quietly, her thoughts racing. Yield? This was entirely his fault. And Lin Dongtian and Lu Jing appear to be in cahoots, one playing the good cop, while the other played the bad cop, compelling their son to apologize to Baixi. If she did not forgive him, he would be confined to home, lest he stray elsewhere. So, we're not getting a divorce. Lin Zijia pondered for a moment before looking at her. What do you mean? Su Baixi, unwilling to delve into details, simply replied, The atmosphere during the meal was tense. Lin Zijia did not apologize nor make any remarks. Only when Su Baixi excused herself to head upstairs did she faintly hear the sounds of an argument from below. Paying no mind, she entered the bathroom for a shower. Upon emerging, she held a gift from Huasiyu, newly packaged and unfamiliar to her, and spent some time examining it. What are you looking at? Lin Zijia's voice suddenly came from the front. A shadow loomed closer as he approached, his gaze penetrating. Just for fun? Do you like this style? It was too late to conceal it. Su Baixi placed the item on the bedside table confidently, lifting her gaze to meet his. You know why returned. I don't know. You do, she countered. Su Baixi had just bathed, her hair glistening with droplets, her fair complexion delicately beautiful, appearing far younger than her actual age, almost like an 18-year-old girl. She wore a delicate camisole dress with a crisscross back, the sheer fabric hinting at her figure, both alluring and captivating. It was hard to imagine that a woman who appeared so cold could exude such fervor in private. Su Baixi recognized this might be the only aspect Lin Zijia found appealing about her. Lin Zijia sat on the edge of her dress, playfully tugging at her straps. Don't think I'm so clever. I genuinely don't know. Why don't you enlighten me? She turned to look back, her eyes clear. Yet Lin Zijia discerned the underlying allure, even sensing a hint of longing. Lin Zijia remarked, Last time I wanted it, you refused. Today, I take the initiative to seek intimacy. Su Baixi, do you truly believe that just because the divorce hasn't been finalized, we can act like newlyweds? Are you still yearning for a romantic night? Su Baixi withdrew her small strap from his hand and coldly replied, Sleep if you wish. It proved true that although Huasiyu was unreliable and lacked genuine affection for her, sometimes his words held weight. Men indeed require coaxing. When Lin Zijia lunged toward her, she understood that men seldom decline what is offered to them. She recalled Qin Yinran's tone from their last encounter, intending to imitate it, but ultimately, the words failed to escape her lips. She could only utter, husband. To clarify, Lin Zijia halted at the last step, inquiring what she desired. Su Baixi lay beneath the covers, muttering, You know that house from the Su family is mine. Help me reclaim it. You want me to compete with Huasiyu for a house? The billion you promised me in the divorce. Words alone won't suffice. The Lin family want to honor it. You're merely painting a grand picture, she remarked, her tone indifferent and slightly humiliating. Chapter 28. Just a notice Lin Zijia had once claimed that the Lin family could afford it. However, he never specified whether they were willing to give. The behavior of Lu Jing and Lin Dongtian spoke volumes. Huasiyu had pilfered a contract from her family. Lin Zijia leaned down, lightly biting her earlobe, successfully noticing her shiver, and asked, Do you know how much it's worth? Certainly not a billion. As soon as her words fell, Lin Zijia smacked her backside. Catching her off guard, she let out a sound, and he leaned in to kiss her cheek, complimenting, You're quite clever. In business, one must weigh the pros and cons. Everyone has their own judgment. Even the wealthiest consider the cost-effectiveness. She suppressed a sound, trying to remain calm. After all, I'm a few years older than you. I understand such matters. Lin Zijia glanced at her, saying, Call someone. Lin Zijia. How do you address him? Husband. Louder. Unable to endure his banter, Su Baixi kicked him, but Lin Zijia grasped her delicate ankle, squeezing it. You only possess some skills at this moment. I'm left with barely half my pants. Haven't you heard that one can't simply don clothes after undressing without doing anything? Today, I'm certainly going to have my way with you. What do you mean? She turned back. Lin Zijia licked his lips lightly, emphasizing, have my way with you. So you've agreed? She asked. Lin Zijia's gaze was nonchalant yet domineering. The old Su residence was designated to hoist you when you were a child. After all these years, you want me to seize it for you? Isn't that tormenting me? Change it, he suggested. Su Baixi was unwilling to compromise. She desired that very house. As the saying goes, when is a man most amenable? Certainly, it is in bed. Su Baixi employed the phrases Huasiu often recited to her, brushing her calf against his arm, her movements alluring, her figure seductive, her face breathtakingly beautiful. Everything about her was perfect, save for her expression, which remained cold and aloof, a stark contrast. I said I will have my way with you, Lin Zijia asserted, his tone devoid of negotiation. It was a mere notification. If you're to change your mind, think it over now. Otherwise, I shall indulge without paying. In the past, Lin Zijia was not so accommodating. He typically offered no room for discussion if he was uninterested, never allowing her the chance to propose an alternate condition. Adhering to the principle of seizing opportunities, Su Baixi calmly stated, "This matter has gained quite some attention. People are mocking me. We initially agreed to spare each other embarrassment. It's quite difficult for me to navigate this situation now. Is that so?" Lin Zijia raised an eyebrow, his meaning profound. "I thought you were after money." The two continued their playful exchange until midnight. Su Baixi remained silent, while Lin Zijia persisted until he elicited a sound from her. Fortunately, the room was tightly shut, providing decent soundproofing. Otherwise, she'd have lost face outside and likely at home as well. The following day, they awoke close to noon. Su Baixi was surprised to find Lin Zijia still at home, dressed casually, appearing as though he hadn't left the house. Upon seeing her, he casually pointed at the table in the living room. "Awake? The maid brewed some red date tea for your throat. Drink up." Whether it was a mere illusion or not, Su Baixi sensed a hint of gentleness in Lin Zijia's tone. Only Lu Jing perceived everything as normal, cheerfully exclaiming, "Baixi, Zijia has been up early, and he asked the maid to brew tea for you. He even prepared breakfast, but you were still asleep. It's nearly lunchtime." Chapter 29, Darling Breakfast. Certainly, it was not prepared by Lin Zijia himself. As a wealthy young master, he lacked knowledge of household chores. Su Baixi understood that Lu Jing was advocating for Lin Zijia. A mother naturally favors her son. As a daughter-in-law, she ought to show some courtesy. "I woke up late. I had surgery at the hospital yesterday and felt a bit fatigued." Only Lin Zijia, who knew the truth, cast her a knowing smile. Su Baixi chose to ignore it. Lin Zijia scoffed, a reaction that suggested he found her rather dull. "Aren't you going out today?" Su Baixi queried, cradling the red date tea and taking a sip, finding it quite pleasant. He had received a package from a delivery person at the door, opening it to reveal an assortment of exquisite pastries that were visually appealing and tantalizing. "Today, I have no plans," Lin Zijia stated, his tone peculiarly gentle, leading one to believe they were a model couple, deeply in love after years of companionship. "Isn't it nice to spend quality time with you?" Before Su Baixi could respond, Lu Jing eagerly chimed in, "That's wonderful," to give the young couple some space. Lu Jing immediately made a call to arrange a card game with friends. "What is this?" Su Baixi feigned ignorance. Once Lu Jing departed and they were alone, Lin Zijia reverted to his usual straightforward demeanor, stating, "Pastries. I know. Then why ask? Is it for me?" Lin Zijia frowned, seemingly unwilling to squander time on trivialities, succinctly replying, "Compensation for you." Su Baixi understood. It was likely a gesture stemming from the last time Lin Zijia had consumed her desserts in the hospital office. And now he was delivering a box in return. Thankfully, he remembered. Su Baixi casually picked up a piece, took a bite, and set it down. What is the point of remembering such details? "You ate, and I wasn't upset." "Too sweet," cloying, she concluded, as she preferred to continue sipping her red date tea. After a few sips, her cup was nearly empty. Lin Zijia appeared puzzled. "You enjoy this tea?" Su Baixi nearly choked. "I'm just thirsty." To say she liked it would be an overstatement. It was merely acceptable. Lin Zijia took her words seriously. "Then I'll have the maid brew it for you again tomorrow." Are you going out?" Lin Zijia lowered his head, engrossed in his phone, his fingers tapping swiftly on the keyboard, responding to messages with remarkable speed, indicating that the person on the other end held significance. Su Baixi didn't have to work today, but she was perceptive enough to realize that it was Lin Zijia who wished to go out. She mentioned, "To the hospital." "I'll drive you." Lin Zijia's lips curled into a smile, though he didn't direct his gaze at Su Baixi, fully absorbed in his conversation on the phone, casually responding to her. She neither accepted nor declined. As they stepped outside, hidden cameras captured several shots of them, with Lin Zijia protectively escorting her, even holding her hand as they descended the stairs, displaying an almost possessive affection. Seated in the passenger seat, Baixi remarked, "You seem quite different today. Didn't we agree yesterday? I'm preserving your dignity." Previously, Baixi had perceived Lin Zijia as carefree and unfeeling. But now it became clear that it was not a matter of capability, but rather of desire. Look, when he acts, he truly embodies the essence of professionalism. Chapter 30. Universal Celebración. Lin Zijia possesses a commendable reputation. He delivered Baixi to the hospital entrance, and, as he exited the car, he extended his arms to embrace her lightly. As their proximity increased, he gently kissed her cheek and said, "Wife, I will come and pick you up after work." Isn't that a bit much? Baixi was at a loss for words. Lin Zijia did not intend to be sincere. It was merely a facade. He added, "I have some matters to attend to tonight and may not return home." After their embrace, they parted ways. Lin Zijia stepped back with a radiant smile, overflowing with affection. "Wife, I will miss you." Baixi pretended to play along, standing still as she watched him leave. Once the vehicle had departed, Baixi entered the hospital, where Xiao Lu rushed over, eager to gossip. "Dr. Su, has your husband turned over a new leaf?" "What do you mean?" Xiao Lu replied with astonishment. "He just hugged you downstairs. You saw that? Everyone in the hospital saw it, all right?" Xiao Lu continued. Baixi felt perplexed and asked, "What is so strange about him hugging me?" Xiao Lu widened her eyes and exclaimed, "Come on, your husband is known for his flirtations. Doesn't he seem like the type to settle down? He is kind to everyone, even when he accompanied that Miss Qin to the hospital for a pregnancy test. He was more amiable to the receptionist, Xiao Zhang, than to you." Upon hearing this, Baixi understood. The unusual behavior was indeed suspect. It seemed everyone was aware of Lin Zijia's indifference towards her. In Xiao Lu's eyes, even a stranger like the receptionist Xiao Zhang received more tenderness from Lin Zijia. "Dr. Su, I remember you weren't supposed to work today, so why are you here?" Xiao Lu, noticing Baixi's discomfort with the topic, pointed towards her office. "There's a child looking for you." Baixi nodded and turned to leave. The child seeking her was Lin Rue Chun. Big sister Baixi, Lin Rue Chun stood, his height comparable to Lin Zijia's, and he exuded a significant presence that put pressure on Baixi. "I heard you left the Lin family. Where did you hear that? Everyone's talking about it." Lin Rue Chen's face flushed. "They say you're going to divorce my cousin." From Lin Rue Chen's reaction, it was evident that the rumors circulating outside were likely unflattering. Baixi reassured him, "That's not true. It was just a small quarrel." Her temperament was mild, and, aside from Lin Zijia, only this younger cousin could evoke such emotional fluctuations in her. She rarely found the inclination to comfort anyone. "You should focus on your upcoming college entrance examination. Don't dwell on unnecessary matters." "That is not an unnecessary matter." As Baixi retrieved her white coat from the locker and put it on, she heard Lin Rue Chen's voice drop. "It's nothing. If you have nothing else, you should head home. Don't keep coming here. If your family can't find you, they might come looking for me," she advised. Lin Rue Chen felt that Baixi was dismissing him as a nuisance, and he lowered his gaze. "I understand." "Big sister Baixi." Baixi continued her work as usual. In the afternoon, a courier delivered a box of pastries to her, once again from Songshi. He included a small card that read, "Happy Divorce." Initially, Baixi had an appetite, but upon seeing the card, it evoked a sense of mockery that extinguished her desire to eat. Xiao Lu rushed over with a patient list and, seeing the pastries, unabashedly declared, "Not eating is such a waste. Let me have them." Chapter 31. I see who he helps. Xiao Lu remarked, "The director has high expectations for you. I suspect you might get a promotion by the end of the year. Since you joined our hospital, the surgery failure rate has been 0, and everyone recognizes your capabilities." Baixi sat at her desk, pausing with her black ballpoint pen over the prescription pad. "You've completed 3 surgeries in a row, and today you were given a day off, so why are you still here working overtime?" Xiao Lu asked while munching on pastries. "You look exhausted. Those dark circles under your eyes are quite pronounced. Regardless of how good your skin is, women need to take care of themselves. If you neglect yourself, how can you capture your husband's heart?" Baixi shot her a glance that clearly conveyed her annoyance. Too much chatter. Xiao Lu, being lively and aware that Baixi didn't wield her status over others, felt emboldened to say, "You should head home early today." No one will gossip about you at the hospital. Everyone admires you. Suwayon Finadiv. However, she felt there was little to do at home, preferring to stay at the hospital and assist those in need. Many patients sought her out by name, and as a result, her intention to leave early was thwarted, leading to another late night at work. As she departed in the evening, she took a shortcut through a dimly lit alley where the light was broken. After walking for a while, she sensed the faint sound of footsteps trailing behind her, which instilled fear in her heart, prompting her to quicken her pace. However, the follower matched her speed. Before long, she felt a tap on her shoulder. Baixi reflexively swung her arm to strike. The other party was a woman. Her voice familiar. Baixi was drenched in cold sweat, trembling uncontrollably. Had it not been for the darkness obscuring her vision, she would have collapsed on the spot. Did you just hit me? Qinyan covered her face. Are you out of your mind? She was indeed reminded of some unpleasant past memories, leaving her with lingering effects that made her hand tremble and her breathing heavy. Yet, she maintained her composure. Why didn't you announce your presence? Qinyan scrutinized her, an air of smugness on her elegantly made-up face, tauntingly saying, "Oh, nothing much. I just heard some rumors about you and wanted to see if they were true." Baishi's expression turned cold. "I heard that back in college. You walked alone at night and were intercepted by some thugs, spending over 3 hours with them. What happened?" Baishi's demeanor was indifferent as she locked eyes with her. Noticing her lack of response, Qinyan continued to provoke. "No wonder Zijia says your lost child isn't his. Perhaps you don't even know whose it is? After all, you've had so many men. Without a paternity test, who can tell?" In a swift motion, Baishi slapped her before Qinyan could react. "Call Lin Zijia and have him come pick you up," she commanded, pinning Qinyan to the ground with a surgical knife pressed lightly against her cheek, delivering a humiliating threat. "Otherwise, you won't be leaving here today. Let me go." Qinyan's eyes widened as she saw the cold determination in Baishi's gaze, a stark contrast to the rumored meekness. "Let me go," she pleaded, her voice trembling. "Are you really going to use that knife on me? Now you're scared?" Baishi narrowed her eyes. "Isn't it too late for that? Call him and let us see who he helps." Chapter 32. Win or Lose. When Lin Zijia arrived, he appeared disheveled from his haste. Both women looked up at him simultaneously, and Lin Zijia asserted, "Baishi, let her go." Qinyan's eyes sparkled with triumph as she cast a smug glance at Baishi. "Su's sister, let me go." The confrontation was a matter of who would falter first. Baishi remained composed. "Aren't you curious whose fault this is? Regardless of whose fault it is, you can't lay hands on Xiaoran." Lin Zijia clearly displayed concern for Qinyan, fearing that Baishi's knife might harm her. "She is much younger than you. Why target her?" Human hearts tend to lean towards favoritism. By this point in her life, she should have realized that there is no fairness, no justice, and no equity. Only favoritism for one side over another. "You came here to provoke me," Baishi said expressionlessly, releasing Qinyan. She brought up the perilous incident from years ago, a matter known to very few, and the first person aware of it was none other than Lin Zijia. Baishi had ample grounds to suspect Lin Zijia of going out for drinks and babbling nonsense when intoxicated. Otherwise, how could Qinyan have known? This remark elicited a fleeting expression of guilt from Lin Zijia. This had nothing to do with Xiaoran. It is often said that women in relationships tend to deceive themselves. Lin Zijia, too, seemed fond of concocting excuses for his beloved. "If you're upset, I shall apologize," he offered. Had it not been for Lin Zijia's insistence on taking her to a hotel back then, leaving her to return alone afterward, how could she, a diligent student, have possibly violated curfew? Lin Zijia's only act of tenderness was running to fetch her a box of contraceptive pills, watching her take them before allowing her to leave. "What right do you have to apologize on her behalf?" Baishi's voice was cold. Lin Zijia replied, "She didn't mean to." At that moment, Qinyan had already hidden behind Lin Zijia, her demeanor endearingly submissive as she clutched his garment in silence. Baishi remarked, "You are not her. How can you know she didn't mean it? Xiaoran is not that kind of person." "Then what kind of person am I?" Baishi lifted her gaze to meet his. Lin Zijia fell silent for a moment. Perhaps he wished to avoid further complications and turn the page. So he conceded, "What do you want?" "I want her to apologize to me." This was not an unreasonable request. It was merely a matter of an apology. Yet, some individuals are prone to empathy. Like Lin Zijia, who appeared troubled, anxious that Qinyan might suffer, his furrowed brow almost leading Su Baixi to believe she had made an absurd demand. Zijia, Qin Yinran doesn't want to apologize to Su Baixi. She already struck me before. She leaned in closer to Lin Zijia, her face slightly swollen, though the dim light obscured any clear view. Lin Zijia indulged her, coaxing, just apologize to her. I won't. Be obedient. I don't want to Zijia. I no longer like you. The two continued their intimate exchange, oblivious to Su Baixi standing at a distance, watching. Had she not observed closely, she would have never realized Lin Zijia could be so gentle that he could dote upon anyone if he so desired. In truth, from the moment Lin Zijia uttered his first word, the outcome was already determined. In the end, Qin Yinran obediently uttered, I'm sorry. Some may appear victorious, yet in reality, they are utterly defeated, while others who seem to lose may actually emerge as life's true winners, like Qin Yinran. Her apology was coaxed from her by Lin Zijia, revealing her inability to endure even the slightest grievance. Su Baixi lowered her gaze, calmly putting away her scalpel. Lin Zijia bore half the responsibility for the peril she had nearly faced back then, and though he felt guilty and offered an apology, that was the extent of it. Zijia, I'm feeling a bit unwell. Please accompany me home, Qin Yinran murmured. Lin Zijia's remaining conscience compelled him to glance at Su Baixi. Her expression was not favorable, yet she remained silent. Sister Su is an adult. She should know the way. Qin Yinran tugged at his garment, gently swaying, pouting. I'm hurt, Zijia. Sister Su was quite lively just now. I need you more. Thus, Lin Zijia turned back and said, Shaoran, let me take you home. All right. After they departed, Su Baixi remained rooted in place. Songsher appeared at some point, standing beside her, softly saying, Dr. Su, it seems your husband has abandoned you. What do you mean by abandoned? Su Baixi inquired, her expression inscrutable. Songsher smiled, clarifying, no, it's a matter of being abandoned once again. Su Baixi maintained hersidenge. Staring at him. A woman's growth is often propelled by men. Songsher complimented, you've matured. Learning is a lifelong journey, Su Baixi replied. Today, I have acquired another lesson. Such as? He asked. That a woman who knows how to act coy enjoys a favorable fate? Songsher could not suppress his laughter. Dressed casually that day, he stood tall, yet his meticulously styled hair and familiar demeanor brought an air of elegance. Dr. Su, Songsher chuckled brightly, my grandmother is experiencing some health issues. I would like to schedule a surgery with you for next Saturday out of town. She dislikes traveling, so I must trouble you. Su Baixi did not refuse and readily agreed. Aren't you curious about the specifics? As an orthopedic surgeon, what other issues could it possibly be? Songsher replied with a smile. Indeed, you have always been quite astute. That evening, it was Songsher who drove her home. Upon her return, Lin Zijia was absent. She paid it no mind, taking a shower before lying down to sleep. The next day, however, outlandish rumors began to circulate. For instance, reports claimed that the news of Lin Zijia's divorce was false, that the couple was affectionate, commuting to work together, and that Lin Zijia was doting on his wife. Contrary to previous discord. Furthermore, it was reported that Lin Zijia had confronted Qin Yinran on behalf of his wife after a quarrel. Even more absurdly, although it was Songsher who had escorted her home the previous day, the media insisted it was Lin Zijia. Sister Baixi, is it true? Lin Ruichin brought her the latest news, saying, Sister Baixi, I heard my cousin took Qin Yinran out this morning to purchase a house in the city center, a location notoriously difficult to acquire. It is said to have been reserved by someone higher up, yet my cousin managed to secure it, registering the property solely in Qin Yinran's name. She claims he bought it to appease her. Is that true? For the sake of appeasing Qin Yinran, he made such a purchase. Without needing to think, Su Baixi understood it was likely due to last night's events. An apology from Qin Yinran was well-deserved. Yet Lin Zijia had gone to such great lengths to appease her, which truly must have been taxing for him. I don't know, Su Baixi replied softly, seemingly indifferent. This is a matter concerning your cousin, not you. Xiaorui, did I not mention? You should focus on your upcoming exams, not on these family matters. Lin Ruichin fell silent for a moment, quietly absorbing her words. Once she finished, he responded, Sister Baixi, I only feel sorry for you. I feel sorry for you. Many had uttered this phrase to her over time. Su Baixi had grown accustomed to it, no longer perturbed. When her parents passed away in her childhood, people would say, Su Baixi, once the cherished daughter, now an orphan, how pitiful. Upon entering university, others remarked, Su Baixi, academically exceptional, yet regrettably, Her opportunity for studying abroad was preempted. How unfortunate. Later, after marriage, the sentiment persisted. Baixi, her husband is indifferent, her family unloving. She is always overshadowed, now burdened by a mistress. How tragic. Life is filled with circumstances beyond one's control. Kind words do not always reflect sincerity. How much of this pity is merely a spectator's amusement? How much is mere gossip? No one truly empathizes with anyone else. True shared experience is non-existent. After finishing her call with Lin Zijia, Huasiyu's call promptly followed. Unaware of the surrounding circumstances, Huasiyu merely stated, "I heard Lin Zijia has changed his demeanor towards you. Could it be that the advice I provided you that day proved effective? I told you, men require coaxing. Auntie, you seem to be in good spirits?" Indeed, Huasiyu was quite cheerful, thanks to the assistance from the Lin family. Our Su family has navigated through this crisis, or else who knows how much we would have had to pay. So Baixi demand silent. Certainly, I am pleased to hear of the harmonious relationship between you and your spouse. As Huasiyu noticed her silence, she moderated her tone and redirected the conversation towards Su Baixi, feigning concern. Has Lin Zijia been treating you well these past few days? I saw the photos of you two sharing a kiss at the hospital entrance. Discussing such matters with an elder is hardly wise, even if Huasiyu is unashamed. Su Baixi still has her dignity. She replied softly, "Aunt, is there something you need? I heard your dean granted you 2 days off. You're not working today, right? Come over." Huasiyu casually provided an address and hung up, not as a suggestion, but as a command. Su Baixi, unfazed, tidied up and headed to her destination, which turned out to be an ordinary gathering. Mrs. Yang, feeling bored, invited her friends to play cards, and Huasiyu was among them. When she arrived, a group of affluent ladies were engrossed in their game. "Baixi is here? Oh, last time Zijia saw me, he asked me to take care of Baixi, to include her in our activities, subtly implying I should protect her. I thought to myself that Baixi is usually busy and hard to catch." Mrs. Yang remarqued, her gaze towards Su Baixi filled with satisfaction. Zijia has always been lively and charming since childhood. His wife is quite lovely and a perfect match. Su Baixi was momentarily taken aback, pondering Lin Zijia's earnest demeanor, which had even led him to seek her approval within high society. She smiled gracefully, maintaining decorum. "I apologize for causing any embarrassment to the elders. Do you know how to play, Baixi?" A lady nearby pointed to the cards on the table. Of course, Su Baixi was familiar with the game, but she had no desire to participate and smiled, pretending ignorance. "I wouldn't want to disrupt the elders. If I were to lose, Zijia would surely scold me." Her straightforwardness momentarily astonished those present, yet they quickly relaxed, unwilling to hold it against her. While everyone harbors a hint of competitive spirit, wishing for one another's well-being, yet secretly desiring to outshine, Su Baixi's apparent misfortune evoked sympathy rather than derision. Thus, they urged her to sit nearby and enjoy a hearty meal. Huasiyu tossed her cards aside, relinquished her seat, and approached Su Baixi, saying, "Isn't Lin Zijia treating you exceptionally well? Does Aunt know this?" Huasiyu shot her a glance, anxious that Su Baixi might be hiding something. "Baixi, you've always been restless. Others may think you're sensible, but I don't. Even if you've been obedient these past years, I still believe that a leopard cannot change its spots." Her words struck a chord with Su Baixi. "Aunt, those remarks saddened me." Huasiyu continued, "When you broke that cup as a child, I slapped you. You once ran away from home in the middle of the night, only to bring a boy back. I must tell you, while you are indeed beautiful, you must learn to use that beauty wisely. Do not lower your worth by attracting just any man." "What have I done?" Su Baixi responded calmly, appearing resigned to her scolding. "The last time I struck you, you ran away for 3 months. That was during your sophomore year. Where did you go?" "To a classmate's house." "Was it a boy or a girl?" Huasiyu inquired, her gaze sharp. "Girls," Su Baixi replied, her tone steady. "Aunt, what is the point of bringing up something from nearly a decade ago?" "Nothing. I just recalled Lin Zijia's fervent declaration when he said he wanted a divorce, insisting the child wasn't his. I wondered if you were aware of this truth. Hence you deliberately miscarried?" Su Baixi's expression turned icy, and for the first time in years, she did not acquiesce. "Aunt, one may eat indiscriminately, but one should not speak carelessly." Seeing her anger, Huasiyu softened her tone. "Baixi, you are my dear niece. I trust you. Please do not be upset. I speak only the truth. We are family, and I do not hold you in disdain." Su Baixi smiled fondly. "Aunt, have you thoroughly reviewed the contract the Lin family offered you?" "What do you mean by that?" Huasiyu's demeanor shifted to seriousness. Lin family is also in business. There is no such thing as a free lunch. Some matters may appear reasonable, yet once you engage, they may not be as they seem. Huasiyu's expression changed gradually. Aunt, I am left with no choice. You promised to help me. Su Baixi lowered her gaze, her delicate features evoking sympathy, as if she were swallowing her grievances. Lin Zijia bought an apartment for his mistress. You should investigate how your contract is entangled with this situation. I only learned this from you, Aunt, through whispers of the wind. If Lin Zijia won't relinquish the house to her, then she will take it herself. Aunt, I have always believed that we are family. Su Baixi chose to leave matters there, confident that Huasiyu would handle the rest. Upon turning, she unexpectedly spotted Song Shi arriving to pick someone up. He approached her directly. Dr. Su, what a coincidence. Mrs. Yang interjected. Song, you're late. Your elder sister left some time ago. She should be home by now. Song Shi offered a few brief responses before focusing back on Su Baixi. Dr. Su, may we move the appointment up? My grandmother has encountered an unexpected situation this morning, and we cannot wait until next Saturday. As a doctor, Su Baixi would not defer in the face of a patient's emergency. Of course, Huasiyu, preoccupied with thoughts of the contract, did not pursue the matter further. She was so absorbed that she failed to notice Su Baixi leaving with Song Shi. By midday, they arrived at the airport punctually. 10 minutes before boarding, Su Baixi received a call from Lin Zijia, who was furious. Su Baixi, do you find this amusing? Excuse me. I don't understand. Su Baixi replied coolly, please speak plainly. Lin Zijia's voice rose, your aunt. Cici, Song Shi called out to her, let's go. Su Baixi acknowledged and glanced at her phone to find that Lin Zijia had already hung up after numerous attempts. Unbothered, she followed Song Shi onto the plane. Throughout the flight, Song Shi attended to her needs, often anticipating her requests without her having to voice them. Such companionship brought Su Baixi comfort, lifting her spirits considerably. When they arrived, it was nearly midnight. Song Shi stated, I have arranged a hotel for the night. We will have someone to meet us in the morning. Su Baixi had no objections. That evening, as she finally turned on her phone, she discovered several missed calls from Huasiyu and notifications from the hospital. Most startling was Lin Zijia's persistence, having called her 32 times, indicating his considerable ire. While she was sifting through her messages, the doorbell rang. Upon opening the door, she found Song Shi standing there with damp hair. He smiled. Dr. Su, my room's hairdryer is broken. May I borrow yours? Of course. As her gaze swept over his attire, droplets cascaded down his hair, dampening his shirt, revealing the contours of his chest. She glanced briefly before diverting her eyes. Song Shi caught her gaze and asked, do you find it appealing? Are you referring to human anatomy? I have seen many. Your structure is quite aesthetically pleasing. Song Shi stepped inside confidently. How does it compare to Lin Zijia? Su Baixi paused, taken aback. His bones? She found herself momentarily speechless. While she had heard people comment on appearances or fashion, being asked so directly about bone structure was unprecedented. Even though the topic was initially brought up by her, she still found it peculiar. You should head to the bathroom, she suggested. Song Shi chuckled softly, turning to leave. His movements were swift, and he even took a shower, emerging with a towel cinched at his waist, his upper body exposed. As he advanced toward her, Su Baixi finally sensed something unusual. Dr. Su, he said, his hips exuding an alluring sensuality with a smooth curve as he came closer. Would you like to try? Su Baixi's gaze fixated on his exposed skin, her previous compliments feeling restrained. He was not merely handsome. He was truly captivating. He moved in, closer and closer, until his lips almost brushed against her cheek. Chapter 37. A shared embarrassment. Su Baixi did not shy away, responding calmly. My second aunt told me this morning not to attract just any man. Am I just any man? Song Shi tilted his head, feigning offense. The Song family is not lacking in worth. She doesn't think much of you, Su Baixi retorted. What she thinks is irrelevant to you, Song Shi replied, his finger gently lifting her chin. What do you think? Su Baixi met his gaze, her tone unwavering. When you insisted on taking me home as a child, my second aunt saw from the second floor and commented this morning that I had lowered my standards by casually bringing a man home. I was quite upset to hear that. Is the Song family really that undesirable? She added, when I return tomorrow, I will definitely have a word with her. Song Shi caught her implication and chuckled, his chest rising and falling. He withdrew his hand and settled onto a nearby sofa. Dievto, what do you admire in Lin Zijia? I should have met you before him. Su Baixi chose to ignore him. Unperturbed, he poured himself a glass of water. Taking a sip before continuing, I can tell you're hesitant to offend me. You are my patient. Now, you're also a relative. To put it seriously, you are my client. I can risk my reputation, but I cannot tarnish the hospital's name, Su Baixi replied calmly. Let us keep things clear. Song Shi laughed again. You haven't seen the news, have you? Your second aunt made quite a scene when Lin Zijia was signing a housing contract with his little mistress. It was quite the spectacle. She's formidable, criticizing both the mistress and Lin Zijia in one go. He seemed to relish the gossip. Lin Zijia lost a great deal of face. He himself might not care, but his mistress was furious. Upon hearing this, Su Baixi understood the source of those 32 phone calls. It appeared Lin Zijia had suffered under her second aunt's wrath for Qin Yanran and was now seeking retribution with her. Do you have any business here? She asked dismissively. No rush, he replied. Su Baixi froneth. Song Shi continued. We were childhood friends. You hung on to Lin Zijia while secretly meeting me. You can't treat him better than me just because he has a certificate of marriage. Who is secretly meeting you? Song Shi remarked, right, we've been exposed. That scheming Lin Zijia intentionally got angry and left, insisting you should never see me again, forcing you to choose between him and me. He was cunning then. I refused to stoop to his level. That's because Su Baishi's sentence trailed off as a loud banging echoed from the door. The force was fierce, as if someone was kicking it. Su Baixi. The voice was familiar. Lin Zijia. Su Baixi turned to look at Song Shi. What are you looking at me for? Song Shi replied leisurely, standing up and gesturing toward the bathroom. I have ample experience in hiding. Su Baixi frowned, sensing the situation was anything but coincidental. She pointed under the bed. Hide there. I just took a shower. Su Baixi. The voice at the door came again, causing her to feel a surge of frustration and headache. She had no time to concern herself with Song Shi anymore and turned toward the door. As she left, she vaguely heard him say, No need to thank me. Thank him? She indeed felt a need to express gratitude. The door swung open, revealing Lin Zijia. His expression furious as he scrutinized Su Baixi from head to toe. Not only did he assess her with his eyes, but he also seized her arm, tugging at her collar, peering inside as if he wished to bury his head in her clothing. What are you doing? What are you doing, Lin Zijia? He looked at her as if catching a thief. Why did you change your clothes? This morning, you were wearing black. Su Baixi frowned again. To be honest, while Lin Zijia was oblivious to many matters concerning her, he seemed acutely aware of her wardrobe choices. Calmly, she pushed his hand away and asked, How did you find this place? What's it to you? Did I disturb your little rendezvous? Lin Zijia shot back. Su Baixi dimand saident. Step aside. Lin Zijia lifted her effortlessly, carrying her outside like a life-size cardboard cutout. He strode into the room, circling the bed and rummaging around before glancing under it. Lin Zijia, what are you doing? Lin Zijia felt the warmth on the bed. Where's that wild man? There's no man here. Lin Zijia sat on the edge of the bed, casually lighting a cigarette, his expression impatient. Whether you have a man or not is none of my concern. I just want to know what nonsense you've been discussing with your second aunt. He continued, Didn't Sharon apologize to you publicly last time? Why are you still holding on to that? The room was silent, and Lin Zijia's gaze landed on the bathroom. I'm not targeting her, Su Baixi said, her tone flat and devoid of emotion. Did I interrupt your plans to buy a house for Qin Yanran? Lin Zijia took a drag from his cigarette. You can't compare yourself to Shaoran. Even though she had anticipated this reaction, hearing those words still stung Su Baixi. She lowered her gaze and asked, Who told you I was here? Su Baixi, there's no need for pretense, Lin Zijia said, extinguishing his cigarette on the table. He noticed the 2 cups and continued, We agreed to mind our own business. You don't interfere with me, and I want to interfere with you. If I have someone outside, I'll let you know immediately. If you have someone, there's no need to hide and pretend to be virtuous. People outside are already saying I'm not a good person. Does that mean you're a paragon? In the past, Lin Zijia had been somewhat outspoken, but knew where to draw the line. Now, however, he spoke with an aggressiveness that suggested he was unwilling to back down. All for the sake of Qin Yanran. Su Baixi clenched her fists, coldly asking, What do you want? Suddenly, Lin Zijia stood, towering over her like a mountain, and pressed her down onto the bed. Her collar was pulled open slightly as he took out his phone to snap a few pictures. The entire sequence of events unfolded so swiftly that Su Baixi could only shield her face. Shaoran was publicly humiliated by your second aunt. She is fierce and unruly. I'll treat you the same way she treated Shaoran. Lin Zijia selected a few photos, showcasing Su Baishi's blurred figure, disheveled. You better talk to your second aunt. If Sharon's photos are leaked, I will share yours too, and we can all be embarrassed together. Su Baixi lay on the bed, her face contorted in anguish, her fingers trembling. Chapter 38. I can't handle this anymore. Lin Zijia's voice was eerily calm, as if he was fully aware of the implications of his actions. It was his clarity that chilled Su Baixi to the core. Struggling, she sat up and slowly adjusted her clothing. Are you done? Lin Zijia glanced at her with a frown before nodding slightly. Su Baixi pointed toward the door. Then leave. Perhaps her pale appearance struck him, for as he turned to leave, Lin Zijia offered a piece of advice. Don't cause trouble for Shaoran in the future. The room fell silent once more. A mere few minutes had passed. Su Baixi rose from her bed and poured herself another glass of water at the desk. Song Shi emerged from the bathroom, clucking his tongue, and remarked, It seems he truly does not like you. After a pause, he added, He despises you. There is no need to emphasize that. Su Baixi glanced at him. Did you inform him of my presence here? Song Shi replied, Yes. They say women are meddlesome. Yet it appears men are no different. What an eye-opener, Su Baixi retorted. Song Shi chuckled, raising his phone, which contained the recording of Lin Zijia's earlier threats towards her. I recorded it. Do not worry. If he dares to expose your photos, I will take legal action. He echoed Lin Zijia's words. Let us all be a laughingstock together. Su Baixi said, The upcoming bidding conference should be a sure win for Song Corporation, right? Do not forget your promise to me. Of course. Song Shi shook the phone in his hand. Lin Zijia is likely unaware of your strategic maneuvers against him. Su Baixi froneth. The original plan had not been this way. Song Shi had taken the initiative to disrupt it, but the outcome was not significantly affected, and she did not mind. At 9 the next morning, someone arrived to pick up Song Shi. He and Su Baixi got into the car, leaving the hotel for his grandmother's home. The house was styled like a traditional courtyard, lined with trees and adorned with an abundance of flowers and plants, exuding tranquility and elegance, perfect for retirement. My grandmother lives alone, with just 2 caregivers for company. Song Shi explained as he led the way. She enjoys conversing, so please smile and be pleasant when you meet her. I apologize for any trouble this may cause you. Are you suggesting that I have a tendency to show discontent? Song Shi smiled back, scrutinizing her face, and replied, You possess a rather indifferent temperament, keeping distance from others. You only engage in conversation with those you are familiar with. You know that is not my intention. Su Baixi chose not to respond, initially concerned that she might upset his grandmother. But upon meeting her, Su Baishi's demeanor surprised Song Shi. Before the elder, she was obedient and courteous, her words resonating perfectly with his grandmother's sentiments, bringing her joy as she beamed and clasped Su Baishi's hands, almost eager to adopt her as a granddaughter. Song Shi quietly praised her, saying, I was overly worried. Dr. Su's reputation for winning the affection of elders is well-deserved. Only you have a way with words. Su Baixi replied, Lin Zijia often describes me as pretentious. It takes a discerning eye to appreciate a beautiful flower, he remarked. His grandmother, curious if Su Baixi was Song Shi's girlfriend, was met with his serious response. No, Grandma. She is a doctor I invited to treat you. Oh, she is so young to be a doctor? I thought she was only 18 given her delicate features. Song Shi commented, She is indeed attractive. His grandmother, a woman of experience, glanced at Song Shi's expression and seemed to understand. With a smile, she nodded. When you leave, please give her my bracelet. The upcoming procedure was minor, although it appeared serious. The test results indicated it was a trivial issue. Su Baixi, experienced in handling cases, scheduled the surgery for that afternoon. After the operation, she began packing her belongings to leave. Are you leaving already? Song Shi urged. Will you not stay a few more days? Su Baixi shook her head, saying, I have matters at the hospital. In truth, there was no pressing business at the hospital. Rather, her home was ablaze, awaiting her to extinguish it. Song Shi resumed his playful demeanor. Have you truly no intention of considering a relationship with me? I would make a better husband than Lin Zijia. Sonsi, Su Baixi, holding her suitcase, raised her gaze and stated, If something is unattainable, do not give false hope. You know well that you cannot offer me what I desire, and your affections are insincere. There is no need to seek amusement at my expense. I do not mind it. I have simply grown indifferent. Su Baixi returned home alone. Song Shi was persuaded by his grandmother to stay a few more days. Had she not insisted, he would have accompanied Su Baixi. Fortunately, Baixi was not one to be overly sentimental. Accustomed to solitude, she found comfort in her own company. Upon her return, Lu Jing awaited her, discreetly inquiring, "What has transpired between you two?" Zijia has been brooding and has not returned home these past few days. "Nothing, Mom," Baixi replied, presenting the explanation she had prepared. "I went on a business trip. Zijia missed me and came to find me, but I sent him back. He is likely sulking," Lu Jing remarked. "The bidding conference is approaching. Previously, such matters were entrusted to Zijia, and he handled them competently. He is quite capable, though he lacks focus. Please encourage him. He listens to you." Baixi smiled and agreed, "All right." That evening, Lin Zijia returned home. Lu Jing was pleasantly surprised, attributing his return to Baixi's influence, believing she must have soothed him. However, Baixi herself was unaware of the situation. After returning from surgery, she was utterly exhausted, having worked overtime and needing to deal with Wasiu. Consequently, she collapsed into a deep slumber until evening. Upon awakening, she sensed someone's gaze fixed upon her. "Awake?" Baixi startled, blinking and uttering, "Lin Zijia." His silhouette loomed closer, overshadowing her. She asked, "What is the matter with Qin Yanren again?" Lin Zijia paused. "Your second aunt is relentless. Let me guess, what role have you played in this?" Baixi shook off her drowsiness, placing her foot gently on his shoulder. Lifting her chin slightly, and stated coolly, "Lin Zijia, tried bullying me again today. Feeling bold?" Baixi replied, "If you truly care for her, bring her here. I shall have it out with her, and whatever the outcome, I will not utter a word." "Do you think everyone is as coarse as you?" Baixi chuckled. "Has your second aunt threatened you?" At her words, Lin Zijia retreated slightly, realizing her cleverness and that he could not deceive her. His tones softened with a hint of sympathy. "Your photos hold little value. Compared to Xiao Ran, they are insignificant. Your second aunt directly said, if you wish to post them, go ahead." Baixi has no shame. He chuckled to himself, "I cannot deal with this." Chapter 39. How to act cute. Baixi felt little emotional turmoil at his words. As he stepped back, her foot slid down slightly, brushing against his waist before drifting like a feather to the side of his thigh. "Have you realized that without anyone to protect me, bullying me no longer brings you satisfaction? What exactly did you say to your second aunt?" Lin Zijia glanced at her pale foot. It was almost translucent, quite beautiful. "I did not say much. Not much. What did you say that she is so persistent?" Baixi replied nonchalantly, "Your second aunt likes you." As she spoke, her small foot gently teased the hem of his shirt, slithering in like a small snake, grazing his firm abdomen. "Do not try that with me." Lin Zijia seized her ankle, pulling her foot out and smacking her foot's arch, the sound ringing sharply, causing her to shudder in pain. Her delicate skin turned red immediately. He seemed intent on not letting her off easily, raising his hand again. "I am rather heavy-handed. Tomorrow, you will struggle to walk." Baixi bit her lip, her eyes glistening with tears, knowing that she had always been sensitive to pain, a fact Lin Zijia was aware of. "Will you speak?" Baixi attempted to kick him, but he anticipated her move, dodging and slapping her again. "Will you speak?" Baixi, pained, lay still under the covers, taking a long moment to respond quietly. "Your second aunt wants me to bear your child. I cannot, and she fears Miss Qin will take my place." This statement sounded plausible. Lin Zijia, wanting to say more, turned his head and noticed her eyes glistening with unshed tears, a look of helplessness on her face. "You did not speak the truth." Lin Zijia casually massaged her instep. "Huasiyu is fierce and overbearing. Her only love is money. If you hadn't mentioned money, would she have gone mad and bitten you?" Baixi kicked his hand away. Lin Zijia, caught off guard by the kick, darkened his expression. "Do you still have the audacity to be upset? I don't need your help." She tucked her foot under the covers. "Good intentions treated as donkey liver and lung," Lin Zijia remarked. "I've never laid a hand on a woman. You brought this upon yourself." Baixi felt a wave of frustration. "Lin Zijia, you are infuriating." The following day at work, her foot indeed ached throughout the day. Xiao Lu approached her with concern, asking, "Did you sprain your ankle?" Recalling the events of the previous night, a surge of anger welled up within her. But she maintained a relatively calm tone. "I was bitten by a dog." "Is it serious? Did you get vaccine?" Baixi replied that it was unnecessary and headed to the office with her paperwork. She walked awkwardly, and her colleagues at the hospital, aware of her situation, came to express their sympathy. A kind-hearted male doctor even bought her lunch, advising her to avoid excessive movement. Xiao Lu chimed in. The new guy, Xiao Shun, seems to like you. Su Baixi shot her a glance and asked, have you finished your tasks? No extra work today? No, 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 Xiao Liu teased Dr. Su. You're just too serious. Sometimes a little charm works wonders. Look at Dr. Zhang in our department. She is so playful and adorable. Am I supposed to act cute at my age? What age are you? You're only in your 20s and you look so young. If we round up, you could pass for 18. If you don't act cute, who will? Su Baixi maintained a stoic expression, focusing on her paperwork. Xiao Lu added, Dr. Su, you're at a disadvantage by behaving this way. In truth, Su Baixi understood this principle. However, her character did not permit it. The furthest she had ventured was the proactive flirtation of the previous night. It was her first time attempting to act cute in over 20 years. And not only did it fail, but Lin Zijia had even struck her. Dislikes are dislikes. Everything she did was wrong. Su Baixi also realized another truth. Acting cute only works with someone who cares for you. Otherwise, is merely annoying. On her way home that evening, it was Xiao Shun from the hospital who volunteered to give her a ride. Xiao Shun was a few months younger than Lin Zijia, but exuded a sunny disposition, appearing much more approachable. I drove here. Since you injured your foot, it's not safe to head back alone, especially with reports of trouble in the alley recently. If you don't mind, I could drop you off on my way. Unable to refuse such kindness, Su Baixi provided her address, and Xiao Shun set the navigation and drove off. What is your full name? Shen Kiskiviko. Subayon fell silent. However, Shunko was quite talkative. When she remained quiet, he initiated conversations, and, as he spoke more, she simply responded to the topics she favored, feeling quite at ease. Upon arriving at her doorstep, they coincidentally encountered Lin Zijia walking back with Lu Jing. Their conversation was inaudible, likely concerning company matters. Su Baixi called out from a distance, Mom. Who is this? Lu Jing scrutinized Shunku, feeling he looked somewhat familiar, but unable to place where she had seen him. Lin Zijia also turned to look at Shunku. Colleague, Su Baixi replied with a composed tone. The family meeting created a subtly awkward atmosphere, but Shunku remained unperturbed, smiling as he explained. Su Baixi mentioned she was bitten by a dog yesterday. If there are pets at home, one should be extra cautious. Lin Zijia raised an eyebrow slightly. He had witnessed veiled insults before, but had never seen someone bring it to a person's doorstep. Lu Jing, bewildered, responded, we don't have a dog. After saying this, she realized she should first inquire about Su Baixi's condition, moving closer to support her. Baixi, is your injury serious? We have medicine at home. Let Zijia help you apply it tonight. After dropping her off, Shunku took his leave. Su Baixi returned to her room, and a few minutes later, Lin Zijia appeared, carrying the ointment his mother had insisted he take. He tossed the ointment onto the bed. Apply it yourself. Didn't Mom say to help me? Lin Zijia frowned, scrutinizing her face. Her voice remained calm. Come over and apply it. Su Baixi, you're just pretending. Lin Zijia approached her, unscrewing the ointment and carelessly applying it to her bruised instep. Why didn't you act like this downstairs in front of my mom? His pressure was unyielding, and Su Baixi winced, lifting her leg to kick him again. The ointment flew from her foot, smearing his cheek. Lin Zijia stood up, ready to explode. Su Baixi retracted her foot, lowering her head, and employed Xiao Lu's earlier tactic, softly saying, you're pressing too hard. In truth, her tone remained indifferent. Yet, by deliberately softening her voice, it carried an air of lightness that, upon first hearing, could easily be mistaken for a plea for sympathy. Lin Zijia froze momentarily. He reached into his pocket, pulling out a cigarette and taking a slow drag. Su Baixi raised her eyes to gauge him and asked, what is wrong with you? Lin Zijia furrowed his brow and extinguished his cigarette. You're only somewhat endearing when you speak to me in that breathy tone. Chapter 40. You should depend on me, Su Bai. She felt embarrassed. She vowed not to act cute again. It was pointless. Kicking the ointment aside, she flipped over and got out of bed. Where are you going? Lin Zijia inquired from behind her. Su Baixi replied, to take a shower. Is your foot not healed? Su Baixi, walking awkwardly and barefoot, headed toward the bathroom, stating, I can smell disinfectant. After taking a few steps, she suddenly found herself lifted off the ground as Lin Zijia carried her. His manner was not exactly gentle. He was rather irritable. After placing her in the bathtub, he left. Su Baixi glanced at the door and thought, Lin Zijia doesn't like it when people act cute. He prefers to hear them panting. She didn't mind and soaked quietly in the bath. In the following days, Lin Zijia seemed to have undergone a transformation. He was incessantly by her side, accompanying her to and from work, insisting on taking her out, all initiated by him. Sometimes, when encountering acquaintances, they would gawk in astonishment upon seeing Baixi beside him. Lin Xiao, who is she? Lin Zijia chuckled, unreserved in mentioning Baixi, explaining, Xiao Ran is preparing for exams and has asked me not to disturb her, fearing she might get upset. I can only endure it. The others understood. Initially, they had been somewhat cautious of Baixi, worried she might misuse her status as Mrs. Lin to impose her authority. But with Lin Zijia's words, they no longer regarded her with much seriousness. Indeed, it was not a sudden change in the man, but rather that he had someone in his heart. His mind was elsewhere. Time passed quickly, and soon it was the day of the bidding meeting. Without a doubt, Song Shi emerged victorious this time. After the meeting concluded, he called Baixi, cheerfully inviting her to dinner. Let us celebrate. While she was performing checks on patients at the hospital, she responded with a lackluster tone. You won, not me. What do I have to celebrate? I won, which means you won too, right? Song Shi replied. Let us meet tomorrow evening. I'll send you the address later. She was about to decline when Song Shi added, I specifically checked with Xiao Lu. You have a day off tomorrow. With that, Baixi found herself without a valid excuse. Just as she hung up, Lin Zijia appeared behind Song Shi, his keen eyes catching the first line of the contact note, which read, Shi Bao. Lin Zijia narrowed his eyes and remarked, good strategy. Song Shi turned to see him and smiled warmly. What does young Master Lin refer to? Is it about my grasp of women? Lin Zijia replied. Or does it pertain to the capabilities demonstrated in this bidding meeting? What capabilities do you possess? Lin Zijia scoffed, mocking him. If it weren't for Song Shi's underhanded tactics and Huasiyu's relentless pursuit, he wouldn't have conceded so easily. Lin Zijia lost the battle, but remained unfazed, even remarking, I could tell you were shameless from a young age, perfectly matched with Baixi. Song Shi wore a wry smile, choosing not to respond. That evening, upon learning of the bidding conference results, Lin Dongtian was incensed, pointing an accusatory finger at Lin Zijia, exclaiming, I've warned you to stay focused. Spending time with that woman outside has muddled your mind. Not necessarily just with Xiao Ran. Lin Zijia retorted, overheard by Baixi as she entered their home. They say women cause trouble. But you seem to be enchanted by that woman outside, your mind consumed with love and romance, neglecting your responsibilities and ruining everything. Lin Zijia glanced at Baixi, saying, I've spent the most time with my wife recently, Dad. You can scold me, but why involve her? What has my innocent wife done to deserve this? Why was Lin Zijia suddenly willing to flaunt their relationship in public, to indulge in pleasure? Surely it wasn't merely due to her clumsy attempt at acting cute the other day. Apparently, he had been waiting for this moment. Seeing Baixi return, Lin Dongtian's demeanor softened slightly, yet his anger flared. No excuses. Cut ties with those people outside, or don't bother coming back. The Lin family has no son like you. Lin Zijia attempted to lighten the mood with jokes, somehow managing to evade the confrontation. Once in their bedroom, he flopped onto the bed, gesturing toward his back, pounded. Baixi shot him a glance. Are you asking me to take the blame for Qin Ran? You do it for me. Aren't you feeling aggrieved? He turned back towards her. Do I look like I'm feeling aggrieved? She replied coolly. Your feelings don't matter. You, from the Su family, are the only one left unwanted. Your second aunt, your uncle, all your relatives are currying favor with the Lin family. With me. Why? Because they need to rely on us, and they will continue to rely on me in the future. His words, though truthful, struck her like a dagger, exposing her wounds and laying them bare for all to see. Huasiyu sold you out for a contract, he continued, propping his arm on his chin. She knew full well the Lin family was a pit of fire, yet she pushed you into it. You are nothing. No one cares about you. Baixi lowered her gaze, feeling a sharp pain at his words. You are nothing. No one cares about you. It constricted her chest, making it hard to breathe. Lin Zijia added, you should rely on me now. Perhaps you could still attain what you desire. What do I desire? She countered. He raised his eyes to meet hers, enunciating each word. You desire the Su family. So he knew. He had always known what she yearned for since childhood. Baixi clenched her fists and approached him, beginning to massage his back. Lin Zijia directed her a bit higher, apply more pressure. The bedroom was quiet, save for the sound of her hands and his occasional teasing. Subayonthi spoke softly, Lin Zijia. What is it? I remember long ago. You told me you would protect me for a lifetime. Lin Zijia fell silent for a moment, perhaps struggling to recall, his tone casual. Do you really believe what men say? He played a video, pointing at the screen. If you continue to trust men, you might end up divorced 3 times. Baixi clenched her fists, trembling, and ultimately struck him hard in the lower back. Lin Zijia winced in pain, flipping off the bed and landing on the floor, shaking from the discomfort. Did you just deceive me? You asked me to rely on you. And even if I tried to please you, you never considered me. Lin Zijia was nearly doubled over in pain, but in extreme discomfort, his anger flared. He pointed at her. When you shamelessly pursued me back then, was it not to curry favor? He continued, you please me, but only if I am satisfied will I consider assisting you. Chapter 41. The real Baixi trembled all over. It turns out that when a woman is pushed to the brink of sorrow, she feels nauseous, dizzy, and struggles to breathe. Covering her mouth, she hurried to the bathroom, clutching the toilet as she retched. Nothing but bitter water came up. What is wrong? His tone was cold. Lin Zijia leaned against the doorframe, rubbing his sore back. Don't tell me you're pregnant. Not possible, she replied, rising to splash water on her face at the sink. You needn't worry. Then, why the dramatic reaction? She remained silent, still feeling the weight on her chest, suppressing the urge to speak. I'm not mistaken. Lin Zijia observed her silhouette with a hint of irritation. You please me, and I'll take care of you. No need. Baixi tore off a disposable face towel, wiped her face, and tossed it into the trash. Doing too much to please others can lead to a twisted backbone. I'm still young, and a hunchback is unattractive. Her sudden assertiveness caught Lin Zijia off guard. After all, since her marriage into the Lin family, she had rarely shown such firmness unless pushed to her limits. Where are you off to at this hour? Baixi continued without pausing, grabbing a change of clothes from the wardrobe and stuffing them into a canvas bag. There's a patient at the hospital with no family to accompany them. Their condition is unstable, so I'm going to stay with them. The floor was icy cold, and she padded silently across it. Lin Zijia suddenly felt less pain in his back and remarked, do as you like. As she descended the stairs, she encountered Lu Jing, who called for dinner, startled to see Baixi with luggage. Baixi? Where are you going? Didn't you just get home? Given that Baixi had previously left home, this raised concerns. However, she responded calmly, concealing any signs of distress. I merely returned to grab some clothes. Work at the hospital has been hectic. I spent some time having fun with Zijia, and now I'm behind on several tasks. If I don't show some results, my promotion at the end of the year will be jeopardized. Lu Jing had heard about her good performance and the potential for promotion, so she didn't press further and let her go. Unable to find a taxi, Lin Zijia unexpectedly appeared, driving past her in a sports car. He leaned out, saying, if you act cute for me one more time, I'll drive you to the hospital. Baixi kicked at his car tire. The gesture, to an observer, might have seemed as though she wished to kick him instead. Her temper flared. Lin Zijia found himself in a noticeably better mood, honking the horn loudly, the sound echoing through the air. What's your problem? After venting her frustration, Baixi regained her composure. He glanced at her, assessing her before commenting, you've never been a lady. Pretending for so long must be exhausting. No one replied to him. Baixi shot him a cold glare, pulling out her phone to order a ride. Baixi, I'll give you one more chance. Will you act cute or not? That wasn't he acting cute. Lin Zijia longed to hear her breath quicken. Once in the car, Baixi answered the driver's call, calmly directing him. Yes, near Taoyuan Road, number 303. Turn right at the intersection. Lin Zijia raised an eyebrow, honked again, and sped past her. After a light rain yesterday, water had pooled on the roadside, and as his tires splashed through a puddle, it splattered on her pant leg. Turning back, he feigned innocence. Sorry, didn't see you. Upon arriving at the hospital, Baixi changed out of her wet pants and donned her white coat. Tonight, it was still Xiao Lu on duty, who upon seeing her, remarked nonchalantly, you didn't have another argument with your husband, did you? You look rather sour. No, soyons terribles. Holding a black hair tie in her mouth as she twisted her hair up and casually tucked a pen in her coat pocket. Is it just you tonight? Xiaoli is also here. Just now, her boyfriend came to find her, and the two of them sneaked off to the restroom. Xiao Lu remarked with a smile. They're all adults. We should be understanding. Baixi frowned, but chose not to comment further. Both Xiao Lu and Xiao Li were nurses in her department, and as long as matters did not concern principals or involve patients, Baixi was quite easygoing. Xiao Li's boyfriend treats her really well. He not only came to visit, but also brought a lot of snacks, giving her shoulder rubs and asking after her well-being. Xiao Lu gossiped as she peeked around the corridor. I just saw them after their rendezvous. Xiaoli was being carried out by the man. She's quite pampered. It was no wonder Su Baixi held a grudge. Life constantly reminded her that Lin Zijia was not worthy. She recalled the dampened hem of her trousers from earlier and found it hard to swallow her frustration. Turning back, she called Lin Dongtian. Baixi? I just heard your mother say you went to the hospital. Did Zijia upset you again? Su Baixi paused for a moment before complaining. Zijia went out. Out again? Su Baixi, feeling a sharp pain in her foot, replied, Dad, please don't think I'm bothering you. But I suspect the hospital might arrange for doctors to go out for training soon, and I'm truly uneasy leaving Zijia at home. I hope you can keep an eye on him. What was this? Su Baixi had never spoken to her parents about matters of the heart. Not only Lin Dongtian, but also Lu Jing, who was listening nearby, looked delighted. It showed that the couple had a good relationship. Su Baixi even thought of Lin Zijia while on a business trip. All right, Lin Dongtian said, glancing at Lu Jing for a signal. Baixi, rest assured, he will definitely behave. That evening, Lin Dongtian and Lu Jing went out together, forcibly dragging Lin Zijia away from a group of dubious friends, bringing him back home. The scene was quite a spectacle, and Lin Zijia felt humiliated. Do I not care for my dignity? Shen Qingbai clung to Lin Zijia's waist, refusing to let go, as she and Lu Jing playfully tugged at him. Shen Qingbai, slightly tipsy, said, Give me back my good brother. During the tussle, Lin Zijia nearly tore half of his pants and had to kick Shen Qingbai off, insisting, let go. This incident reached Su Baixi, who was spinning a pan on the table. When Lin Zijia returned home and was locked away, he still had the presence of mind to call Su Baixi. You're quite ruthless. How about this? Su Baixi replied, nonchalantly, focusing on the tip of her pen. If you act cute with me now, I might plead with my parents to let you out. Revenge? Su Baixi asked, so, will you act cute or not? Lin Zijia found it both infuriating and amusing. He had been drinking, and his mind was hazy as he breathed into the phone. The sound was muffled. Su Baixi moved the phone slightly away. He said, Su Baixi, this side of you is the real you. You are petty and vengeful. Now you are putting on an act, neither human nor ghost. Are you pleased? Chapter 42. Checking in, Su Baixi was taken aback. She lowered her gaze and fell silent, suddenly feeling quite disheartened. I'm hanging up, she said. Lin Zijia, inebriated, was not unlike Shen Qingbai. When the alcohol hit, he spoke freely. Who gave you permission? Hanging up does not require permission, Su Baixi retorted. Lin Zijia's voice was light and slurred. I told you not to trust men. Song sure. The call ended abruptly. Su Baixi had only heard part of it before her phone died. Just then, Xiao Lu came over, saying there was a situation with a patient. Su Baixi, ever serious, grabbed the medical records and hurried to the ward. It's nothing serious. Just avoid sleeping on your side for the next 6 hours. Once this 4 is finished, press the bell if you feel any pain in your lower back. Su Baixi was methodical. When Xiao Lu followed her back, she quietly complained. You weren't even supposed to work today, and you've been on duty for several days straight. Why is that doctor's patient assigned to you? Caring for patients knows no boundaries. It is a doctor's duty, Su Baixi replied. Xiao Lu sighed. Only you could endure this. The following evening, Song Shi came to pick her up from the hospital. He looked exuberant, radiating joy. I initially wanted to send you the address, but Xiao Lu said you wanted to work overtime, so I didn't want to preemptively book, fearing you might be stood up by Dr. Su. His success in business enhanced his appearance considerably. Dr. Su, I owe you a great deal this time. Let's discuss outside. Sure. They went to a couple's restaurant that Song Shi had booked. Su Baixi frowned slightly at the choice, but offered no objection. Do you like it here? It's fine, she replied, maintaining her objectivity as she placed her bag aside. I'm not picky when it comes to food. I was asking about the ambience. It's also acceptable. Song Shi leaned in, resting his chin on his intertwined hands, gazing at her with a grin. Lin Zijia probably lacks the leisure to bring you to such places, Dr. Su. Dating can be quite enjoyable. Su Baixi paused, her hand holding the knife and fork momentarily. It was poor etiquette to bring up old wounds, especially considering she had just had a disagreement with Lin Zijia the previous day. She put down her utensils, took a napkin to wipe her mouth, and said, You always mention him in front of me. One might think you have a fondness for Lin Zijia. Not at all, Song Shi denied, then switched her drink. The meal proceeded in silence, the atmosphere becoming somewhat awkward. It wasn't until a contract appeared before Su Baixi that she revealed a hint of a smile. Pleasure in our cooperation. Song Shi was momentarily taken aback by her fleeting smile. If there's nothing else, I should take my leave. This was the share that Song Shi had promised her earlier. The Song family had invested in the Su family quite some time ago, making them a minor shareholder. Though their shares were limited and they had little say in significant matters, even a fly's leg counts as meat. Su Baixi had no intention of seeking sudden wealth or extorting anyone. In business, integrity is paramount. When she left, she took the initiative to settle the bill. Upon learning this, Song Shi's smile remained intact. Lin Zijia is indeed blind to overlook you. Once again, Lin Zijia's name came up. Su Baixi turned back sharply, her voice cold. Perhaps you should recommend an ophthalmologist? Noticing her displeasure, Song Shi wisely ceased the topic. After dinner, she returned to the hospital. Accustomed to her routine, she felt no discontent. As she walked down the corridor, Xiao Lu raised her eyebrows at her. Are you also planning to see an eye doctor? Xiao Lu sighed, Doctor. Su, what a wonderful day it is. Everyone is coming to pick you up. Where have you been? Lin Zijia leaned against the office door, arms crossed, questioning her. His expression was sour, but Su Baixi calmly walked past him to change her clothes. Xiao Lu attempted to follow, but Lin Zijia swiftly shut the door in her face. Were you eavesdropping on? In a couple's wall corner. Xiao Lu clicked her tongue and hurried away. Lin Zijia watched as Su Baixi changed her clothes. He approached and sat down, his gaze sweeping over her waist, which could be easily encircled by one arm. Where did you go? Why does it concern you where I go? Lin Zijia placed his phone on the table and said, I advise you to speak politely. Su Baixi put on her coat, folding her dirty clothes to place in a convenience bag, and replied, I went out to eat. With whom? She glanced at him. What did you eat? It was quite unusual. She had seen women check up on their partners, but never had she encountered a man questioning her on the job about every detail. Su Baixi, of course, did not believe Lin Zijia had suddenly taken an interest in her. She stated, in the cafeteria. Oh, Lin Zijia responded casually, playing a casual game on his phone. Evidently, he was simply asking out of boredom. Otherwise, he wouldn't have such a laid-back attitude, as if he had no desire to hear her answer or cared about it. Lin Zijia was halfway through his game when a message popped up on WeChat. He was quick to respond, and a flirtatious voice emerged from the phone. Zijia, is this game fun? If you miss me, play this if you get through it. You can see me. Aside from Qin Yanran, there was no one else. Su Baixi glanced at his phone, while Lin Zijia glared at her suspiciously, asking, What are you doing? Just taking a look, she replied candidly. His behavior irked her, and she retorted, Do you enjoy invading others' privacy? That's my least favorite trait of yours. Finding the situation trivial, she mused that if she could turn back time, she would have poked her own eyes out. Grabbing a convenience bag, she headed outside, stating, I've seen every inch of you. What privacy do you have? I washed those pants you're wearing. For the first time in his life, Lin Zijia felt his cheeks flush from her words. He stood up and followed her, saying, Wife, I heard you're going on a business trip. My dad said I should accompany you. Unenthusiastic about his company, she replied, No need. You have no say in this. He quickly countered, deciding unilaterally, When are we leaving? Send me the itinerary. You just want to escape home under the pretense of accompanying me. Since your dad, 1T let you go out, right? You're not foolish, he remarked casually. In truth, no one is truly foolish. It merely depends on what one chooses to acknowledge. Previously, Su Baixi had feigned ignorance. But now it appeared that her prolonged pretense had led to her being perceived as dim-witted. Send it to me. Otherwise, I'll have to ask Xiao Lu for it. She did not want him to embarrass himself further. Xiao Lu already thought poorly of him. If he were to flaunt himself, she feared she would share in the humiliation. Discord within a marriage is a family disgrace, not to be aired publicly. She handed him a copy of the schedule. It's this Friday, right? Just to the next city. It's not far, he commented. As Su Baixi scrolled through group messages, the dean mentioned the significance of the upcoming seminar, emphasizing the attendance of important figures and urging everyone to be on their toes. She noticed a familiar name, Chun Yuan, a distinguished graduate from the medical university, 2 years her senior, who had returned from abroad adorned with countless accolades, a genius in the medical field. Is that new receptionist, Xiao Zhang, always throwing glances my way? Su Baixi snapped back to reality, not catching his words. What? Chapter 43. As annoying as her Lin Zijia impatiently replied, I 1T repeat myself. He quickened his pace and, as he brushed past her, accidentally knocked her phone from her hand. As she bent down to retrieve it, maintaining her composure, she remarked, The screen is cracked. You owe me. Hand it over, he demanded. Just transfer me the money, she countered. Let me see the model, he insisted. Su Baixi handed him her phone, genuinely believing he wanted to check the model, but he swiftly pocketed it, executing the maneuver with fluidity. She was caught off guard, asking, "What are you doing?" "I'll compensate you at the original price. I purchased this phone." Baixi frowned. "Then what am I supposed to use now?" In reality, she wanted to express that the hospital often sent notifications that needed to be checked, making it inconvenient to be without a phone. Lin Zijia evidently hadn't considered her needs, simply replying, "Who cares?" He walked away, transferring 20,000 yuan to her, effectively purchasing the phone without her consent. Passing the reception desk, Lin Zijia exchanged glances with Xiao Zhang, pausing for a moment before smiling warmly. "Nurse, you look lovely today," with his handsome appearance and wealth. This approach hit Xiao Zhang's youthful heart directly. She shyly lowered her gaze. Baixi observed this scene, noting how Xiao Zhang quickly averted her eyes upon realizing she was present. Women compete with their instincts. Xiao Zhang clearly had feelings for Lin Zijia. "What time do you finish work?" Baixi inquired. Xiao Zhang shrank back. "I'll be off at 8 in the morning." "All right." Xiao Zhang, being new, took the earlier compliment as a sign of affection and provocatively asked Baixi, "Dr. Su, is he your younger brother?" Lin Zijia was indeed younger, so wasn't he entirely inaccurate to say so? "Yes," he replied. "There is quite an age gap between you two," Xiao Zhang remarked with a smile. Baixi glanced at her without responding, but Xiao Zhang suddenly felt intimidated, lowering her head and falling silent. Baixi turned to leave, not bothering to engage further. After 4 years with Lin Zijia, she had grown accustomed to women flaunting their bravado in her presence, and this situation was nothing new. Besides, Lin Zijia was known for his flirtations, and he would likely forget Xiao Zhang by tomorrow. "Give me my phone back," Baixi insisted. Lin Zijia guardedly leaned against the car door, lighting a cigarette. "If I'm accompanying you on this business trip, don't try to pull any tricks." It must be said, his demeanor shifted quickly. He had been gentle and considerate with Xiao Zhang, yet turned fierce with her. "I want to see the messages," she demanded. Lin Zijia refused, stating, "Without your phone, you won't be able to go on the trip, so notify me when you leave." He was ordered to pick up Baixi, but he had no intention of returning home, instead planning to take her out for leisure, announcing, "Shen Qingbai is celebrating his birthday today." When they arrived at the private room, a group had already gathered. Upon seeing her, everyone greeted casually sister-in-law. Only Lin Ruichen stood up respectfully, genuinely addressing her, "Sister, why did you bring your spouse again?" Someone remarked, casually draping an arm over Lin Zijia's shoulder, whispering, "With sister-in-law here, it's awkward to discuss male topics." Lin Zijia replied, "Don't mind her." Given the permission, they returned to their revelry, summoning some hostesses. Each man in the room accompanied by a girl, the atmosphere thick with smoke, while others invited them to play cards, suggesting they gamble large sums today. As he had a spouse, they didn't call for him to join. He was displeased. "Why don't I have one?" The crowd glanced at Baixi, hesitating. "Sister-in-law is still here. Jiagu, why don't you embrace your sister-in-law?" "I miss Xiao Ran," he said. "She is much more entertaining than my sister-in-law." Baixi was no stranger to his disdain, having endured worse remarks in the past, but in front of so many people, it was undeniably awkward for her. "Sister Baixi is so beautiful. Come sit with me," Shen Qingbai chimed in, attempting to ease the tension. "I think Sister Baixi is great." Being the birthday star, he held the most influence, and no one contested his words, perceiving it as a joke. Lin Ruichen, a high school student, chose not to summon a girl to accompany him, sitting beside Baixi instead, now concerned for her, quietly advising Lin Zijia to be mindful. "Cousin." Lin Zijia ignored him, joining some friends at the card table. Those who lost were not only required to pay up, but also drink. "You'll be driving later," Lin Ruichen reminded him. "Don't drink. Why are you acting like a woman?" Lin Zijia retorted, already irritated with him. "Stay away from Baixi. You'll end up as annoying as her." "Cousin," Lin Ruichen stressed his tone. Lin Zijia glared at him. "Good brother," Shen Qingbai intervened, attempting to smooth things over. "Don't be mad at the kid. Arue is still young." Lin Ruichen, standing up for Baixi, spoke bluntly. "Cousin, you can say whatever you want in private. Why bring Sister Baixi along and say such things for her to hear? In private, no one can interfere, but saying it openly felt somewhat humiliating." Lin Zijia replied, "If it weren't for her stirring up trouble and using our parents to pressure me, would I have to take her out? Without Baixi's company, he wouldn't even dare step outside his home." It seemed this business trip was the same. By taking her phone, he aimed to prevent her from leaving midway, making it difficult for him to act. The only calm presence in the room was still Baixi, who reassured Lin Ruichin, "It's fine." Sister Baixi. Lin Ruichin felt her plight. "Mind your own business," Lin Zijia retorted coldly. Shun Qingbai sensed the atmosphere shifting again and quickly rallied the women. "Come on. Let us all toast to me. I'm the birthday star. Don't focus on my good brother. Look at me instead." The men, having lost at cards, readily paid their debts, while during their drinking sessions, they encouraged the women beside them to partake without needing to issue specific commands. The women were perceptive enough to understand. Lin Zijia, never once losing, continued to win, and the newly arrived hostess mistook Su Baixi for a companion summoned from the adjacent table. Noticing Su Baixi seated next to Lin Zijia, she pouted and playfully complained to Shun Qingbai, "It's unfair. That sister hasn't drunk a single glass. Do you want her to drink?" Shun Qingbai teased, playfully patting the woman's backside. "How charming you are." When her playful complaint fell flat, the woman turned back to Lin Zijia, pouting and calling out, "Lin Xiao." Lin Zijia intentionally withheld his good cards, predictably losing, and the wine glass was sent to Su Baixi. The implications were unmistakable. In truth, the act of drinking was secondary. The primary concern was that this was the role of a hostess, and Su Baixi, being merely a companion, was regarded with the same status as these women. Lin Zijia had dismissed her, indicating that she was not to be considered, and he truly intended to disregard her. "I want to drink," she stated firmly. Lin Zijia leaned closer, whispering in her ear, "Can you guess what I discovered about that day when you and Songshi were engaged in some clandestine activities?" Chapter 44. Are we still playing? Su Baixi felt a sudden jolt in her heart. The term clandestine activities was rather broad. As a glass was pushed toward her, Lin Zijia maintained his tone. "Hurry up." Everyone around turned their gaze toward them. Some attempted to ease the tension, suggesting, "Why don't we skip this round? There's no need to drink." Indeed, Shun Qingbai chimed in, "If sister-in-law doesn't want to drink, let it be." "Good brother." Sister-in-law can't handle alcohol. Her stomach isn't well. Lin Zijia laid his cards down, reclining on the sofa as he lit a cigarette. The flicker of the flame illuminated his face, revealing his attractive, thin-lipped visage, which seemed devoid of warmth. He took a drag and playfully kicked Su Baixi's calf under the table. "Stomach problems?" "Soyons terribles." "No." As soon as the words left her lips, she took the glass, her expression unchanging, and tipped it back in one go. The sharp flavor coursed down her throat, igniting her stomach, yet she remained silent, composed as she set the glass down. "I thought so. How could it be a stomach issue?" Lin Zijia called for everyone to continue the next round, beginning to shuffle the cards. She's quite resilient. I've never seen her indulge in soft living. In the subsequent rounds, Lin Zijia seemed to be either having a streak of bad luck or deliberately losing, as he failed to win a single hand. Whenever he was faced with a penalty, he made Su Baixi take his place. After a complete rotation, it turned out that Su Baixi had consumed more than all the women present combined. Overwhelmed by the alcohol, Su Baixi felt a fiery warmth engulfing her, akin to being engulfed in flames. She discreetly pinched Lin Zijia's waist, glancing at his cards as he seemed poised to make a reckless play, gently advising, "Play a pair." "Didn't you say you wouldn't play?" Lin Zijia doubted her, insisting on playing a hard ace. "Aunt Yang mentioned wanting you to play cards, and you didn't understand a thing." Mrs. Yang could only refer to the last time she had met Huasiyu. Su Baixi tightened her grip on his waist, lowering her voice, "Don't play carelessly. I'm the one playing cards, not you." Lin Zijia brushed her hand aside, irritated by her interference. "Just drink your drink." Unsurprisingly, he lost again. Su Baixi stared at her glass, her hand trembling. The onlookers could no longer bear it. Someone remarked, "Jiat Go, is this how you play?" Starting off with a big explosion. Lin Zijia shot him a glance. "What? Are you unhappy about winning money?" Consequently, no one dared to speak further. It is often said that it is difficult for an honest official to resolve household matters. Lin Zijia and Su Baixi were a legally married couple, and despite their disputes, it was ultimately their affair, not something for outsiders to meddle in. Lin Zijia had no intention of defending his wife. After all, it was not their place to intervene. If they did, and boundaries were not respected, who would bear the consequences of the embarrassment? As Su Baixi reached for her glass, intent on drinking, Lin Ruichin interjected, blocking her path with his red-rimmed eyes. "Sister Baixi, let me all drink." Su Baixi, unable to bear it any longer, felt that if she had a few more glasses, she wouldn't be able to leave the room, Yet she also didn't want a high school student to shield her from alcohol. No need. Seeing her drink, Lin Rui Chun, now frustrated, glared at Lin Zijia before grabbing his backpack and leaving. I'm going home. Did he just glare at me? Lin Zijia squinted. Shun Qingbai, having abstained from drinking, leaned in to console him. Good brother, he's just a kid. Don't mind him. There's a cake coming soon. I specifically had someone make a 23-layered one for you to cut. It's not my birthday. Why should I cut it? Shun Qingbai smiled. You can make a wish too. Girls enjoy desserts. Shun Qingbai, unaware of Su Baixi's aversion to sweets, innocently remarked, good brother. Slice a bigger piece for sister-in-law to help with the alcohol. Lin Zijia turned to see Su Baixi blushing deeply, her breath carrying a faint scent of alcohol. Sweet and intoxicating. Are we still playing, Jiaga? Not anymore. Shun Qingbai responded with a cheerful, great, and called for the waiter to bring out the birthday cake. Declaring, hurry up, I even ordered a saw specifically for cutting the cake. It wasn't a real saw, but rather a knife much larger than a standard cake knife. He handed it to Lin Zijia, encouraging him to make a wish first. Lin Zijia showed little interest, calling out to Su Baixi, you do it. Jiaga, it's about time. Don't keep making sister-in-law drink for you. Even Shun Qingbai found it hard to watch. Good brother. Why do you persist in making her do this? Lin Zijia tugged Su Baixi's arm, pulling her to stand before the towering cake. She felt the alcohol surge within her, dizziness washing over her. Yet, she maintained her composure, silently making a wish before saying, all right. Shun Qingbai blew out the candles, and Lin Zijia began to slice the cake. Although it was Shun Qingbai's birthday, it felt as though everyone was celebrating. Lin Zijia served everyone except Su Baixi. Baixi Jia, Shun Qingbai, unable to bear it any longer, approached and offered her his piece. Here. You eat this. Su Baixi shook her head. I'm full. I want to eat. Have you had enough to drink? Drinking on an empty stomach isn't good. You should eat something, Shun Qingbai said with concern. A bit of cake will help settle your stomach. Su Baixi, not wishing to prolong the pleasantries, accepted it. The taste was exceedingly sweet, overwhelming her senses, and it took considerable effort to regain her composure. Sweetness, not merely in the cake, but in the concern expressed by others, which felt genuine. Although this gathering was not truly concerned for her, it was rather a matter of maintaining appearances. After Lin Zijia finished cutting the cake, he turned to see her eating with a fork and remarked, what an adult, yet you don't understand a simple matter. That piece belongs to Shun Qingbai, the birthday star. Why are you trying to take it? The words fell upon her ears, and Su Baixi lowered her gaze, blinking in surprise. Suddenly, it didn't seem so sweet anymore. Silently, she set down the piece of cake and sat in her place, staring at her toes. On the way back, everyone called for a designated driver. Lin Zijia, having not touched a drop of alcohol, helped the inebriated Su Baixi into the passenger seat. Good brother. She really likes you. Don't bully her anymore. Shun Qingbai, having drunk quite a bit, whispered to Lin Zijia as they departed. Lin Zijia swatted Shun Qingbai's hand away. Mind your own business. During the drive home, Su Baixi became ill in the car, prompting Lin Zijia, distressed over his vehicle, to push her out. The night wind was chilling, and it did little to rouse her from her stupor. Lin Zijia left her beneath a street lamp. She clung to the pole, overwhelmed and disoriented. Once she finished, she turned around and asked, can I have a bottle of water? But there was nothing behind her. Lin Zijia had driven away. Su Baixi, trembling, managed to stand, feeling pain throughout her body, though she couldn't discern its source. She wished to reach for her phone to call someone. Oh, but Lin Zijia had taken her phone. With nothing left, she realized she had no idea where she was. Su Baixi felt a haze before her eyes. A drunken person is not as resilient as usual. She suddenly lost the desire to maintain any semblance of decorum or composure. She shouted toward the front, Lin Zijia. As she muttered angrily under her breath, she bore a striking resemblance to the beloved daughter of the Su family from over a decade ago. Indeed, Su Baixi, once the pampered heiress, had also been flamboyant in her youth. Time is the most effective healer of forgotten memories. After more than 10 years, no one remembered the former Su Baixi. She shouted Lin Zijia's name repeatedly towards the main road. By the end, tears streamed down her face as she clung to a pole, unable to rise. How long are you going to scold me? Lin Zijia stood behind her, arms crossed, looking down at her with an inscrutable expression. He held out a bottle of water, stating, you articulated quite clearly scolding me a total of 42 times, referring to me as bastard 18 times, dog 20 times, and heartless and ungrateful countless times. Lin Zijia, you bastard. He counted on his fingers. That makes it 19 times. Drunk with a flushed face, Baixi saw multiple indistinct figures of Lin Zijia swaying before her. She accused, "Where have you been?" "I haven't gone anywhere," he replied, pulling her arm to help her up and pointing to the right. "The car has been parked there all along. After you finished throwing up, you cursed me from here, and I felt like I was watching a mother monkey." She swatted the water bottle from his hand. "Get lost." The bottle fell to the ground, spilling water everywhere. Lin Zijia raised an eyebrow. "You said it, so I'll leave." As he released her, Baixi lost her support and fell straight to the ground. A drunken person typically lacks self-protective instincts. She fell face first, not even attempting to shield herself. "If you ruin your face, you'll come to me for trouble in the morning." Lin Zijia caught her just in time. Baixi slapped his face, intoxicated and irrational. "Get lost." Her poor alcohol tolerance made her slap quite forceful. Lin Zijia's face darkened immediately, leaving her to fend for herself on the roadside as he got into the car. "Suit yourself." His cheek stung, and he lit a cigarette, his hands trembling with anger. Baixi clung to the pole and threw up again. The night air was cool, and after sitting for a while, she lay back on the ground, and after about 10 minutes, she got back up, embracing the pole again. Lin Zijia, observing from the rearview mirror, found it amusing and pulled out his phone to record her. "Who are you kissing?" He leaned out of the car, holding his phone towards her. "Kiss a bit higher." "Yes, that's it." Baixi kissed the pole and then stumbled towards his direction, leaning against the car window, saying, "Come down and carry me." "You're not exactly a beauty, but your thoughts are quite lofty." Lin Zijia took a puff of his cigarette, shaking off the ash. "Don't dream." With tears still glistening on her lashes from her earlier crying, she looked quite pitiable. "Carry me." She grabbed his hair. "Will you carry me or not?" Lin Zijia felt a jolt of pain at his scalp, his expression shifting. "Let go. I'll let go if you carry me." "Baixi, do you even know what you're doing?" He replied coldly. "I find you quite bothersome. Will you carry me or not?" The parking area was not far from the Lin family home, about 1.5 kilometers away, with a row of streetlights illuminating their elongated shadows on the ground. Lin Zijia carried Baixi in the direction of home. She lay on his back, pulling at the nape of his neck. "That's enough. If you pull me again, I'll throw you under the bridge," he warned, his tone harsh. Baixi, in her drunken stupor, was oblivious, playfully covering his mouth to silence him. With a fierce expression, she demanded, "Shut up." Her hands were cold, small, and carried a distinct sweetness. She couldn't maintain her bravado for long before suddenly feeling aggrieved. "Lin Zijia, please stop bullying me. I am your wife. We are legally married." Lin Zijia replied, "That doesn't mean we can't divorce." She seemed to misunderstand, resorting to childish stubbornness. "I don't care. You should treat me a little better." Lin Zijia paused. He looked up at the sky, where the moon hung large and bright, illuminating his thoughts. He felt there was no need to hold a grudge against Baixi. He generously stated, "Then I won't hold it against you for slapping me earlier." "How would you hold it against me?" He responded, "Huasiyu betrayed me, and Songsher seized the opportunity. I don't believe this is coincidental, while you caught between the two. Let us put it this way." Lin Zijia lifted her slightly. "What you said earlier wasn't entirely incorrect. I am indeed a bastard. I'll place all the blame on you. If you hadn't drunk all that alcohol tonight, I would have dealt with the Su family tomorrow. Do you believe I could force Huasiyu to jump off a building?" Baixi remained silent, her head resting on his shoulder, breathing lightly, as if she had fallen asleep. However, Lin Zijia thought for a moment and spoke again. "Baixi, I truly find you bothersome." He added, "Once Xiao Ran graduates, I want to marry her." "Don't do anything disgraceful then. Let us part on good terms," he said softly. Upon their return home, Lu Jing happened to be downstairs drinking water. Seeing them so close, she was pleased enough not to dwell on Lin Zijia's previous insincerity. "How'd you get so drunk?" "My car is parked on Jinlong Road," Lin Zijia replied, carrying Baixi upstairs and tossing her onto the bed. "Have someone bring it back." Lu Jing helped by fetching a damp towel to wipe Baixi's face. "Did you walk back?" "Not far, just a stroll," Lin Zijia replied, skillfully feigning innocence. "Young people's affairs, you wouldn't understand." "Is that so? This is what you call romance." Lu Jing was delighted, going out to call someone to retrieve the car, peering back to remind him, "There's yogurt in the fridge. Feed her some so her head won't hurt too much in the morning." She'll drink it herself when she wakes up, he said, dismissing the smell of alcohol clinging to him as he headed to the bathroom for a shower. Lu Jing instructed the maid to place 2 boxes at their bedside before heading downstairs. In the middle of the night, Su Baixi woke up to vomit again. Lin Zijia, irritated by the noise, noticed her hurriedly exiting the bedroom and went down to close the door. Upon her return, she found herself unable to open the door, calling for him with no response, and had no choice but to spend the night in the guest room. The next morning, Su Baixi awoke with a fever and stomach pain. Lin Zijia, left alone at home, wandered to her bedside, saying, "Aren't you a doctor? Why not check on yourself?" "I think," Su Baixi replied weakly, "you and Miss Qin make a great pair. Just because someone is a doctor doesn't mean they are omniscient." She couldn't possibly diagnose her own condition. Last time Qin Yanran visited the hospital, she had made a similar comment, as if being a doctor meant she should know everything. "I love hearing that," Lin Zijia said, feeling quite cheerful, sitting by her bedside without any intention of caring for her, merely engaging in idle chatter. "They say there are no filial sons by a sickbed, and couples often abandon each other in times of crisis. If you fall seriously ill, isn't it normal for me to find you bothersome?" Senior Su, Shunke's tone was filled with concern as he inquired after her well-being. "Are you feeling unwell? Do you need anything? The seminar is still ongoing." "I will attend," Su Baixi replied, holding the cup of water from the table and sipping to soothe her throat, feeling considerably better. "It won't be a delay. Does Senior Su need any assistance?" "No, thank you." Shunke continued to express his concern, and Su Baixi responded to each of his inquiries until she finally ended the call. When she looked up, she noticed Lin Zijia sitting beside her, engrossed in a video on his phone. The sound emanating from the device was familiar, and after a moment of contemplation, Su Baixi realized the person in the video was herself. Frowning, she asked, "When was this recorded?" "Yesterday," Lin Zijia replied, presenting a clip of her intimate moment with him. One hand outstretched. "I know you don't want to hand over your phone, but if you don't give it to me now, I will send this to your department group." "Where did you get that group?" "Xiao Zhang from a front desk shared it with me." Su Baixi frowned. In truth, she had no intention of giving him her phone, but his threat left her feeling powerless. She couldn't comprehend. "What do you need my phone for?" "I'll give it back to you the day of the business trip." He was worried she might sneak away without him. Remaining composed, Su Baixi said, "I will take you with me. I don't trust you." Ultimately, she surrendered the phone to him. If he insisted on taking it by force, her current condition made her no match for him. So it was better to comply for everyone's convenience. Lin Zijia called a family doctor to examine her. After that, he went to the living room to play games on his phone, specifically a mini-game recommended by Qin Yanran. When the doctor came down to report on Su Baishi's condition, Lin Zijia responded with a series of disinterested memes. The doctor, noticing his lack of engagement, asked, "Young Master Lin, what did I just say?" Lin Zijia slowly lifted his gaze, coldly fixing the doctor with a stare. "Just do your job for the money." "Young Master Lin," the doctor said softly, lowering his eyes. "Some medications need to be taken under supervision. Don't mix them up." Lin Zijia had no time to respond, as just then, Qin Yanran called him after finishing her class. He answered almost immediately. "Xiao Ran." His tone was markedly different from how he spoke to Su Baixi. It was now laced with affection. After a brief exchange, presumably filled with her playful teasing, Lin Zijia stepped out onto the balcony. "The same goes for you," the doctor said as he went upstairs to inform Su Baixi. She smiled lightly, appearing tranquil. "Could you please reiterate the precautions?" "I'll listen." The doctor's gaze held a familiar pity. What kind of couple was this? The man wasn't indifferent. He merely chose not to care for her. Once the doctor left, Su Baixi recalled the contract she had obtained from Song Shi. Logically, her dealings with Song Shi were private. Lin Zijia shouldn't have any evidence. It seemed that he had simply concluded her guilt upon seeing her grow closer to Song Shi, needing no proof. As the saying goes, if one wishes to accuse, they will find a reason. She wasn't innocent either. So Lin Zijia's thoughts were of little concern to her. During this time, Lu Jing also came to check on her a few times, reminding Lin Zijia to take care of her before taking others out shopping. This illness lasted for 3 days before she recovered. As she finished her rest, it coincided with the day of the business trip. "Senior Su, are you fully recovered?" Shunke, who was in the same group as Su Baixi, approached her upon seeing her at the airport. "I brought you some tea to replenish your energy. You should try it." Su Baishi's luggage was minimal, primarily because she was accompanying Lin Zijia, drawing attention. Everyone turned to look at her. She forced a smile and replied, I'm doing well. Hello everyone, Lin Zijia, ever the socialite, greeted warmly with a radiant smile. I'm Baixi's husband. I happen to be here for some business and am accompanying her. I hope that's all right. Since they were attending a seminar rather than a hospital-organized event, bringing a family member was acceptable. Over a dozen colleagues from the hospital were present, many of whom were aware of Su Baixi's situation. When they heard this, they naturally had no objections. No problem. After the seminar, we have a gathering planned. It will be lively. A gathering? Lin Zijia feigned interest, inching closer to Xiaozhang. We'll be busy. Xiaozhang shyly glanced at Su Baixi, lowering her eyes. It will be quite busy. I almost didn't qualify to come, but the director heard about Dr. Su's illness and chose me at the last minute to assist her. There's no need for such formality, Lin Zijia replied. You'll do your own thing. Su Baixi can manage. Xiaozhang hesitated. Is that appropriate? Lin Zijia insisted it's fine. The flight landed, and the group checked into their hotel. Since Lin Zijia was Su Baixi's family, it was only natural for him to share a room with her. As they exited the vehicle, everyone was busy retrieving their luggage. Lin Zijia noticed an extra suitcase behind him and remarked, Su Baixi, you can carry that yourself. Su Baixi glanced over, unfazed, and replied, That's not my suitcase. Whose is it? It wasn't here earlier. The suitcase was identical to his, and fearing a mix-up, Lin Zijia casually opened it. Surprise! Qin Yinran emerged from the large suitcase, beaming, as she wrapped her arms around Lin Zijia's neck, clinging to him like a koala. She playfully asked, Are you surprised to see me? I went to great lengths to hide in there. Lin Zijia was momentarily taken aback, clearly not expecting her. But soon, Su Baixi noticed his eyes brighten with delight, and she heard him speak with concern. Xiaoran, how long have you been hidden in there? Is it cramped? For the chance to see you, this little discomfort is nothing, she replied. Lin Zijia was clearly smitten by her charm. Then I must make it up to you. Chapter 47. Quite the commotion, how will you make it up to me? Qin Yinran blushed and looked down. What do you want? Lin Zijia gently ruffled her hair. Anything? Of course, he replied, easily accommodating her. After ensuring she was steady on her feet, he adjusted her dress. Anything at all. A new handbag was released recently. Buy it. Thank you, Zijia. The two were so engrossed in their affection that they seemed like the happiest couple in the world, making Su Baixi feel uneasy, prompting her to avert her gaze. Xiaozhang, who hadn't left yet, approached Su Baixi and said, Dr. Su, your husband. Senior Su, Shun Ku also lingered, offering to carry Su Baixi's suitcase. Let me help you. Everyone was an adult and understood what was unspoken. Some things were best left unexamined in front of those involved. Shun Ku, being considerate, pretended not to notice and took Su Baixi's suitcase, saying, Senior Su, let me escort you upstairs. With the unexpected presence of Qin Yinran, Lin Zijia no longer insisted on sharing a room with Su Baixi and instead arranged for a separate room for Qin Yinran, conveniently next door. That evening, when Lin Zijia came to return the phone, he opened the door just as Su Baixi had finished her shower, her damp hair cascading down her shoulders. Droplets of water soaking her clothing, rendering the fabric somewhat translucent. It was rather alluring. It would be challenging for any normal man to resist. However, Lin Zijia was devoted. He had no interest in Su Baixi, handing over the phone in a businesslike manner. All right, let me know when you're ready to leave. We should all go together, or my father will scold me later. You could switch hotels, Su Baixi suggested, receiving the phone and powering it on, casually reminding him. Lin Zijia frowned, clearly annoyed by her meddling. What? Are you the one arranging the hotel? In truth, Su Baixi wished to maintain some dignity in front of her colleagues. So she tactfully remarked, my colleagues saw it. It would not look good. No change. Lin Zijia was reluctant to make any fuss. If you want to change it, you do it. Naturally, Su Baixi could not act independently from the organization. The destination of the seminar was the closest, and it would be quite absurd if she left. Zijia, are you ready? Qin Yinran called him from the next room. Ready, Lin Zijia replied quickly and turned to leave. It was unclear whether the hotel sound insulation was inadequate or if Lin Zijia's side was too noisy, but Su Baixi hardly slept a few hours that night, merely listening to the commotion next door. When she woke the next day, even 3 layers of foundation could not conceal the dark circles under her eyes. Su Baixi went downstairs with her colleagues for breakfast, and Xiaozhang quietly approached her to complain, Dr. Su, were you and your husband too noisy last night? Being young and vigorous is great, but it seems you had quite a long night. You heard? Not just me, Xiao Zhang chuckled, somewhat meaningfully and awkwardly. Unsure if it was an exaggeration, everyone on that floor probably heard. Su Baixi was at a loss for words in response. Shen Ke seemed to know something. He handed a piece of bread to Xiao Zhang's plate, saying, "Less talking, more doing." "Dr. Shen, you are so strict," Xiao Zhang joked. Shen Ke pushed Xiao Zhang away, remaining by Su Baishi's side, saying, "Senior Su, did you not rest well last night? You don't look too good. The dark circles are quite pronounced." "A bit." Su Baishi took a sip of milk, a pure white ring staining her lips, quite tempting. "I was working overtime. It's normal." Shen Ke remarked, "The seminar is in the afternoon. After breakfast, Senior Su can catch up on some sleep." "All right." Shen Ke genuinely cared for Su Baishi, offering his attentions just right, bustling around, making her health tea, and bringing her some snacks. Those unaware might have thought he was her actual husband. Realizing something was off, Su Baishi, when he approached her again, gently said, "Dr. Shen, you need not come to my side." "Senior Su, have I caused you any inconvenience?" Shen Ke still held a jar of tea leaves, wanted to place it on her table, saying, "I hold great respect for seniors, especially you, Senior Su. I have long heard of your reputation in the medical field, which is why I chose to report to this hospital." "I have no reputation," Su Baishi modestly replied. "I've just performed some complex surgeries and been fortunate enough for them to succeed. In our line of work, luck has little to do with it." Shen Ke gazed at her face, sincerely saying, "Senior Su, I truly admire you." A little fanboy. Su Baishi understood his intentions and chose not to hold it against him. She did not stop him from doing what he wanted next, being attentive and buying snacks. After breakfast, she returned to her room to catch up on sleep. She arrived punctually for the afternoon seminar. The meeting progressed smoothly, with Chun Yuan, the main speaker, exhibiting strong control. His robust capabilities and surgical experience exuding an air of calm confidence. Upon seeing Chun Yuan again, Su Baishi felt genuinely pleased. When the meeting concluded, their eyes met, and Su Baishi smiled faintly. "Shall we arrange a time for a meal?" Chun Yuan approached her directly. "Senior Chun." Su Baishi closed her notebook, capped her pen, and tucked it into her pocket. "It's been a long time." "Indeed, it has been quite a while. 5 or 6 years, if I reckon correctly." "Suvaiksi notiv. You went abroad halfway through your university studies. It was difficult to meet." "Then this meal is a must," Chun Yuan said. "We can catch up." They went to a nearby renowned restaurant. Chun Yuan, slightly older, was quite reliable in his actions and spoke maturely, embodying the charming older man that women often adore. "I wonder if your tastes have changed." He handed her the menu. "You choose." Su Baishi accepted without hesitation, ordered dishes she liked, and then looked up at him. He immediately understood. "My tastes have not changed." "Then I'll order." Su Baishi selected dishes he used to enjoy. Back in her freshman year, when she was working on her lab project, the school assigned upperclassmen to assist the younger students, and coincidentally, they were in the same group. Chun Yuan had helped her a lot then. With this connection, they interacted quite harmoniously, feeling no pressure. Chun Yuan remarked, "Even back then, I thought you were considerably more outstanding than others." "I wouldn't say outstanding. You could say I was more diligent." Su Baishi stirred her coffee. The white circles swirling in a vortex. "I have wanted to be a doctor since I was young. It's my dream." "Because of your parents' situation?" Su Baishi lowered her gaze, speaking softly. "They passed away on the operating table, and I truly regret it. If I were a doctor, I would not want such a thing to happen. That's all in the past." Chun Yuan casually handed her a napkin. Su Baishi accepted it in silence. None of U.S. doctors wish for such events. By the time your parents were brought in, it was already too late. Excessive blood loss. Nothing could be done by Shi. After all these years, you should let it go. Su Baishi nodded, her voice soft. "Thus, I wish to save more people with my own hands." As the dishes were served, Su Baishi keenly noticed a familiar figure entering through the door. The restaurant was semi-open. It wasn't a private room. And although there were beautiful screens shielding the view, she could still observe her surroundings through the gaps. "Try this." Chun Yuan offered her some food. Su Baishi's attention was diverted as she realized the peculiarities of fate. She had not seen Lin Zijia all day, yet here he was. Lin Zijia, accompanied by Qin Yanran, sat right next to her. "Baishi, how is it?" Su Baishi returned to her senses. "Pretty good. I see quite a change in you." Chun Yuan smiled. "I can't say what you were like as a child, but when I first saw you in university, you exuded a stubborn spirit, unwilling to admit defeat or back down. You were a strong-willed young lady." Chun Yuan seemed to reminisce. "Back then, during the fraud dissection, your hands were trembling, yet you remained silent." I had guessed you must have been quite lively as a child. Qin Yuan sighed. I didn't expect you to appear even more aloof now. Su Baixi skillfully cut her fish with a knife and fork, meticulously picking out the bones, her technique reminiscent of a forensic pathologist, clean and efficient. An observer might mistake it for an autopsy. I certainly wasn't like this as a child. She confessed. My second aunt used to say I was quite the handful. As soon as Su Baixi finished speaking, she noticed Qin Yanran next door acting coyly with Lin Zijia, who seemed to genuinely like her, readily fulfilling her requests, even personally cutting a steak for her and handing it over. In an instant, Su Baixi felt a sting in her eyes. Indeed, the one in love always holds a certain confidence. In Lin Zijia, she saw a reflection of her former self. She too had once been open-hearted, responsive to everything, cherishing Lin Zijia, fearful of displeasing him. Yet now, Lin Zijia was courting another woman in this manner. Qin Yanran, wearing canvas shoes with untied laces, did not need to ask. Lin Zijia knelt down to tie them for her. It proved that staring at someone for too long would indeed attract their notice. Oh, what a coincidence! Qin Yanran spotted Su Baixi, her face radiating the kind of happiness nurtured by love. Sister Su is also here. Lin Zijia seemed somewhat displeased, a flicker of irritation crossing his face, as if his mood was disrupted. Were it not for the inappropriateness of the occasion, Su Baixi believed he might have uttered a word of bad luck. What brings you here? Since they had seen each other, Lin Zijia reluctantly greeted her. Before Su Baixi could respond, Qin Yuan spoke up. Baixi, is this your friend? Su Baixi wished to avoid unnecessary conflict and did not want Qin Yuan to be entertained by the situation, so she calmly replied, not familiar. Then you must be friends who have met a few times. Qin Yuan interpreted on his own and proactively invited, if we run into each other, shall we dine together? The remark was evidently a mere formality. However, Qin Yanran seemed oblivious to this nuance. Sure. To everyone's surprise, Lin Zijia went along with her, expressing no objections. The table was spacious enough for four, making it easy to accommodate the additional company, which only heightened the liveliness of the gathering. With the new arrangement, Su Baixi shifted her seat slightly, feeling the chill of the air conditioning. Qin Yuan casually draped his coat over her shoulders, and they sat closely together, while Lin Zijia settled beside Qin Yanran. The atmosphere was undeniably intricate. A legally married couple sat with others, both maintaining an air of composure, feigning unfamiliarity. Sister Su, your boyfriend treats you exceptionally well, Qin Yanran remarked cheerfully. The three others present were acutely aware of the implications behind her words, and her reference to boyfriend took everyone aback. Naturally, with no one to contest her, Qin Yanran felt secure in her assertions. Su Baixi, concerned about Qin Yuan's perception, chose not to respond. Miss Qin's boyfriend is quite commendable as well, Qin Yuan said, serving Su Baixi some food. I noticed he was protective of you when you entered, as if he were worried you might get bumped into his thoughts, and I seem to be entirely focused on you. Qin Yanran relished this compliment. I wish you and Sister Su everlasting happiness. This single statement elicited a myriad of thoughts among those present. Lin Zijia, too, offered Qin Yanran some food, concerned she might grow weary of the meal, and poured her a glass of orange juice. Xiaoran, how does it taste? If you like it, I'll bring you here again next time. That sounds great, she replied. It's rather dull to come alone. You must promise to accompany me, or else I won't enjoy my meal. Lin Zijia readily agreed. Qin Yanran had been so pampered by him that her demeanor was somewhat lacking in decorum. In the past, Lin Zijia would have found such behavior off-putting, yet he indulged her nonetheless, an inexplicable contradiction. Zijia go. Qin Yanran, perhaps still conscious of her image, leaned in to whisper to Lin Zijia, ensuring her voice reached Su Baixi's ears. My waist hurts. Could you give it a rub? Were you tired out yesterday? Lin Zijia inquired as he began to massage her. Qin Yanran giggled playfully. A little rub will make it feel better. Su Baixi silente divertit hergaze. Suddenly, she felt a sharp pain in her foot, a lingering discomfort from when Lin Zijia had struck her previously. Any woman would find it intolerable to witness her husband being affectionate with another woman right before her eyes. Despite knowing that her marriage with Lin Zijia was far from conventional, she could not shake off the pang of anguish in her heart. The pain was so profound that it nearly overshadowed her memories of when Lin Zijia had held her close during that torrential downpour, promising her a lifetime together. Miss Qin and Mr. Lin seemed quite affectionate, Qin Yuan remarked. attempting to ease the awkwardness of the situation. I wish you both enduring happiness. The meal unfolded in an exceedingly peculiar manner. Chun Yuan discussed work-related matters with her, seemingly touching upon a potential transfer, but Su Baixi could hardly focus, lost in her thoughts while merely nodding in acknowledgement. The sounds of Qin Yinran and Lin Zijia's conversation filled her ears, and despite her efforts to remain calm, tranquility eluded her. Qin Yuan ordered her a glass of milk and, as they prepared to leave, discreetly mentioned that Miss Qin, referred to as Zijia, sounds familiar. Have we crossed paths before? Perhaps the name is rather common, which might explain the familiarity, she suggested. Qin Yuan seemed unconvinced. Lin Zijia's name indeed struck a chord, yet he could not recall where he had encountered it. He merely acquiesced. Maybe, if he had recognized her, it would likely have been during their university days. But he could not recall anyone by the name of Lin Zijia from that time. It was not until they returned to the hotel that Chun Yuan belatedly recalled. Do you remember that social event during your freshman year? You were harassed, and the person who bothered you ended up with several broken ribs and spent 3 months in the hospital. I heard the one who dealt with him was named Lin. Dr. Su, Xiao Zhang hurriedly approached, saying, "We are counting the number of attendees for tomorrow night's gathering over there. I heard there's a valley garden nearby, perfect for exploring this season, with a waterfall as well. We could take a boat to it. Would you like to join?" This was Xiao Zhang's first team-building event, and he expressed his excitement. Su Baixi contemplated declining the invitation. Xiao Zhang pleaded, "I came along to assist you, Dr. Su. If you don't go, it would feel inappropriate for me to attend." "I haven't been there either," Chun Yuan chimed in, smiling at Su Baixi. "Why not join us to take a look?" Though Su Baixi lacked enthusiasm, she did not wish to dampen other spirits. She nodded and replied, "All right." When feeling down, it's essential to get out and clear your mind. "A change of scenery can lift your spirits," Chun Yuan said, noticing her subdued mood and offering words of comfort. Back in her room, Su Baixi lay on her bed, one hand pressed against her chest, feeling a constricting pain, though she managed to keep it in check. She recalled Lin Zijia's words, "Trust men, and you must go through 3 divorces." Indeed, he had said as much, and she could not cling to the past forever. Su Baixi thought again about Chun Yuan's comments regarding her freshman year. After military training, each class would host their gatherings. Be it class reunions or club events, socializing was quite typical. With her beauty, she often received preferential treatment, though it also brought its share of troubles. The man who harassed her was somewhat overweight and a couple of years her senior. She had called him senior, yet he did not necessarily see her as a junior. Fortunately, a roommate had stepped in to help, allowing her to escape unscathed. Afterward, she took a week off from school to recuperate, and upon her return, she learned that the troublesome man had been expelled due to misconduct. Chun Yuan mentioned that Lin Zijia had been the one to teach him a lesson, but she was skeptical. Considering the timeline, Lin Zijia had also been in school at that time, still in high school. In fact, and he had been abroad on vacation during the incident. "Lin," Su Baixi called Lin Ruichin, "I took some time off during my freshman year. You were in the hospital, right? You mentioned you were injured from a fall. Were you involved in a fight? Why are you asking about that all of a sudden?" "Baixi," Lin Ruichin stammered, seemingly reluctant to discuss the topic. "That was so long ago, I barely remember. Who did you fight?" Lin Ruichin fell silent. Su Baixi was convinced it was him and softly said, "In the future, if faced with such situations, don't feel compelled to step in. You're still a child. I can handle my own affairs." Lin Ruichin paused for several seconds before opting for silence. That night, Su Baixi did not hear any commotion from next door and slept soundly. The seminar had lasted a day and a half, and with Chun Yuan present, the proceedings went exceptionally smoothly, concluding half a day early. Thus, the following evening, everyone organized a team-building activity. Xiao Zhang said, "Dr. Su, I heard that Miss Qin wants to join us for the outing, so we included both of them since they're your family." Su Baixi was genuinely unaware of this arrangement. Had she known, she would have certainly opted out. It was rather inappropriate for colleagues to organize a team-building outing that included a man and a woman as family members. That would only serve to complicate matters. Yet, to decline now would seem overly deliberate. She did not wish to lose face in front of her colleagues or be the subject of gossip after leaving. "Drink some water," Chun Yuan offered, handing her a bottle. "The temperature is high today. It might change in the evening, so bring extra clothes." Su Baixi wore a light, long-sleeve top paired with a simple black skirt, exuding an air of serenity, enhanced by her composed demeanor, which could be perceived as aloofness. Chun Yuan, however, saw through her faade, perceiving her as a girl feigning composure. "Did you bring snacks?" "We can eat once we get there," she replied. "Sound good." As they set off, everyone was seated in the bus, which could accommodate a considerable number of passengers, including Lin Zijia and Qin Yinran. The bus was filled to capacity. Lin Zijia was somewhat uncomfortable. He possessed a rather pronounced temper, typical of a spoiled young master, and this was likely his first experience on such a vehicle. His handsome face bore an unmistakable frown, clearly indicating his displeasure. Fortunately, Qin Yinran endeavored to soothe him, using a mix of coaxing and whispered words to elevate his spirits. Baixi had never witnessed Lin Zijia enduring discomfort with such restraint. Normally, if he were displeased, he would simply abandon the situation, refusing to lower himself. "They seem to have quite a good relationship," Chen Yuan remarked, oblivious to the fact that Lin Zijia and Baixi were married. No one had informed him, and he presumed them to be a couple in the throes of romance. "Must be in the honeymoon phase." Baixi merely responded with a non-committal hum and fell silent. Chen Yuan offered her some snacks and occasionally leaned in to share work-related anecdotes or medical knowledge, including insights on performing complex surgeries. The value of such information, especially coming from a doctor renowned for his brilliance, was immense. Previously, she would have eagerly taken notes, but at this moment, Baixi seemed disinterested. Noticing her lack of enthusiasm, Chen Yuan began to grasp the situation. Initially, the journey progressed smoothly, with the director organizing a group sing-along to uplift the atmosphere. Everyone had packed plenty of snacks, and laughter filled the air. However, after traveling 1/5 of the distance, Lin Zijia encountered a problem. He stepped off the bus and spent a long while retching on the roadside, subsequently blaming Baixi for the mishap. Baixi felt unjustly accused as she glanced over at him from her seat. Qin Yinran, sitting beside him, gently rubbed his back and asked, "Zijia, are you all right?" "Drink some water," she urged, twisting the cap off a bottle and offering it to him. When Lin Zijia felt unwell, his temper turned foul, even more so than his pallor, a fact that Baixi knew all too well. During their cohabitation, she had endured his worst moods. However, since Qin Yinran was beside him, Lin Zijia refrained from exhibiting his displeasure. Accepting the water, he murmured, "I'm fine." Lin Zijia suffered from motion sickness. The bus swayed precariously on the mountainous roads, aggravating his stomach. He was visibly displeased, but hesitant to express his anger, resulting in a particularly dark expression. Xiao Zhang suggested, "Dr. Su, perhaps you should step outside and check on him?" It seemed unreasonable for the entire group to be delayed by Lin Zijia alone. After a moment's hesitation, Baixi stood up and exited the vehicle. She believed that with Qin Yinran present, there was no need for her involvement. But upon observing Qin Yinran's ineffective attempts at comfort, she approached to demonstrate the correct method. "This way will only make him feel worse. It should be done like this." "You don't need to," Lin Zijia snapped, pushing Baixi away. Taken by surprise, she stepped back and stumbled over a rock, twisting her ankle and scraping her arm in the process. "Baixi," Chen Yuan exclaimed as he hurriedly descended the bus, rushing to assist her. "There's a first aid kit on the bus. Let me take care of it." "Mr. Lin, Baixi was only trying to help," he added. Lin Zijia remained unfazed, his eyes unblinking and tone harsh. "Who told her to meddle? Yinran was right here. I thought Yinran's method was just fine." "You." Baixi steadied herself and interrupted Chen Yuan. "It's fine. Is there a first aid kit? What about motion sickness medication?" Qin Yinran inquired, moving to support Lin Zijia. "Why didn't anyone mention it earlier?" Chen Yuan smiled. "We don't have any motion sickness medication." In truth, Baixi could tell that Lin Zijia was not particularly inclined to continue the journey, but Qin Yinran, brimming with enthusiasm, pleaded with him, "I took leave to come here. I'm leaving in 2 days. Since we're here, let us enjoy ourselves before heading back, okay?" When Lin Zijia closed his eyes, Yinran gently tugged at his sleeve, saying, "I can't bear to part with you." After lingering by the roadside for over half an hour, Lin Zijia finally returned to his seat. The mountainous terrain had minimal traffic, mostly groups of tourists or those who had chartered buses like them. Falling behind would mean having to walk back, something Lin Zijia certainly wished to avoid. Ultimately, he succumbed to Qin Yinran's plea, "I want you to stay with me," and lay silently in his seat, eyes closed. "Baixi, let me tend to your injury." Chen Yuan, a surgeon accustomed to such matters, opened a first aid kit and discreetly hid a box of medication to the side. "You're bleeding. It needs to be disinfected." Su Baixi noticed his concealed action, but Chen Yuan maintained a calm demeanor as she dismissed the thought. His care was meticulous and gentle, and Su Baixi felt no pain during the treatment. All done, avoid getting it wet. Chen Yuan instructed as he put away the cotton swabs and capped the iodine bottle. I wanted to go over some precautions with you, but you likely already know them. Indeed, Su Baixi was familiar with basic medical knowledge. Shen Ku, showing concern for her, had brought her a box of donuts. Xiao Zhang, seated behind Lin Zijia, remarked with a hint of nostalgia. Despite Dr. Su's usual icy demeanor, she is actually quite popular. The handsome doctors and nurses at the hospital all gravitate towards her. She added, I didn't expect Dr. Chen to be like that too. Lin Zijia, perhaps finding the chatter bothersome, interjected, knowing that Su Baixi is married. What could possibly draw them to her? Xiao Zhang did not respond. In truth, when filling out the family member list, she had indicated Lin Zijia as Su Baixi's distant cousin, likely unaware of their marital status. After all, Lin Zijia had brazenly brought his sister along and behaved affectionately. So they had chosen to maintain some decorum for Su Baixi's sake, feigning ignorance and refraining from further inquiries. Sometimes, one must embrace a bit of ignorance in critical moments. With a playful grin, Xiao Zhang asked, do men generally prefer women like Dr. Su? She appears aloof, inciting a sense of conquest. She's just okay, Lin Zijia replied casually, turning to gaze out the window. Due to his motion sickness, someone kindly exchanged seats with him, allowing him to sit by the window. Naturally, it was a mutual arrangement. Qin Yinran sat beside him and said, Zijia, you like me. He nodded, I like you. This declaration floated through the wind from the window and reached Su Baixi's ears. She lowered her gaze. After more than half an hour of climbing, Chen Yuan whispered to her, we're almost there. Be sure to tidy up your dress. It's torn. Su Baixi was aware of it. When she fell, the fabric had snagged, revealing a sizable tear that exposed part of her leg. It wasn't a serious issue, merely an inconvenience to her appearance. Chen Yuan tied his jacket around her waist to cover it. Senior, you don't need to. She protested. Chen Yuan replied, it's no trouble, it's just a jacket. Su Baixi noticed the logo on the jacket. It was quite expensive and required special care. She had a mild obsession with cleanliness and felt compelled to return it in pristine condition, planning to wash it before doing so. As they arrived, dusk was approaching. The destination was a countryside and they had all agreed upon, adorned with picturesque scenery. Rows of twinkling fairy lights, glowing softly in yellow, hung from the trellises, complementing the purple flowers, creating an enchanting atmosphere. When Su Baixi took the room key and stood at the door, her hand brushed against a box of medication hidden within the jacket. Motion sickness pills. She furrowed her brow. I knew a bus full of doctors would have motion sickness medication. Qin Yinran chimed in from behind her, snatching the box from Su Baixi's grasp. Sister Su, you're rather cunning, hiding the medicine from us. Turning back, Su Baixi saw Lin Zijia standing behind Qin Yinran. After exiting the bus, his complexion had significantly improved. He no longer appeared pale from the motion sickness. At this moment, however, his gaze towards Su Baixi was notably frigid, penetrating to the bone. Sister Su, what do you mean by this? Qin Yinran waved the medication in her hand, a cap being thrown down. I know you hold a grudge against me, but the rest don't need to take it out on Zijia, all right? As Zijia was on the road, he vomited 3 times. Yet I did not see you take any medicine. How disingenuous of you to come down and pat Zijia's back. Who are you trying to impress? I was unaware of such medication, Su Baixi replied calmly. Unaware? Then how is it that it is in your hands now? Qin Yinran pressed aggressively. Subaixi demand saident. What else could it be? Lin Zijia interjected, taking Qin Yinran's hand and leading her past Su Baixi. Some people harbor malicious thoughts and cannot bear to see others thrive. At the moment Lin Zijia uttered those words, Su Baixi felt a chill run down her spine. She also heard him say, had I known it would come to this, I would have tossed you onto the street that day. Who would care? Qin Yinran, curious, asked, what day? What happened? I don't recall. Nothing, he replied. Do not speak of righteousness with her. What my second aunt said is true. She is a white-eyed wolf, impossible to nurture, and might just bite you back. Keep her distance from her. Su Baixi lowered her eyes, remaining speechless. It was not until the footsteps faded behind her, with Lin Zijia taking Qin Yinran to her room, that she gradually relaxed her tense body. She took out the key and opened the door. Su Baixi placed her coat on the counter and headed to the bathroom for a shower. A white-eyed wolf. As she showered, the water soaked her arm wound, causing her pain and bringing her back to her senses. She pondered how Lin Zijia could describe her in such a manner. Who truly was the white-eyed wolf? When it was time for dinner in the evening, everyone was present except for Lin Zijia. Qin Yanran had just showered. Her hair was half dry, and she wore a fresh, stylish dress, complemented by light makeup, exuding both sexiness and playfulness. She explained, Zijia is unwell and will not be joining us. Upon learning this, everyone expressed understanding. Given how car-sick Lin Zijia had been, feeling utterly drained upon finally getting off the vehicle, it was only natural he would need to rest. Then Miss Qin, could you pick some food and take it to him? Someone suggested. Qin Yanran smiled and nodded. Of course, my brother relies solely on me for care. Baixi silent. When everyone turned to look at her, they belatedly realized she was the original partner. It was easy to forget, given the overwhelming affection displayed by Qin Yanran and Lin Zijia, which surpassed even that of typical couples in the throes of romance. The atmosphere became awkward for a few seconds. Chen Yuan approached, having missed the earlier cues. What is going on? You want to gather some skewers and barbecue materials, most of which were Su Baishi's favorites, placing them in front of her, saying the atmosphere seems strange. It's nothing, Su Baishi replied, of course, not divulging more. As they organized the barbecue grill, with too many people present, they formed groups of 4. Su Baishi paired with Chen Yuan, Shen Ku, and Xiao Zhang, while Qin Yanran mingled with other male doctors. Chen Yuan and Shen Ku, being gentlemen, took care of the girls in their group, offering Su Baishi drinks. Xiao Zhang requested some, and the 2 men went off together. Xiao Zhang, observing keenly, whispered to Su Baishi, Dr. Su, Miss Qin and Lin are sharing a room. You truly don't mind? We are in a family marriage. Su Baishi replied nonchalantly, there's nothing to mind. In the world of adults, everyone understands the unspoken rules. Xiao Zhang didn't press further, but quietly remarked, Miss Qin seems quite the handful. I just saw her getting skewers. There was plenty of space. Yet her bosom brushed against Chen Yuan's arm. Could that be a flirtation? Initially uninterested, Su Baishi turned to glance at the scene. Although it was a rare sight, when she looked, Qin Yanran and Chen Yuan had already distanced themselves. Whether it was true or not remained uncertain. Xiao Zhang continued, Qin Yanran and Lin are dating. Yet she shows no signs of affection. It's quite chilly tonight. I'm in 2 layers, and she was only a thin strap dress. She clearly prioritizes style over warmth. Nevertheless, her legs are quite attractive. Praising the mistress in front of the original partner was certainly not an act of high emotional intelligence. After extolling the mistress, Xiao Zhang turned to Su Baishi, saying, of course, Dr. Su is even more beautiful. Su Baishi felt quite at a loss. In truth, if Wasiyu were present to hear such remarks, she would undoubtedly retort, Qin Yanran is a 3rd party, while you are a 4th. Do not think I am unaware of your interest in Lin Zijia. You merely wish to intrude, but fall short of the 3rd party. Su Baishi asked, what would you like to eat? I can fetch it for you. No need to trouble Dr. Su. I'll go myself. However, Chen Yuan and Shen Ku had already gathered everything they needed. When they sat down and noticed Xiao Zhang was missing, no one mentioned it. The 2 men focused their attention on Su Baishi, keen to assist her. Shen Ku, with his youthful admiration, followed Su Baishi willingly. Chen Yuan, as a senior, naturally looked after his junior, which Su Baishi accepted. The meal proceeded relatively pleasantly. As Chen Yuan was leaving, he handed her a box of dessert, to which she replied, thank you. I'll return your coat after it's washed. Notarus. As they parted ways, someone behind Su Baishi inadvertently bumped into her, causing her to stumble forward, only to be caught by Chen Yuan. In that moment, she felt her lips barely graze the side of Chen Yuan's face. At that instant, Su Baishi sensed a blush on his cheeks, though it could have simply been the lighting. She immediately stepped back, lowering her eyes. I'm sorry. Chen Yuan, of course. Do not take offense. It was an accident. Just be careful. It had initially been a lovely evening. However, that night, loud noises erupted outside. A fight was taking place, rousing Su Baishi from her slumber. Xiao Zhang knocked on her door. Dr. Su, something's wrong. Lin and Chen Yuan are fighting near the trellis. You must come see. Su Baishi threw on her jacket and went out, only to be greeted by several familiar faces, which made her head spin. Among them was a tearful Qin Yanran. Qin Yanran exclaimed, Dr. Chen, I have a boyfriend. You have no reason to act inappropriately towards me at this hour. Without a second thought, Lin Zijia charged forward, delivering a punch to Chen Yuan, catching him off guard and causing his nose to bleed. Qin Yinran grasped Lin Zijia's hand, crying, "Zijia, he touched me." Lin Zijia's expression was as cold as a winter's frost. When he glared at Chun Yuan, Su Baixi felt he was ready to kill him. Naturally, Chun Yuan did not remain passive. The two men quickly became embroiled in a scuffle. However, Chun Yuan, being a doctor and not as young or strong as Lin Zijia, soon found himself at a disadvantage. "Stop fighting." Su Baixi attempted to intervene, initially siding with Chun Yuan. It is human instinct to assist the weaker party. Yet, she could not withstand Lin Zijia's furious demeanor, as if he were determined to make Chun Yuan pay a price. His voice was low and menacing. "Get out of the way. I will kill him." Yu Haven-T even asked for clarification. "How can you be certain what Qin Yinran said is true?" Su Baixi stood in front of Chun Yuan, calmly asserting, "Senior Chun is not that kind of person." Xiao Zhang, who had followed, nodded in agreement, pointing at Qin Yinran. "I saw her deliberately brush her chest against Dr. Chun's hand. Who knows what really happened? Perhaps she was trying to seduce our Dr. Chun?" Qin Yinran merely wept. Her clothing was slightly torn, her hair disheveled, clearly showing signs of having been wronged, as she had fled in a disheveled state. "You all work in the same hospital. Of course, you would side with your own." Qin Yinran's eyes were red, tears streaming down her face, looking pitiful. "As a girl, would I joke about such matters? If I had intended to do anything to him, why would I have screamed and called for help just moments ago?" Lin Zijia shot a cold glare at Su Baixi. Determined to avenge Qin Yinran, "Get lost." "I want to move." Su Baixi stood firm, gently stating what she says isn't necessarily true. "I said to move aside." "I don't." Lin Zijia, in a fit of rage, found Su Baixi to be an obstruction. He seized her arm and pulled her aside, preparing to strike Chun Yuan. Su Baixi leapt forward to shield him. Having a familiar rapport with Chun Yuan, who had assisted her greatly during her time at school, including advocating for her study abroad opportunity, she could not stand idly by while Lin Zijia bullied him. The truth of the matter remained uncertain. Lin Zijia, seeing her intervene, grew even more irate. "Are you really so shameless? What does this have to do with you?" His demeanor was frigid, and his words were far from courteous. Although Su Baixi had endured such remarks countless times, each instance tightened her grip in trembling defiance. Maintaining her composure, she insisted, "Wait until Chun Yuan finishes speaking." At that moment, Chun Yuan grasped her hand and drew her behind him. "You don't need to involve her in this matter." Despite his own predicament, he continued to protect Su Baixi, their hands intertwined in a mutual show of support. Chun Yuan's demeanor was rather endearing. For the first time, Su Baixi found her voice, stating firmly, "That's enough, Lin Zijia." She noticed Lin Zijia's expression quickly darken. "Sister Su, when you say enough, does that imply I should swallow my grievances? You outnumber me, and only Zijia is willing to stand up for me. How dare you condone a criminal?" Qin Yinran, hiding behind Lin Zijia, appeared teary-eyed. In disputes between genders, women often emerged as the disadvantaged party, especially in such ambiguous circumstances. Su Baixi turned to Qin Yuan and inquired, "Senior, what is going on?" "He embraced me from behind," Qin Yinran accused. "If he is a man, he should not lie." Qin Yuan fell silent, causing Su Baixi's heart to plummet. The truth was becoming painfully evident. Qin Yuan hesitated, finally saying helplessly, "I have no interest in Miss Qin. Whether you're interested or not, you still embraced her." Lin Zijia scoffed. "Tomorrow, if you marry a wife, I wouldn't care. But if I were to take her to bed, what would you think?" Qin Yuan's expression darkened, and even Su Baixi was at a loss for how to respond. Concerned that the situation might adversely affect Qin Yinran, Lin Zijia, thinking of her dignity, decided against escalating the matter, simply stating, "I know your Qin family." To others, this was tantamount to a threat. He draped his coat over Qin Yinran, carefully escorting her away. "White she," Qin Yuan called after her. "Subayonce responded absentmindedly." She realized she had inadvertently offended Lin Zijia alongside Qin Yuan. Recalling his previous remarks that echoed in her mind, her family relied on the Lin family, and her marriage to Lin Zijia had never been so confrontational. If he held a grudge, it could spell trouble for the Su family. "White she, Su Baixi turned back, her tone calm. "Senior Chun, you should tend to your injuries first." Chun Yuan, steady and composed, exuded an aura of propriety that seemed incompatible with bullying Qin Yinran. After a moment of silence, he nodded and said, "I apologize for making you witness this." On the way back, Xiao Zhang approached her, gossiping, "Dr. Su, Do you have many copies of that shawl dress you wore to work yesterday? Why do you ask? Xiao Zhang smiled. I saw Qin Yan Ran draped in Lin Xiao's coat, but her dress looked strikingly familiar, like yours. Su Baixi paused. What exactly do you mean? She had no time to observe what Qin Yan Ran was wearing. Xiao Zhang replied, I genuinely believe Qin Yuan had no intention of embracing Qin Yan Ran. Then why didn't he clarify that earlier? Qin Yuan likely didn't realize Dr. Su's feelings. Given his character, he might have thought it too abrupt to voice them. Hence his silence. Su Bai, she regarded Xiao Zhang with renewed appreciation. You're quite perceptive. Dr. Su, you flatter me. Ultimately, regardless of whom Qin Yuan intended to embrace, his actions had led him to Qin Yan Ran, and Lin Zijia would certainly not let the matter rest. Su Baixi hoped fervently that Lin Zijia wouldn't retaliate against her family in his quest to defend Qin Yan Ran. Everything the Su family possessed belonged to her parents, and just because it was currently in the hands of Huisi Yu and her husband did not guarantee its permanence. These possessions were hers, and today, as unexpected developments had compelled her to make the most impartial choice possible. The following day, as everyone prepared for a lakeside excursion to view waterfalls, Lin Zijia's presence prompted inquiries regarding his susceptibility to seasickness. Xiao Ran wishes to go, Lin Zijia said, despite having no issues with seasickness. He had celebrated several birthdays on a cruise and was well-versed in maritime activities, adept at sailing and surfing. Yet, he offered no further explanation, his gaze fixed intently on Qin Yan Ran. Feeling bashful, she lowered her head, whispering to him, Zijia, why do you keep staring at me? I fear you might encounter an accident. Lin Zijia replied affectionately. From now on, do not stray from my sight. Being so beautiful, others might take notice. Stop it, she retorted. Lin Zijia quickly responded, It is my fault. I will keep watch over you. Qin Yan Ran seemed genuinely rattled by the events of the previous evening, her complexion pale and lacking vitality. Fortunately, Lin Zijia remained by her side, regaling her with jokes that brightened her mood. When Su Baixi approached to call out to them, she chanced upon Lin Zijia leaning towards Qin Yan Ran's cheek, seemingly about to kiss her. Ah, Sister Su. Lin Zijia, momentarily distracted, composed himself. We're about to set off, Su Baixi announced. You both should hurry. Lin Zijia applied sunscreen on Qin Yan Ran, adorning her with a small straw hat for shade, and even held an umbrella for her, treating her like a princess. As they were leaving, Su Baixi casually inquired, What about the clothes in my suitcase? Which one do you mean? The thick one I brought. Lin Zijia, nonchalantly, answered while fanning Qin Yan Ran. Who would have guessed the weather here is so peculiar? It's scorching during the day and freezing at night. Xiao Ran didn't bring any clothes, so I lent it to her. Why didn't you give her your own? Su Baixi asked coldly. Lin Zijia furrowed his brow. Why are you being so petty? What'll I wear then? Lin Zijia, growing impatient, replied, You packed an entire suitcase. What is the harm in sharing one piece? Don't be so malicious. In truth, Su Baixi had only packed one thick item, and Lin Zijia likely seized the opportunity to rummage through her suitcase while she was dining, taking it for Qin Yan Ran. Su Baixi refrained from responding. Where is Qin Yuan? Lin Zijia glanced around, seemingly seeking someone to confront. A familiar voice chimed in. Dr. Chun had a mishap last night and won't be joining us. He fell? Lin Zijia chuckled with delight, addressing Qin Yan Ran. Evildoers will eventually receive their comeuppance. His voice was low, and those nearby failed to catch the full meaning, sparing further inquiry. However, Su Baixi distinctly heard Lin Zijia's reference to evildoers, the double entendre hanging heavily in the air. He added, Some certain wrongdoers should be swift in their reckoning. As a result, Xiao Zhang turned to Su Baixi and said, Dr. Su, everyone was hoping to witness the affection between you and your husband during this team-building event, but it seems things have taken an unexpected turn. Su Baixi did not wish for this outcome either, yet she hesitated to remind Lin Zijia of the Su family circumstances. Feeling slightly unwell with a cold and dizziness, she discreetly took a tablet of amoxicillin. Xiao Zhang then inquired, Dr. Su, when do you plan to get a divorce? It appeared that no one held high hopes for this marriage. Lin Zijia, overhearing from behind, interjected, Why not ask me about it? Xiao Zhang felt somewhat embarrassed, and, sensing the couple had matters to discuss, withdrew. Only the two of them remained. Let us wait until Sharon graduates, Lin Zijia suggested candidly. She is currently focused on her studies and wishes to avoid unnecessary complications. You desire that apartment from the Su family, don't you? If you provide us with cover. Once she graduates, I will hand it over to you. Su Baixi lowered her gaze, concealing her trembling hands behind her back, and replied calmly, when will she graduate? Are you that eager for the apartment? Lin Zijia scoffed, his tone laced with condescension. You're throwing money away, and it will be difficult for you to remarry afterwards. Su Baixi replied indifferently, you need not concern yourself. Fine. Lin Zijia seemed to struggle with the urge to smoke, but restrained himself, murmuring, Shaoran dislikes the smell of smoke. It was evident that he only restrained himself in front of someone he cared about. Su Baixi thought Lin Zijia needn't be so mocking, and remarked, then I wish you both a harmonious union in the future. He mentioned that Qin Yanran had 2 years until graduation, but I doubt I can wait until then. I cannot afford the delay, Lin Zijia stated, and it won't hold you back for too long. Calculating the time, Su Baixi realized she would be 28 by then. What did it mean to be held back? A woman's prime youth would have elapsed, and all the delays would have already transpired. Su Baixi responded with a simple, She did not require much time. 2 years would suffice. After their conversation, they parted ways, with Lin Zijia approaching Qin Yanran to cheer her up. On the return journey, Lin Zijia had made arrangements in advance, opting not to crowd onto the bus with Su Baixi, instead calling someone for a pickup. Shen Yuan had received a transfer notice and left early due to family matters, resulting in some empty seats on the bus that had been full on the way there. Shen Ku, as before, approached Su Baixi with a flourish, asking, Senior Su, did you enjoy the donuts from last time? They were quite good, she replied. He smiled. Your taste is different from other girls. You prefer sweets that aren't overly cloying. These donuts are rare and just the right amount of sweetness. I've tried them myself. Su Baixi, puzzled, asked, how do you know I don't like overly sweet things? I can tell, Shen Ku replied bashfully. I've noticed that you leave the sweet treats untouched while consuming the less flavorful ones. Quite observant indeed. Su Baixi smiled lightly. Thank you. You're welcome. Xiao Zhang remarked. Shen Yuan is leaving for a transfer, but I wonder which hospital he intends to join. Shen Ke glanced at Su Baixi and said meaningfully, naturally, it will be a reputable hospital. Only Su Baixi turned her head, idly gazing at the scenery outside, not paying attention. Upon her return, Su Baixi would have 3 days off. She felt exhausted and her cold had worsened, more severe than the last time she had a fever, her cough echoing throughout the building. Lu Jing, concerned for her health, sought out a charm and, after burning it, mixed it with tea to feed Su Baixi. Upon tasting it, Su Baixi remarked, Mom, what are you doing? After your miscarriage, your health has been poor, Lu Jing replied. It feels as if you want to live long. You frequently fall ill. I'm just trying to find a remedy for you. Su Baixi sighed. I am a doctor. Mom. Lu Jing ignored her, taking the teacup downstairs. Before leaving, Lu Jing returned to say, your miscarriage was a year ago. You handled it at the hospital, so it should have been safe. You and Zijia should consider trying for a baby. Our Lin family needs grandchildren. Su Baixi felt a headache coming on. The news of her infertility was kept from the Lin family. Only Lin Zijia was aware. If in 2 years, Lin Zijia were to marry Qin Yanran and the news of her infertility surfaced, the Lin family would likely feel no guilt towards her. Every family desires to continue their lineage. It is only natural. Su Baixi clenched her hands discreetly, maintaining an impassive expression, and softly replied, all right. During her illness, Lin Zijia visited her once. He seemed to have returned for business, as Su Baixi overheard Lin Dongtian praising him in the study for his exceptional capabilities. Lin Dongtian remarked, so, the bidding fell through, but that is not necessarily a bad thing. You promised me before, Lin Zijia said softly, as long as I complete your. His voice abruptly ceased. Then, Su Baixi saw the study door swing open, Lin Zijia narrowing his eyes and coldly glaring at her. What were you eavesdropping on? I was merely passing by, she responded. Lin Zijia clearly did not believe her, grabbing her arm roughly and violently pulling her toward the bedroom. She, still unwell, could not withstand his forceful grip and collapsed onto the floor with a thud. Pain coursed through her. Su Baishi's face turned pale. What are you pretending for? Lin Zijia helped her up, scrutinizing her with concern. It was only then that he frowned. Did you ingest rat poison? Su Baiyi's knees ached, and her arms throbbed as she said, let go of me. Why are you so soft? Lin Zijia wrapped his arms around her and pressed his palm against her forehead, which burned with fever. Did you truly take poison? Su Baishi slapped his hand away, knowing he was feigning ignorance, perhaps unwilling to care for her. Lin Zijia indeed seemed reluctant to attend to her, saying, When will you change your habit of eavesdropping? Every time I encounter you, it's never a good thing. Listening in on conversations is quite uncouth. Do you realize that? Baixi felt a pang of sadness. How could she defend herself? With her parents having passed away early, anyone could point fingers at her and call her uncultured. I told you I was merely passing by. Baixi protested, struggling to free herself from his grip. The sensitivities of illness had heightened her emotions and pain. She lowered her gaze. Do you wish to strike me? When did I ever say that? Lin Zijia furrowed his brows, halting his words. Observing her now, her face was flushed, feverish, and she seemed on the verge of collapsing. Lin Zijia reached out, lifting her effortlessly and placing her on the bed. Why do you have a fever? He pulled out his phone. Have you called a doctor? Baixi was taken aback by his concern. Are you worried about me? What do you think? Lin Zijia shot her a glance, as if mocking her for being overly sentimental. I'm just worried you might die here. After contacting a doctor, he turned to leave, saying, during this time, don't let my mother take care of you. She is getting old, and I don't want her to catch anything from you. Baixi turned her head, remaining silent. His footsteps gradually faded away, leaving her alone in the bedroom. Soon, Lin Dontian came to comfort her with a few words, followed by the family doctor who arrived, prescribing medication and instructing her to take care of herself. Earlier, Lu Jing had occasionally come to chat with Baixi, mostly about the idea of try for a baby. During her illness, she even offered her some charm-infused water. However, after Lin Zijia likely said something, Lu Jing stopped coming around, perhaps genuinely fearing contagion. Baixi rested at home for nearly a week before returning to the hospital to work. Upon her arrival, Xiao Zhang glanced her way, hesitated to speak, but ultimately resumed his duties. Xiao Lu cast a glance at Xiao Zhang, sneering coldly, and whispered to Baixi as they walked. Dr. Su, a significant figure has arrived at our hospital. Do you know who it is? Who? Baixi Kachuri Deep Life. It's Chen Yuan, Xiao Lu exclaimed. Who doesn't know his name? After returning to the country, numerous hospitals invited him to join. But guess what? Chen Yuan specifically requested to work at our hospital. What do you think he seeks? Xiao Lu pondered. Our hospital isn't the best. He could easily go elsewhere. Why would someone jeopardize their own future? As Baixi approached her locker to change into her white coat, she remarked, Senior Chen has already gained considerable fame. Such prospects hold little significance for him. After a moment, she added, everyone has their own choices. Perhaps he values something beyond mere advancement. What do you think he values? Xiao Lu retorted. Baixi realized her previous statement could be misinterpreted and quickly clarified. I meant the noble duty of a physician. He might simply believe that duty outweighs career prospects. Then why not go to top-tier hospital? Healing the sick and saving lives would be more commendable, Xiao Lu grumbled. However, Baixi chose not to engage further and took her medical records to begin her rounds. Xiao Lu hurriedly followed, carrying additional notebooks, and remarked, if I hadn't had family matters to attend to that day, I would have accompanied you on the business trip instead of Xiao Zhang. Dr. Su, did she make things difficult for you? Not at all, Baixi replied as she continued her rounds. Upon finishing, she encountered Chen Yuan in the hallway. Such coincidence. They were not in the same department. According to the allocation, he should have been in the office one floor above hers. Senior Chen. Baixi approached him with calm composure. Is there something you need? Chen Yuan was surprised by her perceptiveness, realizing she could discern that he had matters to discuss. The bruises on his face had faded considerably. It is said that injuries to muscles and bones take 100 days to heal. Although he hadn't injured any muscles or bones, he had clearly sustained internal injuries, with the marks of bruises still visible. Evidently, Lin Zijia had indeed been quite ruthless that day. I'm pleased we are now colleagues, he said. Shall we chat in the office? Sure, Baixi agreed. Closing the door behind her, she prepared a cup of instant coffee and handed it to him, saying softly, Senior Chen, you left abruptly before and didn't have the chance to greet me. I intended to wait until your return to arrange a meeting, but it seems quite convenient now. Chen Yuan accepted the coffee, his expression somewhat restrained, as if he bore unspoken burdens. It was only after Baixi pressed him for more details that he revealed, in truth, Lin Zijia sabotaged my family, necessitating my departure to address the situation. I recall your family isn't involved in business, Baixi noted. Chen Yuan explained, recently, there was a bidding meeting. My uncle, influenced by a familiar connection, decided to participate. Our family consists of doctors, and my father was considering retirement and a career shift, hence the collaboration with the Song family. Baixi understood. She reflected on the conversation she overheard between Lin Zijia and Lin Dongtian in the corridor that day. Therefore, Lin Zijia had indeed sought clandestine revenge. The land Song Sure acquired actually harbors significant issues. It was previously assured, yet now the upper authorities are stalling approval, resulting in substantial losses for the Song family, he continued. If construction cannot proceed on time, the compensation would amount to a considerable sum. And what does this have to do with Lin Zijia? Su Baixi inquired further. Chen Yuan gazed at her, his eyes laden with meaning. Lin Zijia dined with the daughter of a high-ranking official a few days ago. Someone saw them meeting her parents. If this were true, Lin Zijia would indeed bear the blame. It was highly likely he orchestrated the entire affair. Su Baixi felt disoriented as the workday concluded. Her thoughts muddled as she contemplated these events. That evening, Song Sure called her, revealing, Lin Zijia is indeed cunning. He has manipulated not only you, but me as well. You cannot outmaneuver him, Baixi. After hanging up, Su Baixi felt a pressure rising in her chest, constricting her. She sought relaxation. Yet the toxicity named Lin Zijia ensnared her once more, suffocating her. On her way home, she decided to call Lin Zijia. Where are you? The noise on his end suggested he was still at a bar. Perhaps he had consumed some alcohol. His voice lacked the usual harshness, replaced by a languid tone as he playfully exhaled into the phone. Su Baixi, Tianqi, come. Remaining composed, Su Baixi instructed her driver to turn around to Tianqi. Upon arrival, she found Shun Qingbai blocking the entrance, kindly suggesting, sister-in-law, perhaps we shouldn't go in today? Rest assured, he'll return home once he sobers up. There's no need for you to be here. What's the matter? Su Baixi pressed. Shun Qingbai grinned. What's really going on? Finally, Shun Qingbai confessed. He had a quarrel with Miss Qin and is in a foul mood. I fear he might lash out and cause you trouble. You really don't need to. Oh, Chapter 55. For whom did you come? Su Baixi pushed the door open. The private room was dimly lit, yet she could discern familiar faces surrounding her. Lin Zijia lounged in the center, a stranger beside him igniting a cigarette, the lighter illuminating his cold expression. He raised his eyes and beckoned her over. Come. Su Baixi approached with little expression. Light it for her, Lin Zijia commanded, nodding toward the woman beside him. Thankfully, Su Baixi was understanding. As she walked over, the woman made way for her, allowing Su Baixi to sit beside him, calmly taking the lighter to light his cigarette. The proximity enveloped her in a cloud of smoke, causing her to wrinkle her brow. For whom did you come? Lin Zijia, with a mingling sense of smoke, alcohol, and a hint of masculine cologne, exuded an inexplicable allure as he casually slid his hand around her waist, tightening his grip and pulling her closer. Wife. Su Baixi found her face pressed against his chest, her hands struggling against his hold, but he preemptively seized her wrists. Is it for Chen Yuan or Song Sure? Whom do you intend to support? Lin Zijia. Stop your drunken antics. At her words, Lin Zijia fell silent for a few moments. The surrounding patrons sensed the tension and exchanged knowing glances with Shun Qingbai, one by one discreetly vacating the room. Soon, only the two of them remained, reminiscent of the time they had quarreled fiercely in this very private room, now echoing with emptiness. You were aware that the bidding meeting was problematic. Winning the bid would be worse than losing it, wouldn't it? Lin Zijia exhaled a smoke ring, flicking the ash from his cigarette. It seems you came here for Song Sure. You arranged for me to be filmed at the hotel, deliberately knowing Song Sure was in the room, didn't you? Lin Zijia nodded, turning his face away, speaking in a flat tone. Otherwise, what leverage would he have to threaten me into withdrawing from the bidding meeting? So he was fully aware. He had intentionally allowed Song Sure to record that video, merely to make the scheme seem more authentic. You claim to know the Chun family because you researched them beforehand. You intended to use this against Song Sure. Lin Zijia extinguished his cigarette on the table, his tone ambiguous. It seems you were concerned for Chen Yuan. Su Baixi began to struggle, attempting to free herself from Lin Zijia's embrace. Wife. Lin Zijia turned back, his thumb caressing her lips gently. Would it not be better for you to behave? Su Baixi met his gaze, having asked everything she wished to know, before finally stating, So you are aware of my actions. I do not know. His response, more accurately, was that he had never understood her intentions. Lin Zijia's gaze drifted to her abdomen, his voice cold. Executioner. This insult caused Su Baixi to stiffen entirely. In a sudden burst of emotion, she pushed Lin Zijia away. You have taken a life. Do you truly not feel any pangs of conscience? Su Baixi stumbled out of the private room, leaving the inebriated Lin Zijia behind. She walked briskly, as if hastening her steps might allow her to forget those words. Lin Zijia sat alone in the room, consuming drink after drink. When Shun Qingbai entered, he glanced at Lin's profile and felt an overwhelming aura of sorrow emanating from him. "Dear brother, is it truly that distressing to have had a quarrel with Miss Qin?" he inquired, unable to suppress his concern. "You did not lose your temper with sister-in-law, did you? She has her own burdens to bear." Lin Zijia swirled the wine in his glass, the motion deft and unspilled. "Why do you harbor such disdain for sister-in-law? Honestly, I find Miss Qin neither as beautiful nor as understanding as she is. All these years, she has cared for you, sought your approval. I remember when you fell ill during your trip to France in your freshman year. It was merely a slight cold. Yet she stood outside your apartment all night waiting for you, and you scolded her for meddling." Shun Qingbai felt increasingly that Lin Zijia was being unkind. Lin ceased his swirling, raised the glass to his lips, and downed its contents, his words laced with concealed bitterness. "She killed the one I loved most dearly. That was my beloved." Shun Qingbai, perplexed, assumed he referred to a woman from his past and attempted to console him. "Your first love? I dare say she is not as lovely as sister-in-law." Meanwhile, Su Baixi retreated to the restroom, crouching beside the toilet to vomit. There was little to expel, merely bile. The retching left her feeling faint, her consciousness drifting back to the time when she and Lin Zijia first defined their relationship. Lin, universally acknowledged as handsome, had always been the center of attention. Their encounter was fortuitous. It was Su Baishi's first time. In her confusion and fear of what might transpire should Huasiyu discover their secret, she hastily acquired contraceptive pills before Lin awoke. She had hoped they would discuss responsibilities or feelings, but Lin merely cast her a cold glance and stated, "You've mistaken me for someone else." Su Baixi felt as though the sky had fallen. It was he who had initiated their encounter, almost coercively. Memories flooded her mind, each one prompting her to retch anew. She recalled the day of her miscarriage, how Lin was reveling in a bar with others while she was recovering from surgery. She approached him, pale and weakened, and pleaded, "Zijia, let us go home." His gaze was indifferent and detached, tinged with a hint of loathing as he shoved her away, saying, "Can't you see I've merely been toying with you? You are amusing. You rush to a hotel at my beck and call, which makes you entertaining. I no longer wish to play. Do you understand?" Then she collapsed, bloodied and in agony. Yet Lin did not spare her a glance, only calling Su's family to disparage her, suggesting she was shameless for seeking him as a guardian for a child not his own. When she asked if he liked children, his response was a flat no. "Su Baixi, it was merely a game. Don't take it so seriously," he said, rendering her utterly humiliated. Even as Lin pointedly accused her of being starved for affection and ill-bred, the absurdity of it all left her feeling deflated. She had only thought that day in the cemetery, with the gentle breeze and soft rain. It was not a lament for sorrow, but rather the heralding of a new love that had befallen her. And so she glanced at Lin Zijia, that single gaze leading her to gamble her entire life away. Chapter 56. For your convenience, Su Baixi lingered in the restroom for nearly 2 hours before finally drying her hands with a paper towel, splashing cold water on her face. She felt invigorated. She looked into the mirror at her pale visage. A few days later, Huasiyu called her, inviting her to dinner at the Su family home. Su Baixi consented with a simple, "All right." At the dinner table that evening, there were 4 individuals, Huasiyu and her family of 3, with Su Baixi as the outsider. Su Jianbin had just returned from a business trip, and Huasiyu had prepared an elaborate feast to welcome him home. "The Lin family has played their cards well this time," Su Jianbin remarked, well acquainted with business affairs and quick to catch wind of gossip. Despite Lin Zijia's apparent idleness, I've observed he does not neglect his duties when the time calls for it. Su Baixi remained silent, holding her bowl of rice. Huasiyu scoffed, showing no regard for Su Baishi's presence as she bluntly stated him. "His ability to maintain a mistress is remarkable. Had I not intervened last time, that apartment would have fallen into the hands of that mistress. You two should keep a closer watch on your husband," Huasiyu admonished her. Su Jianbin seemed to wish to say more, but, being a man, refrained from directly addressing Su Baixi, opting instead for a more subtle approach. "The contract from the Lin family currently poses no issues." At these words, Su Baishi's chopsticks froze midair. How could it be? Lin Zijia had schemed against everyone. There was no way he would spare Huasiyu. Yet reality proved otherwise. As Huasiyu spoke with an air of smugness, Lin Zijia still possesses some conscience. He knows to protect his own family. After all, I am his second aunt. Su Jianbin expressed concern. The Lin family is a scholarly lineage, having been in business since Lin Dongtian's generation, and they have indeed built a robust enterprise. Lin Zijia may appear frivolous, but when it comes to serious matters, he is more diligent than anyone else. Who knows what else the Lin family is concealing? He hinted at the possibility that Lin Dongtian might intentionally lead his son into a hedonistic lifestyle, allowing Lin Zijia to stabilize himself before ultimately handing over the family business. The dinner was laden with unspoken thoughts. Originally, Su Baixi had braced herself for reprimand upon her return. She had anticipated that Lin Zijia would ensnare Huasiyu, which she expected to be a source of her own scolding. Yet, unexpectedly, Huasiyu appeared in good spirits. Even Su Jianbin merely offered a light admonition. If you can learn to capture Lin Zijia's heart, you will soon find the Lin family at your command. She lowered her gaze. I will do my best. Su Bing, Huasiyu's 14-year-old son, maintained a cordial relationship with Su Baixi and, after dinner, led her to his room to play. Mother seems to be in a good mood lately, he remarked, flipping through a photo album at the bedside. Su Baixi noted that Huasiyu's emotions were evident to all. A few days ago, your brother-in-law visited and brought gifts that delighted Mother, he continued, likely in reference to the incident involving Qin Yanran, which had been recorded on video. Perhaps Lin Zijia feared the repercussions for Qin Yanran and felt compelled to extend courtesies to Huasiyu. What are you looking at? Su Baixi Kuwayev, leaning over to join him. These photos are quite old. I found this in your room a few days ago, Su Bing replied, his tone tinged with melancholy. A year ago, when you got married, you took all your belongings with you. Su Baixi thought to herself, no, not everything. The one thing she most desired remained unattainable. However, she would not share such sentiments with a child. Instead, she softly replied, girls are often adrift, never truly at home, especially after marriage. Returning to one's maiden family feels foreign, and in the in-laws' house, one feels like an outsider. Did you not fare well there? Su Baixi answered gently, what I mean is, my belongings were merely necessities. I took them all because they were essential to me, nothing more. Su Bing felt differently, yet he refrained from probing further. With a slight lift of the album in his hand, he remarked, so you have retained some inconsequential items. As he opened the album, he encountered an array of photographs, all undeniably featuring Lin Zijia. From his childhood, with a head of curly hair, to images of him mingling with little girls, animatedly conversing. There were pictures of him playing basketball with classmates during middle school, and others depicting him quietly reading in the library during high school. Countless memories captured from various angles. Yet notably absent were any frontal shots. These images were all candid captures taken by her. She remarked, everyone believes I'm married poorly, but this is my first marriage, and I meticulously orchestrated my way into it. Su Bing gazed at her in surprise. She smiled faintly and said, it's nothing. As the pages of the album turned, Su Baixi recalled her own long-standing infatuation, a whirlwind of emotions that mirrored the passionate romances she had once envied in novels. The reality often felt mundane, yet she had not anticipated such fervor would manifest in her own life. There are still some photos left of you, Su Bing commented. Your brother-in-law used to be quite handsome. Su Baixi shook her head, replying, no more. That evening, Huasiyu insisted she stay over. A stark contrast to the past, when Huasiyu had been less welcoming. She distinctly remembered a time when, near dawn, Huasiyu had insisted she leave, saying, once married, the waters you spill are not mine to keep. Hurry and go. This time, however, Huasiyu appeared to have ulterior motives. You stay here and wait. Su Baixi raised an eyebrow. Her old room remained intact, though neglected. After a brief tidying up, she took her clothes to shower. Upon emerging, she heard a man's voice downstairs. Huasiyu spotted her at the staircase and beckoned. Baixi, come here. She continued, Zijia has come pick you up. Su Baixi hisitativ. It had been several days since their last encounter in the private room, and she was not someone he wished to see. Why are you standing there? Lin Zijia's demeanor was indifferent. Huasiyu, dissatisfied with her reaction, urged, quickly go back with Zijia and don't linger here. Reluctantly, Su Baixi moved downstairs. Standing together, Lin Zijia took her hand, a gesture that unsettled her. He addressed Huasiyu, Aunt, I'll take my wife home now. Chapter 57. He had not committed. It was not until they were in the car that Lin Zijia swiftly released her hand. as if the earlier intimacy had merely been an illusion. Indeed, it was an illusion. Baixi, unbothered, fastened her seatbelt in the passenger seat. Did you shower? Lin Zijia detected the scent of her body wash, one hand resting on the steering wheel. Why didn't you just sleep here instead of chattering away with Huasiyu? It seemed Huasiyu had sent him to fetch her, perhaps believing they had conspired together. Baixi turned her gaze to the window and quietly inquired, Do you like children? Don't dream. Lin Zijia paused momentarily, but soon returned to his usual tone, coldly asserting, I cannot have children with you, and you cannot conceive. Besides, I have no desire for a child of yours. With her gaze lowered, Baixi fell silent. Yet, once on the main road, she emotionlessly stated, Your mother suggested I prepare for pregnancy. Lin Zijia scoffed. Why didn't you just tell me you want to sleep with me? Why prepare for pregnancy when I know I cannot conceive? He retorted. Perhaps the topic irritated him, for Lin Zijia's mood visibly soured, and he continued from now on. Handle your own matters without involving me. Baixi clenched her hands, alternating between tight and loose grips. Understood. He glanced at her through the rearview mirror. His tone harsh. If it weren't for your aunt threatening me with shower Ann, insisting I come and pick you up or she would cause a scene at school, I wouldn't be here tonight. Feigning indifference, Baixi gazed out the window. Lin Zijia, clearly vexed, exited the car without acknowledging her, slamming the door behind him. Unfazed, she got out and returned to her room. Just as she lay down, Lin Zijia barged in. Fulfill your marital duties, he stated bluntly, gripping her thigh. Baixi contemplated kicking him, frowning as she said, It's late. Isn't that when such things are meant to occur? He pressed closer, exuding dominance. At the critical moment, Baixi managed to push him beneath the bed. Baixi. Lin Zijia sat up, eyes wide with anger, staring at her, clearly on the verge of losing his temper. A man interrupted in such moments often becomes significantly more irate, especially when he was the one being pushed down. He glared at Baixi, saying, Didn't you want to prepare for pregnancy? Sitting on the bed, her skin pale and almost luminescent in the light. Her voice was soft. I no longer wish to. Very well. Lin Zijia, likely infuriated, hastily donned a pair of pants and stormed out. The room felt empty as Baixi claimed the entire bed, quite pleased, and wrapped herself in the blanket to sleep. Due to Lin Zijia's recent triumph over several business rivals, Lin Dongtian was quite satisfied with him, leading Lin Zijia to behave like a wild stallion, frolicking freely without restraint. No one cared when he ventured out late at night. In contrast, Baixi adhered to her 9-to-5 job diligently. Their social circles rarely intersected. She focused on her work, while Lin Zijia indulged in his rowdy friendships, generally not meeting unless specifically arranged. However, this time was an exception. After the small exam, Qin Yinran accompanied Lin Zijia on an outing. Observing Lin Zijia in high spirits, Shen Qingbai captured a photo of them and posted it online. Captioned, My dear brother wants to be a father, but the sister-in-law says she won't bear him a child. Yet, that post was swiftly deleted. Baixi surmised it was likely an oversight in blocking her as the original partner. In a world bustling with people, it was said that no secret remains hidden, especially in such a lively social circle. Zhang Bai, present at the scene, promptly called Baixi to complain, What a world we live in. Lin Zijia has you as a wife, and yet he fails to cherish you, instead telling another woman he wants a child. When Qin Yinran asked if he liked children, he said he did. I've come to understand. He probably likes children, just not the one you would have. Zhang Bai, feeling sympathetic towards Baixi, added, They say a mother is valued by her child, but it seems he only cares about who gives birth. At that moment, Baixi was in the midst of writing a prescription, her pen slipping as she crumpled the paper and tossed it into the trash. As long as he is happy. Zhang Bai, indignant, countered, Why can't it be you giving birth? He hasn't matured. He doesn't even comprehend the responsibilities of a man. What good is being exceptionally capable if, despite his prowess in business, Zhang Bai acknowledged Lin Zijia's abilities, but did not endorse him? Don't you see? You want to wait forever. Even in a few years, he'll still prefer play. Zhang Bai concluded he hasn't committed. Baixi momentarily forgot what she was writing, setting down her pen to rub her temples. Qin Yinran can make him settle down. Baixi replied coolly. My inadequacy in achieving this doesn't mean others cannot. Zhang Bai shifted the topic, suggesting they plan a dinner together soon. Alright, Baixi agreed. After work, she was invited out by Chen Yuan. The two dined at a restaurant. Chen Yuan's gaze toward her had shifted since their last encounter at the seminar. Yet his attentiveness remained unchanged, maintaining a delicate balance that prevented any awkwardness. He remarked, "I never expected you to be married." Baixi was momentarily taken aback, but soon nodded. "In public, one must maintain dignity. I cannot introduce my husband to others. The stigma is quite significant, and I feel embarrassed even to acknowledge it to you, senior." "Why not divorce?" Chen Yuan inquired. Baixi replied with a faint smile, "I have my reasons." "Do you still have feelings for him?" Chen Yuan expressed disapproval of her situation, asserting, "A marriage lacking mutual commitment is not a good one. It should be terminated before further loss ensues." "I believe you misunderstand. I have never had much choice," Baixi said, lowering her gaze to her coffee cup before taking another bite of her meal. "I choose whoever can assist me." "So you think Lin Zijia is someone who can help you?" Chen Yuan asked, realizing the implications. "Yes," Baixi lifted her gaze, her eyes clear and resolute. "He once promised to protect me for a lifetime, but he has broken that promise. I am left with regret, and finding the next man is exceedingly difficult." She whispered. Thus, one can see how unreliable men can be. Chen Yuan tightened his grip on his utensils and suddenly proposed, "If I were willing to help you, would you divorce and choose me?" "I would." Chapter 58. Not your burden. Chen Yuan was taken aback by her swift agreement, followed closely by a surge of joy as he declared, "I am willing to help you." Unlike Lin Zijia, who often wavered, Chen Yuan's earnestness was evident. Baixi cast her eyes downward and quietly sipped her coffee. "Senior Chen, you cannot help me. What I desire is beyond even Song Shi's capability. Without a solid family background, assistance may be unattainable. The Song family might possess the means, but they would not risk their entire fortune for her sake. I must take my leave," she said, rising to depart. Having recovered from her illness, Lu Jing believed it was due to the talisman she had prepared and came to discuss pregnancy matters with Baixi. "I previously mentioned that one should believe in such things," Lu Jing urged earnestly. "This is a new talisman I acquired for fertility. I will fold it and place it in your phone case for you to carry at all times. It will surely be beneficial." Baixi replied softly, "Zijia isn't home. How can I conceive with anyone?" "Oh," Lu Jing exclaimed in surprise. "Are you angry with me?" "Not all." Baixi adjusted her tone, saying, "Mother, I worry you tire yourself with concerns about my relationship with Zijia. I see your dark circles and feel pain for you." "Now that sounds more appropriate," Lu Jing said. Glancing at her, she continued, "Rest assured, nothing will happen with Zijia. He has long stated his intent to marry you. That woman outside is inconsequential. His heart remains with you. I will call him to return and accompany you." Baixi was preoccupied with her thoughts and nodded absent-mindedly. That evening, Lin Zijia indeed returned briefly, but noticed the fertility talisman in her phone case and tossed it into the trash. "What are you doing?" She frowned. Lin Zijia mocked her. "Did you not say the other day that you didn't want to conceive? Who are you trying to fool with this talisman? Expecting a son to just drop from the sky? It is my body that would carry the child, not yours," Baixi retorted. Lin Zijia, displeased and irritable, shot back. "Without me, could you even conceive?" This was quite a statement. Baixi directly replied, "As long as there is a man, it doesn't have to be you." Instantly, Lin Zijia's expression darkened. He seemed angrier than when he had been interrupted mid-task the other day. But after a few moments of silence, he nodded and said, "Fine." Thus, Lin Zijia left again, spending the night away. Lu Jing shook her head and sighed, approaching Baixi to discuss the situation. "Why did you argue with him again? He brought you a box of pastries when he returned." "I did not argue with him." Baixi, feeling exhausted, pointed to the trash can and explained, "He discarded the talisman you gave me, and I merely said a few words to him." "This child," Lu Jing exclaimed in disbelief, clearly upset that the talisman might have cost a significant amount. "I must confront him about this." After sending Lu Jing away, Baixi received a call from Shen Qingbai, who inquired about Lin Zijia's whereabouts. Calmly, she replied, "He just came by and then left again." Shen Qingbai paused before gently advising her, "Good sister-in-law, if he gets angry with you in the next couple of days, just ignore him." The underlying meaning of this was apparent to Baixi. It was likely that Lin Zijia and Qin Yanran were having a disagreement, and anyone who crossed paths with Lin Zijia during his foul mood would be unfortunate. Sun Nuntai Daixi responded nonchalantly, "Munmoasa." After this, Lin Zijia continued to be absent from home for several days, leaving Baixi indifferent to his whereabouts. After returning from work as usual, she encountered a man a week later. This man came to visit Shun Ku, who appeared to have a close relationship with him. Upon seeing her, he eagerly introduced Su Sr. This is Ling Xinxing, a high school classmate of mine. He just returned from a business trip and wanted to see me since he heard I was transferred to this hospital. Hello, Dr. Su. Ling Xinxing politely extended his hand. Su Baixi recognized him. The Ling family had engaged in a substantial business deal with the Lin family last year, which had proven immensely profitable due to Lin Zijia's astute judgment. A patient's family member called for Shun Ku's attention, and he quickly nodded an apology to Ling Xinxing before leaving. Should I address you as Dr. Su or Mrs. Lin? Ling Xinxing inquired, clearly aware of her status. Su Baixi smiled lightly and stepped aside. Since we are acquaintances, allow me to escort you out. That would be much appreciated. As they exited the hospital, Ling Xinxing unintentionally brushed against Su Baixi's hand. She turned to look, and he smiled, saying, I apologize. Yet his demeanor bore no genuine contrition. Ling Xinxing continued, Lin Zijia lacks integrity. Last year, we were in business together, sharing profits and camaraderie, but this year he has changed, telling me that there is no such thing as lifelong friendship, only those maintained by mutual interests, warning me not to trust men. The last statement struck a familiar chord with Su Baixi, raising her eyebrows. Frankly, it was one thing for Lin Zijia to advise her against trusting men as a woman. It was another for him to caution Ling Xinxing against men as well. Su Baixi replied with a light smile. Lin Zijia is indeed overly concerned, fearing you might suffer from the pitfalls of trusting men. Ling Xinxing found this amusing and remarked, I think he has a point. Following that day, it seemed as though Su Baixi was always running into Ling Xinxing at the hospital. Sometimes he would visit Shen Ku, but as a man, there was little need for such visits, and soon enough, he began coming for his own checkups, whether for routine examinations or casual consultations. After a few more days, Ling Xinxing started bringing her gifts. Su Baixi felt a flutter of surprise. Only Xiao Lu, gleefully pointing to the beautifully wrapped box of snacks on her desk, noted, This flavor is delightful, authentic, and not overly sweet. He has put in quite the effort. Xiao Lu marveled, adding, he must have specifically inquired about your tastes and preferences. No reward without effort, Su Baixi remarked, not dwelling on it, changing her attire and asking, under what pretext did he send these? Diatu. Xiao Lu chuckled at her seriousness. When a man gives a woman a gift, what pretext could there possibly be? Even if we disregard the distinction between men and women, is there really any need for a pretext when it comes to gifting others? If one wishes to give, then let them give. Chapter 59. Going on a date. Su Baixi found the situation rather complex. Although it was common knowledge that her marriage to Lin Zijia was far from harmonious, she was, after all, still a married woman. Generally, when a man is married, he may indulge in frivolities without hesitation, attracting numerous women. However, when a woman has a husband, men tend to maintain a respectful distance, often minimizing contact. The proactive approach of someone like Ling Xinxing, whom she barely knew, was indeed a first for her. Su Baixi remarked, then when he comes tomorrow, return these. They're just snacks. Is it really necessary? Su Baixi insisted, return them. What if he doesn't come tomorrow? Su Baixi replied coolly. Then I'll give them to Shun Ku. Just then, she turned to see Xiao Lu smiling awkwardly yet politely. He waved the half-eaten chocolate he held in his hand. I used to handle this for you, and I got a bit carried away just now, huh? Most of the exquisitely packaged snacks on the table had already been tampered with by Xiao Lu, making it awkward to return them. Su Baixi sighed, forget it. Dr. Su, don't be so tense. Honestly, your husband doesn't care for you. If a man is willing to approach you, seize the opportunity and cherish it. The next day, Ling Xinxing came again. In fact, he had been coming for several days, and the hospital staff had become familiar with him. He was always straightforward about his intentions. Everyone knew who he was there for. Ling Xinxing followed Su Baixi to the staff cafeteria, where they sat together. She finally asked, do you have something to discuss? He smiled. Could it be that I like Dr. Su? Su Baixi raised her eyes and glanced at him, responding coolly, do you think so? She proceeded to eat her meal, ignoring him. It seems Dr. Su is quite astute, Ling Xinxing said with a smile. Last year, I was a partner with the Lin family, and I remember seeing you then, respectfully calling you sister-in-law from the bottom of my heart. But this year, circumstances have changed. I have fallen out with the Lin family, and Lin Zijia has been ruthless, not sparing even me. Is he attempting to court Lin Zijia's wife? Baixi continued eating, saying, "You have the wrong person. You should pursue Miss Qin." Guess what Lin Zijia said to me when I ran into him at the dining table yesterday? Ling Shunxing continued, seemingly oblivious to her words. He said I'm just as detestable as his wife. Ling Shunxing, unable to contain himself, sought her opinion. What do you think he meant by that? If it weren't for the inappropriate setting, Su Baixi would have laughed. It was evident that Lin Zijia harbored a strong dislike for her, and now he dared to compare her to others. Su Baixi casually remarked, "He must like you." "Well said," Ling Shunxing replied, displaying remarkable lateral thinking. "Doesn't that imply you hold some significance in his life?" Su Baixi remained silent, noticing her lack of interest in conversation. Ling Shunxing adopted a more serious tone. "Since you and you're not on good terms, why don't we collaborate?" From that day on, Ling Shunxing visited Su Baixi at the hospital even more frequently. Furthermore, he successfully arranged outings for meals with her. Upon hearing this news, Lin Zijia confronted Su Baixi at home, demanding, "What are you doing with him?" "I'm merely having dinner with a patient, concerned for his mental and physical well-being." No one believed her feeble excuse. Lin Zijia always spoke harshly. "While I handle business outside, he is my fiercest competitor. If any information leaks from my side, I will be the first to suspect you of betraying the Lin family for an older man. Just you wait." Ling Shunxing was merely 4 years older than Lin Zijia, yet he was labeled as an older man. "Fine," she replied. Lin Zijia's face flushed with anger. He retorted, "They say a dead pig is not afraid of boiling water. How can you, still alive, not fear the heat?" Su Baixi stepped on his foot. Today, she happened to be wearing high heels, resulting in Lin Zijia hopping around the room, howling in pain. Just then, Su Baixi received a call, and lo and behold, it was Ling Shunxing on the line. "Hello." After presumably providing an address, he invited Su Baixi out for dinner, and she readily agreed. "All right." Lin Zijia, still nursing his sore foot, directly slapped her phone out of her hand, stating, "You're not going." "I haven't interfered with your outings." Su Baixi bent down to pick up her shattered phone screen. "So I'll go out too." "You're not going." Su Baixi shot him a calm glance, which conveyed a sense of disbelief, as if he were being unreasonable. Lin Zijia, exasperated to the point of breathlessness, exclaimed, "That big deal Ling Shunxing has his one eye intercepted. I have my sights set on that project. Do not create trouble for me." Su Baixi simply responded with a soft "oh," and added, "I am not causing trouble." In that moment, Lin Zijia felt as though the world had quieted for several seconds. He had just heard Su Baixi say, "I am simply going to date." Lin Zijia stood frozen, his gaze lowered. The sound of her high heels gradually faded away, and his earlier fury dissipated. He quickly followed her, muttering angrily, "How could Ling Shunxing possibly be interested in you?" Su Baixi applied lipstick in the rearview mirror of the car, pursing her lips as if she were a young girl experiencing her first crush. Lin Zijia was momentarily taken aback. Without turning her head, she replied coolly, "My affection for him is sufficient." Lin Zijia's throat tightened, and he threatened her, "Take one more step forward, and you can forget about coming back." Yet her stride remained unbroken as she entered the car and departed. Enraged, Lin Zijia uprooted a section of the garden at their home. That evening, when Lu Jing returned from playing cards, she was horrified to see the flowers in their garden had been ravaged, prompting her to call the security guard, claiming they had been robbed. Upon entering, she was even more astonished to find Lin Zijia lounging on the living room sofa, which was more surprising than a burglary. "What brings you home today? I thought you were treating this place like a hotel." Lin Zijia turned back, replying, "I went upstairs." It was not until 11:30 p.m. that Su Baixi returned, carrying her bag. Upon seeing her, Lin Zijia dragged her into the bathroom. "What are you doing?" Su Baixi barely had time to toss her bag onto the bed before gripping Lin Zijia's wrist. "If you don't let go, I will squeeze your carotid artery." Lin Zijia pulled her inside and began to remove her clothes. "What are you doing?" Su Baixi, startled, smacked his head as he tugged at her dress, exclaiming, "What madness is this?" Lin Zijia took a quick glance at her, seemingly assessing something, and within seconds he grabbed a nearby bathrobe and flung it over her head. He disdainfully commanded, "You can sleep in the guest room tonight. After your shower, just leave." Chapter 60, The Second Child. Bang! The bathroom door was slammed shut by Lin Zijia. Su Baixi stared at her reflection in the mirror, her clothes disheveled. Her usually pale face now flushed with an unusual hue from the fright Lin Zijia had given her. She was both frightened and furious. Lin Zijia was out gallivanting with Qin Yanran, even discussing having children, yet she merely went out for a meal with Lin Zijia and was being banished from their room. This was not how one should bully another. Baixi tossed her clothes into the laundry bin, turned on the shower, and filled the bathtub to soak. 20 minutes later, Lin Zijia returned and knocked on the door, demanding, Baixi, are you hatching eggs in there? Hurry up and come out. Baixi ignored him, expertly applying her skincare products at the sink, patting water on her face, and then applying body lotion, her movements fluid and practiced. When did you become so refined? Lin Zijia entered, squeezing some of her skincare product onto his face. Seeing this, Baixi quickly stowed away her items, contemplating that if she could lock them, she would place them in a safe. So stingy? He frowned. Baixi did not hold back and bluntly stated, it's a waste for you to use it. A man is unworthy of such expensive skincare products. Lin Zijia, with a sarcastic tone, remarked, women in love are indeed different. They are willing to invest effort in their appearance. No one responded to him. Leaning against the doorframe, he coldly fixed his gaze upon her. What did you say to Lin Zijia? It seemed he feared she might conspire against him. Baixi understood Lin Zijia's unusual demeanor today. His aggressive attitude was likely related to this business deal. Lin Zijia himself had mentioned, if my business fails, you are implicated. Clearly, it was of considerable importance. After applying body lotion, she walked past him without a sideways glance. Come here, Lin Zijia commanded, his tone harsh. I have something to ask you. Baixi approached the doorway and beckoned him with her finger, saying, you come here. I have something to ask you too. The two stood in a standoff. Ultimately, it was Lin Zijia who took a step toward her. Shall I speak first or you? His words were cut short by a loud thud. Baixi kicked him in the knee, sending him out of the room, and promptly locked the door. Baixi. Lin Zijia was seething with rage. Baixi. In the dead of night, his voice startled Lu Jing awake. She opened the door to find Lin Zijia throwing a fit in the hallway. Zijia, don't scare your wife. Step back and keep it down, she advised. Lin Zijia felt embarrassed to be caught by Lu Jing and, with a stern expression, turned to leave. I'm going out. Where to at this hour? Lin Zijia replied, curtly, business. No one stopped him, and Baixi pretended not to hear. As he reached the main road, he regretted his haste. He should have brought Baixi along to alleviate his frustration. Just then, Bai called, and after responding, he departed. The day passed, and Baixi went to work as usual. When Lin Zijia came to the hospital to find her, she went out with him for dinner. Lin Zijia took her to upscale venues and bought her a necklace from a prestigious jewelry store. When the box was presented to her, Baixi protested. You needn't go to such expense. If circumstances permitted, Lin Zijia candidly replied, his gaze drifting to her ring finger, where a wedding band was conspicuously displayed. I would have given you not just a necklace, but a ring. The wedding band on Baixi's finger was exceptionally simple, even somewhat plain. Judging by its size, it was somewhat ill-fitting, which spoke volumes about the hurried nature of their marriage and how little importance the groom had placed on it. Maintaining her composure, she accepted the jewelry box, saying, thank you. In a few days, there will be a charity event. Would you like to attend with me? Although Baixi and Lin Zijia had been spending time together recently, it had all been private, never made public. Regardless, she still held the title of Mrs. Lin, and attending a large event with another man could easily lead to public criticism. Yet Lin Zijia stated, if Lin Zijia isn't afraid, why should you be? What do you mean? Lin Zijia explained, the Lin family will be present at the charity event. Lin Zijia might bring Qin Yan along. He won't concern himself with your feelings, so why should you care? Baixi remained silent. While his reasoning was sound, Lin Zijia could publicly act with abandon without consequence. If she attended with Lin Zijia, it would be perceived as a counter-response, almost a challenge to Lin Zijia, hinting at a potential conflict. I'm merely suggesting, Lin Zijia said, noticing her unusual expression. Baixi, you can take your time to consider it and let me know. There is still a week until the charity event. Baixi nodded. That day, after Lin Zijia dropped her off at home, she exited the vehicle early, fearing Lu Jing might see them together and complicate matters. However, as she turned a corner, she encountered Song Shi, who awaited her. Do you think Lin Zijia could be the second Lin Zijia? Baixi paused, and he, wearing a mischievous smile, warned Baixi. Don't lose your composure. Lin Zijia seeks you out for a purpose, he added. Baixi raised her eyes, responding, I wish to go out with him. Is it not for my own purpose? She lowered her voice, stating, we both seek to gain from each other. which is only natural. But Ling Xinxing may not necessarily marry you, Song Shi cautioned, and you don't have a second child. Su Baixi furrowed her brow and glared at him coldly. Baixi. Song Shi attempted to grasp her wrist, but she deftly evaded him. I have matters to attend to. I'll take my leave. She turned and walked away. Song Shi opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to say something, but ultimately chose silence. Upon returning home, Lu Jing had been waiting for a long time for the family doctor to conduct a simple checkup on Su Baixi. Baixi, I remember discussing pregnancy preparation with you. It's been a while, and we should check if anything has progressed, she said. I'm at the hospital every day. Had I known you were this worried, I would have checked myself daily and reported back to you, Su Baixi replied. Lu Jing, delighted by her words, nodded vigorously. That's a good idea. Though it may be a bit inconvenient and could interfere with your work, it's easier for the family doctor since they're being paid. Unable to refuse her, and not wishing to let such trivial matters affect their relationship, Su Baixi complied with the doctor for a pregnancy test. Not pregnant, the doctor confirmed. Lu Jing's expression fell upon hearing this. Su Baixi reassured her, there's no rush. Why worry so much? Lu Jing retorted, Mrs. Yang's youngest already has signs of pregnancy, and her son is barely older than Lin Zijia. Chapter 61. Many matters. Isn't the second son of the Yang family still too young to get marriage certificate? Lu Jing whispered. Indeed, she replied. That second son is fast. After dating his girlfriend for a few years, he recently brought her home, shocking all of us elders during a card game. So Baixi understood. Lu Jing had likely felt pressured by external circumstances. Older relatives are typically concerned about two things. One is the unmarried children, leading to relentless matchmaking, and the other is the lack of offspring, fearing there will be no heirs. Lu Jing had endured the first concern, but was now pricked by the second. Su Baixi comforted her. When Lin Zijia returns, I'll make an effort with him. That's right. Lu Jing continued, recounting the events of that night. He can indeed be infuriating. I don't know what has gotten into him, but he ruined my flowers. There are even 2 orchids left. What a spendthrift. Su Baixi had indeed noticed the garden's flowers were wilting. She replied honestly, I wasn't aware he had a penchant for uprooting flowers. That evening, Lin Zijia returned home, his collar marked with a distinct lipstick stain. Su Baixi found it glaring and promptly shut the door. Lin Zijia appeared quite pleased with himself, in good spirits, and went to complain to Lu Jing, saying, Su Baixi won't let me in. Is it my house or hers? You spoil her so much that she's become unmanageable. I'm left without a home to return to, and when I do, I get scolded. Perhaps I should find a man to marry off myself. Then I can reign supreme in my own household. What nonsense are you spouting? Lu Jing exclaimed as she opened the door to find the tall Lin Zijia standing there, his mouth running a mile a minute, leaving her struggling to keep up. Lin Zijia unleashed his pent-up grievances upon Lu Jing. Who am I to speak nonsense? Not a single person from home has come looking for me during my absence. Aren't you all afraid I might get abducted? My wife doesn't care about me, and you're helping her bully your own son? I don't care. I'm sleeping in my own bed tonight. Su Baixi has taken over my space. She doesn't love me. She loves my bed. When did you ever leave home? How old are you? Lu Jing, belatedly aware, said, Oh, you mean that night you sneaked out in the dead of night? Lin Zijia felt a jolt in his brow and thought it was better not to respond. Your father and I thought you were out entertaining. Just the day before, your father praised you, saying you worked hard and your performance was commendable. Lin Zijia estimated he was tired of talking. He simply nudged his foot against Lu Jing's door lightly, saying, You go and tell her to return my nest that this dove has taken. Lu Jing scolded him for being disrespectful. As they walked down the corridor, Lu Jing noticed a red mark on his collar and asked where he had picked up such a stain, bringing it home. Lin Zijia rubbed it with his hand, but couldn't remove it, replying, Huang Shan kissed me. How dare you even say that? Lu Jing reprimanded, giving him a light shove on his shoulder. However, seeing Lin Zijia's demeanor, she guessed she was right. After all, Huang Shan was the daughter of a government official. As a second-generation official, she had some dignity and could not be easily toyed with by a man. Lu Jing subtly cautioned Lin Zijia, saying, Be mindful, don't stir up trouble. Understood, Lin Zijia replied. He had a notorious reputation for being flirtatious, having encountered numerous women, yet he was aware of which women were merely for fun and which ones demanded responsibility if things went awry. He remarked, Take Su Baixi for instance. She took advantage of me because I didn't handle it well back then. Lu Jing scolded him again, calling his words nonsense. It was Lu Jing who eventually knocked on the bedroom door. Upon seeing Lin Zijia standing behind, Baixi did not even spare her a glance. When the door opened, he walked straight past her, nonchalantly bumping her with his shoulder, which nearly made her stumble. Fortunately, Lu Jing steadied her, asking if she was all right. Subai undicesimo replied, I'm fine. Lin Zijia nodded with a sarcastic tone. Mom, why are you supporting her? It affects her performance. She must have fallen beautifully just now. Far more graceful than shopping for jewelry. ISNT the money you earn meant for your wife. Lu Jing didn't grasp Lin Zijia's implication and assumed he was criticizing Baixi for spending money. It's just jewelry. It's not like we lack money. If Baixi likes it, that's enough. Lin Zijia scoffed, taking nothing, and headed to the bathroom for a shower. Lu Jing found it odd. He's never like this. Lately, he seems off, almost like a woman, overly fussy. Only Baixi remained silent. As she was leaving, Lu Jing quietly reminded her to focus on the matter at hand. This is a great opportunity. Don't forget your promise to me. Prepare for pregnancy and try to conceive as soon as possible. She continued, Zijia may be a bit reckless now, but once he becomes a father, he will understand. Baixi did not oppose her, nodding slightly. Lu Jing was pleased with her, affectionately patting the back of her hand, saying she deserved it. The bedroom door closed, restoring silence. The sound of running water in the bathroom suddenly ceased, and Lin Zijia opened a small crack in the door, commanding her, bring me some clothes. She casually picked one and handed it to him. Moments later, he tossed the garment back, critiquing, not this one. She offered him another floral piece, but he rejected it again, claiming, it doesn't suit me. Baixi raised an eyebrow and handed him a black one. Who wore something so heavy at night? Levan, do you dislike me? He accused, a hint of mockery in his tone. When Lin Zijia spoke, his voice was magnetic, neither angry nor harsh. Just serious, as if he alone held the truth. Baixi replied, it's a pity you didn't reincarnate as a woman. Lin Zijia's brow twitched. What do you mean? No woman is as troublesome as you, she retorted. Lin Zijia grew angry, refusing to wear clothes, yanking the door open and stepping out in his bare form, his well-defined abs rising and falling with his breath, quite striking. Any ordinary woman would feel a tinge of embarrassment at such a sight, but Baixi remained indifferent, her gaze sweeping over him, saying, it's just a body. I've seen many in the hospital. Lin Zijia shot back coldly, what is the point of living as a woman like you? Chapter 62. Divorce upon reaching 50 diamonds. An additional chapter will be released. His words were laden with disdain. Baixi observed him as he rummaged through the wardrobe, pulling out a dark outfit. He rifled through the items carelessly, much like a burglar in a home, and when he finished changing, the wardrobe was in disarray. Without turning back, he commanded, clean this up. Baixi ignored him and climbed into bed to sleep. Didn't you hear? He pressed. Baixi replied, ISNT there, maid. Let her tidy it for you. But you're here. It's more convenient for you to do it, he insisted, taking it for granted. I'm not withholding money from you. Baixi turned her back to him, and when she heard his words, a scene from their recent team-building trip flashed in her mind. During their stay at the inn, he had been the one to organize Qin Yin Ran's things, while he, a pampered young master, had to take care of her. Now that they were home, he took to bullying her. Since ancient times, transactions have been voluntary. If you're willing to pay, I'm not obligated to take on the work. Baixi took a deep breath and replied calmly, I want to earn that money. Lin Zijia was perplexed. Didn't you seem short on cash before? Now, you aren't. Baixi continued to disregard him. He climbed into bed, rolling over to snatch the blanket from her. You always have this unnecessary pride. What do you mean by unnecessary pride? Baixi couldn't hold back any longer. Lin Zijia declared, to no one cannot change the situation, and to accept it is virtue. To no one cannot act, yet to act stubbornly is folly. He was blunt, stating, you are that stubborn fool, opposing me in well for you. I'm a petty person, and I will certainly retaliate. Baixi felt a chill, reaching for the blanket. He wouldn't give it to her. She kicked him. Lin Zijia, in good spirits, chose not to argue with her, instead playfully teasing, call someone. I've thought it through, Baixi suddenly said seriously, as if she had deliberated deeply, enunciating each word. In 2 years I want a divorce, but I believe I have the right to divorce earlier. How about going to the Civil Affairs Bureau in a few days? Lin Zijia's mood plummeted inexplicably. His face hardened. Is it for Ling Xinxing? Baixi was reluctant to explain, simply going along with it. I enjoy spending time with him. Ling Xinxing is divorced himself. He fits well with you. A second marriage. Lin Zijia, being the businessman he was, quickly calculated in his mind. Moving on to property division with Su Baixi. If you divorce early, you'll lose the Su family's house. She responded indifferently. Fine. Lin Zijia continued. After more than a year of marriage, you haven't given the Lin family a son or daughter. You won't receive much in property. You can see to it, she said nonchalantly. Lin Zijia raised an eyebrow. What if I want you to leave empty-handed? That statement was excessive. Regardless of how Su Baixi had compromised over the past year, even considering the deep emotional investment during their 3-year secret relationship, she had sacrificed too much. Being a woman, she had endured even more hardships. Placing all her chips on Lin Zijia, if she lost everything now, was it fate or disaster? She lowered her eyes, realizing she couldn't win. So she simply conceded. All right, you're quite generous. Lin Zijia mocked her, perhaps thinking her foolish, encountering someone like Ling Xinxing, so reckless. He said, Su Baixi, do you truly lack love? Su Baixi clenched her fists and lowered her gaze, remaining silent. She resonated with Lin Zijia's assertion that to knowingly pursue the unattainable is sheer stubbornness. The most poignant aspect of this relationship was not her foolishness or her headlong plunge into it. Rather, it was her conscious choice to chase after the impossible, willingly sinking while fully aware, placing her own stakes upon him. Lin Zijia claimed she lacked love, yet this was her utmost sincerity towards their bond. How about this? Lin Zijia, true to his businesslike nature, calculated every detail meticulously. Everyone knows that my Lin family owes you. You can publicly announce the divorce. It will have nothing to do with us, and I am willing to share some of my assets with you. Indeed, the calculations seemed quite favorable. Some assets in exchange for the Lin family's good reputation, for a clean break, for the assurance of no debts owed. Su Baixi found herself with no alternatives. Had the Su family still held its former standing, Lin Zijia would not have dared to treat her so harshly. Even if she were Huang Shanshan, he would not have been so unforgiving. Ultimately, she was left without support, without a backing force. All right, she replied. Perhaps Lin Zijia's conscience had been stirred, realizing that since a divorce was inevitable, he would no longer bully her. He neatly shared the blankets, ensuring she was covered, and remarked, You've delayed me for 4 years. I won't hold it against you. Your future with Ling Xinxing is yours to bear, whether it brings fortune or misfortune. Su Baixi smiled faintly. They say distance breeds beauty. If I had known you would be so agreeable post-divorce, I should have suggested it sooner. The matter of divorce was significant. Following the previous uproar that tarnished the Lin family's reputation, Lin Zijia needed to be prepared this time, thus asking Su Baixi to wait a few days before making it public. Understanding his intentions, she took the initiative that day. Let us set aside the public announcement for now and proceed with the paperwork. Are you in such a hurry? Lin Zijia asked, cigarette in hand, leaning against the car, shaking off the ash. Su Baixi's expression remained calm as she stated a simple fact. If the elders at home catch wind of this, we might not be able to proceed with the divorce. Indeed. Thus, Lin Zijia took her to the Civil Affairs Bureau. When the divorce certificate appeared in her hands, Su Baixi stared at it for a long moment. You could stare at the marriage certificate. Why not the divorce certificate? She tucked the small booklet into her bag, simply saying, I always thought divorce certificates were green. I didn't expect them to be red as well. Isn't that festive? Lin Zijia extinguished his cigarette in the trash can and climbed into the car. Regaining your freedom hardly inspires a joyous feeling. Seeing his demeanor, it seemed he had no intention of seeing her off. Indeed, he had no such plan. I have an appointment, so I'll be leaving. Make yourself comfortable. Su Baixi stood still for a while, then took a taxi home. However, the next day, Qin Yinran sought her out at the hospital. Upon seeing a familiar face, Su Baixi showed little reaction, asking, Here for a checkup? Did you register? I have official business with you, Qin Yinran replied, pulling a document from her expensive bag and placing it on Su Baixi's desk, conducting herself in a strictly professional manner. I know you and Zijia have divorced, but I do not accept the division of assets. She continued, From now on, Zijia is my man. My husband's money should belong to me. He offered you $1 million, but I've revised it to 100,000. If you're agreeable, take it. If not, you'll receive nothing. Does Lin Zijia know? Su Baixi did not even glance at the document, instead walking to the water cooler. Of course he knows. Qin Yinran looked at her, Still a bit intimidated by Su Baixi after their previous encounter, I protested, but Zijia dotes on me and does not want to upset me. He has tacitly allowed this. After sipping water, Su Baixi turned back. What did you say Lin Zijia was willing to give me? 1 million. In truth, Su Baixi felt that was quite generous of Lin Zijia. After all, during their previous conversation, his tone had suggested he would offer little. She approached, picked up the document from the table, and read it quickly. Well, are you reconsidering? Qin Yanran urged her. 100,000 is quite a lot. You're a doctor. It could cover most of your lifetime earnings. One must learn to be content, not overly greedy. After reading, Su Baixi raised her hand and tore the document in half. You. Qin Yanran's words caught in her throat, hesitating to continue. Then go back and tell Lin Zijia, Su Baixi said coolly. Since he promised me a certain amount, I expect that full amount. If he only offers 100,000 to dismiss me, I might not be able to hold my tongue on the public day and say something impractical. Are you threatening us? Qin Yanran frowned. Yes. Qin Yanran's face flushed with anger. In terms of demeanor, she could not compete with Su Baixi. If it came to looks, perhaps she could argue for an even match. But in all other respects, she had to concede defeat. After all, Su Baixi hailed from the Su family. As Qin Yanran left, Su Baixi called after her. Make sure to speak the truth when you return. Understood? That night, Lin Zijia indeed called her. Why did you scare Xiaoran? I didn't do anything. Human hearts can be biased. Lin Zijia only cared for Qin Yanran, thus blaming Su Baixi. You just want money. If you love money so much, why did you pretend to be so indifferent? He asserted, the money will be given to you. On the day of the announcement, mind your words. Then, the call was abruptly ended. Throughout the conversation, Su Baixi had no chance to respond. Following their divorce, she had no reason to visit the Lin family. So she used the excuse of working overtime at the hospital to avoid returning home for several days. She was now an outsider. Yet, the Lin family elders remained unaware of this development. Lu Jing called, inquiring, Baixi, even if you're working overtime, you don't need to pull night shifts every day. The hospital is eerie. Where can you even sleep? You don't have to push yourself so hard. Zijia earns enough to support you. So I have no choice, Mom. My work is important too. Then come home for lunch tomorrow. Let us see. Su Baixi gently declined. If there aren't too many patients, I'll return. She had already planned to make excuses the next day, but unexpectedly, Lu Jing had already spoken with the director. She insisted, come back quickly. I just checked. You don't need to work the night shift today. Now, there was no reason to refuse. When Su Baixi returned at noon, she unexpectedly ran into Lin Zijia at the entrance. He appeared to have just come back as well, and a flicker of surprise crossed his face upon seeing her. It was as if he wanted to ask, what are you doing here? Her expression remained calm as she replied, your mother called me, asking me to come back for lunch. All right. Lin Zijia rarely stayed home, especially during the day. His presence at home was exceedingly rare. Su Baixi had thought he wouldn't be there, hence her willingness to return, but she had not expected to run into him today. It seemed Lin Zijia felt that he could do without her presence at home, as he had been coming back more frequently. It wasn't that he missed home. Rather, he wished to avoid seeing her. Su Baixi followed him back inside, where Lu Jing greeted them joyfully. You two make such a lovely couple, standing together. At this, Lin Zijia's jaw tightened slightly. Su Baixi sensed his discomfort and leaned closer to Lu Jing, whispering, Mom, the hospital has been very busy lately. I barely have time to ask for leave, especially with the year-end evaluations coming up. I want to make an effort. You can't push yourself so hard. Lu Jing's gaze lingered on Su Baixi's abdomen, subtly implying, if you wear yourself out, how can you expect to conceive? Su Baixi nonchalantly shifted the topic of conversation. This meal was somewhat different from the usual. She ate quickly, eager to leave, while Lin Zijia lingered, possibly due to the unappetizing food. Consequently, Su Baixi felt reluctant to get up, quietly waiting for him to finish. Just then, Lu Jing remarked, aren't you going to the hospital later? Let Zijia take you there. No need. Su Baixi believe. Lu Jing frowned, perhaps sensing something amiss. What's wrong? Have you had another argument? No, we were just chatting outside. Zijia mentioned he had work at the company that needed attending to, and I didn't want to delay him. Su Baixi lead effortlessly. Lu Jing countered. Company matters and family matters are not mutually exclusive. He is just taking his wife to work. What's the issue? She continued. Are you really fighting? At that moment, Lu Jing turned her gaze to Lin Zijia, asking, did you upset Baixi? Perhaps fearing Lu Jing would uncover the truth, Lin Zijia readily agreed. even discreetly kicking Su Baixi under the table, saying, "I'll take her. It's on the way." Su Baixi remained silent. As they were leaving, Lu Jing commented to Lin Zijia, "You could just take her without mentioning it's on the way. Isn't that annoying? No wonder Baixi is upset. She hasn't been coming home to sleep lately." Lin Zijia insisted, "That's not true. I'm leaving," he added. Su Baixi waited in the front passenger seat, fastening her seatbelt only when she saw him approach. He walked around to the driver's seat, his expression cold, not uttering a word. The confined space of the car felt oddly tense between the two of them. As the vehicle turned onto the main road, out of Lu Jing's sight, Su Baixi pointed to a distant corner and said, "Please drop me off there." "Didn't I say I'd take you?" Su Baixi pulled out her ringing phone, the screen boldly displaying Xinxing. It seemed she had no intention of taking the call in front of him, simply stating, "Someone is picking me up." Chapter 64. The blade still sharp. Are you really going to get involved with Ling Xinxing? The question was still rather unpleasant. Subaiki maintained had composure, rippling. "That's my private matter." In her bag rested a red notebook, slightly askew, revealing 2 large characters for divorce. Indeed, it was a private matter. Lin Zijia might not consider it so. He drove the car to that corner and stopped. Su Baixi found the door wound open and turned back, saying, "Open the door." "Why the rush?" He leisurely pulled out a cigarette, placing it between his lips, but not lighting it, saying, "I forgot to mention last time. If you end up with Ling Xinxing, it's inevitable you'll turn against me. Tell me, if I lose this deal because of you, who will take the blame?" "If you failed to secure the deal, it's because of your own incompetence. Blaming a woman is utterly ridiculous." "Fine." Lin Zijia seemed to find her words amusing, unlocking the door for her to exit. Today, Su Baixi wore a light white dress, and from behind, she appeared ethereal. He watched her for a moment and said, "Mind your words. Don't say what you shouldn't." Standing on the street, she turned around, her gaze still indifferent. It bore a hint of the stubbornness from long ago. "Well, I can't promise that," she said. "It depends on my mood." Just then, Ling Xinxing's car pulled up in front of Su Baixi, and he got out, opening the door for her. Upon turning, he noticed Lin Zijia. Ling Xinxing greeted, "Zijia? What a coincidence. Standing at my doorstep isn't exactly a coincidence." Lin Zijia retorted sharply. "I'm here to pick up Baixi. I didn't expect to see you." Lin Zijia disapproved of Ling Xinxing, accusing him of being insincere and claiming they shared the same penchant for pretense. "Last time you outperformed me and secured the Xixing project." "I concede." Ling Xinxing smiled, seemingly unfazed. "However, this is just the beginning. I hope next time you can perform normally." After Ling Xinxing's car drove away, Lin Zijia took out a lighter and lit his cigarette. He squinted at the swiftly departing license plate. In fact, he had been reminded of the past when he heard Su Baixi speak. It had been a long time since she had been so audacious. He recalled the year he was in middle school when he witnessed Su Baixi challenging several boys much larger than her in a narrow alley, a 1-against-4. Su Baixi was unafraid. At that time, she had a fierce determination in her eyes, even when disheveled, refusing to utter a soft word, fighting with sheer tenacity. "I am Su Baixi," she declared, her youthful voice resolute. "What skill is it to speak behind my back? If you have the guts, come face me. I'll be waiting right here." It felt like a distant memory. Lin Zijia couldn't quite fathom why he thought of that version of Su Baixi. He accurately tossed the cigarette into the trash can through the window, leaving behind a final remark. "She is the most vexing woman I have ever encountered." Inside the car, Su Baixi rummaged through her bag. "Are you looking for something?" "No." Su Baixi realized her small hairpin was missing. It was an old item her mother had given her during childhood, unique in style, now nearly impossible to find a similar one. After all, it was a keepsake. She pondered that it might have been left at Lin's house and thought she would look for it next time she had the chance. "Did you just mention that Lin Zijia secured the Xixing project?" Ling Xinxing nodded while driving, responding succinctly, "Yes." "When was that?" Ling Xinxing, straightforward and with nothing to conceal, replied, "This past Monday." Calculating the days, Su Baixi realized it coincided with the day Lin Zijia had asked Lu Jing to knock on the door. No wonder he had been in such good spirits then. Lin Zijia has been getting closer to Huang Shanshan lately, gaining many advantages. Everyone privately speculates that this relationship is why he has been so smooth sailing. Ling Xinxing remarked candidly, "The pie is only so big, and with more people wanting a piece, there's less to go around. Lin Zijia fears I might encroach on his share, hence he is wary of me." Su Baixi asked nonchalantly, "Who else?" Song sure seems inexplicably interested in Lin Zijia as well, he replied. In truth, the competition was far more extensive. The business world was inherently competitive. What appeared to be friendship often masked ulterior motives, and when interests reached a certain threshold, conflicts were inevitable. Su Baixi began to grasp some of this. Ling Xinxing continued, "Even without Xixing, there are other projects. It's just that Lin Zijia's appetite seems insatiable. One project isn't enough for him. He wants it all. Everyone harbors ambitions to some extent, but few are as brazenly ambitious as Lin Zijia." He added, "Unfortunately, because he intentionally tried to sabotage me this year, I suspect the competitive tension with the Lin family will persist for a long time. What can I do about it?" Su Baixi asked plainly. On the day of the charity event, Su Baixi appeared as Ling Xinxing's partner. The moment the crowd spotted her, eyebrows were raised, and some, unable to conceal their emotions, openly displayed expressions of curiosity. Although Su Baixi seldom graced such significant occasions, most were aware of her title as Mrs. Lin. Thanks to Lin Zijia, her shame had become common knowledge. Su Baixi remained composed, ignoring the curious glances directed at her, merely smiling as she linked arms with Ling Xinxing and entered the venue. "Good brother." Shun Qingbai spotted Lin Zijia and exchanged knowing glances. "Why is your sister-in-law standing with him?" Lin Zijia held the hand of Qin Yanran beside him, not even glancing in their direction, saying, "Your sister-in-law is here. Don't shout." At that moment, Lin Zijia was engaged in discussions with a crucial partner, catching a glimpse of Ling Xinxing and Su Baixi mingling and toasting with a group of people. In the past, Lin Zijia would never have brought Su Baixi to such events. The possibility of Su Baixi becoming acquainted with these social circles is virtually non-existent. However, Ling Xinxing remains unfazed. Anyone he knows is brought forth to introduce to Su Baixi. Shun Qingbai glances around and takes the initiative to converse with Ling Xinxing. "Mr. Ling, we were just speaking of you, remarking on your youthful accomplishments. Even now, you seem as vigorous as ever, like a sapling flourishing." This statement carries an air of frivolity, leaving one uncertain whether it is praise or reproach. It must be said, Shun Qingbai and Lin Zijia, in their camaraderie, share a knack for unrestrained banter that is unmatched. Ling Xinxing finds himself at a loss for words, unsure how to respond. In a swift motion, Shun Qingbai sidles past Ling Xinxing to toast Su Baixi, sister-in-law. "You look truly radiant today." Chapter 65, Who Taught You This? Su Baixi lightly clinks her glass with his sister-in-law. "Zijia is over there." Shun Qingbai gestures into the distance, kindly offering, "Let me take you to him. It's all Zijia's fault. Had I known you were coming, I would have gone out to greet you." It appears that Shun Qingbai is unaware of the divorce, preoccupied instead with Lin Zijia's lifelong commitments, revealing a hint of personal interest. He expresses his support for Su Baixi while harboring less favorable opinions of Qin Yanran, primarily because Lin Zijia favors the latter, leaving him reluctant to overtly assist Su Baixi. He whispers, "Sister-in-law, I stand with you." Ling Xinxing discerns his intentions and deftly positions himself in front of Su Baixi. "I may be seasoned, but I am only 27. Sparks fly between the two, culminating in Shun Qingbai urging Su Baixi, "Sister-in-law, come with me." "No, thank you." Shun Qingbai, taken aback by Su Baixi's alignment with Ling Xinxing, appears surprised, even contemplating whether Lin Zijia has once again vexed her. Fortunately, he is soon summoned by a real estate mogul, averting further entanglement. It seems, apart from Lin Zijia, the others around him are quite amiable towards you. Ling Xinxing jests. Shin is not yet inheriting the family business, yet he comes to provoke me. All for your sake. That's not true. The charity gala is attended by prominent individuals, each possessing an esteemed reputation within society, often making substantial donations at charitable events. The larger the gathering, the more vibrant the atmosphere. Business people convene primarily to discuss serious matters. Ling Xinxing and Lin Zijia, competitors, fortuitously find themselves targeting the same collaboration. "Baixi, excuse me for a moment," Ling Xinxing murmurs. "All right." However, when Ling Xinxing approaches, Lin Zijia has already initiated contact with the other party. Lin Zijia remarks, "Just perform normally." Su Baixi intends to find a spot to rest, but suddenly catches a glimpse of Su Jianbin, causing her to frown. Thus, she is compelled to rise and leave. Exiting this area leads her to a spacious outdoor swimming pool, where several women have already donned swimsuits and entered the water, seemingly vying for attention. Men seated on the shore calmly raise their paddles, signaling to initiate bidding. A game for adults, replete with myriad forms, yet transparently priced. As Su Baixi walks along the poolside path, Qin Yanran, trailing behind, seizes her wrist. Sister Su. Qin Yanran, clad in a chic, youthful dress, exudes playfulness and charm. Her short hem unveiling a pair of strikingly fair legs that are hard to overlook. In contrast, Su Baixi's long, form-fitting black gown lacks the same gravitas. Did you pursue marriage to Lin Zijia solely for his family's wealth? Now that you're divorced and seem resentful over asset division, Qin Yanran, perhaps begrudgingly, believes Lin Zijia's divorce settlement was excessive. Sister Su, although your life lacks fulfillment, do not harbor resentment against society or seek vengeance on others. Asset division post-divorce can indeed follow legal channels, Su Baixi replies coldly. On what grounds does Miss Qin question me? In my view, you simply cannot stand to see others thrive, Qin Yanran retorts. The exchange proves futile. Su Baixi, with no time for such discourse, extricates her hand. Yet, perhaps due to her inexperience with high heels, Qin Yanran, losing support, tumbles directly into the pool. Su Baixi attempts to grasp her, but fails. At the last moment, Qin Yanran clutches Su Baixi's dress, and together they plunge into the water, causing quite a commotion. Lin Zijia, alerted by the disturbance, rushes over, diving in to swiftly rescue one of them, cradling her trembling face against his chest, rubbing her arms and hands to warm her, his fingers gently caressing her face. The familiarity of his actions draws curious glances. Su Baixi gasps for air, finally emerging from the frigid, suffocating depths, and upon regaining her senses, she pushes away Lin Zijia's hands. Zijia, not far off, Qin Yanran is also pulled to safety. Immediately, she seeks out Lin Zijia, only to find him holding Su Baixi. His expression dark, Su Baixi lowers her gaze, gradually extricating herself from his embrace. Lin Zijia, with a stern countenance, remarks, had I known it was you, I wouldn't have jumped in. Now my suit is ruined. Baixi, are you all right? Ling Xinxing arrives promptly, draping his coat over Su Baixi to shield her from her disheveled state. Su Baixi, pale and feeble, shakes her head. A closer inspection reveals her hands trembling gently behind her back. Who taught you that series of actions? Su Baixi quietly inquires of Lin Zijia as she departs. He seems disinclined to engage, focusing instead on comforting Qin Yanran, lamenting his soaked attire and claiming misfortune, before offering his coat to her. Zijia, she pushed me in. Qin Yanran accuses Su Baixi. I merely wished to speak with her, and she cast me aside, causing my fall. Is that so? Lin Zijia turns to Su Baixi, his voice icy. You won't apologize? Su Baixi appears to disregard his question, fixating instead on her inquiry. Who taught you that set of actions? Is there a need for instruction? Lin Zijia narrows his eyes. A drowning person lacks security. As a doctor, you should comprehend this. No, that's not it. Su Baixi responds, there is no such protocol in the hospital for drowning individuals. The common response is merely to administer artificial respiration. His method diverges entirely from conventional rescue techniques. Lin Zijia, evidently annoyed by her, and with Qin Yanran's incessant whining in the background, bends to scoop Qin Yanran into his arms, brushing past Su Baixi as he departs. Don't block my way, he states coldly. Su Baixi stumbles from the impact, but fortunately, Ling Xinxing is nearby, catching her in time to prevent a fall. Xinxingbai approaches and advises Su Baixi. Don't stoop to his level. His suit must be worth a fortune, not including the watch, Ling Xinxing adds. He likely feels ruined. His image is tarnished, which is detrimental to his business dealings, hence his outburst. Chapter 66. Taming Su Baixi se ver slightly. Sister-in-law, you look quite pale. Xinxingbai approaches with concern, suggesting, shall we go to the hospital for a checkup? In truth, she is not a proficient swimmer. During high school, while accompanying Huasiyu to a renowned summer resort in the city, Huasiyu had inquired about items left to her by her mother. When she refused, Huasiyu locked her in a small dark room for 3 days. After enduring hunger long enough to see stars, she was eventually released, only to encounter a mishap that led her to fall into a lake. She had a near-death experience. When rescued, she was barely clinging to life, leaving her with lingering shadows of that moment. I'm fine. Su Baixi weakly shook her head, striving to dispel the unpleasant memories that clouded her mind. No need to go to the hospital. You're completely soaked. Since you're going to change anyway, why not visit the hospital while you're at it? Shen Qingbai insisted, wanting to accompany Lin Zijia, as their previous conversation remained unfinished. However, he couldn't bear to leave Su Baixi alone with Ling Xinxing. I don't want you falling ill again. Last time it took you over a week to recover. Su Baixi lifted her gaze to look at Ling Xinxing, who clearly could not leave yet. She felt conflicted, but her concern for Su Baixi prevailed. Let us go to the hospital. I'll come and pick you up later. The primary purpose of their visit today was to secure the project. With Lin Zijia having left early, the opportunity now belonged to Ling Xinxing. Alright, Suvaixi Plaif. I'll head off then. I'll find you once I finish up here, Ling Xinxing assured her. It won't take long. Okay. Shen Qingbai successfully took Su Baixi away, but as they traveled, he hesitated, observing her expression. Sister-in-law, why are you entangled with him? No one responded. Su Baixi's spirit was unfocused, her gaze distant. Sister-in-law, I know Zijia can be a bit excessive at times, but you don't need to hurt yourself just to provoke him, Shen Qingbai said, his frustration spilling over. Ling Xinxing is obviously trying to exploit you. If you want to make Zijia jealous, standing with me would be more effective. At least I won't harm you. Su Baixi turned her gaze to the passing scenery outside the car window. Sister-in-law, sister-in-law. Finally, Su Baixi returned to reality and softly replied, I've divorced him. What? In an instant, Shen Qingbai's face drained of color, his grip on the steering wheel tightening, the veins on his hand becoming visible. Even the closest of friends have boundaries. They know what should be said and what should not when to draw the line. Shen Qingbai remained unusually quiet throughout the journey, glancing at Su Baixi's expression through the rearview mirror. Seeing her drained demeanor, he felt he had no right to offer comfort. As they neared the hospital, Su Baixi recalled that fateful day. In her childhood, she was not as indifferent as she was now. Rather, her stubbornness fueled her resolve. Sometimes she fought back fiercely, even if it meant mutual destruction. Pussy, you believed she was a tough nut to crack, determined to tame her. In simpler terms, it was about subjugation. Her second aunt, being an outsider with no blood relation, merely wished for Su Baixi to obey and become docile. That day presented two choices. One was to hand over the items to Huasi Yu. The other, which she was initially unaware of, nearly cost her life. At that time, Su Jianbin's foundation was shaky, and there were still many within Su Corporation who supported Su Baixi, but she was merely a child, a girl without much hope. In his desperate attempts to solidify his position within the company, Su Jianbin secretly intended to offer Su Baixi to the largest partner at the time. It was ostensibly a child bride arrangement, yet the underlying intentions were clear to all. After enduring 3 days of hunger and abuse, when she emerged, she was utterly depleted. As she was pinned against the stones, she fought back with all her strength, which ultimately led to her falling into the pool. We have arrived, sister. Shen Qingbai swallowed his words. Get out, Baixi. Unluckily, on the way, Shen Qingbai had specifically asked which hospital Lin Zijia was at as he drove. Knowing they were almost there after hearing about their divorce, he could not change course at the last minute. Let me help you register, he offered. Standing in the corridor, Su Baixi spotted Lin Zijia sitting beside the bed, gently soothing Qin Yanran. His hands were quite handsome, but at that moment, they were tenderly stroking Qin Yanran's head. He was patient and caring, something she had once done for Lin Zijia, only to be met with his cold demeanor and impatience. He would often tell her, "You're quite bothersome, you know?" Yet now, sitting beside Qin Yanran, he smiled, regardless of her unreasonable tantrums. "You're my little treasure. Why are you crying? It doesn't look good. If I look bad, will you not want me anymore?" "How could that be?" He replied, "In my eyes, you're perfect no matter what." Sister Baixi, Shen Qingbai's voice cut in abruptly, hurrying her along. "Go over there for a checkup with the doctor." This drew the attention of both individuals in the room. "Why is she here too?" Qin Yanran was the first to express her displeasure. Shen Qingbai played the mediator, considering both Su Baixi and Lin Zijia. "I brought her. I was worried she might catch a cold and end up sick for a long time. That would be troublesome." The two sides stood separated by a wall. Su Baixi remained composed and moved to the next room. The doctor prescribed some vitamins, and when nothing significant was discovered, she intended to leave and sent a message to Ling Xinxing. He replied succinctly, "Done." Ling Xinxing continued, "I'll come to pick you up shortly." He arrived quickly, sharing in her joy, seeming quite pleased with the day's outcomes. Although things deviated from our original plan, the final results were confirmed, and we still secure a victory. So Baixi not slightly, just a twist of fate. In fact, the other party is still quite satisfied with Lin Zijia. Lin Zijia chuckled. Had he not exited the scene, it might have remained his opportunity. Su Baixi was aware of some insider information. The boss they met regarding the collaboration had ties with the Lin family even before they became prominent. Their relationship ran deep, and with Lin Zijia's recent adept networking, he often mingled with important figures, showcasing his substantial potential. It wasn't that Lin Zijia lacked capability. The foundation of the Lin family was simply formidable. I saw Su Jianbin today, Lin Zijia noted. He was bustling about regarding the project. After you left, he spoke with Lin Zijia for a while. Though I couldn't discern what was said, his expression was quite poor. Chapter 67. The consequences of one's actions after falling into the water. Su Baixi was momentarily stunned. Whose expression was poor? Su Jianbin. Once, the Su family stood shoulder to shoulder with the Lin family. Although the current Su family was a far cry from its former self under Su Jianbin's mismanagement, Lin Zijia would still put on a show for appearances. What was said today that could change Su Jianbin's demeanor? Shall I take you home? Lin Zijia offered, assisting her to her feet. Her previous clothing was no longer wearable. She now donned a hospital gown, her pale complexion making her resemble a critically ill patient. Just as they reached the door, they encountered Lin Zijia exiting. Not much left to stir up. Lin Zijia seemed to relish the spectacle, addressing her. I hope you're not scheming with ill intentions. Su Baixi remained silent. The corridor was narrow, and Lin Zijia's presence made it awkward to pass. Making unfounded accusations is rather unseemly. With no choice, Su Baixi responded softly. Lin Zijia squinted his eyes. As the two stood facing each other, it felt like a standoff, albeit lacking in any significant tension. Zijia, Lin Zijia said amiably, business can be renegotiated, but you shouldn't vent your frustrations on others, right? Baixi just fell into the water. She's still weak. Don't frighten her. Lin Zijia scoffed. Is it really worth losing your temper over a business deal? Upon hearing this, Su Baixi glanced back at him. Really worth it? Had it not been for this, he wouldn't have repeatedly warned her, both overtly and covertly. That is good, Lin Zijia smiled. Now, if you could kindly step aside. After Lin Zijia moved aside, he coldly remarked, I wouldn't say I'm slandering you. Your calculated schemes even extended to your own marriage. Who could surpass your cunning? Su Baixi hesitated for a moment. No words to express. Let's go. Su Baixi lifted her gaze, resting a hand on Lin Jijia's arm. We haven't eaten yet. How about we go out for a meal? Sounds good. The footsteps in the corridor faded away. Time passed, though it was unclear how long, until Shun Qingbai's voice emerged from behind. He approached and whispered, Brother, why are you angry with her? Even if she once schemed to marry you into the Lin family, wasn't out of affection for you? Marrying someone one does not love, living together day in and day out. How torturous that would be. Lin Zijia cast him a glance, her expression darkening. It only leads to annoyance. Shun Qingbai could only sigh in resignation. In the hospital room, Qin Yinran had waited a long time for Lin Zijia's return and began calling for him. Consequently, Lin Zijia turned to leave, and upon reaching the hospital room, she spoke gently to comfort someone. Su Baixi was escorted back to the hotel where she had previously stayed by Lin Zijia. She smiled lightly and said, Fortunately, I rented a long-term stay. Otherwise, I wouldn't know where to settle. Then, Lin Zijia extended an invitation for her to stay at his home, stating, We will likely be together for a considerable time. No need. I have my own matters to attend to. Very well then. From that day onward, Lin Zijia lost a business deal, and it was at the hands of Lin Zijia. Whether it was an act of misplaced anger, she began targeting the Su family's assets. In the business world, it was akin to larger fish devouring smaller ones, a simple and clear-cut affair. The Su family had recently relied on a contract from the Lin family to navigate through a difficult period, yet not long after, the Lin family began to shift their stance. Many remarked that Lin Zijia was disregarding even her in-laws and turning against her kin. Countless onlookers were captivated by the drama. Yet only Lin Zijia seemed genuinely lost in her fury, consuming as much as she could, forcing herself to eat even when she was full. Have you lost your mind? Lin Dongtian could not comprehend. The Su family may be down on their luck, but their old assets still remain. Even if you wish to strike, it is far too early. Lin Dongtian scrutinized his son. You know that a corner dog will leap over the wall if you push too hard. What makes you think Su Jianbin will sit idly by and let you force him to his end? I'm not trying to kill him, Lin Zijia responded coolly. A person is like a spring. The tighter you press, the more painful the rebound will be. Su Jianbin is that spring right now. Lin Dongtian continued. The reason he hasn't acted yet is that he remains unaware of your intentions. If he understood, he wouldn't be so silent. And what of it? Lin Zijia lowered her head to examine the recent contracts. I gave Ling Xinxing a project, not as a gift. I must recoup my losses elsewhere. She stated, since we are in-laws, it is only natural for us to assist each other, is it not? Lin Dongtian, uninterested in further discussion, merely retorted. What you're doing is forcing Baixi into a corner. She is already precariously positioned in her family, and your actions effectively abandon her, signaling to the Su family that she is a discarded pawn. She sought refuge with the Lin family to shield herself from the storm. Isn't it a bit too cruel to cast her aside now? Lin Zijia's gaze remained fixed on the contract in her hands. She brought this upon herself. People are naturally drawn to commotion. Where there is noise, there are people. Lin Zijia's open confrontation with the Su family was undoubtedly a provocation. From another perspective, it was a declaration of war. Everyone remarked on the Su family's disgrace, particularly poor Su Baixi, caught in the middle, utterly helpless and bullied by her own husband. With Lin Zijia making it clear she had no intention of sparing her dignity. The fervor remained high. When Lin Zijia seized 20% of the Su corporation from Su Jianbin, the intensity peaked. Su Baixi called him, demanding, Lin Zijia, what are you trying to accomplish? Isn't it obvious? Lin Zijia replied bluntly, to annex the Su family. Su Baixi frowned, warning, you cannot achieve this. It is not too late to cease. How can one know without trying? The exchange over the phone was far from pleasant. At the zenith of the commotion, Lin Zijia announced his intention to divorce Su Baixi, implying that she should adhere to her commitments and explain to the public how to articulate their separation. Su Baixi clenched her fists, trembling. Is this your plan? Indeed, he replied matter-of-factly, even having the audacity to retort, otherwise, why do you think I provided you with such a sum? There are no free lunches in this world. Su Baixi was reluctant to acquiesce, admitting it would mean she tacitly agreed to join forces with Lin Zijia against Su Jianbin, thereby acknowledging to the world that she, Su Baixi, had shamelessly divorced for the sake of her husband and his family, clinging to Lin Zijia even after their separation. If she were to concede, she would be left with nothing, while Lin Zijia would emerge the ultimate victor, gaining both fame and fortune, along with a legitimate title. This legitimization allowed him to partake in such treacherous actions. He asserted, your unwillingness is irrelevant. I possess recordings that, if released, will achieve my desired outcome. Chapter 68. A desperate struggle, he rotated the pen on the table, contemplating, I will give you no more than half a day. If you do not step forward by 1 o'clock this afternoon, I will release the recordings. You should be aware that your refusal to acknowledge this equates to a breach of contract. Lin Zijia spoke in a businesslike tone. Yet anyone with insight could discern the blatant threat. At that point, we shall find ourselves in a lawsuit. The Su family will be too preoccupied to assist you. If you take me to court, you will lose. Su Baixi ended the call. Perhaps no one anticipated that this 10 million would serve such a purpose. Or in other words, Lin Zijia had no intention of granting her any assets from their divorce. Not a single cent. Zhang Bai caught wind of the news and approached her with concern. What does Lin Zijia mean by this? I never imagined he could be so ruthless. Su Baixi lowered her eyes. Turns out he truly despises me. Ambiguity is one thing, love another. Perhaps there was never any love between her and Lin Zijia. Lin Dongtian, seeing the escalating fervor, sought Lin Zijia once more. Currently, numerous remarks are casting a negative light on the Lin family. Our family values its reputation. Otherwise, we would not have allowed your marriage to Baixi. I understand. You understand? Lin Dongtian's expression darkened. If you know, why are you dragging the Lin family down with you? Do you have any idea what people are saying about us? Lin Zijia lifted his gaze, glancing at the clock. The hands pointed at 12:35 p.m. He suddenly spoke with unwavering resolve. The Lin family will not be affected. You say it will not be affected, and it will not? Lin Zijia replied, indeed. Seeing his sudden seriousness, Lin Dongtian swallowed the words he had intended to say. By 1 o'clock in the afternoon, he publicly reiterated and confirmed that the announcement of his divorce from Su Baixi was her own choice. At 1 o'clock, Su Baixi made an appearance, conceding. She thought to herself that she had no other options. Whether she acknowledged it or not, Lin Zijia would proceed with his plans regardless. She would lose in court and end up compensating him, or she could take a more straightforward approach and admit it, preserving at least some of her finances. The news broke, and the public erupted in astonishment. No one expected that Su Baixi, who had once loved Lin Zijia to the point of desperation, would now willingly seek a divorce. Upon hearing this news, Huasiu struck Su Baixi across the face in public. "Is this what you so fervently guaranteed me before?" Huasiu seethed. Perhaps wishing to avoid losing face in public, they returned to the Su family home. Yet Huasiu continued her furious assault on Su Baixi. "A thankless white-eyed wolf," Huasiu berated. "I raised you all these years just for you to turn against your own family and invite outsiders to bully us." Su Baixi did not retaliate, only defending herself, but Huasiu struck hard, and she soon found herself on the ground, protecting her head. It was then that Su Bingtian, hearing the commotion from upstairs, rushed down and stood in front of Su Baixi. "Mother, stop it. Step aside. This is none of your business." Su Bing's eyes were red as he implored, "Mom, why you keep hitting Sister Baixi?" "Sister?" Huasiu's expression darkened. "You dare to call this little wretch sister? She is not your sister, so get lost." Su Baixi felt a pang of pain in her abdomen, instinctively protecting her most vulnerable area, trembling silently in agony. "I remember who it was that made a solemn promise to marry into the Lin family and siphon off their wealth for me. You even deceived me into believing that Lin Zijia had feelings for you. What could he possibly like about you?" Huasiu lashed out, her words sharp and unrestrained. "If it weren't for me believing your nonsense, you would be marrying that old man from the Chun family right now. This year, he's on the brink of death. Once he passes, wouldn't the Chun family be yours? You deceived me, opting for a younger target, claiming you could charm Lin Zijia into giving you the family fortune. Now look, Lin Zijia has no intention of keeping you and even wants to bite back our Su family." With every word Huasiu spoke, she kicked Su Baixi as though this physical release could alleviate her pent-up rage. "Back then, it was just a moment of folly on my part." Huasiu lamented bitterly. "Did you think that by seeking refuge in the Lin family, I would have no power over you?" Her voice turned icy as she continued. "Your mother's possessions are still in my hands. What can you do to change that?" At this, Su Baixi found herself swallowing hard. Enough. Hurting her is futile. Su Jianbin, seated on the sofa, poured himself a cup of tea with deliberate slowness. "Lin Zijia seems to have taken a strange dislike towards me. At the charity gala, Lin Zijia even told me he had his eyes on a particular asset of the Su family, insisting that I hand it over to him. He threatened to cast Su Baixi aside if I didn't comply." Su Jianbin shook his head in frustration as he recounted the incident. "Is this how a person speaks?" Huasiu's gaze fell downward, a hint of mockery in her tone. "It seems he has long since lost interest in you. The Su family may be down on its luck now, but Lin Zijia thinks he can easily devour what is left of us. He is sorely mistaken." Su Jianbin took a sip of tea, smiling lightly. "He is far too impatient. It's as if Su Jianbin is quinte that subayonfe. Someone has incited him. I can't recall him being so reckless in previous business dealings." Huasiu speculated that it was likely an old enemy of the Su family. Seeking to harm them indirectly, Lin Zijia seems to want to eliminate Su Baixi entirely. "Return my mother's belongings," Su Baixi suddenly interjected, her voice faint. "And I will ensure Lin Zijia relinquishes what he has taken from the Su family." At this, the three present turned their attention towards her. Su Baixi dialed Lin Zijia once more. At that moment, Lin Zijia was engrossed in discussions about the final stages of a takeover plan. Taken aback by the call, he stepped into the corridor and lit a cigarette. "What do you want?" Su Baixi replied. "Stop what you're doing and return the items to my uncle, or we will both face ruin." "On what grounds?" He dismissed her concern. Lin Zijia never abandons a task halfway. He continued coldly. "You have no say in my actions." After a moment, Lin Zijia seemed to realize he had missed the point, furrowing his brow and probing. "What do you possess to bring about our mutual destruction? What do you have that could threaten me?" Su Baixi sent him a photograph. Upon seeing it, Lin Zijia's expression shifted dramatically. "Come to the Su family. I want you to pick me up," she stated calmly, emphasizing "you come pick me up." Su Jianbin remained silent, sipping his tea. Once she hung up, he remarked, "You know Lin Zijia cannot swallow the Su family whole, hence your words. We have not agreed to your previous terms." Su Baixi's expression darkened. "You are being inconsistent." Unless you agree to marry the ailing patriarch of the Chun family and bring some benefit to us, I will ensure you get what you desire. In truth, Su Baixi was uncertain whether Lin Zijia would come at all, which is why she repeated her request. The ailing patriarch of the Chun family was the very man she had encountered at the summer resort as a child, the one Su Jianbin had wanted to partner her with. She had narrowly escaped a dire situation, leaving her with a lasting trauma. Consequently, whenever she found herself submerged in water, she would tremble uncontrollably, a manifestation of her lack of security. I cannot marry him, Su Baixi responded, her face pale. There is no room for negotiation. Yet within the household, aside from Su Bing's concerned gaze, the rest regarded her with indifference. Lin Zijia arrived half an hour later. Su Baixi, I told you that day you were stealing. His voice carried anger as he entered. But it faltered upon seeing Su Baixi curled on the ground. Lin Zijia frowned. Zijia has arrived? Huasiyu greeted him. I apologize for the lack of hospitality. We have no tea to offer. Her words rang hollow. Su Jianbin continued to sip his tea, which was evidently of fine quality, making her claim seem insincere. Lin Zijia was unfazed and approached Su Baixi, saying, I certainly do not mind. I am merely here to see who is on the floor. My child lacks understanding. Huasiyu responded with a smile. She needs some discipline. Seeing Su Baixi's injured lip and swollen face, Lin Zijia's expression turned grave. Isn't hitting someone against the law? He queried. This seems less like education and more like assault. That is our Su family's affair, Huasiyu retorted with a smile. Meanwhile, Su Baixi remained silent, her gaze cast downwards, lost in thought. He crouched down, casually asking, Su Baixi, are you truly willing to oppose me? What kind of nonsense is this? Baixi is a member of the Su family, and now that she is divorced from you, she is even less your concern. Is there a problem with her assisting the Su family? Huasiyu glared at Lin Zijia, her disdain evident. Lin Zijia's tone grew serious. I am asking you. You never considered me when you opposed me, did you? For a fleeting moment, their gazes locked, and within 2 seconds, Lin Zijia placed a contract outlining the shares on the coffee table. Then he bent down to embrace her, his voice cold as though they were sworn enemies. Hold on tight. Su Baixi realized she had gambled correctly and wrapped her arms around his neck. Mr. Su, I will take my ex-wife with me now to the hospital. I fear she may have lost some of her faculties. Tosu vai elevan. His words carried an undertone of suppressed anger. If given the chance, she had no doubt he would call her mentally incompetent. The Su family, having secured the shares, did not care to argue with Lin Zijia, allowing him to take Su Baixi wherever he wished. Upon arriving at the hospital, Su Baixi lay on the bed. Hearing Lin Zijia arguing with the doctor in the corridor, demanding that she be allowed to stay indefinitely. Is there truly nothing in her head? Are your hospital's instruments reliable? Conduct a full-body examination. I want to know where she is incapacitated. The injuries are all superficial, with a possible dislocation in her arm and some tenderness in her abdomen. The pain may be a bit more acute there, the doctor explained, perplexed by Lin Zijia's demeanor. If you are still concerned, we can conduct a more thorough examination. That won't be necessary, Lin Zijia replied irritably. Even if you find something, it cannot be treated. Returning from outside, he stood before Su Baixi's hospital bed, coldly scrutinizing her. Su Baixi, unable to sleep, met his gaze. What did you steal? Lin Zijia sat on a chair, exuding an air of irritation. That day in the corridor, you eavesdropped on my conversation with my father. Despite your illness, you still had the audacity to steal my documents? Subaikilurit hadgaze. I always knew you were not a good person, Lin Zijia scoffed. Tell me, what did you discuss with Ling Xinxing? His posture was akin to that of an interrogator. Su Baixi chose to ignore him. Her greatest source of guilt was that she had never intended to place him in a perilous situation. She might not be a virtuous person, but she had never wished him harm. Don't want to speak? Does silence imply consent? Or perhaps, during your time with Ling Xinxing, you have said all that needs to be said? Lin Zijia's relentless inquiries were laden with malice. Su Baixi, under the covers, sent a message. What are you doing? Lin Zijia abruptly pulled the covers away to reveal she was messaging Ling Xinxing. He laughed in frustration. What did I tell you? Are you so starved for affection that you would perish without a man? Su Baixi, now exposed, felt her eyes redden. However, it lasted but a few seconds before she regained her composure and softly replied, My affairs are my own. Lin Zijia nodded repeatedly, mockingly. Indeed, your matters are solely yours. How impressive you are. Su Baixi felt she was nearing her breaking point. If he persisted, she might truly lose her composure. Just then, Ling Xinxing's call came through, and she answered promptly, her voice barely above a whisper. Xinxing, where are you? I'll come to see you. Su Baixi quickly relayed the hospital's address. Lin Zijia, perhaps genuinely annoyed, turned to leave. As he reached the doorway of a ward, it seemed he heard Su Baixi's voice, soft and almost pleading. Could you please come quickly? In truth, she was on the verge of choking back tears. Once Lin Zijia exited, she could no longer contain herself, and tears cascaded down her cheeks, soaking her pillow. When Ling Xinxing arrived, he embraced her as a friend would. Perhaps that was all she needed, a moment of solace. When one's spirit and emotions teeter on the brink of collapse, such comfort can, at a crucial juncture, pull one back from the abyss. Baixi demand saident. Resting her head on Ling Xinxing's shoulder, saying nothing yet communicating everything. Get some rest. Nothing is insurmountable. Su Baixi nestled under the covers as Ling Xinxing gently arranged her hair. Only after she fell asleep did he step out of the ward. In the corridor, he unexpectedly encountered Lin Zijia, who was smoking around the corner. So, this is where you are. Ling Xinxing was surprised for only a moment before approaching to greet him. Why don't you go in and check on her? Lin Zijia did not respond kindly. I can see she's quite upset, Ling Xinxing candidly remarked. You have gone too far this time. It's none of your business, Lin Zijia retorted with a scoff. Our marital issues are not for you to meddle in. You are no longer married, Ling Xinxing asserted, standing slightly elevated on the steps. What should I say? That you are free or that she is? Lin Zijia continued to smoke. If she is free, she should have the right to remarry. What? Do you intend to marry her? Lin Zijia raised an eyebrow at him. Ling Xinxing chuckled. Everyone knows I've been divorced. I have no choice. Baixi is a wonderful woman, even if she has had a tumultuous past with you. I'm no better. I will not judge her. It is merely a matter of whether she wishes to be with me. Clearly, Ling Xinxing had heard about Lin Zijia's previous outburst in front of everyone, claiming that Su Baixi had been ruined by him. Yet he was unfazed. Lin Zijia extinguished his cigarette in a nearby trash can, his tone chilling. Do you truly have feelings for her? You only believe she possesses information about the Lin family. Lin Zijia sneered. What man wouldn't care? Unless, of course, your interest in her is not genuine. You really went to great lengths to oppose me, he added. Ling Xinxing maintained his smile. If it were genuine affection, one would not be concerned. Your notion of love is possessiveness. I believe love is about letting go. Ling Xinxing stated. If she is willing, I would indeed marry her. You two seem quite compatible, Lin Zijia remarked as he finished his cigarette and prepared to leave. Both willing to achieve your goals by any means, even at your own expense. Just as they anticipated the conversation to conclude, Lin Zijia suddenly added, she can't bear children. She lost one, and you still want her? Ling Xinxing paused. Following that day, the external whispers and rumors mysteriously subsided. No one discussed the Lin family, let alone the Su family. The Lin family had previously created quite a stir, seemingly intent on dealing with the Su family. Yet overnight, it appeared as if nothing had occurred. Initially, people were merely spectators, but as the fervor diminished, so did their chatter. Baixi demand hospitalized. During her stay, numerous visitors came to see her. The first batch included Lin Ruichen and Shun Qingbai, who arrived bearing gifts and fruits, filling her room with flowers to the point that they spilled into the corridor. Lin Ruichen clenched his fists, indignantly exclaiming, Why is Siyu still bullying you? Shun Qingbai shook his head, sighing, feeling great sympathy for her. Upon seeing her bruised body, he lamented, Sister Baixi, she used to hit you often, right? I remember back in school, every time you came home, you had these marks. We thought you got into fights with some stray cats. Why didn't you mention Siyu's bullying before? Shun Qingbai seemed ready to seek retribution on her behalf. It's all domestic matters, Su Baixi replied quietly. It's not your concern. Please don't involve yourselves. Lin Ruichen protested. Your matters cannot be deemed a nuisance. Shun Qingbai brought her numerous supplements and her favorite snacks, stacking them beside her bed for easy access. He said, this way you can reach them effortlessly. Eat more. Your injuries look alarming. I hope they won't leave scars. Su Baixi merely nodded in response. Visitors came and went, and aside from Lin Zijia, whom she hadn't seen since that day, she recognized nearly everyone who came. Lin Zijia seemed to have vanished without a trace. Still, Shun Qingbai discreetly informed Su Baixi he seems to have gone on a business trip. This time, by targeting the Su family, He has offended quite a few people. I had advised him against acting hastily, but he wouldn't listen. I don't know what madness possessed him. Shun Qingbai continued. The Su family has been seeking investments recently, with projects coming one after another. Most importantly, the best contract was given to Su Jianbin by Zijia. He never intended to act at this moment, and now he has created a mess for himself. The partners now harbor resentment against him. Su Baixi was already aware of this. It seems to have incited widespread anger, akin to Lin Zijia attempting to consume a slice of cake from the Su family, inevitably involving a multitude of people. This particular moment is particularly unfortunate, as everyone is poised with their plates, ready to partake. Yet Lin Zijia arrives, neglecting to bring a plate, and instead takes a bite directly from the cake, intending to take the entire base with him. Who could possibly tolerate such an affront? Shun Qingbai remarked. In truth, he initially had a well-laid plan, but one cannot fathom what madness has overtaken him. Su Bai, as she was lost in her own thoughts, scarcely attending to his words. Now, it's come to this. Zijia has retreated outside, and even if he has made connections with a first and second hand, they would be of little use. If they collectively conspire against him in secret, he will suffer greatly. Shun Qingbai shook his head with a sigh, saying, in reality, his chances of success are not entirely absent. I have calculated them, estimating a probability of about 50 to 60%. However, just as the moment arrived, he suddenly withdrew and returned his shares. I truly cannot comprehend it. I am increasingly perplexed by his intentions. Shun Qingbai lamented, expressing that his good brother had changed, becoming a stranger, a visage he no longer recognized. Su Baixi refrained from inquiring when Lin Zijia would return, feigning indifference towards him. Shun Qingbai, ever the talkative one, added, Sister Baixi, I heard from Qin Yin, Ran's college roommate, that Qin Yin Ran wishes to marry Zijia soon. During this time, she might be anticipating a proposal from him. Just days ago, someone spotted them together in a jewelry store, purchasing a diamond ring. Chapter 71. Like a joke, Su Baixi did not respond, exhibiting an air of disinterest. Noticing her apparent lack of interest, Shun Qingbai adeptly shifted the conversation. I spoke to the doctor. You will be discharged in a few days. Then we shall come to fetch you. He offered an apple, slicing it before handing it to her. You all, along with Lin Ruichun. Su Baixi felt uncertain, recalling that just an hour ago, Ling Xinxing mentioned he would come to collect her upon discharge. She maintained a conventional stance. There's no need to trouble yourselves. Sister Baixi. Shun Qingbai frowned, sensing her intention to distance herself from them. After all, Su Baixi had previously exhibited kindness towards everyone. Yet she seemed to harbor a barrier with those who associated closely with Lin Zijia. If we do not come to collect you, how will you return? As soon as these words escaped his lips, Shun Qingbai realized his blunder. To their eyes, Su Baixi had always been solitary, isolated. Without them, she would be left utterly alone. Fortunately, Su Baixi did not dwell on his words, merely responding in a soft voice. We shall see when the time comes. Shun Qingbai hesitated before saying, Then, Sister Baixi, remember to reach out to me when the time comes. He, not yet at ease, added truly, Do not hesitate to trouble us, Sister Baixi. On the day of her discharge, Su Baixi did not seek out Shun Qingbai. Ling Xinxing arrived instead. I noticed a car parked downstairs with a rather familiar license plate. Ling Xinxing remarked as he assisted her in gathering her belongings and handling the discharge formalities, guiding her down the stairs. It seems to belong to Shun Qingbai. Only then did Su Baixi recollect Shun Qingbai's words. After all, he had shown concern for her. It would be ungracious to rebuff his kindness. She called him to express her gratitude, saying, Someone has come to collect me. Unable to see Shun Qingbai's expression, his tone seemed rather resigned as he replied that it was no trouble. Perhaps in Shun Qingbai's mind, Su Baixi was redirecting her ire towards them due to Lin Zijia. However, under such circumstances, it was understandable for Su Baixi to wish to avoid interaction. Shun Qingbai inquired after her well-being a few more times before ending the call. As they descended, Ling Xinxing stated he would go fetch the car. Please wait here for a moment. Okay. From a distance, the vehicle had been parked for quite a while. Su Baixi turned a glance, realizing it was indeed Shun Qingbai's car, yet it remained stationary. Recalling Shun Qingbai's tone during their earlier conversation, she lowered her gaze. Baixi, Ling Xinxing drove the car closer, and Su Baixi quickly entered. As they passed by Shun Qingbai's car, she stole a glance back, feeling as though the figure in the driver's seat did not resemble Xinqing at all. It bore a closer likeness to Lin Zijia. What are you staring at? Su Baixi candidly replied, I think I just saw Lin Zijia. Are you still thinking about him? Ling Xinqing chuckled lightly. His teasing tone not offensive, but I recall just an hour ago, he was spotted in a nearby city, shopping with his girlfriend. He continued, he seems to have become quite leisurely, previously ambitious, and fiercely competing with me for every business deal. And now he appears to be solely focused on dining out and shopping with his girlfriend. It must have been my mistake, Su Baixi admitted, rubbing her temples. I've been experiencing illusions lately. Make sure to rest well. Ling Xinqing extended another invitation. Are you truly not considering moving in with me? I'm a single man. My place is spacious. Having you there would be no bother, and it could be quite lively. Recalling the recent uproar, Su Baixi shook her head. There is no need. At this time, getting too close to you might not reflect well on your reputation. Indeed, at present, Su Baixi was perceived as a pariah in the eyes of society. The Lin family had cast her aside, and she had openly acknowledged her role in initiating the divorce. The Su family's association with her had rendered them a laughingstock. Thus, anyone linked to her became fodder for gossip. Lin Zijia had been ruthless, thrusting her into the vortex of public scrutiny, turning her into a mere joke. After returning to the hotel and resting for 2 days, Su Baixi resumed her duties at the hospital. During this interval, neither Huasiyu nor Su Jianbin made any inquiries about her, as if they had temporarily forgotten her existence. Those in the hospital were somewhat aware of the situation, yet they displayed discretion, refraining from gossiping in her presence, allowing her some measure of tranquility. More than a week passed before Zhang Bai invited Su Baixi out for a meal. I mentioned we should dine together last time, and today just happens to work out, Zhang Bai complained. You're quite the busy individual. Even scheduling an appointment with you requires foresight. So why yonfis mai softly? Allow me to treat you. Then I shall not stand on ceremony. The two had met during their university years when Zhang Bai was still in a relationship with Zhu Yifan, both having circulated in Lin Zijia's social circle. Zhang Bai held a fondness for Su Baixi, as their romantic experiences shared a certain empathy. Women often resonate with one another's emotional struggles. Jean Bilementith. Lin Zijia is far too frivolous. How did you find yourself attracted to him? I recall that time in the private room. He pushed you without hesitation. That child of yours must have been lost due to that shove. After all, Su Bai, she had fallen to the ground, unable to rise for quite some time. The blood evident enough to signify a miscarriage. Su Bai, she shook her head, denying it, lowering her gaze as she gradually shifted the subject. Let us refrain from discussing such matters. Indeed, it is all in the past. During a brief interlude, Su Bai, she excused herself to the restroom. Her reflection in the mirror revealed a pale visage, prompting her to retrieve lipstick from her bag and apply it, restoring some color to her complexion. As she approached the door to leave, distracted, she stumbled directly into someone's embrace. My apologies. Upon uttering her apology, she looked up to see his taut jawline and slightly pursed lips. Have you resumed your lively demeanor? Lin Zijia regarded her with a frosty expression, evidently harboring resentment, believing she had thwarted his efforts concerning the Su family matters. He stated he never abandoned tasks midway. Why did the doctor not recommend an extended stay? As if deaf to his scorn, Su Baixi replied calmly, Excuse me, what are you doing here? Lin Zijia, perhaps suspicious of her motives, pressed on. Hand me that document. So why yon fused? Then to whom do you intend to give it? Ling Xinqing or Qin Yuan? Surely it cannot be for the purpose of showing it to Shan Ke. Just then, Shen Qingbai arrived, and upon seeing Lin Zijia, approached to ease the tension. Dear brother, why are you blocking her? The business partners over there are still waiting. Don't delay too long. It turned out they were there for a business deal. No wonder he was concerned about her sharing the documents with others. Su Baixi understood his intentions. He was likely worried that she would undermine him behind his back, hence his aggressive demeanor. In Chapter 72, she deserves it. Lin Zijia was unable to obtain the documents and was pulled away by Shen Qingbai. Back in the private room, Shen Qingbai quietly admonished him. She's already had it rough enough. Why are you still targeting her? After all, you were once a couple. Come on, brother. It doesn't have to be so cruel. Why don't you mention that she is targeting me? Shen Qingbai, feeling helpless, began to appeal to emotions. When she was hospitalized, I went to visit her. One time, I happened to see the nurse changing her bandages. The bruising on her waist and abdomen was horrifying. You know very well that Huasiyu 1T let her off, Shen Qingbai continued, and yet you pushed her out there. These words did not alleviate Lin Zijia's mood. In fact, as Shun Qingbai spoke, Lin Zijia's expression darkened even further, prompting him to fall silent. This dinner was meant to mend relationships. Lin Zijia had previously taken action against the Su family, which had frightened their partners who were previously aligned with the Lin family, perceiving Lin Zijia as excessively ruthless, even targeting his wife's family. Qin Yanran, present at the gathering, spoke with conviction. It was Su Baixi who wanted the divorce. The Lin family has done nothing wrong. Besides, she herself acknowledged it. So this has nothing to do with the Lin family. Moreover, in terms of business, everyone understands that the Su and Lin families are no longer connected and are now rivals. Should the Lin family avoid conflict with the Su family forever? That is simply unrealistic. With a smile, Qin Yanran toasted to everyone, adding, "We must blame Su Baixi. Her actions were far too excessive. If the Lin family has such a good reputation, why would they ignore her? If you think about it, it's quite understandable." The underlying implication of her words was painfully clear. All blame was shifted onto Su Baixi. Furthermore, she even downplayed Lin Zijia's actions against the Su family, presenting them as merely human reactions to Su Baixi's provocations. Business people, at their core, are adept at navigating social niceties, and this dinner served to illustrate that fact. Qin Yanran's remarks truly evoked a multitude of sentiments. Throughout the event, Shun Qingbai remained furrowed in thought, but out of respect for Lin Zijia, he refrained from speaking up, especially since it was Lin Zijia who hosted the gathering. Afterward, he inquired of Lin Zijia, "What was that woman talking about? Does she even know how to converse? These matters have nothing to do with Sister Baixi. Was it necessary for her to say all that?" "Zijia," Shun Qingbai said candidly, "I sense that this woman harbors ulterior motives." "Show some respect," Lin Zijia replied with a glance, lighting a cigarette. Just 4 words. Yet Shun Qingbai could discern the protective sentiment behind them. "Sister Baixi has been with you for 4 years, and I have never seen you defend her like this. Not even with a single word. What do you want? To speak up for her? Or to cause a fuss over a woman?" Lin Zijia's gaze remained fixed on a distant table. "I choose not to speak for her because she is unworthy." Shun Qingbai was at a loss for words. Finally, he remarked, but what Qin Yanran said just now was too much. Lin Zijia seemed not to have paid attention to him. After a long pause, he slowly replied, "I brought her here. I taught her what to say. It was all by my design. You." As people at a nearby table began to leave, Lin Zijia finally turned to look at Shun Qingbai, his tone devoid of emotion. "Su Baixi ultimately saved the Su family. I asked her twice. She even threatened me. She deserves it." Shun Qingbai, unaware of the details, struggled to grasp Lin Zijia's words. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that when Lin Zijia declared Su Baixi deserved it, a fleeting sorrow flickered in his eyes. In the days that followed, Lin Zijia hosted a series of dinners, rotating guests and continuing to play the host. As the sole heir of the Lin family, his stature commanded respect. Lin Dongtian was quite influential in the business world, and now his son was humbling himself to invite others to dine. Naturally, people were inclined to reciprocate with goodwill. Everyone understood that these gatherings were primarily aimed at stabilizing morale. Each time, Lin Zijia ensured that Qin Yanran was present. News of these events spread quickly, reaching Lu Jing, who was only partially informed. All she knew was that Qin Yanran was eloquent and had helped Lin Zijia navigate several troubles during the dinners. Given that the Lin family hadn't celebrated any joyous occasions in a while, Lu Jing sought to lighten the mood by inviting everyone to a banquet at the Lin residence. She felt a twinge of regret for Su Baixi, as prolonged companionship often fosters some emotional attachment. Privately, she messaged Su Baixi, inviting her to visit. "It's been a while since I've seen you. The last time you mentioned working overtime at the hospital, I sensed something was amiss. You usually come home punctually, but during those days, you were hardly home at all. And Zijia wasn't around either. I had a feeling something was off." Su Baixi, just finishing work and preparing to dine with Ling Xinxing, replied softly over the phone. "Annie Lin, if it weren't for me, Zijia would probably come home more often. It's my fault he doesn't return. He simply doesn't want to see me." "Nonsense," Lu Jing refuted, though even the most naive could see the truth in Su Baixi's words. With a sigh, Lu Jing continued, "I had even prepared several charms for you, hoping you conceive. I was looking forward to becoming a grandmother. Yet this significant matter emerged without a hint of warning. We, as elders, were unable to intervene in time." Su Baixi responded, Auntie Lin Zijia quite likes Miss Qin. Without me, you would have a new daughter-in-law who would be a much better match. When Lu Jing invited Su Baixi to the banquet, Su Baixi declined. Lu Jing felt disheartened. Although I often scold you when you and Zijia argue, I am actually on your side. She remarked, I see you as someone reserved. Everyone always said Zijia is emotionally intelligent, but he merely excels at superficial charm. If you don't express your feelings clearly, he genuinely remains oblivious. She felt regretful. I believe you, as a woman, should be more charming and affectionate. That way, you both can mend your relationship. Recalling how Lin Zijia doted on Qin Yinran, she mused that Lu Jing, as Lin Zijia's mother, didn't truly understand her son. It wasn't a matter of misunderstanding. Su Baixi felt Lin Zijia simply disdained her. Auntie Lin, I truly have matters to attend to. I want to be able to come. In Chapter 73, Miscarriage, Lu Jing felt quite regretful for not having invited Su Baixi. However, in their limited social circle, news spread quickly, and before long, it reached Huasiyu. Even if Su Baixi could endure the humiliation for so long, Huasiyu could not tolerate the insult. Had it not been for Lin Zijia's entanglement with a vixen, Su Baixi would not have ended up as a discarded wife. Moreover, she wouldn't have suffered losses due to Su Baixi. You must accompany me, Huasiyu insisted. Su Baixi replied with an indifferent expression. Isn't it already embarrassing enough? Now you're concerned about embarrassment? When you were desperate to marry Lin Zijia, where was your concern for dignity? Huasiyu pressured Su Baixi, threatening and coercing her to attend the banquet. The Lin family had not invited the Su family. This was an uninvited intrusion. Lu Jing was conversing with Qin Yinran when she noticed Su Baixi beside Huasiyu. I didn't expect you to be a university student. Zijia mentioned your exceptional abilities. If your major aligns, perhaps you could consider joining our Lin Corporation in the future. Upon seeing Su Baixi, Lu Jing greeted her. Baixi, I thought you weren't coming. I'm accompanying my second aunt, Su Baixi replied succinctly. That's great. When it's time for dinner, come sit next to me. Lu Jing's words were abruptly interrupted. You're already sneaking in through the back door. Huasiyu approached with an unfriendly tone, her gaze assessing Qin Yinran as if she were a low-quality product. A young girl like you, flirting with a married man, don't you feel any shame? Did your parents not teach you what integrity is? During this period, Qin Yinran had been flourishing, spoiled by Lin Zijia, which emboldened her. If we're talking about integrity, who could surpass Sister Su? Su Baixi, don't you agree? Was this not a blatant provocation? Huasiyu, already known for her bad temper and sharp tongue, was incensed and swiftly slapped Qin Yinran. How refreshing. Huasiyu glared at Qin Yinran, watching her cheeks swell. It's been years since I've seen a younger generation dare to shout in my presence. The suddenness of the act left the guests in attendance utterly bewildered. What are you staring at? You're not even half as good-looking as Su Baixi. What gave you the right to pursue her husband? Huasiyu scolded, pointing at Qin Yinran's face. Hitting you is a compliment. If not for the timely intervention of those nearby, Huasiyu might have lunged to kick her. This commotion left the Lin family utterly embarrassed. Lu Jing had no choice but to step in, shielding Qin Yinran behind her. Enough, Mrs. Su, what are you doing? Just a few days ago, we were still family, and now you're Mrs. Su. Huasiyu sneered repeatedly. How cold the world has become. Lu Jing's expression darkened. The once jovial atmosphere had suddenly turned silent. It was evident that Huasiyu was intent on causing trouble. If it were just her, it might have been bearable, but with Su Baixi standing beside her, the gossip mill had more fodder. It seems Su Baixi is still unwilling to let go. Perhaps she is unable to capture a man's heart and has come to settle scores with her family. Whispers among the crowd suggested. Actually, what Qin Yinran said isn't entirely wrong. If we're measuring shamelessness, perhaps Su. Even Lu Jing felt Su Baixi was at fault. Baixi, I invited you here before, but you declined. Now you bring your second aunt here to stir up trouble. What does that mean? Lu Jing lamented, you've truly disappointed me. The most innocent party was indeed Su Baixi. Throughout, she had not engaged in anything, yet here she stood, branded as guilty. The tide of blame shifted towards her, and she remained silent, tacitly accepting the accusations. No one intended to come to her aid. It truly validated Shun Qingbai's words. Alone, isolated. Who hit her? Lin Zijia approached. Having heard the commotion, the previously intimidated Qin Yinran, sensing a protector, quickly darted behind Lin Zijia and reported, Sister Su had her second aunt hit me. Having previously made a deal with Huasiyu to exchange a video regarding Qin Yanran for a contract, Lin Zijia felt unencumbered now. He coldly fixed his gaze on Huasiyu, stating, "Who let such a morally questionable person in?" His words left no room for Su's family to save face. The crowd exchanged glances, barely suppressing laughter. Huasiyu's expression shifted. "Lin Zijia, you will never be good enough for Su Baixi. Your Lin family will never be." Lin Zijia's face turned stern. "Who said I must bear the burden of someone who fancies me? Even vendors outside shout no sweetness, no payment. Am I to be stuck with a rotten fruit for life?" "Zijia, that's enough," Lu Jing interjected, tugging at his sleeve. Only Su Baixi remained still, seemingly disconnected from the chaos. In her anger, Huasiyu pointed at Lu Jing's face, raising her voice, Look, this is your good son. Your whole family is worthless." Lin Zijia called for security. "Get this madwoman out of here. Ask your mother what she said to Su Baixi back then, prompting Su to undergo that abortion. Your Lin family is all pretenses, using people and discarding them. Who can rival your kind? What does my mother have to do with this?" Lin Zijia suddenly felt agitated. Yet as his words fell, he noticed a flicker of something in Lu Jing's eyes. Lin Zijia frowned. "Mom? Mrs. Su, what's the point of discussing this now? It's all ancient history." Lu Jing avoided meeting Lin Zijia's gaze. "Wasn't it agreed that?" Huasiyu interjected with a scoff. "Agreed? Wasn't it that your family would discard Su Baixi after a year?" Su Baixi clenched her fists, attempting to pull Huasiyu back. "Stop talking. Why shouldn't I speak? Did you donate your marrow for nothing?" The banquet concluded prematurely. On the way back, Su Baixi was reprimanded by Huasiyu. "How can you let the Lin family off so easily? You are an orphan. No one cares about you. I, as a member of the Su family, will not let the Lin family get away with this." The words sounded noble, yet everyone understood that Huasiyu's true motive was her investment in Su Baixi, and her dissatisfaction stemmed from not seeing returns. Huasiyu aimed to exploit Su Baixi for whatever leverage she could muster against the Lin family, be it money, projects, or even property. Su Baixi lowered her gaze. "As you said, no one cares about me. What good does causing a scene do? Aren't the Lin family the most concerned about their reputation?" Huasiyu continued, "If I create enough of a disturbance, I don't believe the Lin family won't offer something in return." Chapter 74. Compatibility and Truth. It was quite a spectacle. Su Baixi spoke without any emotion. "And what about me? What do you mean?" Su Baixi retorted. "Am I to be the shameless one?" Huasiyu seemed to have heard the most ludicrous joke. "Have you ever had any dignity? Everyone experiences moments of embarrassment throughout their lives." However, Su Baixi was not only humiliated, but was also subjected to repeated reminders of her shame, ultimately losing her self-respect as a woman. She stated, "Should you continue to create a scene, do not blame me for being unkind." Huasiyu, still fuming, was taken aback by this response. Unable to believe her ears. "Are you threatening me? When you married into the Lin family, did you not promise Lu Jing to donate your marrow? Which is why the Lin family accepted you. Otherwise, with your background, how would you have entered the Lin family?" Su Baixi lowered her gaze and replied, "It was merely a transaction. It was about mutual benefit. She was an orphan, while Lin Zijia was a favored scion, and the Lin family would have chosen their daughter-in-law with utmost care. Had she been an ordinary girl, perhaps the Lin family might have accepted her. Yet she was Su Baixi, reduced to relying on the Hua family for survival. Her marriage was not merely her own. It was a burden that came with Huasiyu and Su Jianbin, who were both difficult to deal with. You've received plenty from Lin Dantian over the past year." Su Baixi was well aware of everything. "What more do you want?" Huasiyu was far from satisfied. "You think this is enough?" Su Baixi responded, "The Lin family will not protect me forever, and you cannot continue to wait for something to happen." In the Lin family's living room, silence enveloped the space. Lin Zijia, having lost interest in Qin Yanran, instructed the driver to take her back to school while he sat alone on the sofa, chain-smoking. Lu Jing and Lin Dantian exchanged glances, remaining silent. Earlier, it felt like everyone knew something. Lin Zijia, perhaps choked by the smoke, found his eyes reddening, while I remained oblivious. No one responded. Lin Zijia inquired, "You urged her to terminate the child within her, didn't you?" His voice bore a trace of subtle vulnerability, reminiscent of a child pleading for candy from their parents. Feeling disheartened when denied, Lu Jing grasped the teacup on the table and sipped slowly. She turned her gaze towards Lin Dantian, who, receiving her look, sighed before speaking. "Do you remember when your mother fell ill a year ago? We told you it was just a minor cold. After a period of recuperation, she went abroad, claiming she was on vacation. So what? Lin Zijia's throat tightened. So, Lin Dantian finally spoke the truth by she happened to be a match. The living room fell into another heavy silence, thick with gloom. Lu Jing finally broke the stillness, whispering, Zijia, we initially did not intend for her to donate. But we also opposed her marrying you. To be frank, it's not that we dislike Baixi, but given her family's circumstances, the Lin family has no reason to invite trouble. Zijia, are you listening? Lin Zijia abruptly stood up, perhaps breathing too hastily, causing smoke to fill his lungs, leading to an uncontrollable cough. Zijia, Lu Jing continued, I met Qin Yinran's child today. Though not as composed as Baixi, I believe her family is reputable. Her parents are upright and honest people, certainly a far better situation than Baixi's. If you truly have feelings for her, marrying Qin Yinran would not be out of the question. Her intentions were clear, as she earnestly considered Lin Zijia's well-being. Since you have divorced Baixi, it signifies a lack of fate between you. Shifting your focus to Qin Yinran suggests a true connection. You are still young. Marrying early could be beneficial. If you desire children, you can start planning with Qin Yinran now. Mom, do you even hear what you're saying? Lin Zijia's eyes were red. Lin Dantian felt the unease, remarking, it's fine to indulge him normally, but such words at this moment seem utterly insensitive. Baixi has been part of our family for over a year. Consider your son, but do not disregard her. Am I to blame for everything? Lu Jing wiped her tears with a tissue. I am merely looking out for my family. Where's my fault? Everyone must prioritize their own interests. Selflessly considering others is a task for the benevolent. She lamented, if our family has wronged Su Baixi, does that mean I should die to repay her, so you all would feel better? The living room echoed only with Lu Jing's sobs and Lin Dongtian's comforting words. Lin Zijia left the house, driving aimlessly, uncertain of his destination, yet the car stopped beneath Su's residence. Su Bing noticed him and approached, first addressing him as brother-in-law, but quickly corrected himself. Lin Go, is there something you need? The term Go was merely a show of courtesy, as Su Bing harbored little fondness for Lin Zijia. If you have no business here, please move your car. It's blocking the way. I need to ride my bike later. Lin Zijia raised his eyes towards the upper floors. Your sister isn't home. Su Bing discerned his intent, as he was gazing at Su Baixi's former bedroom. Since the last time she was taken away by you, she hasn't returned. Lin Zijia remained silent for a moment. Then, without a word, he started the vehicle, turned a steering wheel, and drove away. Zhang Bai, who had dined with Su Baixi previously, was aware of her current address and informed Lin Zijia, leading him to the hotel where she was staying. By chance, Lin Zijia spotted Su Baixi exiting the hotel, no longer in her formal attire, but dressed in a light white gown, getting into Ling Xinxing's car. During their interaction, Ling Xinxing displayed a degree of intimacy towards Su Baixi, such as resting his hand on her shoulder while crossing the street and brushing aside her stray hair. It resembled a romantic relationship. Lin Zijia was suddenly reminded of the day Su Baixi left for a date, applying lipstick in the rearview mirror, mirroring the girl who had waited for him outside his apartment all night long. The car behind us has been following, Ling Xinxing observed and commented to Su Baixi. She turned her head, recognizing the license plate, pausing for a moment. In that instant, Lin Zijia felt as if he had stopped breathing. After a brief silence, Su Baixi calmly said to Ling Xinxing, I don't recognize them. Let us go. I'm a bit hungry. Your aunt has been causing you trouble lately, hasn't she? Today's incident likely reignited previous tensions. It's unsafe for you to stay alone in a hotel, Ling Xinxing remarked. Su Vailevan comprehended. Why not stay with me? I have another place. You can move in with me, and I'll move out. Chapter 75. Affection. Recently, many matters have arisen. Observing Huasiyu's actions, it was clear she did not intend to let things rest so easily. Su Baixi pondered for a few seconds, then nodded. Thank you. As partners, Ling Xinxing replied with gentlemanly grace and a warm smile. Assisting each other is only natural. After dinner, Ling Xinxing helped her with her luggage. Seeing there was only one suitcase surprised him. I thought girls usually have more belongings. 3 suitcases might not even suffice for their cosmetics, let alone clothes. You seem to know, Su Baixi replied with a faint smile. Are you implying that girls are rather troublesome? Not all. He took her suitcase and placed it in the trunk, continuing, I just find you somewhat different from other girls. I'm no longer a girl. She sat in the passenger seat, brushing her hair back, turning to gaze out the window. There will always be someone who sees you as a girl for life. Perhaps in his heart, you will forever remain a child. Is that so? Baixi moved into Lin Zijia residence, a discreet yet elegant 3-story villa with a garden, reflecting his high standards of living. After they entered, Lin Zijia left the room for a moment and returned, stating, "This has always been my personal space, devoid of any traces of other women's presence. You can stay here comfortably, no need to be polite." Baixi understood that this was likely not the marital home he shared with his ex-wife, but rather his own domain. Lin Zijia had thoughtfully considered her feelings. After he departed, she began to observe the house seriously. However, as she went downstairs to fetch water, she noticed a shadow at the door. "Xinxing, did you come to retrieve something?" "Xinxing?" Baixi could not recall if she had closed the door. Grabbing a nearby vase, she approached the entrance. As she neared the steps, a low, husky voice emerged from the darkness. "It's me." Baixi hesitated, the vase poised in her hand, unsure whether to strike. In the dim light, a partially obscured profile appeared, his gaze cold and penetrating, reminiscent of when he had called her a butcher in the private room, scrutinizing her as though undressing her with his eyes. "You follow me all day?" Baixi lowered the vase, glancing at the door, and spoke softly. "Is there something you need?" It seemed her earlier glance had revealed his presence. Yet she continued to converse lightly with Lin Zijia, ignoring him. Lin Zijia's throat tightened as he quietly asked, "You terminated the pregnancy for the sake of the marrow donation?" She turned back, walking to the table to drink water, unfazed as if it were of little consequence. "I only discovered recently that some believed you pushed me, causing my miscarriage, making you the scapegoat. My apologies. Why did you?" The question hung in the air, lacking context. Yet Baixi seemed to understand, responding, "It was merely an unformed embryo." Lin Zijia's eyes, concealed in shadow, darkened further. Uncertain if it was merely an illusion, Baixi felt a tremor in his voice as he questioned her. "Is it merely an embryo? In your eyes? A life is just an unformed embryo." Baixi paused mid-sip, lost in a fleeting memory of when she had once asked Lin Zijia about his feelings toward children. He had expressed his disinterest. Just days prior, she had broached the same subject, and his response had been identical. Why then? Did it now seem as if he were interrogating her? She lowered her gaze and replied, "It is merely medical knowledge." Lin Zijia yearned to inquire why she had chosen to terminate the pregnancy to treat someone else, why she had never confided in him. However, her indifferent demeanor and flat tone rendered the answer unmistakable. There was no need for questions. Lin Zijia concluded, "You do not wish to keep this child." He seemed to recall something and spoke with certainty. "You never intended to have it from the very beginning." Baixi, initially composed, found herself faltering under Lin Zijia's relentless pressure. She set down her glass and declared, "Indeed, children are too troublesome. Women do not enjoy childbirth. Why should one endure such suffering? So, you are using the child against me." "Yes. You do not tell me because you do not want this child anyway." "Exactly." Lin Zijia departed in haste, driving recklessly, his mind in disarray, running several red lights, and nearly colliding with a private vehicle, ultimately being escorted to the police station by traffic officers. When Xinxing arrived to retrieve him, he was taken aback upon entering. After years of acquaintance, it was the first time he had seen Lin Zijia in such a state, lost and vacant-eyed. "Good brother," Lin Zijia murmured, lowering his gaze. "She admitted it. She is plotting against me." "What?" Xinxing did not comprehend and instinctively asked. "I have known for a long time," he replied, his voice barely above a whisper. "I have always known." "Known what?" Lin Zijia lifted his eyes, stating nothing. Xinxing sighed and remarked, "I have heard about your family matters. Aunt Lin has kept it from you, likely to avoid straining your marital relationship, which could severely impact mother-child bonds. They probably conspired to conceal it from you. Do you think Baixi has feelings for me?" "Of course," Xinxing said, envious, his tone imbued with admiration. "To what extent? That love letter you sent to your first love, did it not end up in Sister Baishi's hands? She was the one who placed it in your first love's drawer." Lin Zijia scoffed, a sound devoid of clarity. Due to the Lin family scandal, Lu Jing had fallen ill and was resting at home. Lin Zijia, too, had taken time off, opting to drown his sorrows in alcohol rather than conducting business. On this particular day, fate intervened as he coincidentally crossed paths with Baixi and her colleagues from the hospital, who were out for leisure in the adjacent private room. Having consumed half a bottle, Lin Zijia drunkenly wrapped his arms around Su Baishi's waist, leaving onlookers bewildered about the unfolding drama. Lin Zijia, Su Baishi called several times, her patience waning as he remained unresponsive. Noticing something amiss, someone approached to pull him away. As Lin Zijia's lips brushed against her neck, he murmured like a wounded creature. "It is unfair." Lin Zijia repeated, "Unfair." No one grasped the meaning behind his words. Fortunately, Shun Qingbai arrived just in time to assist him, turning to Su Baishi as he departed, saying, "Sister Baixi, do not be angry." At the moment Lin Zijia released her, he caught a glimpse of Su Baishi's indifferent and unconcerned gaze. Memories of that day in the private room flooded back, when he had pushed her forcefully. Following her severe bleeding, Lin Zijia had contacted Huasiu, deliberately provoking her to stir trouble for the Lin family. Chapter 76. The new flame, Huasiu's outburst had solidified the marriage. Yet now, it seemed as though everything had changed. In the car, Lin Zijia, intoxicated, clung to Shun Qingbai, choking back tears as he pleaded, "Take me home. Where's a good brother?" Lin Zijia turned to the window, his voice hoarse as he lamented. "Why has no one ever inquired about my feelings? It is unfair." From the outset, Su Baishi had never desired a child. The singular instance of pregnancy had led her to contemplate termination, all for the sake of marrying into the Lin family. He had merely played along, participating in her charade. Huasiu's interference had been a pawn, as had the Lin family parents. The game had been initiated by her, and he had simply obliged, fulfilling her wishes. Yet everything had changed. While she plotted against him, she had also saved Lu Jing. Lin Zijia cried, "I truly despise her. She is utterly revolting." As Shun Qingbai comforted him, he spoke candidly, "Good brother, Sister Baixi is quite popular. If you hadn't taken her innocence back then, and if it hadn't become common knowledge, everyone would have respected your feelings and pursued her sooner." That night, Shun Qingbai escorted Lin Zijia back to the Lin residence. At 3:30 in the morning, Lin Zijia awoke from a nightmare, instinctively raising his trembling hand, as if his vision was clouded with blood. He knocked on Lu Jing's door, and she inquired, "What do you want at this hour?" "Su Baishi lost the baby for your sake. You promised her to let her marry me. Now that the marriage is settled, why did you play along when Huasiu caused a ruckus? Everyone believes Su Baishi shamelessly threatened me with her miscarriage to secure the marriage." Lu Jing, alarmed by his perspiration, handed him a tissue to wipe his sweat while carefully assessing him. "What did I ever play along? When Huasiu caused a scene, she was practically shouting for the world to know, and I remained silent throughout. I agreed with everything she said." Lu Jing recalled that day, feeling utterly stifled, unable to retort. She set the wedding date, the registration day, and even arranged for Baixi to move into our house. I merely said okay. Lin Zijia suddenly felt a wave of sorrow wash over him. He lowered his gaze and murmured, "Huasiu is indeed formidable." Lu Jing, perplexed by his demeanor, considered seeking a talisman for him. She said, "When you mentioned wanting to marry Baixi, your father and I vehemently opposed it. She truly is quite troublesome. I consulted someone, and they said she would bring misfortune to our family's fortune." Lin Zijia's eyes turned red. His voice choked. "I was outside the operating room when she underwent the procedure. I saw her enter. I witnessed it with my own eyes. But Su Baishi had acted discreetly, never discussing her pregnancy with him. That day, after her procedure, she sought him out in the private room, and he had waited for her to mention the child, but she remained silent. He had merely aided her by inciting Huasiu to stir trouble. The Lin family needed to maintain their reputation, and Lu Jing could not outmatch Huasiu, ensuring the marriage would proceed. "I loathe her, yet she saved you. What does that make me?" Lu Jing felt pain, sensing Lin Zijia's resentment towards her. "I am your mother. If you had to choose between me and Baixi, would you really watch your mother die? That is not what I meant." Lu Jing believed her interpretation was accurate. "You never truly liked her. Your feelings were impulsive. In the past, you may have desperately wanted to marry her, but now that you have, you show indifference. Your impending divorce only proves that you are incompatible." She continued, "We owe Baixi an apology, but the Su family has taken enough from us over the past year. It is time to consider it settled. Why cling to it?" Lin Zijia's expression remained stoic. His tone icy. "Indeed, it is merely a transaction of money and goods." As Lin Zijia prepared to leave, Lu Jing called after him. "Where are you going at this late hour? Baixi is not even home. Why are you still running around?" This departure led Lin Zijia to spend another 4 days away from home. Lu Jing, feeling unsettled, sought numerous talismans, placing them beneath Lin Zijia's pillow. Yet he remained unresponsive and silent. Lu Jing was restless, fearing for her son's safety. In the past, she felt somewhat reassured with Su Baixi at home, who could go out and bring him back in critical moments. However, with Su Baixi no longer present, Lu Jing was at a loss regarding Lin Zijia's whereabouts. Misi Xiang, cradling her newly born grandson, smiled and suggested, "Isn't your Zijia fond of Qin Yanran? I heard they were quite close last time. Perhaps you could entrust the matter to her?" "I suspect Zijia is still adjusting after his recent divorce," Mrs. Yang continued, playfully engaging with the child. "With a new love, the old flame becomes less significant." Yet, it wasn't as if there was an old love to speak of. Everyone knew Lin Zijia had no affection for Su Baixi. Mrs. Yang found it amusing to recall that despite claims of indifference, Lin Zijia had warned her to protect Su Baixi when he learned of her plans to play cards with Huasiyu, a gesture she initially dismissed as mere pleasantries. Considering Su Baixi was not even adept at cards, who knows if he truly dislikes her? Mrs. Yang remarked casually, joining in the banter. Someone chimed in, after all, they were married for over a year. Perhaps feelings could develop over time. People are inherently emotional. Sharing daily moments can forge bonds, even if it's just for show. My partner knows how to maintain a fade of a plastic marriage. Only Lu Jing pondered Mrs. Yang's earlier words. It was indeed true. When a man finds a new love, the old one fades away. Lu Jing felt that Qin Yanran represented this new affection. Since Su Baixi's public confrontation with Huasiyu at the Lin residence had embarrassed her, Lu Jing had developed a bias against Su Baixi. She arranged for Qin Yanran to be picked up from school in a luxury car, instantly drawing envious gazes from her classmates, thus feeding into Qin Yanran's vanity. Upon bringing her to the Lin household, Lu Jing was not seeking a discussion, but rather issuing a directive. "I've arranged for you to take a leave from school. From today, you'll stay with us for a while, and perhaps you can reconnect with Zijia and persuade him to join us for dinner tonight." Qin Yanran smiled, eagerly agreeing. That evening, Lin Zijia did indeed return. Lu Jing felt vindicated. As Mrs. Yang had suggested, Qin Yanran was what truly mattered to him. She approached him, saying, "Zijia, I've been thinking, your recent unhappiness must be for the child, right?" "Little Ran, I only came to grab a few things," Lin Zijia replied coolly, his demeanor towards Lu Jing distant. The rift between mother and son had clearly widened. He retrieved a document from the study and left without mentioning when he would return. Qin Yanran attempted to persuade him, but their exchange at the door lasted mere moments before Lin Zijia hurriedly departed in his car. "What did he say?" Qin Yanran returned, maintaining a composed expression, though her smile bore a hint of artifice. "Lin Zijia mentioned he had matters to attend to, likely business, and asked me to take good care of you. Is that all?" "Yes," Qin Yanran nodded, her gaze drifting towards the departing vehicles, concealing her unease. "If you need anything, feel free to reach out to me. Consider me your future daughter-in-law." Her words were laden with implication. That evening, when Lin Dongtian returned home, Lu Jing recounted the day's events. Zijia wishes to marry Qin Yanran. Lin Dongtian, removing his shirt, appeared unfazed. "What makes you say that? If you didn't want to marry her, why would she so confidently tell me to treat her as my daughter-in-law?" Lu Jing reflected on Lin Zijia's earlier behavior at the door and added, "That must have been the topic of their conversation." "You overheard them?" Lin Dongtian shot her a glance. "I did not. What did you say?" As the head of the family, Lin Dongtian maintained a steadiness that contrasted with Lu Jing's anxiousness regarding their son. When did Zijia last express a desire to marry? Lu Jing thought for a moment. Wasn't it the day he shouted about divorcing Baixi, declaring he wanted to make Qin Yanran his official partner? He used to proclaim he would spend his life with Shun Qinbai. Do you believe that too? That is not the same. Lin Dongtian shot her a skeptical look. When did he speak seriously? Lu Jing recalled the day Lin Zijia had burst into their home, brimming with excitement about marrying a wife, and realized there was a stark contrast in his demeanor now. Reflecting on this, she fell silent. Lin Dongtian continued, "He will handle his own affairs. Do not interfere." However, Qin Yanran had already been brought into the Lin household, and Lu Jing had no reason to send her back so quickly. In the following days, feeling bored, Lu Jing took Qin Yanran out shopping and dining. The world seldom operates in a vacuum. With their outing seen by acquaintances, rumors began to circulate. Zhangbai invited Su Baixi out and shared the news. "I heard Lin Zijia is marrying Qin Yanran. They say they've even chosen the engagement ring, with your former mother-in-law accompanying them. Zhang Bai lamented. It's quite shocking how seamlessly Lin Zijia moved on, having heard of couples transitioning effortlessly from one relationship to another. Witnessing a marriage follow suit was indeed a rarity. Baixi, accustomed to the drama, remained composed. I suppose it's inevitable. You knew all along? Untamed. Lin Zijia had mentioned marrying Qin Yinran 2 years down the line, waiting for her to graduate. Now that he had divorced, it was far better to transition smoothly than to wait 2 years for a seamless connection. Oh, by the way, why can't I reach you on your phone? Zhang Bai inquired, pulling up her contact details. Baixi explained she no longer used that number. Then give me the new one. I haven't set up yet. Let's connect on WeChat. Huasiyu had been persistently seeking trouble, her phone bombarding Baixi with calls and her messages relegated to the trash bin. To find some peace, she had resorted to this measure. Baixi had her own matters to attend to, spending increasingly more time with Ling Xinxing. As over a week passed, Baixi remained unaffected by the external gossip. One day, while returning from a walk with Ling Xinxing, her high heels broke, and he carried her all the way to her front door. I could have walked myself, she murmured. Having feet doesn't mean you should walk, Ling Xinxing chuckled, implying that while one could manage, it often came with pain. He turned his head to say, grown-ups often claim they do not believe in love. Yet everyone secretly yearns for it. They hope for someone to shield them from life's storms, to carry them when necessary. Being carried is far better than stepping barefoot on sharp stones, leaving trails of blood. Baixi lowered her eyes, her expression inscrutable. Heartfelt words always struck deeper than ordinary conversation. With a faint smile, she replied, a temporary shield cannot fend off a lifetime of rain. You may carry me for a while, but at the end, you will set me down. Once she alighted, standing on solid ground, she remarked, the greatest difference between me and others is that everyone has shoes, yet I do not. While others can stand firm, I need someone willing to carry me. Finding such a person is exceedingly difficult. She added, perhaps if I walked on my own, I could move faster. Ling Xinxing extended his hand, gently ruffling her hair like an older brother. He lightened the mood with a smile. Isn't it what the elders say? Those without shoes fear not the shod. You're moving swiftly. Soon you will reach your destination. Baixi smiled, her pride reminiscent of childhood. Of course, once Ling Xinxing departed, she remained rooted in place, quietly gazing in the direction he had gone. Unbeknownst to her, footsteps approached from behind. Soon after, a husky voice broke the silence. How long are you going to watch? Baixi turned her head. Lin Zijia appeared to be lacking rest, his eyes bloodshot. Typically attentive to his image, he now looked disheveled and utterly fatigued. You stared at him for 13 minutes. Lin Zijia placed a new pair of flats before her. I am curious about what he just said to you. Baixi ignored the shoes and walked into the room. What value do you see in Ling Xinxing? What can he offer you? Or do you simply like him? No one replied. Baixi. Lin Zijia hastily approached, grasping her arm. Baixi, what do you want? He stated to talk. About what? He replied, Ling Xinxing. We're already divorced. Baixi finally spoke. Whom I choose now is my own affair. Why is your phone unreachable? Baixi responded. Ling Xinxing does not make promises lightly. He is a man of his word. Why do WeChat block me? Unblock me. Baixi assertive. I think Ling Xinxing is quite admirable. She continued, I also feel that. That's enough. Do not speak of him anymore. I do not wish to hear it. Lin Zijia placed the shoes before her. Put them on. Baixi refused, stating, I have arrived at my doorstep. Baixi. Chapter 78. Bullying, why are you always like this? Lin Zijia accused her. Yet should he not be the one facing accusation? A single remark had turned into her fault. Baixi lifted her foot and slipped on the shoes, perhaps wishing to avoid further entanglement. Is that sufficient? I will head home now. What did Ling Xinxing say to you? He turned, his gaze following her retreating figure, raising his voice. Baixi entered her home and shut the door. Just before it closed, she faintly heard Lin Zijia's cold voice. I await your return. Upon reaching the rooftop, where vines entwined and clusters of pink flowers bloomed, she stood and observed the vehicles below start up and depart. Much like him, resolute and devoid of any lingering attachment to her. At that moment, Baixi was oblivious to the meaning behind Lin Zijia's words, dismissing them lightly. However, 2 days later, trouble arose. Ling Xinxing came bearing news. The documents we submitted were rejected. The higher-ups refused to approve them. Ordinarily, all procedures would be handled by us personally. and there should be no issues. Why is this happening? Su Baixi frowned, a foreboding feeling creeping in. He candidly stated, someone made an anonymous report. Even if reported, we did nothing. Su Baishi's words trailed off. Both of them understood that, in essence, Su Baixi had invested money, borrowing Ling Shunxing's name to successfully list her company, effectively providing her with a protective shell from Ling's family while allowing her to evade Ho Siyu's scrutiny, remaining concealed behind Ling Shunxing. This was the cooperation they had initially agreed upon, a transaction, which should have been a trifling matter, unlikely to encounter any issues, could be easily twisted if someone deliberately targeted them with a report. Ling Shunxing added, it seems the other party merely aims to obstruct our process without a decisive blow. He continued, I feel this is a mockery of us. Let them review. We have done nothing wrong, and there is no reason for them to continuously stall our approval, Su Baixi whispered. Ling Shunxing gently reminded her, while that is true, if we miss this opportunity, who knows when we might encounter such a downturn for Su's again. Thus, inaction was not an option. Subaiki loret hadgaze. Understand. At 8:16 p.m., in a private room, Lin Zijia occupied the central seat, surrounded by acquaintances who laughed and played, each accompanied by a girl. Shun Qingbai sat beside him, playfully coaxing. Good brother, you've been staring at your phone all night. Is the screensaver that captivating? Talk to me. Shun Qingbai nudged his arm. Play with me. Lin Zijia pushed her away. Shun Qingbai feigned disappointment, shaking her head. You've changed. Men have changed. A girl nearby noticed and sat on Shun Qingbai's lap, declaring, I won't change. I like Shin Xiao. Shun Qingbai embraced her waist, whispering something that turned the girl's face crimson as she protested. You're being annoying. Before moving to the adjacent couch. Why the fuss? Shun Qingbai commented. Lin Zijia lit a cigarette, discarding several stubs in the ashtray, then took a few sips of alcohol. Shun Qingbai admonished him, drinking so much, you'll end up drunk again. I won't. You haven't seen yourself when you're drunk, Shun Qingbai retorted, exasperated. When have I not been the one embarrassed alongside you? I said I won tea. All right, you won tea. Good brother, don't be angry. Until a phone rang on the table. Lin Zijia stared at it for a moment. Answering, just before it hung up, Su Baixi. Shun Qingbai leaned in, trying to hear, but caught nothing. Then, Lin Zijia recited an address, instructing come here. After hanging up, Shun Qingbai noticed Lin Zijia's demeanor had markedly improved, contrasting sharply with his earlier restlessness. One would think you fancy Sister Baixi, Shun Qingbai teased. You used to fight me for toys, wearing that same expression when you won. Lin Zijia remained silent, sipping his drink. Half an hour later, Su Baixi arrived. Upon entering, she approached him directly, stating, What do you want? Anger simmered beneath the surface of her eyes. Lin Zijia reiterated his previous inquiry. I just want to know what Ling Shunxing said to you. What could have sparked such a gaze and smile from her? That was the Su Baixi he had once known, stubborn, proud, confident, fierce. Does it matter? Yet, the Su Baixi before him was indifferent, her expression devoid of emotion. Does it matter? Lin Zijia insisted it does. Important enough for you to go through such lengths to come here and trouble me? Lin Zijia lowered his gaze, falling silent for a few seconds. He reached for a cigarette, wanted to light it, but hesitating. I merely married you. I owe you nothing, Su Baixi stated coolly. Isn't that so? Indeed, Lin Zijia replied. You owe me nothing. If you wish to discuss matters, fine, but on my terms. He pushed a bottle of liquor toward her. Finish it in one go, and I shall let you be. Shun Qingbai interjected. That bottle is too potent. It could lead to trouble. Yet, Su Baixi had already seized the bottle, tilting it back. The fiery liquid burned her throat and scorched her stomach, despite the choking sensation. She forced down half the bottle, her eyes reddening. Shun Qingbai, unable to watch, signaled to a girl nearby. The girl stood to snatch the bottle from Su Baishi's grasp, but Lin Zijia was quicker, seizing her wrist firmly. Enough. Su Baixi slapped him. The sharp sound echoed in the private room, leaving everyone in stunned silence. Anyone can bully me, but why do you, Lin Zijia? Su Baishi's voice trembled. What gives you the right to mistreat me? When only Lin Zijia and Shun Qingbai remained in the room, Shun Qingbai remarked, that was indeed excessive. I never intended for her to drink. Lin Zijia finally lit the cigarette in his hand. Her defiance is not my concern. If you were to conduct affairs formally, what else could she do if she refused to drink? Lin Zijia suddenly fell silent. Just tell me, what is it that you truly want? Everyone is inquiring about his desires. What does he truly want? There's always been but one thing he yearns for. Lin Zijia hazily recalls the past. The first time he laid eyes on Su Baixi, when she was still a delicately crafted young girl. He suddenly echoed Shun Qingbai's words. She just needs to show some humility. I never intended to bully her. Chapter 79. Take care of yourself. Shun Qingbai was perplexed by his actions. In an effort to lighten the atmosphere, he attempted to change the subject. I heard your mother has begun preparing for your marriage to Qin Yanran. Is it nearly finalized? Congratulations. Lin Zijia cast a cold glance at him. Do you have something to say? Not particularly, just making an inquiry. Shun Qingbai replied subtly. Since you and Sister Baixi are divorced, do you still care for her? Not all. Oh. After Su Baixi left Lin Zijia aside, she fell ill the next day and spent several days in hospital. A frequent visitor to the hospital, those who knew her referred to her as a doctor, while those who did not assumed her to be frail, spending more time hospitalized than at work. Shun Ku was the first to visit her, bringing numerous convenient nutritional supplements. Easy for her to consume. He explained, these are for nourishing your stomach. How did you know I had stomach issues? Shen Kiskivi Koposit. Pointing to the label on the bedside table. It says so right here. These items are not overly rich, Shun Ku remarked, not lingering long, as if he had come solely to deliver the goods. You can eat as much as you like. We are colleagues, and Dr. Su is my senior. If you need anything, I can cover your shifts. Su Baixi felt he was being overly attentive, having never chased after celebrities. She pondered if devoted fans like Shun Ku were all the same. She paid it little mind. Colleagues passing by her hospital room would stop in to greet Su Baixi, inquiring about her condition, remarking that as a doctor, she certainly seemed a bit weak, frequently ill, with one ailment after another. Su Baixi responded graciously, exchanging pleasantries. In the afternoon, Ling Xinxing came to visit her, stating, it has been approved. You suspected it would pass the review? Ling Xinxing tucked the blanket around her, noticing the nutritional supplements by the bedside, including bird's nest. I ran many connections over the past couple of days, just when I intended to seek further assistance. I received the notification that it was approved. We did not do anything wrong, quite straightforward, Su Baixi replied, choosing not to mention Lin Zijia, her tone calm. We have nothing to fear from scrutiny. True enough. Ling Xinxing moved the supplements from the table to under the bed, placing his own items on the table. If you need anything, feel free to ask. I recall you just left the hospital not long ago, and here you are ill again. I was quite healthy as a child, Su Baixi replied casually, but I was never resilient. I thought I was tough as nails, but after my miscarriage, my health has declined. These items are of little use. They cannot restore me. Then they can serve as snacks. You understand the principle of avoiding medical issues better than I do, he said. Do not give yourself negative psychological suggestions. You seem more professional than I, the actual doctor. Su Baixi was to stay in the hospital for a week, and Ling Xinxing accompanied her throughout, asking if his company was busy. He replied, business is never-ending. Some matters are more important than profit. People say time is like a sponge. If you squeeze it, there's always some to be had. Thus, there were times when Ling Xinxing would visit her, bringing his laptop to work. For some reason, Shun Ku also frequented her room. Ever since Ling Xinxing started to accompany her, Shun Ku would come to her room no less than 5 times a day. Su Baixi sensed that Shun Ku seemed somewhat displeased with Ling Xinxing. For instance, when Ling Xinxing peeled an apple for her and was about to hand it over, Shun Ku snatched it away. Sister Su does not like apples. I brought oranges. Sister Su should eat oranges. Ling Xinxing attempted to reclaim the apple. Shun Ku took a bite and praised, so sweet. Thank you, Mr. Ling. The two men locked eyes, sparks flying. If Su Baixi were not present, it seemed likely they would have clashed. Ling Xinxing was not one to hold grudges, but at this moment he remarked, I recall the last time you were by Lin Zijia's side, having a delightful conversation. You two know each other, yet I rarely see you. After all, I was quite familiar with Lin Zijia before. Shun Ku's motion of eating the apple halted abruptly, choking, and he coughed persistently, eventually reddening and saying to Su Baixi, Sister Su, I have matters to attend to. I must leave. A family member is looking for me. The door to the hospital room opened, and Lin Zijia stood at the threshold. Shun Ku nearly choked on the apple, glancing around before hastily exiting. Why do you not knock when you arrive? Ling Xinxing chuckled, maintaining a cordial demeanor towards Lin Zijia. After all, we were friends. It is not too much to offer a greeting, is it? Lin Zijia's gaze swept over Su Baixi, who pretended not to notice. There's no need to make things difficult for Shun Ku, Lin Zijia said coldly. We are all friends. What is your issue with him? Lin Zijia smiled. Sensing the two had something to discuss, he graciously rose and exited, closing the door behind him. Lin Zijia finally spoke. You like him, but he may not be as invested in you. To Su Baixi, this statement was laced with an almost imperceptible mockery. She acted as if she had not heard and offered no reply. Who she liked no longer mattered. What was significant was that her vision had always been poor, and the one person she had cherished stood before her, triumphantly reminding her of her past foolishness. After a moment of pause, Lin Zijia continued. My mother heard you were ill and asked me to bring you some supplements. No need. I have plenty of my own, and there is not enough space in this room. Su Baixi replied flatly. I will be discharged soon, and I won't be able to consume it all. Very well. Lin Zijia acquiesced readily, perhaps wishing to smoke, but being in the hospital was not suitable, so he returned the cigarette to his pocket. Do you have any matters to attend to? The dismissal was evident. He was clearly not welcome. Lin Zijia furrowed his brow, replying coldly, No, take care of yourself. In the span of just 5 minutes, from Lin Zijia's entrance to his exit, Su Baixi felt her blood pressure surge dramatically, yet she suppressed it. Lin Zijia later comforted her for a while, but due to an urgent matter at work, he had to leave. As he departed, Su Baixi inquired, Do you think Shinku and Lin Zijia knew each other before? Only briefly. I saw them at the hospital entrance. Who could have known Shinku would react that way? Lin Zijia replied, until Xiao Lu arrived to deliver medication, commenting, The bird's nest and supplements in the trash outside do not look cheap. Did you have a quarrel with Shinku? Why did you throw away the things he brought you? Su Baixi denied it. Xiao Lu, spotting the items under the bed, exclaimed, Wow, you threw away half and kept half. If you cannot finish it, give it to me. Do not waste it. Chapter 80. Malice. Su Baixi explained that it was Lu Jing who had sent the items. Who? Xiao Lu found it amusing. Which person? If anyone else had delivered them, Su Baixi's temperament would not have led to such a spectacle. Simply refusing would have sufficed without tossing them into the trash. Xiao Lu, sharp-witted, quickly guessed, Your ex-husband? That made the act understandable. Xiao Lu seemed ready to applaud, saying, Who isn't he had a blind spot at some point? Dr. Su, with your beauty, you need not worry about finding a good man. Parting is just parting. The next will be even better, she reassured. Su Baixi found the situation both amusing and exasperating. In the evening, Zhang Bai paid a visit, his gaze towards Su Baixi as compassionate as ever, laden with the sympathy of shared suffering. He recounted the events of the day. Madame Lin has been parading around with Qin Yanran, and it seems she has completely forgotten about you, her former daughter-in-law. I doubt she has any concern for your well-being, particularly considering your health is still affected by her actions. Su Baixi's expression remained calm. I am no longer a member of the Lin family, and thus, there is no reason for her to be concerned about me. She had learned the harsh truths of human relationships in her youth. Consequently, through her subsequent experiences, she understood that regardless of who might betray her or inflict pain, such actions were comprehensible. Human sentiments are ever-changing. Nothing is eternal. I suspect those supplements weren't even sent by Madame Lin, Zhang Bai grumbled. Su Baixi chose silence in response. Days later, upon her discharge from the hospital, it was once again Lin Zijia who came to escort her. With familiarity, he had prepared meticulously, far more so than during her initial discharge. Her colleagues at the hospital celebrated her recovery, suggesting a gathering at the Villa District on Fuli Road. Although Su Baixi initially intended to decline the invitation, the enthusiasm of her colleagues proved overwhelming. Since Dr. Su joined our hospital, she has made remarkable contributions. A true gem in our community. You were unwell, and we cannot help but worry. Little Lu candidly remarked, They just want an excuse to have fun. If you don't go, you might offend someone. The intricacies of social etiquette are lessons learned from childhood, and if one fails to grasp them in adulthood, they may remain perpetually unrefined. Su Baixi smiled gently and acquiesced. Very well. The Fuli Road area was filled with villas, behind which lay residential quarters, and in front, venues tailored for extravagant parties. For an evening, the cost would be several thousand, complete with various recreational facilities designed for gatherings. Little Lu trailed beside Su Baixi, chattering about the superior decor compared to previous events, expressing her intent to emulate this style in her future home. Little Lu is planning to buy a house. Li Qiming chimed in with a smile. One must consider such matters. Little Lu replied cheerfully. If I don't buy one, my future husband will have to, and it wouldn't be a bad idea for it to serve as our marital home, assuming it follows this style. Everyone laughed and congratulated little Lu. When she excused herself to the restroom, she returned with a displeased expression. Noticing her distress, Baixi inquired about it. Little Lu, with a frown, vented, "The malice among women is astonishing. They pretend to congratulate me, but I overheard them mocking my inability to afford a house, claiming I rely on a man for support. It infuriates me. I wonder who truly depends on a man." Little Lu grumbled, her mood darkening. "They invited you to this private gathering. Yeah, I just learned there are others here as well." Baixi paused. "What do you mean?" Little Lu explained. "Haven T, you noticed that all the attendees are single from the hospital? They're hoping to find partners. I heard them discussing male doctors from the neighboring hospital while in the restroom. It seems this is nothing short of a matchmaking event." Such gossip, while speculative, soon manifested as unfamiliar faces appeared at the villa, outnumbering their hospital cohort, turning the gathering lively. Li Qiming approached to clarify. "While we were out buying drinks, we ran into people from the neighboring hospital who were also here for fun. We decided to join forces for a livelier atmosphere." Little Lu scoffed, whispering to Baixi, "Listen to that, it's all pretense. They speak sweetly to your face while plotting behind your back. It's as if they can twist the truth to suit their narrative." In truth, little Lu wished for a touch of sincerity among people. Baixi, known for her calm demeanor, simply opened a can of cola and placed it before little Lu. "You don't have a boyfriend either. Take this opportunity to meet new people. Do you think the men Li Qiming finds are worth anything?" "I doubt it," little Lu retorted, with displeasure evident. Baixi opened another can of cola, preparing to drink, when a hand reached over, offering her a glass of wine. Looking up, she recognized a familiar face. "It's been a while, but we aren't particularly close," Baixi remarked. "Is acquaintance a barrier to sharing a drink?" he inquired. "I cannot drink," Baixi replied gently. "I've just been discharged." Zhui Yifan shot her a knowing glance, gesturing for little Lu to step aside. Little Lu perceived an intimidating aura about him and glanced back at Baixi. "It's fine," Baixi assured her, prompting little Lu to leave. Zhui Yifan settled beside her, finishing his drink before commenting, "If Lin Zijia had asked you to drink, would you have? It wouldn't matter who it was." Baixi stated, placing her cola down and popping a mint into her mouth. "I cannot gamble with my health." "Really not drinking?" "I cannot." Zhui Yifan began to jest. "I once wagered with Lin Zijia about who would win your affections first. His competitive spirit is strong. I still can't fathom how he managed to win." He continued, "Surely, he didn't force you, did he? If he did, I would gladly deal with him." This topic was uncomfortable for Baixi, who sought to escape the conversation. Heading towards the restroom. "Excuse me," she said. Once inside, she pondered whether to inform Zhang Bai of the situation when his call came through. "Is Zhui Yifan with Li Qiming from your hospital?" His tone was accusatory. Chapter 81. Guilt. Baixi had indeed seen Li Qiming enter with Zhui Yifan, but regarding their relationship, she replied, "I am unaware." Zhang Bai was exasperated. "Once I catch him, he will regret it." "Our hospital is hosting a gathering," Baixi replied calmly. "He is here." "Where are you?" Zhui Yifan, taking advantage of Baixi's absence, glanced at her cola and added something to it. The others were engrossed in their activities, oblivious to his actions. Zhui Yifan, with his long fingers, performed the task with such ease that no one suspected a thing. When Baixi returned, Zhui Yifan recommended a type of cookie from the table, saying, "I heard from Mengqi that this flavor is delightful. Do give it a try." Baixi raised an eyebrow, sensing his insincerity. She corrected him. "Her name is Li Qiming, not Mengqi." "Oh, close enough," Zhui Yifan dismissed. "A name is merely a name, as long as I recognize the person. Zhang Bai will be looking for you shortly." "Who?" Zhui Yifan tilted his head, pondering for a moment, seemingly unable to recall. "Try this cookie." Baixi declined his offering, opting to open a new box for herself. "TSK," Zhui Yifan commented. "Your vigilance is impressive. You don't seem like someone who would fall for Lin Zijia's tricks." The cookie was overly dry. Baixi instinctively reached for her cola. However, after just one sip, she hesitated, discreetly discarding the nearly full can into the trash. "Why waste food? My hand slipped." "Oh," Zhui Yifan chuckled, opening another can for her, his fingers brushing against the cola within. He casually handed it to her, then, "Drink this one." Baixi replied, "Thank you, but I'll pass." In the following moments, Zhui Yifan remained close to her, uttering sarcastic remarks, touching upon various topics, yet consistently returning to the subject of Lin Zijia, his words laced with criticism, as if he wished to curse Lin Zijia's ancestors. Zhui Yifan asked, "Why don't you curse him?" "There is nothing to say," she replied. Zhui Yifan nodded in agreement, stating, "Men prefer exes like you. Clean breakups forgotten like strangers in the river, saving them a lot of trouble. Could you move away?" she asked. Unhappy, Zhui Yifan retorted, "Lin Zijia publicly accused me of going to a bathhouse for unsavory activities, which led to an announcement from the school. I remember it well. He maliciously slandered me, tarnishing my reputation, leaving everyone to think ill of me. Su Baixi actually believed he was indeed not a good person. She remarked, I recall it was the principal and the counselor who caught you at the bathhouse. The evidence was irrefutable. Yet, he did not see it that way. Zhui Yifan considered himself the finest man in the world. That was because Lin Zijia challenged me to a duel, claiming whoever won would earn the right to deliver a love letter to you. Not only did he set me up, but he also got me caught." Zhui Yifan. Zhang Bai's sudden entrance bewildered everyone. They were unfamiliar with Zhang Bai, but she stormed in, identifying people from photographs. Upon finding Li Qiming, she grabbed her hair and slapped her, then rushed toward Zhui Yifan. Perhaps due to a poor memory, Zhui Yifan could not recall names, but he recognized a woman's face. Upon realizing it was Zhang Bai, he hurried to leave. Just before exiting, he glanced back and tossed the can of cola from the table into the trash, saying, "Better not drink it tonight. It's bad for your health." Seeing this, Su Baixi felt a sudden jolt in her heart. Zhui Yifan was chased around the room by Zhang Bai before he hastily fled downstairs to his car, abandoning Zhang Bai on the street. He then called Lin Zijia. "You remember Su Baixi, don't you? Your ex-wife. I arranged to meet her at the villa on Fuli Road, number 130. She agreed. "What business?" Lin Zijia's tone was unfriendly. "What business do you think?" Zhui Yifan replied cheerfully, "The business between men and women." Lin Zijia's voice turned icy. "You're talking nonsense. I said I'd take care of it and give her money." Zhui Yifan insisted, plus 2 properties, both located in areas that Husiyu liked. Lin Zijia fell silent. Zhui Yifan emphasized, "Su Baixi chose you initially because she thought you could offer more. Now that you're divorced and unable to provide, shouldn't I step in?" The call ended abruptly, leaving Zhui Yifan overjoyed. He drove back, picked up the tearful Zhang Bai from the roadside, and said, "Let us go. Open your eyes and see clearly. Em Zhengbi, how dare you?" Subaixi Fedisi. She ascended the stairs to find a room to rest, only to encounter several men who had been waiting for her. They clearly had targeted her, swiftly grasping her wrist, intending to carry her away. "You all." Before she could finish her sentence, she realized she was powerless to resist. Her suspicions about the previous bottle of cola confirmed. These men were efficient, leading her through a back door out of the villa, unnoticed by anyone inside. In the fading moments of consciousness, Su Baixi vaguely heard someone mention Lin Zijia, stating that there would be a reward upon completion of the task. Lin Zijia. Those 3 syllables felt like a nightmare, haunting her, as if even after divorce, she could never escape. She then fell into a long dream, revisiting her university days, where he was engaged in a pool game, winning consistently. During the game, he mentioned needing a cigarette, prompting her to stand and buy some for him. Upon her return, she saw a girl tiptoeing to fix his hair, and he seemed genuinely happy. The girl scolded him for being improper, displaying a haughty demeanor as if accustomed to being spoiled. Lin Zijia, unfazed, indulged her, saying, "Thank you." Baixi, holding the cigarettes. Su Baishi's eyes widened as she rushed over to seize the girl's arm, only to realize it was her own face. However, the girl's visage soon morphed, gradually transforming into that of another woman. The woman stared coldly at her, saying, "Su Baixi, do you find it amusing to steal my man?" The woman continued, "He was mine. You climbed into his bed. Do you enjoy taking what belongs to others?" Su Baixi awoke, drenched in sweat, gasping for breath. "You're awake?" Lin Zijia sat beside her, an expression of complex emotions on his face. Su Baixi regarded him with uncertainty. "What sinful dream did you have to frighten you so?" After a moment of composure, she said, "Lin Zijia, do you derive pleasure from my suffering?" Chapter 82. Su Baixi noticed his face darken instantly. Lin Zijia stood up, towering over her, fixing his gaze intently. "Subaixi, you call my name in your dream," he stated 18 times. "You must have misheard. You would be better off giving to Zhui Yifan than to me." Lin Zijia continued as if ignoring her words, unbuttoning his white shirt and moving closer. "The things he offers I can nearly double. His intentions were unmistakable. A man exhibiting such overt desire was no stranger to Su Baixi, who understood well what he intended next. Feeling weak and still recovering her spirit, she realized that if Lin Zijia chose to force himself on her, she would be powerless to resist. As he discarded his clothes and approached to kiss her, Su Baixi turned her head to avoid him. "What are you doing?" Lin Zijia asked, slightly annoyed, attempting to turn her face toward him. "Not allowing a kiss. Is the offer not sufficient? Would quadrupling it satisfy you?" As she retreated, he advanced, their movements a back-and-forth dance, leaving her with no room to escape. She raised her hand, poised to strike. "With Zhui Yifan, you're all smiles, yet with me, you resort to violence?" Lin Zijia glanced at her hand, his tone becoming more irritable. "Offering you quadruple is already generous. You probably wouldn't fetch that price elsewhere. I just happen to want to sleep, not specifically to sleep with you. Why refuse a business deal presented to you?" Lin Zijia. He leaned in closer, pulling at the strap of her dress. "I'm here." Su Baixi, lacking strength, pressed her hand to her chest and softly said, "You're being rather disgraceful." He paused. "You mentioned a business deal," she said, meeting his gaze with indifference. "But I simply don't wish to engage with you. Your naked attempts at flattery might lead someone to think I've summoned an entertainer. Not to mention who sleeps with whom. So, it seems you desire not money," Lin Zijia concluded, "but a man. This man could be Ling Xinxing or Zhui Yifan." When it came to him, he was merely a performer. Lin Zijia remarked, "Indeed, one should savor a variety. Sticking to one flavor grows tiresome." He pointed to the door, beginning to usher her out. "If you refuse to sleep with me, don't linger in my bed. You're an eyesore." Su Baixi had no intention of engaging with him. She tossed off the covers, her legs weak, nearly collapsing. Lin Zijia cast a glance at her, his gaze overtly scrutinizing. Though her long dress concealed everything, she felt as if he were peeling away her layers, assessing her inch by inch. "I wondered what was wrong. You used to be so energetic, able at any moment, yet now you often refuse. It seems you've been with someone else." Lin Zijia remarked sarcastically as she turned her back on him. As she reached the door, she heard him call out, "Su Baixi." She did not look back. He called again, "Su Baixi." His tone was ambiguous, and he finally added, "You'd best not misinterpret my intentions. I have no interest in you." Su Baixi remained silent, pushing the door open and leaving. In the course of events, only his voice reverberated within the room, while she remained silent. The atmosphere had undeniably shifted. Lin Zijia lifted his hand and hurled a pillow from the bed towards the door, striking Shun Qing by squarely on the head, prompting the latter to exclaim in surprise, "Oh dear brother, why the sudden outburst?" "I'm not angry," Lin Zijia retorted. "Then why throw the pillow?" Shun Qing approached with a smile. "Is it merely for amusement?" Lin Zijia shot him a glance. "Is that a problem?" "No, blaive." Settling on the edge of the bed, his hands pulling at the blanket, eager to sneak a glance. "You're still in your pants. I thought you had just rendered special services to someone. Did you receive a tip?" With his mood soured, Lin Zijia told Shun Qing to vacate the premises. Shun Qing, however, took the opposite approach. "Those abs of yours are quite impressive, better than mine. What a pity to forfeit a tip," Lin Zijia said as he sat on the edge of the bed, smoking, his gaze fixed on the expanse outside the floor-to-ceiling window where Su Baixi stood, seemingly awaiting someone. "I was just wondering, after drinking so well, why did you suddenly run out?" Shun Qing observed. "I bear half the responsibility for today's events." "What does it concern you?" Shun Qing candidly replied. "I heard that sister Baixi was gathering at the hospital, so I informed some good men to come and take a glance. She is approaching 27, and it's not easy for a woman her age to find a husband, especially with someone like Huasiyu around. Ordinary men would struggle to compete, so it's best if I introduce some good-hearted souls to care for her. Dear brother, Sister Baixi just..." Before he could finish, Lin Zijia stealthily attacked from behind, kicking Shun Qing to the ground. Shun Qing fell awkwardly, looking back to ask, "What was that for?" "My leg cramped," Lin Zijia replied. "You truly didn't kick me on purpose?" "Not all." Shun Qing rose and continued. "I thought you were upset. It's a relief to hear you're not. Didn't I inform you last time? I acted only after your consent. When did you inform me?" Lin Zijia narrowed his eyes. "Last time, in the private room," Shun Qing explained. "I asked if you would still look out for Sister Baixi after your divorce, and you said you wouldn't." He sat on the floor, meticulously reasoning. "Since you want I must. Sister Baixi has always treated me well. If she is in trouble, it's only right to lend a hand." Casting a glance at Lin Zijia, He added, many people cherish her. The ones I introduced are all honest and sincere. Why are you introducing men to her? At home, one relies on family, outside on friends. Sister, but she can't depend on her family, but having more friends opens more avenues. Even if they don't become husbands, companionship is valuable. Despite her seemingly aloof nature, she is quite endearing and deserving of affection. Lin Zijia stood up and accidentally stepped on Shun Bai's foot. Shun Bai yelped in pain, claiming Lin Zijia had crushed him. Lin Zijia retracted his foot and moved to the window, apologizing. My eyesight isn't great. I didn't see you. Are you truly not being deliberate? Do you doubt me? Shun Bai insisted. I'm certain you did that on purpose. Beside your parents, I might be the one who loves you most in this world. Lin Zijia scoffed, just as he spotted Baixi getting into a familiar car, which quickly drove away. It bore the license plate of Ling Shun Bai. Fearing Lin Zijia would turn back to step on him again, scrambled to his feet and began texting, preparing to leave. Interestingly, the people I introduced never had the chance to approach Sister Baixi before. They mentioned Ifan had always hovered around her, his gaze fierce and menacing, deterring anyone from getting close. Lin Zijia appeared not to hear him. I'll retrieve the pillow for you, Shun Bai offered. You've driven Sister Baixi away. She didn't even get angry, and you are here. What did you say? Shun Bai replied, nothing. Lin Zijia narrowed his eyes. I heard you. Dear brother, I must take my leave. Shun Bai chuckled. I'll leave the pillow here. It can be washed and reused, so don't discard it. Once again, I've troubled you today. Baixi stood at the door, expressing her gratitude to Ling Shun. It was merely a matter of convenience. Ling Shun said like an elder brother, advising, next time you go out, avoid drinking too much. If unfamiliar men approach, just claim you have a boyfriend. It can serve as a deterrent. He added, in such instances, it's quite beneficial to have someone like me around. I wouldn't mind at all. Baixi found Ling Shun quite articulate. Perhaps having heard Lin Zijia's disdainful remarks about her, she had already faced the worst. Thus now, even the most mundane conversation felt pleasant. Indeed, one cannot compare individuals. Comparisons inevitably lead to hurt. That evening, after leaving Lin Zijia, Ling Shun inquired about her whereabouts, and upon providing the address, he happened to be nearby, so he offered her a ride home. Baixi rested at home for 2 days. The hospital staff assumed she simply disliked such gatherings and had left early. Even Xiao Lu, who had been approached by a man during the latter part of the event, was distracted and failed to notice Baixi's departure, thinking she had left of her own accord. When Baixi returned to work at the hospital, no one seemed to acknowledge the prior events. Xiao Lu was in high spirits, akin to a young girl in love, constantly glancing at her phone and giggling to herself. Her attention captivated by messages. Once one falls in love, there seems to be little time for gossip. Xiao Liu et ap dan besai Baixi duindo. And aside from essential work, Baixi rarely saw her. Finally, when Xiao Lu did come around, it was to inquire about the source of the chocolates from the office, as she wished to gift them to someone, deeming chocolates quite delightful. I'm not sure. I searched for it online, but it seems unavailable domestically. Could it be from abroad? The kind that requires waiting in line? Handmade without a website? Xiao Lu pondered, shaking her head. I thought the packaging was quite understated, yet it tasted remarkably luxurious. Baixi promised to inquire on her behalf, recalling Songshe, and effortlessly sent a message. Songshe provided an address, which Baixi shared with Xiao Lu, who dismissed it, saying it wasn't the brand. The last time he went out with Songshe, there were chocolates on the table, and I noticed the packaging was quite casual. You don't even enjoy sweets. It turned out to be surprisingly pleasant. Every day, Baixi received snacks from various individuals. Patients would bring treats, and so did Shunku, Chen Yuan, Songshe, and later Ling Shun, all fond of gifting food. Baixi lacked the energy to inquire about each one, simply saying, I'll keep an eye out. Sounds good. One day, after finishing lunch at the hospital, Baixi encountered Ifan on her way back to the office. He was there for a consultation, having registered for orthopedics. Baixi scrutinized him and asked, what seems to be the issue? Are you not a doctor? Can't you tell? I am a doctor, not a fortune teller, Baixi replied calmly. Unless you tell me, how would I know what ails you? Then take a guess. I wager you're a bit lacking in brain matter. Perhaps you ought to see a neurologist. Zui fan chakret. I was feeling down on my way here, but seeing you has lifted my spirits. Is this what they call love at first sight? He added, I just ran into a neurologist downstairs. overhearing him tell a colleague that the orthopedic doctor Su Bai, she often suggests patients see a neurologist. Those who know you do so sincerely. Those who don't might think you're insulting them. Subayon post, responding nonchalantly. I usually wouldn't advise patients in such a manner, but you needn't doubt it. I was indeed reprimanding you just now. Zhuo Fan was overjoyed, while Su Bai she regarded him as if he were delusional, perplexed by his merriment. Lin Zijia has put in such great effort, yet you seem to... Zhuo Fan was about to continue when Zhang Bai suddenly grasped his waist tightly, causing him to gasp without uttering a sound. Zhangbi Vima, Baixi. He has an issue with his knee, take a look. Come in, she instructed, and the two entered the office together. For some reason, Su Bai she felt that with Zhang Bai present, Zhuo Fan had become considerably more subdued, at least refraining from his usual nonsensical chatter. However, Zhuo Fan commented, some people act like parasites, without any status, going around chasing after someone else's partner. What kind of partner are you trying to catch? If it's over, let it be. Making a scene is utterly embarrassing. Zhang Bai pinched his waist in response. Annoyed, Zhuo Fan retorted. I was in a good mood because I was talking to Su Baixi earlier. I was being polite to you. If I were like Lin Zijia, I would have scolded you outright. Women causing a ruckus can be quite bothersome. Zhang Bai's eyes reddened, and after giving him a pinch, she dashed away. Zhuo Fan winced and turned to Su Baixi, saying, be gentle, that hurts. Su Baixi continued her examination, and Zhuo Fan suspected she was being deliberate. Yet he remained silent, refraining from expressing his discomfort. He merely stated, Lin Zijia was in a rear-end collision last night. Why didn't you ask if he's all right? He questioned. Aren't you worried he might be dead? Su Baixi reassured him that the situation was not severe and advised. Just apply some medication when you get home. She added, next time, make an appointment with the surgical department. There's no need to crowd the orthopedic department. When I saw you limping like that, I thought you might need an amputation. Zhuo Fan frowned at her, then said, Lin Zijia collided with Ling Xinxing's car. Isn't it a coincidence that both of them are now in your hospital? I'm thinking of visiting them later. Who should I see first? Su Bai, she finally showed some reaction, lifting her head to say, you can leave now. Upon hearing this, Zhuo Fan appeared quite pleased, as if there was some entertainment to be witnessed. Su Bai she thought he truly resembled a lunatic, as his sense of amusement diverged significantly from that of an ordinary person. She found nothing amusing about it. After sending Zhuo Fan away, Su Bai she inquired at the front desk and confirmed that 2 men were admitted last night due to a minor car accident. After learning Ling Xinxing's room number, she proceeded to visit him. In the corridor, she encountered Xinxing Bai, who asked, Sister Baixi, are you here to see Zijia? Lin Zijia lifted his neck to glance at the door. Subayon replied, no. Chapter 84. Protecting her, the two exchanged a few words at the entrance. In less than half a minute, Su Baixi departed, and Xinxing Bai entered the hospital room, looking at Lin Zijia with curiosity. How come you're sitting up? My head is numb. Shouldn't you lie down if your head is numb? That's none of your business. Xinxing Bai elongated his tone. Oh, and after receiving a glare from Lin Zijia, he added, I brought you a new game console. Do you want to play? Su Bai, she visited Ling Xinxing, who appeared to have sustained serious injuries, with thick bandages wrapped around his head and arms, and a laptop laid flat on his abdomen as he focused intently on the stock market. Why didn't you inform me about your injury? Su Bai, she inquired as she took a seat on the chair beside the bed. What happened? Just a minor car accident. Ling Xinxing brushed it off, not wishing to delve into the details. I'm fine, so I didn't tell you. You're busy with work, and I didn't want to distract you. His words stirred a sense of guilt within Su Baixi. In previous incidents, he was often the one accompanying her to the hospital. Now that he was in trouble, he chose not to inform her, perhaps to avoid troubling her, or was it because Lin Zijia was the instigator? I've caused you trouble. Su Bai, she lowered her gaze, her tone soft. He might have come after me. Even after the divorce, he seems intent on making my life difficult. Ling Xinxing replied, There's no such thing as causing trouble. Don't overthink it, he said quietly, expressing regret. It seems our plans will need to be postponed. I had a business meeting scheduled for tomorrow, but now it's likely to fall through. Su Baixi nodded in understanding. The news of Ling Xinxing's accident was not widely known, and given his low-key approach to handling matters, few people came to visit him, leaving the room empty save for Su Baixi. In stark contrast, Lin Zijia's room was bustling with visitors. As a favored son of fortune, Lin Zijia had always been pampered, unwilling to endure even the slightest grievance. The news of his accident spread like wildfire, and many came to pay their respects. Crowding the hospital room, when Baixi arrived, she found there was no space for her to stand. Initially intending to ask a few questions, she now felt no desire to enter due to the overwhelming crowd. "Isn't that Baixi?" Lin remarked upon seeing her. "Are you here to visit Zijia?" Perhaps aware that Baixi held little significance in Lin Zijia's eyes, Lian's demeanor towards her was less than cordial, marked by a condescending gaze. Having witnessed the social dynamics of favor and disdain, Baixi understood that while Lin might not personally dislike her, his allegiance to Lin Zijia compelled him to demean her. "Lin Snadat, haven't you given up yet? You're divorced. There's no need to cling on desperately. It's quite unpleasant, so do leave. You're not welcome here." The room fell into a heavy silence. From the moment Baixi entered, no one had spoken a word, making Lin's comments stand out starkly. Everyone awaited Lin Zijia's response, yet Lin seemed oblivious. "Baixi, hurry up and leave. Subayon feinde di partid, so flistating. I didn't intend to enter. You weren't planning to come in, yet you've been standing at the door for quite a while," Lin laughed, only to realize the atmosphere had shifted and the room fell silent. "Isn't Baixi just a stubborn person?" Everyone turned to look at Lin Zijia, who casually peeled an orange and remarked, "Why are you all looking at me? Continue with what you were doing." Noticing he was not angered, Lin leaned in to ask, "You used to be an excellent racer, recognized for your skills. How did you end up in an accident on the road?" Lin Zijia, bothered by the incessant chatter, glanced at him and, finding him unfamiliar, retorted, "You have eyes, don't you? How did you manage to hit the door frame when you entered?" "That's different. I was just overly concerned about your health and didn't pay attention," Lin replied with a smile. Lin Zijia merely replied with a cold hum, saying, "What does my ex-wife have to do with you? Why do you meddle in matters that don't concern you?" This statement left everyone exchanging glances in astonishment. Lin fell silent, having been publicly humiliated, and after a long pause, he cautiously observed Lin Zijia's expression, saying, "Zijia, I've never seen you defend Baixi before. Were you just protecting her?" Lin Zijia maintained a blank expression and replied, "Can't you tell? I simply find you irritating. I don't even know your name. Calling me Zijia, who are you to me?" The crowd, wary of offending Lin Zijia, remained silent, while Lin, humiliated, chose to leave. Once everyone had departed, Bai approached Lin Zijia, asking, "Why did you lash out at him? Who is he?" "That's Lin," Bai explained. "He brought you many gifts. They're quite expensive. That's because someone in his family is in trouble, and they're desperate for help. He thinks I look like an easy target, dreaming if he thinks a few gifts will sway me." Bai chuckled, "You're quite clever. The circle of acquaintances is rather limited. There are individuals one hardly knows, yet upon meeting, they act as if they are kin. Take Lin Zijia, for instance. He does not need to make any special effort to maintain friendships, as numerous individuals gravitate towards him, soliciting his assistance or seeking to cultivate connections with the Lin family for some personal gain. With time, he has grown accustomed to this dynamic, albeit with an increasing sense of irritation. He reclines, ready to sleep, and utters, "You may leave. I wish to rest. Just a moment ago, you seemed quite lively," remarks Bai. "My head is numb," Lin Zijia replies tersely. Bai, puzzled, asks, "If your head is numb, shouldn't you sit up?" Lin Zijia remains silent. Bai casually mentions, "I saw Sister Baixi earlier. She brought a plethora of snacks for Ling Xinxing and instructed the nurse to take good care of him, ensuring all his needs are met." Lin Zijia lifts his gaze, dismissively stating, "Such favoritism is disgraceful. The quality of staff in this hospital leaves much to be desired." That seems a bit harsh. Sister Baixi is a physician here. Having the nurses treat Ling Xinxing as a family member is somewhat preferential, but not entirely unjustifiable. Bai counters. Lin Zijia shoots him a cold glance, retorting, "Isn't this a form of favoritism? Everyone pays for their care. Why should Ling Xinxing receive such privileges?" His frustration is palpable. Bai raises an eyebrow, observing Lin Zijia closely, and tentatively inquires, "What do you propose we do?" "I intend to lodge a complaint against her." Bai shakes his head, disapprovingly stating, "Sister Baixi is due for a performance evaluation at the year's end. If you complain, she will suffer repercussions. She deserves it." Chapter 85. Deliberate actions, why do you always target her? Shen Qingbai asks, exasperated. Lin Zijia frowns, gazing at his suspended leg. Is your leg hurting? Yes, Lin Zijia replies. Uncertain of Lin Zijia's intentions, Shen Qingbai cautiously suggests, would you like to eat something to alleviate it? Food will not ease the pain, Lin Zijia states. Shen Qingbai raises an eyebrow and searches for advice on his phone. He proposes, how about we play a couple of games? We could do a duo. My head is numb. Are you really that uncomfortable? I can ring for a doctor to check on you, Shen Qingbai offers. The doctor from yesterday was incompetent. Shen Qingbai frowns, that can't be true. This hospital has a good reputation. I haven't heard any complaints about the orthopedic doctor who saw you. He's quite qualified. Lin Zijia snaps, you are annoying. Please leave. In that moment, Shen Qingbai seems to grasp something. He glances at Lin Zijia and says, oh, I just remembered. The doctor who treated you is on shift today and not in the hospital. Since you are feeling so unwell, I shall find another doctor for you. Is that feasible? Yes, Lin Zijia affirms. Shen Qingbai smiles, saying, you are my good brother. The doctor treating you should not be just anyone. I need to find someone reliable, someone I know well, to ensure your comfort. Lin Zijia's demeanor softens slightly. Lin Zijia, Shen Qingbai admits, you are surprisingly uncharacteristic of a woman. Do you think I'm overly complicated? Shen Qingbai insists, no. I will fetch you a doctor. Just wait here. Sister Baixi is unexpectedly assigned a patient by the hospital director. Upon seeing the room number, she immediately declines. Sister Su, we are doctors. Our duty is to treat and save lives, the director implores softly. If personal grievances influence your treatment of patients, it is unacceptable. Previously, a patient accused our doctors of favoritism. Should a complaint arise, it would tarnish the hospital's reputation. Moreover, you are due for a performance evaluation soon. You cannot jeopardize your future over trivial matters. Sister Baixi is acutely aware of the director's veiled implications regarding yielding to authority. Life is seldom easy. Everyone faces their own challenges. Over time, one's original intentions may shift, becoming unrecognizable and laden with unspoken burdens. Sister Su, let us strive for mutual understanding. The director sighs, his gaze filled with sympathy. Perhaps he had not anticipated the depth of animosity between the couple, who, even after divorce, continued to complicate her life, seemingly intent on preventing her from living comfortably. Sister Baixi is taken aback by the profound animosity between her and Lin Zijia. She approaches his hospital room to check on him, only to find him and Shen Qingbai engrossed in a game. Upon noticing her, Shen Qingbai stands exclaiming, ah, Sister Baixi has arrived. Perfect timing. I need to use the restroom. Could you please keep an eye on him for a moment? I will return shortly. Lin Zijia gestures toward the game console. Take it with you. This match is about to conclude. With the door closed, only the two remain. Lin Zijia focuses intently on the game screen, not bothering to look at her as he inquires, what brings you here? Sister Baixi approaches, skipping the pleasantries, and directly asks, did you deliberately collide with Ling Xinxing? Did he tell you so? Lin Zijia pauses, his interest piqued, and lifts his gaze to meet hers. So, you came here to confront me? To accuse me of injuring your new companion? Sister Baishi's expression hardens as she retorts. Those who engage in wrongdoing shall ultimately face retribution. You have come to defend him. Lin Zijia scoffs. You are a physician, and I am your patient. For you to confront a patient is quite audacious. Sister Baixi perceives the veiled threat in his words. According to protocol, she should examine him, especially considering he previously informed the nurse of his severe pain and expressed dissatisfaction with his attending physician, accusing them of worsening his condition. What are you doing? Sister Baixi inquires as she lowers her head, only to hear Lin Zijia's sharp command, get out. Sister Baixi raises her gaze, coolly surveying him, and retracts her hand, stating, if you are indeed well, there is no need to squander hospital resources. The doctor treating you, Dr. Wang, has an excellent reputation. Your discontent does not justify slandering him. Lin Zijia, do you not realize how crucial reputation is for a doctor, or for anyone? Sister Baixi states coldly, you find me bothersome. How do you think I feel seeing you? Lin Zijia's expression darkens. Is this all for Ling Xinxing? This response feels evasive to Sister Baixi. She senses that Lin Zijia has not truly absorbed her words. Such a proud and privileged individual often fails to grasp that some matters cannot be forced. She decides not to dwell on it. Since you wish to avoid me, I will request the director to assign you a more capable attending physician. As she leaves, She encounters Lu Jing at the door, who is accompanied by Qin Yanran. The latter casts a piercing glare at Sister Baixi, brimming with hostility, and expresses her dissatisfaction. Sister Su, why are you speaking to Brother Zijia in such a manner? He is injured and requires rest. Is this intentional? If you find Brother Zijia so bothersome, why did you agree to marry him in the first place? Qin Yanran retorts. Was it merely for financial gain within the Lin family? Lu Jing also directs an accusatory glance at Sister Baixi. Previously unaware of how the couple interacted privately, she now contemplates that perhaps the issue lies not solely with her son, but also with Sister Baixi. Otherwise, how could their relationship have deteriorated to this point? Every parent believes their child to be virtuous, and Lu Jing is no exception. Reflecting on the earlier conversation, she increasingly suspects that Sister Baixi may have been the one to bully her son rather than the reverse. Lu Jing's complexion was poor, yet she maintained a fa stating Baixi is, after all, not a seasoned physician. If she is unable to fulfill her duties, we should consider bringing in another doctor. I am contemplating transferring to another hospital. I feel the feng shui here is not favorable. Xiaoran, come inside with me. Lu Jing urged as she grasped Qin Yanran's hand. Su Baixi paused for a moment. It was rather amusing. Previously, she was the Lin family's daughter-in-law, and Lu Jing had referred to Qin Yanran as an outsider disparagingly. Yet now they appear to share a bond akin to that of a mother and daughter. Chapter 86. A heart in turmoil, Su Baixi did not linger and turned to leave. What brings you here? Lin Zijia's tone was indifferent. Lu Jing slipped a talisman under Lin Zijia's pillow, saying, for your safety. I prayed for you last time, but you surely didn't carry it with you. Otherwise, how would you have had that accident? Mom, why are you being superstitious? Lu Jing's eyes reddened as she replied, you scared me to death. You are my only son. If something were to happen to you, what would your father and I do? She continued, your father just left for a business trip yesterday. He had just departed when you. He called just now to inquire about your condition. I'm fine, Qin Yanran said softly, nearly in tears. Zijia, you had an accident and didn't inform your family. We only learned about it from others. Exactly, Lu Jing interjected. I had to hear about my own son's situation from outsiders. Zijia, do you harbor grievances against me? Your own mother? You were never like this before. Is it because of Su Baixi? She lamented. I initially said this matter should not be disclosed, as it would affect our feelings. Su Baixi had agreed wholeheartedly. Yet when Huasiyu caused a ruckus, she was unaware of the situation. Somehow, word got out, and she came to me demanding many things to silence them. Qin Yanran implied softly. Logically, the matter of donating bone marrow was only known to the involved parties. So how did Huasiyu find out? This insinuated that Su Baixi had leaked the information. Lu Jing caught on and nodded. Zijia, in truth, we owe Su Baixi nothing. It is a mutual assistance arrangement. She came to the Lin family, and we safeguarded her from Huasiyu's bullying, while the Su family desired our resources. We sought her bone marrow donation. It is an obvious transaction. Qin Yanran concurred. Sister Su is fixated on this matter, making everyone believe she is pitiable, which is indeed a bit excessive. Their dialogue by the bedside caused Lin Zijia a headache. He urged them both to leave. Concerned for her son, Lu Jing complied, instructing Qin Yanran to depart as well, so as not to disturb Lin Zijia's rest. Before leaving, Lu Jing whispered to him, Zijia, Baixi has taken considerable money from our family. If it weren't for the complexities of finances, I estimate she could start a small company with that money. Isn't that why she married you? I was uncertain before, believing Baixi to be a good girl, she said, feeling a pang of disappointment. But just now, I heard her say to you that she finds you annoying. Which wife finds her husband bothersome? If she doesn't care for you, it indeed suggests she is after your wealth. Lin Zijia remained silent. Once they had departed, Shun Qing Bai emerged from the restroom, glancing around before approaching him. How did your conversation with Sister Baixi go? What do you mean by how? Shun Qing Bai was unaware of Lu Jing's visit and simply remarked, you complained about your leg pain and wanted to change doctors, which was a clear hint for me to summon Sister Baixi. I brought her. And now you even engage in conversation with her? Are you playing games with me or with Sister Baixi? Lin Zijia lay down to rest, muttering, who asked you to bring her? I never said anything. Hey, don't deny it, Shun Qing Bai teased. Last time I asked if you were concerned about Sister Baixi, you said you weren't. Then why did you rush out of the bar that day? You even stepped on my foot. Otherwise, how could he claim Lin Zijia was effeminate? He never spoke directly about his issues, preferring to play guessing games. Once guessed correctly, he still wouldn't admit it. Lin Zijia retorted, "You are truly annoying." Shun Qingbai pulled out a chair, sitting down with a grin. "Come on, dear brother, just tell me honestly, have you developed feelings for Sister Baixi after being married for over a year?" "No." "Then what did you say?" Lin Zijia was growing impatient, tossing off the blanket and coldly replying, "What did I say to her?" The moment she entered, she accused me of colliding with Ling Xinxing. Did I provoke her? As he finished speaking, Lin Zijia suddenly turned his gaze toward the door, his voice darkening as he threatened, "What are you sneaking around for? Do you want to be hit?" Zhuo Yifan limped in, glancing around before noticing how comfortable Lin Zijia's bed appeared and unceremoniously took a seat beside him. "I'm quite curious," Zhuo Yifan began. "How did your young master, with such a temper, manage to pursue Su Baixi? Surely it wasn't you chasing her, but her pursuing you?" Zhuo Yifan continued. "Why did you bet with me back then? Was it merely to win?" Lin Zijia kicked him with his uninjured foot. "Get lost." Su Baixi had a manageable workload. Once she finished her tasks, she would accompany Ling Xinxing in his hospital room, performing small acts of service like fetching tea and water. "It's quite troublesome for you to do this," Ling Xinxing remarked awkwardly. "You needn't bother yourself with these matters. When I was hospitalized, didn't you care for me in the same manner?" Su Bai undicesimo replied in a calm tone. "It's convenient for me to check on you while handling company matters in the ward." Ling Xinxing briefly outlined some progress, compiling the details into a document and sending it to her email. "You mentioned you had a business deal to discuss." Su Baixi pondered. "I can attend." Given Ling Xinxing's condition, he could not represent the company. Ling Xinxing advised against it. The company's vice president has already gone, but the other party is dissatisfied. Negotiations are ongoing, and they are quite difficult. It would not be suitable for you to attend. Suitability is subjective. Su Baixi replied softly. One's life cannot always unfold according to one's desires. It is not society that must adapt to me. Rather, I must strive to adapt to society. How can one know what is suitable unless one tries? She picked up the pillowcase from Ling Xinxing's bed, intending to take it to the laundry when she encountered Xinxingbai. He remarked, "Someone sat on his bed for a while, and he complained of his cleanliness being offended. He wants the bedding from home." Su Baixi perceived that Xinxingbai was quite indulgent towards Lin Zijia, adhering to his every word without offering opinions, much like how she used to be. "Sister Baixi, I suddenly have something to attend to. Could you run an errand and deliver it to him?" Su Baixi replied, "I'll call a nurse." When Xinxingbai's attempt to summon someone failed, he conceded. "All right then." As he departed, he clarified, "Sister Baixi, it wasn't Zijia who caused the accident. His brakes failed, and it just so happened that Ling Xinxing was in front of him. If you check the medical records, Zijia's injuries are slightly more severe than Ling Xinxing's. There's no need for self-harm in an attempt to harm another." Subayon Thepost, replaying Kuri. "It's not important. There is no need to go out of your way to inform me." On her way back, Xinxingbai tossed the pillowcase onto Lin Zijia's face, stating, "Good brother, I truly worry for you." Lin Zijia shot him a puzzled glance, returning to his computer screen. Coincidentally, Lin Zijia was also monitoring the stock market. Chapter 87. Dispute Sister Baixi likely genuinely does not wish to engage with you. Xinxingbai recounted the earlier events, adding, "I remember that in the past, whenever you were involved, she was always eager to assist. Though her demeanor was somewhat subdued, her actions never faltered. She almost seemed to revolve around you." Lin Zijia's gaze remained fixed on the computer screen, as if he hadn't heard. Just then, Xinxingbai's phone rang, indicating he had matters to attend to, and he hurriedly departed. On the screen, the stock belonging to the Su family had surged several-fold since before. Indeed, after the suppression, there was a sudden retreat, which not only startled the snake in the grass, but also made Su Jianbin cautious. Su Jianbin is not one to be easily manipulated. It remains to be seen how effectively he can leverage the connections of the Su family. Lin Zijia lowered her gaze, discreetly rubbing the knuckle of her ring finger. Su Baixi took the place of Ling Xinxing to negotiate business. According to Ling Xinxing, the counterpart was a rather difficult partner, yet upon seeing Su Baixi, their representative exhibited a fleeting surprise, leading to a relatively pleasant exchange between the two parties. Su Baixi presented the proposal, analyzed the pros and cons, and showcased her advantages with poise and precision, leaving little room for criticism. However, her counterpart engaged in verbal tai chi, skillfully evading the core issues. "Mr. Hong, are you truly here for business?" Hong Dihai chuckled, responding, "Miss Su, not at all. We believe you are a doctor, not a seasoned businessman. Without guarantees, we cannot easily entrust this project to you. As Miss Su is well aware, this is no trivial matter. You can rest assured. Today, I represent Ling Corporation and Ling Xinxing. Su Baixi maintained a calm demeanor. Continuing, before coming here, I inquired and learned that Mr. Hong prefers to have people drink when negotiating. Those from Ling Corporation who have previously engaged with you mentioned that you said, as long as someone can down 3 bottles in one go, the cooperation would be settled. A flicker of unease crossed Hong Dihai's face. Yet, Su Baixi had already instructed the waiter to serve strong liquor, enough to knock out an ordinary person after just a third of a bottle. Those who could finish 1 bottle were praised. This was no jest. 3 bottles could be lethal if one is not careful. Miss Su, please do not act so impulsively. This matter can still be discussed. Hong Dihai discreetly whispered to a companion, who then went to make a phone call. Why don't you restate your proposal? It's quite noisy here, and I couldn't hear clearly. Su Baixi shot him a glance. Hong Dihai smiled in response. Business people thrive on adaptability and smooth communication. Su Baixi was well aware of his evasive remarks. Yet she calmly reiterated her proposal. Hong Dihai replied, there's no rush regarding business matters. Let's wait for President Ling to arrive. Su Baixi opened the bottle. No need for that, I can drink. He instinctively tried to stop her, Su. Just then, his phone rang, and, after a brief conversation, he nodded and instructed someone to bring the contract, signing it promptly and handing it to her. Miss Su, your capabilities are exceptional. It's a pity to confine you to the role of a mere doctor. The business was concluded, and both parties exchanged pleasantries. At the door, as they parted, Hong Dihai, with a smile on his face, remarked meaningfully, if it weren't for Miss Su, those 3 bottles would have been down by President Ling. You are indeed a good omen, helping to avert disaster. Baixi demand saident. On her way back, those from Ling Corporation commented, Miss Su truly is like a good omen. We did not expect them to treat you so favorably. That night, Su Baixi had a night shift. After parting ways with the executives of Ling Corporation, she returned to the hospital. Standing at the door of Ling Xinxing's ward, she contemplated knocking, but hesitated. Lin Zijia called her again, urging her to come up. His tone, less than pleasant. Su Baixi replied, it's quite late. What do you mean by that? Lin Zijia narrowed his eyes. Do you think I came here for your service? If you want to serve me, I won't be paying you. Su Baixi paused for a few seconds, then turned around. She pushed the door open and entered the ward, where Lin Zijia was throwing a tantrum. Why didn't you even knock? Su Baixi stood her ground. Knocking on the door loudly, is it done? Ah, she was even throwing a fit. Lin Zijia found this rather amusing, remarking, so you do have a temper. Is Hong Dihai one of your people? Lin Zijia raised an eyebrow and sneered. Thanks to you, Ling Xinxing now knows he is mine. What is your intention? Su Baixi closed the door and advanced. First you severed ties with Ling Xinxing, and now you present him with projects. Do you not find your behavior inconsistent? The crux of the matter was that Hong Dihai's company was not widely recognized as under the Lin family, and she, prior to her visit, could never have imagined him to be Lin Zijia's man. Lin Zijia said, do you believe I genuinely want him to drink 3 bottles? His casual attitude, even bordering on indifference, made it seem implausible. Su Baixi certainly did not believe him. Then you must be rather bored. Whether it's boring or not is for me to decide, Lin Zijia said. Returning to his spoiled demeanor, I simply find him displeasing. Su Baixi hesitative. She turned to leave. If there's nothing more, you should rest well. Su Baixi. Lin Zijia called after her. Su Baixi. She did not turn around, and he continued. How can you be so certain that Ling Xinxing's accident was not deliberate? He has long suspected Hong Dihai to be my man. By sending you to negotiate, he was merely testing me. Do you think he truly cares for you? These words echoed in Su Baixi's ears. Ultimately, she halted, took a deep breath, and replied, you crashed into him. Do not shift the blame. He tampered with my car, Lin Zijia countered. Su Baixi frowned, her tone finally turning frigid. Lin Zijia, one must adhere to evidence. On what grounds do you slander someone without proof? She added, not everyone can tolerate your baseless accusation silently. So you do have a grievance against me. Lin Zijia observed her retreating figure, saying, why didn't you voice it while we were dating? To speak frankly, Lin Zijia, I never considered what we had as a relationship. With no official standing, your calls merely summoned me to a hotel room to wait for you. I followed you, endured your disdain, and faced the scorn of others. I never regarded this as a relationship. Lin Zijia was taken aback. He gradually lowered his head, fists clenched. After a long pause, he asked, "Then why did you agree to it? Why did you choose to follow me?" She opened the door and stepped outside. "Didn't your mother tell you? I was after your family's wealth. Now that I've had my fill, I wish to divorce." Chapter 88. A plot for wealth and murder. Lin Zijia lowered his eyes, staring at his quilt. "The car accident is serious. The police have intervened. Do you genuinely believe Ling Xinxing is innocent?" Su Baixi did not respond and left without looking back. Su Baixi, you need not enlighten me about who is a villain or who has ulterior motives. Su Baixi finally stated, "In my eyes, you are no hero either." The greatest villain she had encountered was none other than Lin Zijia himself. How could he so brazenly condemn others as guilty or innocent? After leaving, Su Baixi went to see Ling Xinxing. As it happened, he was still awake. She inquired if he had eaten, to which he replied, "I am not accustomed to eating at night. It leads to indigestion, so I shall skip it." Ling Xinxing, likely having heard reports from his associates, was aware of the project's progress and expressed his gratitude. "You have been a tremendous help to me this time. I am at a loss for how to thank you." "Did they give you a hard time?" Su Baixi scrutinized his expression, searching for any signs of distress. There were none. She shook her head and replied no. She added, "Expressing gratitude is quite simple, isn't it? Once you are discharged, take me out for a meal, and I shall choose the venue." Agreed. Su Baixi genuinely wished to ask further questions but deemed it unnecessary, so she sat quietly peeling an orange. Finally, Ling Xinxing broke the silence. "Do you have something to say?" "No." Ling Xinxing chuckled and said, "Since our relationship is one of cooperation, honesty is essential. Whatever you wish to know, as long as it does not pertain to Ling Corporation's confidential matters, I can tell you candidly." Su Baixi glanced at him. Hongdi Hai is indeed associated with Lin Zijia. Though I was previously unaware, Ling Xinxing comprehended her implication. Lin Zijia is quite remarkable. At the very least, he possesses a natural talent for business, with a nimble mind and a formidable father. Together, the father and son duo should not be underestimated. Su Baixi inquired, "Is that so?" "Indeed," Ling Xinxing replied candidly. "He has plenty of dubious ideas and often strays from the conventional path." Perhaps this last statement was the crux of the matter. Su Baixi sensed that Ling Xinxing was implying that Lin Zijia's unscrupulous methods were quite effective. During university, Lin Zijia only indulged in leisure. He had no exposure to business, Su Baixi remarked. He was, as everyone says, undisciplined and idle. I once advised him to pay more attention to the business world, but he dismissed my suggestion. At that time, they were engaged in a clandestine romance and cohabiting. Even a single remark had irked Lin Zijia, who retorted, "Su Baixi, with how much you worry, why don't you just become a son of the Lin family? Inherit everything from them. What do I have to do with it?" His gaze towards her was filled with disdain. "You're utterly annoying." Yet, he quickly added, "But I must admit, your cooking is tolerable." In retrospect, Su Baixi realized that she and Lin Zijia were fundamentally different. Born with a silver spoon, Lin Zijia had the privilege of a life untroubled, even if he chose to squander it. Conversely, Su Baixi understood that everything she aspired to achieve required her relentless effort and the toil of her own hands. Sometimes, despite expending all her energy and sweat, she might still not receive the reward she sought. This was the stark difference between them. She should not place her hopes in him, nor expect him to fulfill promises of protection. It had been a misconception from the outset. She ought not to rely on anyone. The intricacies of the business world cannot be mastered overnight, Ling Xinxing asserted. Even with a sharp intellect and quick reflexes, the absence of practical experience can lead to failures. Unlike Lin Zijia, who seems to navigate everything smoothly, each of his judgments appears astutely accurate. Ling Xinxing raised a point of skepticism. Unless he has been steeped in this environment from a young age, learning for an extended period. Reflecting on their collaboration from the previous year, he reluctantly acknowledged Lin Zijia's keen acumen in the business realm, aware of when the winds of change would shift. Had Lin Zijia not altered the strategy at the last minute, they might have faced not just losses but complete ruin. "I entered this field earlier than he did. Yet he is quite competent," Ling Xinxing added, "though I refer to his abilities, not the man himself." Su Baixi pondered for a moment before softly stating, "It may also be mere coincidence. Coincidence that Lin Zijia consistently made the right judgments." Ling Xinxing smiled silently. Between the two men, Su Baixi found herself leaning slightly towards believing Ling Xinxing. Lin Zijia's every word was laced with criticism, accusing Lin Zijia of treachery. Yet, Lin Zijia never spoke ill of Lin Zijia, instead offering remarks that were rational, even tinged with admiration. As the days passed, communication between Baixi and Lin Zijia dwindled. Despite being on the same floor, they failed to meet even once. It was not until Lin Zijia called for a doctor to attend to his injuries that the hospital director sent Baixi. Lin Zijia received her with a sullen demeanor, holding back his frustration, stating, "I don't need you." "Perfect, that makes it easier," she retorted, gathering her belongings to leave. Lin Zijia pressed, "You trust Lin Zijia, don't you?" Without pausing, as if eager to escape the hospital room, Baixi replied, "Isn't it only natural to trust him?" She continued, "As long as you do not harm others. Why would they wish you ill? Lin Zijia is quite occupied and has no time to concern himself with you." Clearly irked, Lin Zijia reprimanded his employees later that afternoon, branding them as useless, leaving them despondent yet silent. The motive behind such outbursts was often a need for catharsis, though the employees remained clueless as to the cause of their boss's ire. Fortunately, the following day, the police arrived at the hospital with new information, confirming that Lin Zijia's vehicle had indeed been tampered with, resulting in the brake failure. Lin Zijia gazed at Baixi with an unambiguous look, almost articulating, "See, I told you Lin Zijia is no good." Yet, he refrained from vocalizing his thoughts. Baixi chose to ignore him, asserting, "That doesn't necessarily imply anything." "Fine." Lin Zijia acquiesced. However, the police investigation proceeded swiftly, apprehending a suspect within a single afternoon. Based on substantial evidence, it was established that the tampering of Lin Zijia's car had been executed by Lin Jijia's secretary. With undeniable proof in hand, Lin Zijia declared, "I will sue." Together with the boss, Bai turned around, questioning, "Sue for what?" "Attempted murder for profit," Lin Zijia asserted, his gaze directed at Baixi, suggesting, "The secretary bears no personal grievance against me. If not for being directed by someone, would they resort to such actions?" Initially reluctant to speak, Baixi felt compelled as Lin Zijia pressed, "What is your take?" Chapter 89. One last inquiry. What could she say? Baixi found Lin Zijia's question perplexing. Yet since he inquired, she responded, "Since it was the secretary's doing, grievances have a source. Pursue the secretary, and the police will provide you with an explanation." "What do you mean?" Lin Zijia narrowed his eyes. "Are you suggesting I am misdirecting my anger?" Baixi maintained her composure, revealing no emotion. "There is indeed no possibility of that." Baixi, Lin Zijia's temper flared. "When something happens to Lin Zijia, you claim I'm targeting him. Yet when his associates aim to harm me, you say I am misdirecting my anger. So, you believe I am a villain, while Lin Zijia is a paragon?" Baixi shot him a glance, nodding affirmatively. Lin Zijia's agitation surged, causing the hospital bed to creak, startling Bai, who rushed over to mediate. "Brother, why are you so upset? There's no need for anger. I will contact a lawyer to take Lin Zijia to court. Why are you comparing yourself to Lin Zijia? We should not engage in such comparisons," Bai continued, as Baixi slipped away unnoticed. Lin Zijia seized a pillow and hurled it towards the door. "You toss it aside, yet you don't want it back." Bai called for a nurse to clean up such waste. Lin Zijia ignored him, sitting on the bed and seeking a cigarette. "Given your injuries, it's best you refrain from smoking," Bai interjected, confiscating the cigarette. Then broaching another topic. "Do you remember Lian? What about him?" "It seems you do recall," Bai stated. "Last time, you mentioned there were issues with his family. Do you know what transpired? Isn't the same old story? His elder sister is corrupt and greedy, provoking the wrong people. Now she is using his name to open accounts, and the authorities are investigating. It's a dead end for her." Bai expressed surprise. "You had a confrontation with him last time. After that, why continue to target him, pushing him into a corner? He might act rashly now. Who told him to run his mouth? I am indeed targeting him. What of it?" Lin Zijia responded nonchalantly. "If he is caught, so be it. It's merely a matter of spending time in detention. If he had any sense, he might even reduce his sentence." Bai advised caution. "You should be careful. What if he decides to take drastic measures?" "Whatever," Lin Zijia replied, pulling out his phone to play a game. Bai sighed and leaned into chat. "You say he talks nonsense. What of it? I recall he merely said a few words about Baixi. You wouldn't be defending her, would you?" However, upon finishing, Bai quickly dismissed the thought. "No way. I have never seen you stand up for Baixi. Lin Zijia frowned. As the sound of the game echoed, he managed to retort, "You're overthinking it. I just find him displeasing." Shen Qingbai chuckled, nodding. "You seem to find fault with everyone lately. Do you have something to say?" Lin Zijia narrowed his eyes. "That's it." Lin Zijia's lawyer, following his instructions, filed a lawsuit against Ling Shenxing. However, the secretary acted independently, asserting that there was no connection with Ling Shenxing. Coupled with Ling Shenxing having his own legal team, this minor dispute fizzled out without any significant commotion. Days passed, and Lin Zijia was able to rise from his bed and walk, albeit slowly, unable to stand for prolonged periods. The nurse remarked, "Resting well aids recovery, preventing any potential aftereffects." Lin Zijia ignored her. Feeling awkward, the nurse eventually left. During this time, receptionist Xiao Zhang attempted to be attentive, but Lin Zijia wore a perpetual scowl, exuding an air of unapproachability. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Xiao Zhang dared not linger. Finally, the day arrived when Lin Zijia could be discharged. His attending physician, Su Baixi, found him alone and pitiable, so she took it upon herself to facilitate his discharge process. She inquired, "Where are those who used to surround you?" Lin Zijia, seemingly disinterested, maintained his silence. Raising an eyebrow, Su Baixi completed the paperwork and handed him the discharge form. "You are free to go. Wishing you a swift recovery. See me downstairs." Lin Zijia commanded. Su Baixi replied coolly, "I have work to do. I'll lodge a complaint against you," he threatened, prompting Su Baixi to adopt a serious demeanor and follow him downstairs. Upon reaching the street, Su Baixi glanced around, puzzled by the absence of a vehicle to pick up Lin Zijia. "Where's your mother? She should be aware of your discharge today." Even if Lu Jing did not come, surely some of his friends would show up. Yet, no familiar license plates were in sight. Lin Zijia stood a step behind her and suddenly uttered, "Su Baixi, if I were to offer you what you desire, far exceeding what Ling Shenxing could provide, would you?" Before he could finish, a business vehicle careened around the corner, barreling towards Su Baixi with reckless abandon. "Watch out!" Lin Zijia reacted swiftly, wrapping his arms around Su Baixi's waist and pulling her back. The vehicle, relentless, mounted the curb, seemingly intent on colliding with them, as though it sought mutual destruction. Protecting Su Baixi, Lin Zijia sustained a gash on his arm, blood flowing profusely. The commotion drew the attention of nearby hospital security, but by the time they arrived, the vehicle had already sped away onto the main road. Su Baixi stood in stunned silence, her mind racing. Was the attack aimed at her? Her initial thought was of Huasiyu, but she quickly dismissed it. After all, Huasiyu had no reason to engage in such a brazen and perilous act in broad daylight. Lin Zijia's arm trembled as he maintained a dark expression, but insisted, "You have yet to answer me." "You are injured," she replied. "If I can give you more than Ling Shenxing, would you still choose him? You've lost a lot of blood. You should go to the hospital for treatment." Lin Zijia lifted his gaze, warning her, "Su Baixi, I will only ask you this once. If I choose to offer now, it may not be available later." Su Baixi met his gaze, her eyes dim. Desiring to give now does not guarantee future intentions. "You once said that if I were to trust men again, I might end up divorced thrice." Her words dripped with sarcasm, which Lin Zijia readily perceived. He cast his eyes downward, his voice icy as he replied, "Very well. You are quite the clever one. Miss this opportunity, and there may not be another," Lin Zijia stated. "Ling Shenxing has plotted against me. Aligning yourself with him positions us as adversaries. Should anything arise again, if I still concern myself with you, I shall no longer bear the surname Lin." Lin Zijia, unable to tolerate grievances, was adamant that Ling Shenxing was responsible for his plight, and he would seek retribution. Her choice to side with Ling Shenxing only fueled his determination to win her back. Understanding his resolve, she replied, "It is commendable that you would make such a significant promise to win me back, but I value loyalty and will not abandon Ling Shenxing." Chapter 90. Binding Lin Zijia glowered at her. One would think this was a vow of eternal fidelity. With that, he turned and made his way back to the hospital. His injured arm, scraped and bloodied, appeared rather alarming. Chun Yuan, the hospital's finest surgeon, was assigned to tend to Lin Zijia's injuries. Upon seeing Chun Yuan, Lin Zijia remarked, "What bad luck." The nurses exchanged glances, hesitant to offend him, and looked to Chun Yuan for guidance. They were aware of the friction between the two men, having witnessed a confrontation during a team-building exercise over Qin Yanran. Although the incident had few witnesses, Xiao Zhang had a penchant for gossip and likely spread the tale, though its accuracy remained uncertain. Qin Yuan maintained a neutral expression, instructing the nurses to set down their supplies before proceeding to treat Lin Zijia. Lin Zijia pointed at Su Baixi, demanding have her come. Su Baixi protested, claiming her expertise lay in orthopedics and that she was less skilled than Qin Yuan, opting to stand aside and observe. Her reluctance to engage with Lin Zijia was palpable. Lin Zijia, perceptive to her discomfort, chose not to press the issue. Once Qin Yuan completed the treatment, he rose to leave. As they brushed past each other, he instructed her, call me when you're off work and have Ling Xinxing come to pick you up. Su Baixi furrowed her brow, pondering his intent. Could he possibly know something about the vehicle that had barreled towards them? Concerned, she indeed called Ling Xinxing to collect her after work. He escorted her home without any apparent irregularities. Thank you for your help. Su Baixi mentioned regarding the incident with the vehicle. It could have merely been an accident. Nevertheless, one should not let their guard down. It's wise for young women to remain vigilant while traveling home or venturing out. Ling Xinxing replied with gentlemanly grace, suggesting he would pick her up daily. Su Baixi, not wishing to be a burden, declined his offer. The following day, at the hospital, security provided an update. They had contacted the authorities, reviewed the surveillance footage, but the license plate had been obscured and the driver's face remained unrecorded, leaving their identity a mystery. As time passed, memories faded, and the incident was soon dismissed as a false alarm. On Thursday of that week, Su Baixi accompanied Ling Xinxing to meet a potential business partner. Such gatherings often took place in extravagant venues, enveloped in dim, golden lighting, lavish decor, and the lively chatter of women. With bottles of high-priced liquor lined up on the table, Ling Xinxing introduced, "This is President Su. He was quite helpful during my recent investigation into an anonymous complaint." Su Jiahui, the leading real estate mogul from the neighboring city, was a name Su Baixi recognized, though this was their first encounter. She politely extended her hand. "Hello, President Su. It is a pleasure to finally meet you." Su Baixi, Su Jiahui responded, smiling as he shook her hand. "I have long admired your reputation. President Su knows of me. Not only do I know you, but when you introduced yourself, you mentioned you were Lin Zijia's wife. I won't have anyone serve drinks. We are among friends here." To be honest, Su Baixi was quite taken aback. Logically, Lin Zijia had only recently begun managing their family business for a little over a year, yet he seemed to have quite the network. Ling Xinxing interjected. "They have previously collaborated on business ventures." She grasped the implication, realizing that Su Jiahui and Lin Zijia likely had significant dealings together. However, in the world of business, relationships were often dictated by self-interest, and as long as one's own interests were not threatened, friendships could flourish anywhere. Their purpose in approaching Su Jiahui was to secure a partnership for a new development project in the city, and if he were to join forces, it would greatly facilitate their endeavors. Conducting business without indulging in drinks is rather lackluster. However, as you are a woman, I do not wish to impose." Su Jiahui said with a smile, "It would be rather unseemly." Ling Xinxing took the glass, saying, "Baixi is merely accompanying me, President Su. Let's discuss business." The feeling of having someone to stand up for her was quite reassuring. What girl would not relish the sensation of being favored? Su Baixi understood the situation, yet still reached out to take the wine glass herself, softly saying, "It wouldn't be fair to say that Mr. Su is bullying me. We are merely gathered here for a pleasant chat and to enjoy some light drinks. No need to take it too seriously. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Su?" She was unrestrained, drinking freely without displaying any reluctance, which, to a considerable extent, earned her a higher regard from Su Jiahui. The ensuing conversation proceeded smoothly. After discussing further arrangements with Su Jiahui, Ling Xinxing noticed everything was settled, and it was then that Su Baixi excused herself to briefly visit the restroom. The alcohol burned her stomach, causing her to vomit several times. "Is this how Ling Xinxing takes care of you?" Lin Zijia, who had somehow appeared at the restroom door, leaned against it and stared at her intently, much like he used to when he enjoyed the spectacle. After washing her hands, Su Baixi turned to face him. Due to the alcohol, her cheeks were slightly flushed, which added a certain allure, contrasting with her typically cool demeanor. "This is the ladies' restroom. I can read," Lin Zijia scoffed. "Do you remember when we had our third encounter during college? It was in a restroom." He added, "Quite thrilling indeed." Taking a deep breath, Su Baixi looked at him. Why are you staring at me like that? Lin Zijia scanned her from head to toe, noticing she wasn't wearing any lipstick today, and shifted his gaze, saying, I thought you were about to faint. Su Baishi's expression hardened as she replied, Please move aside. You're blocking the way. Lin Zijia stepped aside, but as she passed, he grasped her wrist and quietly remarked, Ling Xinxing had you drink for him, and you were all too happy. I offer you a drink, and you slap me. Su Baishi, you are bullying me. Initially, she assumed it was just Lin Zijia, but upon his stepping aside, she spotted 6 or 7 men clad in black suits standing outside, their imposing figures reminiscent of bodyguards. It was unusual for Lin Zijia to be accompanied by such a large entourage. Su Baishi freed her wrist from his grip, her tone devoid of emotion. After a divorce, one should refrain from disturbing the other. That is what a proper ex should do. Lin Zijia's thumb brushed against her lower lip, seemingly ignoring her words, and continued, You don't look good in lipstick, don't wear it next time. This comment was utterly baffling. Feeling dizzy from the alcohol, Su Baishi couldn't be bothered to respond, and simply pulled away, departing. However, as she reached the corridor's corner, only a few steps away from the private room's door, a sudden numbness seized her neck, and she promptly lost consciousness. When she regained her senses, the surroundings appeared dilapidated, resembling an abandoned underground dump. Su Baishi coldly surveyed the area and recognized a familiar face. Why have you tied me up? I had no choice. Lian's expression was grim, reminiscent of someone at the end of their rope, desperately struggling. Lin Dongtian placed bodyguards around Lin Zijia, leaving me no opportunity to act. This revelation quickly reminded Su Baishi of the car accident from before, and she snapped back to reality. Was the car at the hospital that day yours? Yes. Su Baishi comprehended, so it wasn't aimed at me. That day, she had been standing next to Lin Zijia when the vehicle had been directed towards him. She had merely been collateral damage. I never intended to hit you, Lin bluntly stated. He wouldn't let go of you, so I decided to hit both of you. He lamented, Had I known then, I shouldn't have hesitated. I could have succeeded. At that moment, Su Baishi could only think. Perhaps she truly owed Lin Zijia from past life. Such events seemed to always fall upon her. The person you should deal with is Lin Zijia. Why seek me out? Lin glanced at her and inexplicably remarked, Lin Zijia values you quite a bit. She let out a scoff. This laughter carried a hint of disdain, suggesting she was indifferent. Lin turned his head, saying, The day I hit him, he clearly thought it was aimed at you, which is why he held on to you so tightly. In the end, he even shielded you with his body. Can't you see that? It wasn't aimed at me in the first place. Su Baishi lowered her gaze, her voice flat. Who protects whom, and who drags whom down, remains uncertain. Lin chuckled softly. Indeed, Lin Zijia values you. We, in this circle, had never noticed before. It's understandable that you didn't either. He ceased conversing with Su Baishi and began texting on his phone. Soon enough, a call came through. I want 10 million, Lin stated, taking a photo of her and sending it. Gather it from me, and she'll be fine. The phone was on speaker, and Lin Zijia's voice quickly followed. Don't be ridiculous. You wouldn't get that much for selling her. Lianazitata. This was somewhat expected by Su Baishi. After all, she truly held no significance to Lin Zijia. Lin pondered for a moment, his gaze inadvertently sweeping over Su Baishi. What do you want then? He asked. Don't push me, if it comes to it. I won't mind taking Su Baishi down with me. Lin Zijia replied, 1 million. Lin protested, insisting, it must be 10 million. I can help you get a ticket, ensuring your safe departure abroad. How's that sound? Just 10 million. Otherwise, I'll leave a mark on her face. Lin, do you even have a life to spend that much money? Lin Zijia's tone turned sharp. 1 million. Drop it. Or if you kill her, I won't care. Did you hear that? After following him for 4 years, she is still worth so little. Lin raised his head, looking at Su Baishi. On the other end, Lin Zijia suddenly fell silent, perhaps not expecting the call to be on speaker. Su Baishi, he called after a long pause. Su Baixi demand indispensive. Lin Zijia, displaying surprising patience, repeated, Su Baixi. Lin pinched her unexpectedly, causing her to cry out in pain. He turned off the speaker and said to Lin Zijia, Did you hear that? I did. Lin cut to the chase. So, can we settle this now? Wait. Lin Zijia's voice grew colder. 1 hour. That's too long. Make it 20 minutes. Where am I supposed to get that much money? I need time to gather it, Lin Zijia replied. Don't fool me. Does the Lin family lack funds? Half an hour. That's the absolute maximum. After the call ended, Lin turned to Su Baishi and said, He will come. Su Baixi demand silent. She couldn't hear what they discussed afterward, but she understood that an agreement had likely been reached. Should she be grateful that Lin Zijia hadn't abandoned her? Yet, this situation had originally targeted Lin Zijia. She was utterly innocent. It seems my assumption was correct. Lin Zijia indeed cares for you. Li Yin continued to smile. Su Baixi averted her gaze, responding in a subdued tone. Everyone experiences moments of conscience. This matter arose because of him, a quest for peace of mind. Li Yin shook his head, his gaze carrying a deeper meaning. Time passed slowly, but instead of Lin Zijia, it was the police who arrived. Ling Xinxing, having noticed her absence and a shoe she had lost at the entrance, sensed something amiss and reported it, following her location to find her. Following the previous car accident, Ling Xinxing had worried for her safety and had taken the precaution of purchasing a small locator disguised as a decorative item for her clothing, just in case. After Li Yin was apprehended, Ling Xinxing came to inquire about her condition. Are you hurt? No. I lost my phone. Li Yin must have discarded it during the ordeal. I have backups of the documents, so it's not a major issue, he said softly. Ling Xinxing refrained from probing further, perhaps sensing her troubled mood, and suggested taking her home first. All right. Throughout the journey, Ling Xinxing attempted to console her, striving to alleviate her distress. Su Baixi felt his effort and remarked, having lived for 26 years, it seems I've experienced everything. Others' life experiences are vast oceans of knowledge, while mine consists of nothing but divorce, kidnapping, or car accidents. Quite unfortunate. Perhaps I truly am incompatible with Lin Zijia. You simply haven't met the right person yet. Being young, entirely dismissing everything lacks a certain zest for life. It might be better to observe a bit longer. He smiled, saying, I heard your hospital is giving you time off next week. Why not take this opportunity to get away for a bit? A change of scenery might do you good. Perhaps. Upon reaching the entrance, Ling Xinxing softly reassured her, get some rest. Subaixi Nadif. The following morning, Su Baixi was summoned by the police to make a statement. Upon arriving at the precinct, she cooperated fully, answering everything asked of her. The officers did not trouble her, and after the inquiry, they allowed her to leave. Just as she stepped outside, a familiar figure appeared before her, followed by an embrace that felt almost expected. Lin Zijia remarked, I thought you were going to be disfigured. Su Baixi found this remark less than flattering. She pushed him away, her expression icy as she retorted, keep your distance. I intend to remain safe for the rest of my life. Lin Zijia did not advance any further, as if the embrace had merely been a formality. He commented, how wonderful, that saves me $1 million. Su Baixi remained silent, lifting her foot to depart. However, after a few steps, the voice behind her called out again, Su Baixi. Recalling what Li Yin had said, she turned to face Lin Zijia, her previously indifferent expression suddenly tinged with emotion. She halted, stating, I want the Su family's apartment. Can you obtain it? Lin Zijia raised an eyebrow, I can. But he added, but why should I give it to you? Su Baixi turned back, stepping closer to him, and softly declared, I want it. Suddenly, she reached out, grasping his hand, and slowly articulated, if you refuse, that's fine. Just don't come looking for me again. We are done, and you cannot interfere with my pursuit of the next, just as you like Qin Yanran. I am quite happy with Ling Xinxing. Chapter 92. Shielding Lin Zijia narrowed his eyes. For a moment, Su Baixi could not decipher his thoughts. He withdrew his hand, placing it on her waist, drawing her closer. Lowering his voice, he proposed, I can give it to you, but let us make a deal. What kind of deal? Lin Zijia remained silent, but set a time limit. In half a month. I will wait. Su Baixi did not take his words to heart. Over the years, she had shared many conversations with Lin Zijia, but he had never taken him seriously. Even regarding matters he remembered, he could easily go back on his word. So she held no expectations. Thus, when he agreed, she merely listened without anticipation. Her mention of the apartment was only a test, prompted by Li Yan's assertion that Lin Zijia valued her. It was merely a probe, requiring no significant sacrifice. After parting ways, Su Baixi returned home. She resumed her regular work routine for several days, and life continued as usual. Soon enough, it was time for her leave from the hospital. Unlike other doctors, her leave was not routine. Having worked non-stop, the director, concerned for her well-being, especially given her recent troubles, granted her a week off for recuperation. Su Baixi seldom posted on social media, but this time she made an exception, seeking a female friend to accompany her on an outing. Zhang Bai eagerly volunteered to join her, asking, where do you want to go? Abroad? Su Baixi shook her head, replying, no, long flights make me dizzy. Let us just visit a neighboring city. Zhang Bai suggested several locations, but Su Baixi avoided the city where their hospital team-building event had taken place, opting instead for a quieter area, saying, "It's peaceful there. How about that?" "Sounds good. I'm not in noisy places lately." When girls plan trips, they often decide spontaneously. Su Baixi packed a small suitcase, which sufficed, but Zhang Bai was different, bringing 2 large ones. "I thought you were moving," Su Baixi exclaimed in astonishment. "Why so much?" "One suitcase for clothes, the other for cosmetics and various odds and ends. It all adds up," Zhang Bai explained. Su Baixi remained incredulous. "That's excessive. We're only going for a week." Zhang Bai felt that Su Baixi lacked femininity, finding her not particularly refined. Conversely, Su Baixi considered Zhang Bai's packing outrageous, yet did not hinder their lively conversation along the journey. Zhang Bai loved taking pictures, capturing everything, especially selfies, while Su Baixi preferred to listen to music quietly once on the plane. Upon arriving at the local hotel, Zhang Bai proposed sharing a room with Su Baixi. Su Baixi declined, stating, "No, I'm not accustomed to it." "What? You're not like other women?" Zhang Bai expressed her disappointment. Su Baixi was taken aback for a moment before responding, "It's just a personal habit. No other implications. I truly prefer my own space." Understanding her perspective, Zhang Bai did not press the matter further, knowing the purpose of their trip was enjoyment, and such trivialities were inconsequential. "I think I've figured it out," Zhang Bai whispered to Su Baixi in the elevator. "You don't have many female friends, do you? Is it because you're not very sociable? Did you ever hold hands with classmates to go to the restroom?" Su Baixi paused. "Why would I need to hold hands? It's more convenient and quicker to go alone, and going in a group is pointless." Zhang Bai conceded, "That's what friendship is, dear sister. I'm used to being independent. Solitude can be quite nice," Su Baixi remarked. "I had a bad temper as a child. When people crowded around me, I would likely lose my temper. In the past, I might have even resorted to violence, which probably made others view me as intimidating, causing them to avoid me." Zhang Bai shook her head. "But you had plenty of admirers. In high school, everyone secretly voted for the school beauty, and you were tied for first place with Su Yue for a long time. Ultimately, after a vote, you won by 3 votes. Su Baixi remained silent. Their hotel was conveniently located right across the street, making it easy to knock on each other's doors without needing a phone. In the following days, Su Baixi and Zhang Bai indulged in carefree fun, exploring scenic spots. The local attire was stunning, prompting Su Baixi to purchase an outfit on the spot, with Zhang Bai following suit, stating, "Next time, I won't bring any clothes. Buying here is quite satisfactory, and the prices are reasonable." Su Baixi smiled lightly, responding, "You could also leave behind some of those cosmetics. I noticed you didn't use many." "You wouldn't understand. Cosmetics are like a woman's second face. The more I bring, the more faces I have. Beauty bloggers change their looks daily. It's a test of makeup skills. I want to try various styles," Zhang Bai explained. Su Baixi, who rarely wore makeup and preferred a natural look, could not fully comprehend Zhang Bai's sentiments. Nonetheless, she did not mind and agreed. "That makes sense." This pleased Zhang Bai, who eagerly pulled Su Baixi around, examining everything, their camaraderie resembling that of sisters. Su Baixi donned a new waist-revealing dress, which was quite alluring, with a fitted bodice accentuating her figure and a long skirt that split to reveal her long, fair legs, which seemed to shine under the sunlight. "Let me take your picture." Sometimes, women appreciate beauty even more than men do, and Zhang Bai was enamored with Su Baixi's looks and physique. She enthusiastically snapped photos and shared them on social media. Zhang Bai did not shy away from disclosing their location, and soon a flurry of comments praised Su Baixi's beauty. "Why isn't anyone praising me?" Zhang Bai quipped in response. The crowd cheerfully replied, Bai is also beautiful. Is that not common knowledge?" With her spirits lifted, Zhang Bai suggested treating Su Baixi to a meal. The two enjoyed themselves until 9 in the evening before returning to the hotel. Zhang Bai rushed to the bathroom, darting ahead of Su Baixi, who, after purchasing water, ascended the stairs. Upon reaching her room, she was met by a familiar figure leaning against her door. Su Baixi. Lin Zijia's gaze was unmistakably scrutinizing, taking in her attire, which was still the same alluring outfit from before, typically irresistible to men. In that moment, Su Baixi felt as if Lin Zijia's gaze was ablaze, almost as if he were stripping her bare. She hesitated before asking, "What are you doing here?" Lin Zijia narrowed his eyes. "You're out having fun, yet you didn't inform me?" The question was absurd. Su Baixi replied, I have no obligation to keep you informed. Lin Zijia replied, WeChat brought me back. Just a moment, I'll open the door, he said. You've blocked me from your moments. Su Baixi remarked, it's been a while. I didn't realize when I blocked you. Sorry. Chapter 93. A step closer as the door opened, Su Baixi entered, followed closely by Lin Zijia. If you have something to say it here, she said, leaving the door slightly ajar. It's late. I need a rest. The corridor lights were blinding, and as he turned sideways, only half of his face was illuminated. Is there a man in your room? No. Then why won't you let me in? Su Baixi hesitated for a few seconds, remaining silent. Lin Zijia didn't press further. His gaze swept around the room before stating, this Friday, the Su family's house will be secured. What was once a long-desired request was suddenly fulfilled, yet the feeling was far from delightful. Instead, it left a complex mix of emotions. Lin Zijia didn't elaborate on any details, and after delivering this news, he departed. She gazed at his retreating figure and couldn't help but softly inquire. Do you remember the year of the college entrance examination during the graduation ceremony when Su Yue created song? She sang only half of it. Why was the rest not sung? What? Nothing. In life, when things are overflowing, they inevitably spill. Su Yue's greatest wisdom lay in her restraint. Even her song was incomplete, the missing half lingering in Lin Zijia's thoughts, leaving an indelible impression. Compared to her genuine intentions, Su Yue's elusive nature was far more tantalizing. That night, insomnia plagued her, and the following day, she awoke late. Coincidentally, Zhang Bai also slept in, and they both remained in their respective rooms until 2 in the afternoon. Outside, the sun blazed, diminishing any desire to venture out. Zhang Bai suggested going out in the evening, and Su Baixi willingly agreed. Su Baixi had frequented bars numerous times, but never for her own enjoyment. Always to fetch Lin Zijia home. So you have no experience at all. You only find it noisy, Zhang Bai teased, pulling her to a good spot with a clear view of the entire venue. This angle is perfect. Nothing escapes your notice. What is the use? Su Baixi deep humbly inquiring. Zhang Bai answered, it's convenient for spotting handsome men. Though Su Baixi held no interest in handsome men, the moment they arrived, numerous attractive suitors noticed her. Just because she didn't gaze at others didn't mean they were oblivious to her presence. Initially, it was just the two of them, but soon, several men from the adjacent table approached with invitations. Zhang Bai accepted, and thus the two groups mingled. Someone suggested playing dice and asked Su Baixi to join, but she declined, saying, I don't know how to play. Then what can you play? They asked. I can play cards. I'll go buy a deck. I can't afford to lose, Su Baixi stated. We want to play for money. We'll play for drinks. Loser drinks. Su Baixi mantanda neutral expression. I don't drink. At this point, it was evident that Su Baixi was the party pooper. Her unwillingness to engage dampened the mood, while Zhang Bai attempted to lighten the atmosphere. However, the men clearly showed greater interest in Su Baixi, accommodating her every word. One even laughed and said, it's fine. You play, and if you lose, I'll drink for you. Su Baixi played a few rounds and won each time. The man who had offered to drink for her, now grinning, moved closer, draping his arm over her shoulder and saying, you're quite skilled. Looks like I'm of little use. Just luck, Su Baixi replied coolly. Shrugging off his arm, the man, undeterred, smoothly repositioned his hand to her waist, crossing boundaries and even giving her a playful squeeze. Su Baixi stood up, declaring, I'm going to the restroom. Come back quickly. However, upon her return, the men had vanished, leaving only Zhang Bai fidgeting in her seat, clearly uncomfortable under the dazzling lights. What's wrong? Baixi, let us go back, Zhang Bai urged, linking her arm with Su Baixi. This place isn't fun anymore. Su Baixi furrowed her brow but didn't inquire further. Her holiday was coming to an end, and upon returning with Zhang Bai, they were met by Ling Xinxing. I want to disturb you too. Zhang Bai winked at Su Baixi, hinting at something more. Su Baixi turned to Ling Xinxing, who had just picked up her suitcase. What brings you here? I specifically asked Zhang Bai when you'd be back. Ling Xinxing informed her about the recent developments at the company, providing a brief summary. By the way, I heard your second aunt is auctioning a house. Su Baixi recalled Lin Zijia's words about securing on Friday. I heard your second aunt gambled a bit. Ling Xinxing continued. Does she have a gambling habit? Su Baixi frowned. She used to, but it's been many years since she quit. It was unclear if these incidents were connected, but if they were, could Lin Zijia be involved? What are you thinking about? I was pondering. Su Baixi smiled gently, that what is unattainable is always the most desirable. The novelty of men can indeed be a tug of war. Ling Xinxing countered, everyone experiences novelty, but what sustains a lifetime is a man's sense of responsibility, whether he is willing to take on that role. Baixi mirlis maid, rimaning saident. After their reunion, a meal was inevitable. Ling Xinxing took her to a couple's restaurant, where they ordered fruit wine. It's not spicy. The brewing method is unique and not irritating, perfect as a beverage. Baixi agreed, a light drink. Indeed, it lacked any harshness and had a hint of sweetness that Baixi enjoyed, prompting her to take several sips. Upon returning home that evening, Ling Xinxing did not leave as usual at the door, but instead followed her into the living room. During their time together, he glanced at her waist and quietly asked, "Are you close with Song Shi?" As Baixi fetched water, she replied softly, "We knew each other as children. I checked the house your second aunt is auctioning. Its location isn't ideal, yet curiously, Song Shi is also bidding." Baixi handed him the cup and settled into the opposite sofa. "I don't know." Ling Xinxing tugged at his tie, speaking softly, "Baixi, I think our relationship could advance to a deeper level." This gesture was often indicative of inner agitation. Baixi had witnessed it countless times in Lin Zijia, typically when he was about to lose his temper. Ling Xinxing's hand lingered at the hem of her shirt, clearly desiring more, yet still seeking her consent. "I've observed that your character complements mine well. Life is fleeting. Choosing a suitable partner is far better than being with the wrong one. People often say to cut losses promptly, and I believe you, being so intelligent." Wu and Ti repeatedly stumble over the same person. Chapter 94. Come here. That person was unmistakably Lin Zijia. Baixi made no effort to resist. The fruit wine from earlier, though not intense, incited a moment of impulsiveness. As Ling Xinxing leaned in to kiss her, she softly said, "I don't have children, nor will I have any in the future." Ling Xinxing hesitated for a brief 2 seconds before responding, "That's all right." Baixi smiled, gently pushing him away, politely stating, "You're drunk. It's south unsafe to drive home tonight. You can stay here, and I'll tidy up the room." "I didn't hear anything about earlier." Ling Xinxing sat on the sofa, his gaze lowered, remaining silent. Everyone experiences moments of impulsiveness, but once calm returns, their mindset can shift. Baixi ascended the stairs, preparing a guest room for Ling Xinxing. Ironically, it was his home, making her the actual guest in this scenario. The following morning, Ling Xinxing may have awakened or perhaps contemplated something. Regardless of his motivations, he uttered to Baixi, "I apologize for last night's events. I hope you bear no ill will." "Of course not," Baixi replied with a faint smile. She realized that she ought to maintain a distance from Ling Xinxing. Although they were once partners, her lack of interest did not imply the same for him. Women are inherently emotional beings, while men are often driven by their primal instincts. Particularly given that Ling Xinxing did not intend to fully embrace her, their encounter seemed merely a fleeting indulgence, and she had no desire to complicate matters further. As Baixi browsed for housing information on her phone, preparing to seize an opportune moment to relocate, Ling Xinxing perceptively preempted her thoughts, stating, "We remain as we were." "Very well," she acquiesced. Somehow, the events of the day spiraled into gossip. Witnesses reported seeing Ling Xinxing greet her at the airport, followed by a meal at a couple's restaurant, and ultimately returning home together. In the eyes of the public, the notion of a solitary man and woman together in one room sparked speculation. By the time it reached Xinxing, it had morphed into sensational news. He rushed to inform Lin Zijia. Sister Baixi and Ling Xinxing slept together. Lin Zijia, distracted by real estate paperwork, flicked ash from his cigarette. "Did you see it with your own eyes?" "Everyone is saying so." With a stern expression, Lin Zijia retorted, "I thought you were eavesdropping under their bed all night." Xinxing, bewildered, responded, "Good brother, were you just taking a jab at me?" During the evening gathering, Lin Zijia sat alone in the center of the private room, while everyone else engaged in their own activities, furtively observing him, as he alone bore an unpleasant demeanor, as if anticipating an imminent clash. Xinxing dared not intervene, instead pouring him copious amounts of alcohol. Aside from Xinxing, no one else dared to approach. In a drunken stupor, Lin Zijia collapsed against the sofa, smoking, and as he closed his eyes, memories of that day in the corridor flooded back, her attire of tattered cloth, barely concealing her form. His thoughts drifted to their cohabitation days, where Baixi would await his return home, obediently attending to his every request. Inebriated, Lin Zijia clung to Shen Qingbai, murmuring, "Call someone." "Who should I call?" "Her." Understanding dawned upon Shen Qingbai, who dialed Qin Yinran to come pick him up. However, when providing the address, Shen Qingbai deliberately misled, turning to the nearly incoherent Lin Zijia. "One last time. Who should I call?" Lin Zijia remained silent, his gaze unfocused as he pondered. Shen Qingbai maintained his patience. "I'll have Sister Baixi come." Lin Zijia, Shen Qingbai anticipated the potential embarrassment they might face together. "Whenever you get this drunk, you tend to lose control. When you see Sister Baixi, do not unleash your anger, or I shall be obliged to apologize once more." Lin Zijia attempted to light a cigarette, but fumbled with the lighter, failing repeatedly before giving up. Initially, Su Baixi had no intention of attending. Yet the world is vast. And coincidentally, she found herself nearby. As her monthly cycle approached, hunger struck, and with an empty fridge devoid of midnight snacks, she ventured out to procure some provisions. Upon entering the private room, she carried a bundle of scallions and fresh eggs. "Sister Baixi," Shen Qingbai complimented sweetly, "you look even more radiant." As Su Baixi approached, Lin Zijia unexpectedly wrapped his arms around her waist, his hands wandering as he brazenly attempted to undress her in front of everyone. With an assertive tone, he demanded, "Let me see." Furrowing her brow, Su Baixi stepped back to break free, but her efforts were in vain, and she inadvertently smashed the entire bag of eggs onto his head. Lin Zijia paused in surprise for a moment, then pointed to her neck, exclaiming, "What is that red mark?" "Subaisi riplait kuli, a mosquito ait." "What kind of mosquito leaves a mark like that?" "It's from cupping," she clarified. Shen Qingbai considered intervening, but Lin Zijia's grip on her remained firm, exhibiting the signs of drunken delirium. This time, Shen Qingbai was suddenly disinclined to share in the embarrassment, saying, "Sister Baixi, could you please take this car key and give him a ride home?" Once outside in the corridor, Su Baixi softly inquired, "Is today Friday? Have you received the house?" Lin Zijia offered no response. Pushing him aside, he stumbled and fell to the ground. Struggling, he finally muttered, "I got it." Su Baixi knelt to help him up, and had he been sober, he would likely have mocked her, comparing her to Huasiyu, a person of shallow ambitions. "Are you giving it to me?" she asked. "You sleep with Ling Xinxing and still come to me for a house." Lin Zijia's hand gripped her waist, his breath reeking of alcohol. What kind of delusion is this? In that instant, Su Baixi lowered her gaze to him, uncertain if he was genuinely intoxicated. She propped him against the wall, yet he could not maintain his balance and slid to the floor. With raised brows, she extended her hand to assist him up. After several attempts, he finally grasped her hand, but just as he began to rise, she released him, and he fell again. Remarkably, Lin Zijia did not lose his temper. "It seems you are genuinely drunk," Su Baixi commented. Breathless, Lin Zijia squinted at her and beckoned, "Come a bit closer." She remained still. "Big sister, come here," he urged, his voice imbued with an intoxicating allure. "Come." Momentarily hesitating, Su Baixi leaned in closer. Lin Zijia cupped her face with both hands, his grip firm and insistent, leaning in to bite her lower lip. The sudden pain prompted her to raise her hand to strike him, but just before she could, he placed a set of keys in her palm, his slurred speech laced with pride. "Hold on to them. They're a token of affection from your Jiage." Chapter 95. Shamelessness. Su Baixi released him, taking the keys. Without her support, Lin Zijia collapsed once more. To be truthful, she felt as though she could abandon him without a second thought. Lin Zijia squinted, still dazed, and inquired, "Is it just the keys you want?" "Indeed, it is my house key." Su Baixi examined the keys, confirming their authenticity before believing Lin Zijia had indeed succeeded in securing them, rather than merely boasting. "Is it just the keys you desire?" he asked again, his voice dropping lower. "You take the keys but do not want me?" She failed to comprehend, glancing about to ensure no one was listening, noting the surveillance cameras in the corridor. After a brief moment of hesitation, recalling his earlier question, she replied, "You've reminded me. Where's the proof?" "What proof?" "The property deed." Lin Zijia lay on the ground, laughing without answering, clearly inebriated. Su Baixi recalled the last time he drunkenly called her, muttering oddities that she had dismissed at the time, and now could not recall. "I'll help you up," she offered, reaching out. As she pulled him, Lin Zijia exhaled softly in her ear, his breath warm. "Will you get up?" she pressed, pushing him back slightly. "If you won't, I'll leave." Lin Zijia continued to exhale, "Sister." His tone carried a hint of vulnerability. Frowning, Su Baixi set him down and dialed Qin Yinran to come retrieve him. Why is Brother Zijia with you? Qin Yinran, having misunderstood Shun Qingbai's directions, had yet to locate Lin Zijia. Just come over, Su Baixi instructed, providing an address. Qin Yinran promptly hung up. With several surveillance cameras in the corridor, Su Baixi felt secure leaving with the keys. Su Baixi visited the villa belonging to the Su family, a property long under Huasiyu's management, vacant and neglected for years. It seemed Huasiyu still harbored intentions of selling it, as she regularly summoned people for cleaning. Now, it appeared much as it had in her memories, and since she intended to move, this property returned to her at the perfect time. She ascended the stairs, entered her mother's room, and discovered numerous photo albums. As she flipped through the pages, nostalgia washed over her. Each one was a memory from the past. The hour was late, and she had no intention of leaving. Leaning against the headboard, she held the albums close, enveloped in silence. It was not until 3:30 in the morning that her phone began to ring incessantly. Su Baixi glanced at the screen and saw it was Lin Zijia calling. Initially, she dismissed the call, but his persistent attempts, imbued with an almost dogged determination, compelled her to answer. After all, it was he who had given her the key. Reluctantly, she picked up. What is it? Lin Zijia, still under the influence of alcohol, exhaled into the phone before accusing her. You are truly shameless. Su Baixi hung up, but the phone rang again. Having previously experienced Lin Zijia's vengeful tendencies, she felt a flicker of apprehension. Fearing he might confront her when sober, she answered again, You. Suddenly, Lin Zijia's voice trembled, slurred with emotion. Why are you like this? He asked. Why you treat me this way? You are the most repulsive person I have ever encountered. Subaiki loret hergaze, rippling. You are drunk. The background noise on his end was chaotic as he continued, Sister, look at me. After a moment, he repeated, Look at me, gripping her hand tightly. She summoned her remaining composure and cautiously inquired, Lin Zijia, who am I? After a brief silence, he called out, Sister Yue. The pounding in her chest subsided to a tranquil rhythm, returning to a state of calm, though she was uncertain what she was clinging to. Lin Zijia, who am I? She implored again. He responded, Xiaoran. With that, Su Baixi ended the call. Once more, she found herself in a sleepless night. She should have anticipated this. She ought not to have held any expectations. Yet, in that fleeting moment of exhilaration, she nearly convinced herself that Lin Zijia had called her name. It might have been Su Yue or Qin Yinran, but never her. The following day, Su Baixi called Ling Xinxing to inform him of her impending move. Is it because of what happened that night? He asked softly. Baixi, let's remain as we were. I was too impulsive that night, and didn't consider your feelings. That's not the reason, Su Baixi replied calmly. Staying at your place for too long could lead to misunderstandings. I appreciate your kindness. But now that I have my own place, I wish to move back. Ling Xinxing implored her to reconsider, but her mind was resolute, and he ultimately acquiesced, saying, Then let me help you move. No, it's unnecessary. I have few belongings and can manage on my own. Very well. After their conversation, Su Baixi researched the rental prices of villas, selected a top-tier figure, and transferred the amount to Ling Xinxing, stating, Consider my rent. He declined, saying, No need to be so meticulous. We are partners and friends. Disregarding his protest, she mailed the keys to his office and moved out. That evening, however, an unexpected visitor arrived, Lin Zijia, who let himself in without hesitation. Su Baixi felt a sense of foreboding. How do you still have a key? I knew you would be shameless enough to need one, so I made a copy. His demeanor was unchanged when sober, his expression dark, and his tone laced with sarcasm. Taking my things while I was drunk? Are you a thief? Su Baixi retorted, You gave it to me. He scoffed, I did not. There are plenty of cameras in the hallway. You can check the footage. You're the one who handed it to me. Her voice was calm, almost innocently so. Lin Zijia shot back. So you just took it and discarded me? It appears you've already checked the footage, she remarked, pouring herself a glass of water. She finished it before turning to him. Would you like some? With a sarcastic tone, he replied, Why refuse free drinks? Thus, she poured him a glass. Lin Zijia showed no intention of drinking. He merely wanted to observe her pour, demanding, Make it cold. I have none. He lit a cigarette, taunting, Then make it hot. Boil it. Then you go boil it. Su Baixi raised an eyebrow and rose to heat the water. Lin Zijia's gaze traced her back, admiring her graceful silhouette, accentuated by her attire. He suddenly declared, Having the key one team matter. The property deed is in my name. Chapter 96. Setting the stage, Su Baixi turned. I suspected as much. Then why are you acting like a thief? She shot him a glance. Who is the real thief remains to be seen. She referred to the incident in the booth where he had attempted to undress her. Lin Zijia seemed oblivious to the memory, sitting on the sofa, smoking, his eyes cast down as if lost in thought. Su Baixi, I never said I wouldn't give you anything. She looked at him. I remember you mentioned a transaction. What do you desire? His visit came as no surprise, yet she had not anticipated it would be so soon. Lin Zijia raised his head, locking eyes with her, his sarcasm palpable. Your behavior is quite unbecoming. I've conducted numerous transactions and have never encountered someone like you. Su Baixi sensed his irritation. It was evident he was agitated, especially since it was Qin Yanran who had picked him up the previous day, the very person he had been yearning for, even calling out for in his drunken state. Why then was he taking his frustrations out on her? Lowering her voice, she replied, state your demands. I do not believe I possess anything of interest to you. Oh, but I do, he countered swiftly. How could there not be? Lin Zijia glanced at his thigh. The implication unmistakable, as he stated nonchalantly, what do you think a transaction between a woman and a man entails? Those who know the ropes have already ascended. You still appear like a clumsy duck. Subaixi demand saident. Isn't it quite the bargain? He continued. We've done this before, but back then you didn't charge. Now, what's a clear price? One transaction equals a house. Don't you think you're coming out ahead? Su Baixi glared at him, her expression cold. Lin Zijia extinguished his cigarette on the table, a smirk of disdain gracing his lips, the mockery evident in his smile. Isn't this the straightforward transaction you crave? Take it and leave, use it and discard it, cash for goods. You've done all this, yet you still want to uphold some moral high ground. Isn't that a bit hypocritical? Once it's done, hand me the deed. Indeed, Su Baixi contemplated leading him upstairs, but Lin Zijia seemed intent on provoking her, his words dripping with condescension and humiliation. This is perfect. From here, I can see the reflection in the glass over there, and you can observe what we're doing. It's rather thrilling. He beckoned, come. Su Baixi might have completely disregarded his words, or perhaps she simply did not care about his provocations. She approached with compliance, ultimately giving Lin Zijia what he desired. The exchange between them stirred a mix of desires, perhaps unrelated to love, purely physical needs. Lin Zijia toyed with her, and she reciprocated. Every sound of pleasure was accounted for. When it reached its conclusion, Su Baixi wrapped herself in a towel, her demeanor cold and indifferent, resembling a man sated after a liaison, even more unfeeling than Lin Zijia. You may leave now. I do not host guests at night. Lin Zijia found the experience lacking. It felt less like he had come to spend the night with Su Baixi and more like he was the one providing a service. As he grasped her waist, leaning closer, he noticed the flush on her cheeks, a testament to their earlier fervor, her breath still slightly labored. He whispered, did you choose me for marriage because you saw my vigor? Some things I can fulfill for you. Ling Xinxing, that old man, likely cannot. The elderly are not so unreasonable. Su Baixi cast a curious glance at him and remarked, you seem to be seeking validation. Lin Zijia, amused yet irritated, grabbed his coat and prepared to leave. What about the property deed? He paused mid-step. For reasons unknown, Su Baixi sensed his anger intensifying, and he retorted sharply. Do you think everyone is like you? Not only do you eat in a disgraceful manner, but you also refuse to pay afterward? Su Baixi recognized his barbed words, but accustomed to his demeanor, she brushed it off and asked, when? Lin Zijia appeared disinclined to linger, hastening his departure, his voice echoing into the living room. Tomorrow, if you're willing, we could go to change the name on the deed. This was precisely what she desired. Nodding, she finally displayed a hint of emotion. All right. True to his word, Lin Zijia called her the following day, instructing her to wait at the company for the necessary paperwork. Upon her arrival, the staff at Lin's company recognized Su Baixi, treating her with superficial respect. Their true sentiments remained a mystery. Unperturbed, she followed the receptionist to the door of Lin Zijia's office, where a beautiful secretary greeted her. The secretary appraised her with a discerning look before directing her to a nearby conference room, saying, please wait there. His office is not for just anyone. The tone carried an inexplicable familiarity, directed toward Lin Zijia, not her. Su Baixi nodded and entered the conference room, casually choosing a seat to wait in silence. The secretary brought her a cup of coffee, adding, he is in a meeting. It may take about half an hour. That's fine, Baixi replied, placing the coffee aside untouched. After the secretary left, the conference room door remained ajar. During her brief trip to the restroom, she overheard the staff discussing her, their remarks largely unflattering, bringing up her past with Lin Zijia. Baixi had never been particularly well regarded, and while she could dismiss their gossip, one employee, likely spurred on by others, confronted her directly. I heard you only follow men who offer benefits. Is that true? Is your health poor not because of miscarriage, but because of those? Baixi splashed the coffee in her hand across the employee's face. I do not concern myself with what is said in private, she replied with a calm smile, but do not dare speak such things in my presence. The employee, possessing a modicum of beauty and perhaps having flirted with Lin Zijia in the past, was emboldened. After being drenched, she even considered confronting Baixi. Baixi narrowed her eyes. What are you doing? Lin Zijia's voice resonated from the doorway. Upon his entrance, the employee suddenly subdued her demeanor, calling out, Jia, what are you discussing? He asked with an impassive expression. Zhou Xiyu whispered, Jia, you know me. I've been quite honest while working here. It was Miss Su who splashed coffee on me. I merely asked her a few questions. It became clear that Zhou Xiyu was aligned with Qin Yanran. Baixi understood immediately. Lin Zijia had begun placing people associated with Qin Yanran in his company, which spoke volumes. It was no wonder Zhou Xiyu was targeting her. Her previous remarks likely aimed to assist Qin Yanran. Some individuals suffer inexplicably at the hands of others, devoid of rational explanation. Lin Zijia turned to Baixi. I was the one who splashed the coffee, she admitted nonchalantly, and if you bring me another cup, I shall do it again. Zhou Xiyu was eager for her acknowledgement, casting a pleading glance at Lin Zijia. Jia, look at her. Having previously clashed with Qin Yanran, Baixi recognized that there was rarely a clear right or wrong. It sufficed to know whom the parties favored. Lin Zijia favored Qin Yanran. Thus, everything regarding her was deemed correct, making Baixi's explanations irrelevant. However, Lin Zijia signaled to the secretary, who promptly escorted the flustered Zhou Xiyu out of the room. Only the two of them remained within the conference room. How long have you been here? He noticed the kiss mark on Baixi's neck and instinctively loosened his tie. A little over 20 minutes, she replied coolly. Let's take my car. I'll drive you, he said, seemingly uninterested in pursuing the previous incident. Baixi felt puzzled, having anticipated some sardonic remarks from him, especially since Zhou Xiyu had a close relationship with Qin Yanran, while she was merely a discarded ex-wife. I'm not so heartless. Lin Zijia seemed to perceive her thoughts. I wouldn't torment someone to tears one night and then seek retribution the next. So that was it. The warmth shared between a man and a woman could linger even after a night had passed. Perhaps Lin Zijia was indeed human. Perhaps he hadn't gone to extremes. Baixi smiled faintly, following him downstairs. As they walked through the company corridor, many eyes fell upon them, their gazes a mix of curiosity and intrigue. I am curious how you acquired this property from my aunt, Lin Zijia remarked, quickening his pace. Realizing she was lagging, he paused at the elevator entrance and countered, I'm also curious. When you were with Ling Xinxing, was the experience better than last night? What relevance does it have? Now that you have what you wanted, why concern yourself with how it came to be? Baixi found herself at a loss for words. As they entered the elevator, Baixi stood slightly behind, glancing up at Lin Zijia's broad shoulders and erect spine. His tailored suit contrasted with his usual careless appearance, yet it felt surprisingly fitting, lending him an air of audacity. He was taller now, standing at around 188 centimeters, which imposed a sense of pressure on her. She recalled a time when he was not as tall, when she merely had to tiptoe to reach him. If you answer me, I will answer you. He turned to her. Baixi blinked, momentarily lost in her thoughts, and when her awareness returned, she had forgotten his previous question. If Ling Xinxing knew you were so materialistic, would he still be interested in you? Lin Zijia began again, with his sarcastic tone. For instance, once you attain what you desire, you could leave without a backward glance. Baixi averted her gaze, her expression devoid of depth. I wonder if my aunt will come looking for trouble. Lin Zijia's silence spoke volumes, and with a hint of irritation, he replied, No. She is unaware that I orchestrated the acquisition of the property. Orchestrated? Lin Zijia's face hardened. A week's time was too rushed. This was the quickest method I could devise. In truth, he and Baixi had initially agreed on a time frame of half a month, during which he could have devised a better plan, but he could no longer afford to wait. The elevator doors opened, and Su Baixi stepped out first, not glancing back. Heading outside, after taking a few steps, she felt a hand at her waist. Lin Zijia had removed his coat and draped it over her. "What are you doing?" Your skirt is stained," he murmured to cover it up. Su Baixi suddenly realized that she might have just begun her period. She had calculated the timing, but did not anticipate it would coincide with the present moment. As she processed this, she sensed Lin Zijia's mood had inexplicably brightened. He even inquired if she wanted hot water and had the receptionist bring her a cup. Su Baixi paused, casting a puzzled look at him. "I'm taking you to handle the paperwork," Lin Zijia replied casually. "As long as you keep your residence there a secret from Huasiu, you shouldn't encounter any major issues." Su Baixi stated, "I have already moved in." "You live alone?" Without overthinking, she replied, "Yes." As they journeyed together, Lin Zijia's spirits appeared to soar considerably. Su Baixi cast him a sidelong glance. The procedures were completed swiftly, as if Lin Zijia had been prepared all along, resulting in a seamless process. Throughout the journey, Lin Zijia refrained from his usual sardonic remarks, which was quite out of character, leading Su Baixi to ponder. It seems that matters between men and women hold some merit after all. At the very least, a satisfied man may find his mood uplifted, even if only temporarily altering his demeanor. "Shall I escort you back?" Lin Zijia suggested once everything was settled. Su Baixi shook her head in refusal, stating no need. He did not press the issue, his gaze brushing over her waist, prompting Su Baixi to understand, "I will transfer the money to you. Consider this outfit a gift from me." Yet Lin Zijia, accustomed to a life of privilege, simply replied, "No need, just discard it." Su Baixi chose to ignore him and turned to leave. 50,000, Lin Zijia remarked as he drove back to her, offering her a friendly price. "Transfer it to me." "Did you not refuse?" Lin Zijia's expression turned cold, his tone casual. "Whose money comes easily? If I want it, what's wrong with that?" "Fine," Su Baixi nodded. She had seen the label on the coat, which far exceeded 50,000, and his casual pricing was rather audacious. To transfer the money, she had to unblock him from her WeChat blacklist, and once she did, she promptly sent the funds, though Lin Zijia did not accept it. She paid no mind until the money was automatically returned after 24 hours, prompting her to send him a question mark. Lin Zijia replied, "Just leave it as a debt. I'm not short of 50,000. Su Baixi thought he was being quite peculiar and chose to disregard him, putting her phone down to tidy up some old belongings upstairs, preparing to store away the unnecessary items and hang up some old photographs. At that moment, Lin Zijia was dealing with the aftermath of an incident involving Li Yan. Outside the police station, Shun Qingbai shot him a glance and said, "Why are you toying with her? Taking her money but not accepting it. Sister Baixi must think you're mad." Lin Zijia lit a cigarette. Seemingly bemused by Shun Qingbai's oddity, "She blocked me." "So?" Lin Zijia looked at Shun Qingbai with a hint of disdain. "She owes me money. How dare she block me?" "Let be." Chapter 98. Who will marry Shun Qingbai paused, his expression sour. "Meeting you is a misfortune I must endure for my past life." Lin Zijia glanced at him but remained silent. "If you truly care, go win her back," Shun Qingbai prodded, "but Sister Baixi is already involved with Ling Xinxing. It's too late for you." Mentioning this matter seemed to calm Lin Zijia, who replied, "They are not together." "What do you mean they're not together?" Shun Qingbai had just uttered the words when he realized, didn't someone see them spending the night together? Lin Zijia exhibited little reaction, stating, "She had her period. It's not happening." To be honest, Shun Qingbai was at a loss for words. Yet he was astonished. "You can still remember when Sister Baixi has her period?" "I don't remember." "Then you." Lin Zijia flicked away his cigarette after a year of marriage. "She wouldn't let me touch her in the days leading up to it. Furthermore, with Su Baixi preparing to move and living alone, even if they were to be together, it would not be under such circumstances." Shun Qingbai revisited the topic. "So, are you pursuing her or not?" "No need." Shun Qingbai pressed. "Isn't this the opportune moment to seek medical attention for your leg?" She called that day to have Xiao Ran pick me up. Lin Zijia glanced at his watch. "I'm quite grateful to her for letting me stay with Xiao Ran for the night." Shun Qingbai, aware of the backstory, smirked mischievously. That day, when Qin Yanran had yet to arrive, Shun Qingbai had gone to the restroom and spotted Lin Zijia in the hallway, bringing him back with him. So technically, Lin Zijia had spent the night with him. That sounds a bit sour, doesn't it? Previously discussed business matters revealed that Ling Xinxing had informed Su Baixi of the outcome, stating that Su Jiahui ultimately did not choose to collaborate with them. So Baixi froneth. Wasn't it settled before I left? She recalled Lin Zijia negotiating the follow-up with Su Jiahui before she departed, not anticipating any interruptions. Lin Zijia expressed his regret. It was supposed to be settled, but after Su Jiahui left, he encountered Lin Zijia. He left the rest unsaid, yet Su Baixi could surmise the implication. Lin Zijia had risen from humble beginnings, achieving his current status through sheer determination, unlike Lin Zijia, who inherited a well-established family, making it considerably easier for him to navigate such matters. As Su Jianbin had mentioned, if Lin Zijia was willing, he could fulfill her desires, much like in the case of this property. For nearly 2 years, she had been secretly competing with Huasiyu, a mere orphan without any leverage to challenge Huasiyu's standing, especially since Huasiyu had control over her vulnerabilities. Previously, when she conspired with Song Shi to undermine Lin Zijia, she had incited Huasiyu against him, claiming that the contract Lin Zijia had provided was flawed, leading to Huasiyu causing a scene and dragging Qin Yinran into it. Her ultimate goal was this very property. In the struggle between the clam and the snipe, the fisherman benefits. She merely aimed to profit from the ensuing conflict between Huasiyu and Lin Zijia over the contract. However, she did not anticipate that Lin Zijia would promptly rectify the contract's shortcomings, prompting Su Jianbin to declare the contract is flawless. It remained unclear whether Lin Zijia had intentionally thwarted her from acquiring the property or if it was merely a coincidence. Is Lin Zijia involved in real estate now? Lin Zijia remarked, last time, he had Song Shi win the bid, causing significant losses for Song Shi. Lin Zijia likely intended to recoup those losses from the Su family, but pulled back at the last moment. I suspect he has other plans. In your personal opinion, Su Baixi inquired bluntly, do you believe Lin Zijia is genuinely interested in this field or merely targeting us? Individual perceptions may not be accurate. Yet when two share the same understanding, the issue is not with her. Lin Zijia replied, I believe he is targeting me. I understand. Su Baixi had questioned this notion before, yet personal speculation lacked concrete evidence. She spoke softly, I apologize, perhaps he is indeed targeting me, and I have implicated you. Not necessarily. Lin Zijia replied ambiguously. The business realm had been tumultuous lately. However, in business dealings, it is often the capable who prevail. The one with the most at stake holds the leverage, and until contracts are signed, negotiations remain fluid. Su Jiahui opted for Lin Zijia, valuing the established background of the Lin family over Lin Jia's self-made success, which is not unreasonable. Lin Dantian likely knew what Lin Zijia had done, returning home to remark, it's been a while since I last saw Baixi. Let us invite her out for a meal sometime. After all, we used to be family. She took care of you for a long time. If you can't be husband and wife, at least treat her like family. How can one treat an ex-wife like family? What will my current partner think? Lin Dantian casually mentioned, remember that time you were at the Su family cemetery, holding Baixi and promising to be together for a lifetime? It was pouring rain and you got soaked. After that, you said you wanted to marry her. I never expected you would end up here. This incident was rather distant, prompting Lin Zijia to squint in recollection. She was crying so heartbreakingly. I merely went to comfort her. So you weren't serious? Lin Zijia remained silent. That evening, Lu Jing returned home with Qin Yinran after a shopping spree, bringing back numerous items. Seizing the moment after dinner, Lu Jing consulted Lin Zijia. I've had someone look into it. Xiao Ran lacks the malice Baixi has. So it won't disturb our family's harmony. You two seem compatible. How about we set a date for your engagement? How does this Friday sound? Lin Zijia sat up from the bed, his tone unclear. Why the rush? I'm not in a hurry. I've been preparing for a while, Lu Jing advised gently. It's not fair to keep a girl waiting. It's better to settle down early, rather than delaying like you did with Baixi, marrying only when she's no longer young. Lin Zijia felt uncomfortable at her words, suppressing his emotions. Am I delaying her? Do you wish to take your anger out on your mother? Lin Zijia indeed felt that way, but refrained from showing it. He calmly replied, let's wait until Xiao Ran graduates. Lu Jing disagreed. It's just an engagement. It doesn't mean you have to marry right away. Establishing some certainty is also beneficial. But what if, after 2 years, I no longer want her? Who will marry her after an engagement? Upon hearing this, Lu Jing widened her eyes in astonishment. What did you just say? I was merely hypothesizing. Lin Zijia steadied his emotions. Without certainty, there's no need to make it public knowledge. I never intended to settle down now. Bringing Xiao Ran to our home is inappropriate. She is an unmarried girl, naive to the ways of the world. Wouldn't that tarnish her reputation? Chapter 99. Intentions. Lu Jing responded, I only want what's best for you. You previously urged me to break up with Xiao Ran and be with Baixi, which I refused. Lu Jing frowned, scrutinizing Lin Zijia's demeanor, struggling to understand his thoughts. Now I'm bringing Xiao Ran back to matchmake you too, and you still resist. What exactly do you want? She inquired. Lin Zijia, growing impatient, suddenly said, You should have told me about Su Baixi's miscarriage long ago. He murmured, Was it my fault that I delayed her? Back then, it was your opposition to the marriage that forced us apart. Lu Jing was genuinely hurt. Although Lin Zijia had been rebellious in the past, he had never spoken to her in such a manner. Their mother-son relationship now seemed precarious. Lu Jing stood up, her face clouded with worry, tears brimming in her eyes. Fine, I'll send Qin Yin Ran back tomorrow. Is that acceptable? Lin Zijia paused for a few seconds before saying, I'll take her. Whatever. Lu Jing stormed off without looking back, returning to her room to discuss the matter with Lin Dongtian, who replied, I told you not to meddle in their affairs. No wonder Jia has grown distant from you. All right, it's all my fault. You all blame me, as if I'm superfluous. I'm trying to think of this family, wanting everyone to be well. Is that wrong? Jia is young and lacks understanding. Why are you acting this way? Lu Jing retorted, From now on, I won't interfere. You all can do as you please. Due to this incident, Lu Jing fell ill and was hospitalized the next day. Lin Zijia, initially planning to send Qin Yin Ran back, was delayed and had to visit Lu Jing in the hospital instead. She was gravely ill, and Lin Dongtian privately reprimanded Lin Zijia. This is your mother. Regardless of how disagreeable her actions may seem, she is still your mother. Do you understand? I understand. The hospital room was eerily quiet. Lu Jing, seeking tranquility, sent away all visitors, leaving only family. Mom, Lin Zijia, somewhat aware of her condition, spoke in a softened tone, I'm not blaming you. And should I thank you? Lu Jing, with a fever patch on her forehead, appeared frail and worn. She continued, Su Baixi took away many things when she came to our home. Her aunt is not a good person. She's been demanding and has exploited us for years. Haven't we endured all this for Su Baixi? Su Baixi approached you for her own gain. Only you seem willing to accept this mess. Lin Zijia frowned and quietly replied, You are not mistaken. Lu Jing, infuriated, let slip her thoughts, initially holding back her frustration, but startled to find Lin Zijia in agreement. She gasped, What? I mean, you're right. Lin Zijia seated himself on the chair beside the bed, peeling an orange meticulously. I always knew she was using me while pretending otherwise. I've never liked her. He offered the orange to Lu Jing, saying, Mom, my life is mine to live. My marriage and family are my own affairs. You should only concern yourself with Dad. I understand your intent. You are indirectly telling me to stay out of it. Lu Jing lamented, clutching her heart. In a parent's eyes, no matter how old you are still my child. What is wrong with caring for you? You're not at fault. Lin Zijia reassured her. None of you are. His tone was ambiguous as he added. So you, like Su Baixi, have never consulted me. Assuming you know what I want and that all actions are for my benefit. Lu Jing was heartbroken. There exists an insurmountable generational gap between elders and the young. Lu Jing struggled to comprehend Lin Zijia's words, interpreting them as grievances against her. Overwhelmed with sadness, she asked, Didn't you say you want to marry Qin Yin Ran? Yes, Lin Zijia conceded, but I never said it had to be now. Moreover, I have never expressed this to Xiao Ran nor sought her opinion. He continued, Your interference has led outsiders to believe I am marrying Xiao Ran. Lu Jing dismissed his words, insisting, I am acting according to your wishes. Lin Zijia rose, embraced her gently, and lowered his voice. You do not truly comprehend my wishes. He pleaded, This marriage is inevitable. I never intended to end it. Lu Jing's eyes widened in shock. After Lin Zijia left the room, her hands trembled. The shock resonated within her, blurring the lines between reality and illusion. Lu Jing's condition worsened. During this time, Lin Zijia remained focused on her care, frequently visiting the hospital. Qin Yin Ran also brought nourishing black-bone chicken soup and supplements, visiting often to look after Lu Jing. On one occasion, Lin Zijia arrived with Qin Yin Ran, and Lu Jing observed them, perceiving them as a well-matched couple. Qin Yin Ran playfully tugged at Lin Zijia's sleeve in the corridor, cooing, Will you take me home? I want you to. Lin Zijia cast his eyes down at the cigarette in his hand. Zijia, Do you not like? Qin Yin Ran began, but halted when she met his gaze. Lin Zijia smiled and asked, was I too harsh on you earlier? How annoying, Qin Yin Ran pouted, her face paling slightly, yet she soon leaned in to hug him. You scare me. A woman's intuition is often astute. Qin Yin Ran sensed an unease in her heart, as if something was slipping through her fingers, unattainable and elusive. She cautiously remarked, Zijia, have I been too willful? If you dislike it, I will change. Lin Zijia merely tousled her hair, reassuring her, no need to change. Do you know what I like most about you? What? Your willfulness, your spirited nature, and your occasional boldness. I truly appreciate that. Qin Yin Ran, pouting, softly asked, is that a compliment? Yes, a compliment, Lin Zijia nodded. I like you just the way you are. Qin Yin Ran, feeling reassured, smiled sweetly, tentatively tugging at his shirt. Lin Zijia did not resist, and she boldly reached for his hand. This tender moment was witnessed by Lu Jing in her hospital room, leaving her even more astonished than during her previous conversation with Lin Zijia. She clutched her heart, beginning to breathe rapidly. Not long after Lin Zijia and Qin Yin Ran departed, Baixi arrived, bringing gifts and placing them on the bedside table, carefully explaining which items would be beneficial for certain aspects of health. Her expression subdued, yet her words considerate. Aunt Lin, wishing you a swift recovery. Chapter 100. Affection, what brings you here? To speak candidly, Lu Jing was quite taken aback upon seeing Baixi. During their previous encounters, Baixi had always been accompanied by Qin Yin Ran, and given the unpleasant circumstances surrounding their divorce, Lu Jing had not bestowed Baixi with any amiable gestures. I heard you were unwell, so I came to pay a visit, Baixi said, casually tidying up the rubbish on the table. Observing her actions, Lu Jing suddenly remarked, I thought you would rather not see me. Not at all, Baixi replied calmly, her demeanor poised and her every gesture imbued with politeness. We are, after all, family. In the past, I regarded you as my own mother. You are unwell, and I merely came to check on you, nothing more. As she spoke, Baixi lowered her gaze, adding, moreover, during my last hospitalization, did you not send me numerous supplements? One must not forget their roots, nor be ungrateful. The Lin family has indeed shown me kindness, which I remember with gratitude. Lu Jing turned her head away, still unable to summon any warmth towards Baixi. If it were not for Baixi, her relationship with Lin Zijia would not have deteriorated to its current state. Lu Jing replied, you need not fabricate reasons. I did not send you any supplements, nor was I aware of your hospitalization. The implication was clear. Those gifts did not come from Lu Jing. A fleeting image of Lin Zijia crossed Baixi's mind, but she swiftly dismissed it and stood up, saying, since I have seen you, I shall take my leave. Such unsolicited advances had only been directed at Lin Zijia in her lifetime. It appeared she had exhausted her efforts on the Lin family, not wishing to humiliate herself further, and recognizing that Lu Jing was not welcoming. She stated, I came to return the supplements. If they were not from you, then I have indeed come at the wrong time. I apologize for the intrusion. Had it not been for the supplements, she would not have subjected herself to this frosty reception. As Baixi reached the door, Lu Jing suddenly lifted her head and inquired, Baixi, I recall that when you were younger, you did not possess this demeanor, correct? What do you mean, Aunt Lin? Lu Jing continued, when your parents were alive, you were quite the spirited socialite, a formidable young lady in the elite circles. That was long ago, Baixi replied indifferently. In my youth, I was rather naive. Now that I reflect, without the Su family, I am nothing. It is rather embarrassing that you still remember those days. With that, Baixi exited, leaving Lu Jing alone to gaze out the window. Upon exiting the hospital, Baixi encountered Lin Zijia returning. What brings you here? The similarity in their inquiries was striking. I came to check on your mother, Baixi admitted, feeling no need for pretense. She took good care of me when I lived at home. Standing on the steps, Lin Zijia, though positioned lower, appeared at eye level with her. He stood before her like a wall, his gaze sweeping over her neck, where the fading marks of a kiss were evident. A wave of desire washed over him as he recalled the details of their last encounter. Lin Zijia was keen to continue their previous arrangement. Where are you headed? Allow me to escort you, he offered cheerfully. Are you also venturing into real estate? The Lin family's business is extensive. We dabble in various ventures, and real estate is merely foundational, he replied. Baixi scrutinized his expression as if discerning the truth. Then why engage in competition with Ling Xinxing? What prompts him a partner with Su Jiaohui, and you to involve yourself? Su Baixi asked in a measured tone. What do you mean? Lin Zijia's expression darkened, an aura of tension enveloping him as he coldly stated. Are you here to argue with me? I am not, Su Baixi replied, noticing his volatile demeanor. I have matters to attend to. So I shall. Did I permit you to leave? Lin Zijia interrupted, halting her. He grasped her wrist tightly, causing it to bruise from the pressure, the blood flow stifled, tinged with a hint of purple. Did Ling Xinxing put you up to this? Do you believe everything he says? Lin Zijia's tone was harsh. Were you questioning me on his behalf? Or did you come seeking justice, believing I was undermining him in business? Su Baixi remained silent, meeting his gaze. His agitation surged as he continued. Su Baixi, in business, it is survival of the fittest. The most capable will prevail. By your reasoning, if I have my eye on a prize, and someone else competes for it, they are targeting me? That is their fault. I merely asked you a question. Su Baixi replied calmly. Lin Zijia, however, retorted, I discerned your intent the moment you spoke. You were inquiring why I would compete with Ling Xinxing. Having reached this juncture, evasion was futile. Su Baixi could not escape. She nodded. I only hope you do not let personal grievances lead you to unjustly retaliate against others. You may direct your frustrations toward me. Towards you? Lin Zijia chuckled softly. That is certainly an option. I find it absurd that some believe they can serve me one evening and then feel entitled to question me on such ambiguous matters days later, he said. Su Baixi paused, her expression darkening. I intend to leave. Please step aside. Their altercation was brief. Lin Zijia relinquished his grip without further insistence. In that fleeting moment, as they passed one another, he lifted his gaze to the hospital entrance, his voice barely audible to Su Baixi. I want you to see clearly that Ling Xinxing is inadequate. Su Baixi froneth. He turned back, his eyes like a bottomless abyss. He lacks the capability to provide what you desire. That you would come to me at his behest is truly beneath you. Su Baixi did not respond. Yet Lin Zijia pressed on. What do you see in him? Their relationship was one of mutual collaboration, not one of seeking refuge under Ling Xinxing's wings. A stark contrast to her previous choice of a Lin family. Unable to provide an answer, she chose to ignore him. Following that day, life continued as usual, devoid of significant upheaval, and thus Su Baixi did not dwell on Lin Zijia's words. However, after more than a month, a crisis emerged. Ling Xinxing encountered severe difficulties. Partners began to breach contracts, paying exorbitant penalties to dissolve their agreements with him. Such actions, without any underlying conspiracy, resulted in considerable losses for both parties. Yet the partners were resolute, leaving Ling Xinxing struggling to maintain his financial stability. The Ling family could only stave off collapse temporarily, but failure to deliver to buyers on time would inevitably lead to further complications. Ling Xinxing chuckled bitterly. Only someone like that would go to such lengths to undermine me. It was evident who he referred to. Currently, Su Baixi was entwined with Ling Xinxing. Should the Ling family encounter problems, her own company would become a mere shell, exposed to public scrutiny and potentially preemptively revealed to Huasiyu. In this tumultuous time, Su Baixi refrained from contacting Lin Zijia. Instead, she accompanied Ling Xinxing in social engagements, striving to re-establish collaborations and mitigate losses as much as possible. That day, they worked late into the night, both having imbibed alcohol, and they supported each other beneath the streetlights. I haven't worked this hard in ages, Ling Xinxing remarked. The journey from nothing to something is arduous. Every brick and tile of the company has been built with my own hands, painstakingly established, he continued. Those born into wealth cannot fathom such a process. Everything they desire must be attained through their own efforts. My 100% effort may only equate to their mere 1%. Su Baixi listened in silence. In truth, her experiences with Ling Xinxing bore some resemblance to his. She said, I have journeyed from having everything to losing it all. My 100% effort may have been in vain, yet I have not surrendered. I believe that where there is sincerity, there will be a way. I once endeavored to warm a person's heart. Ling Xinxing quietly inquired, if faced with two choices, how would you decide? It was an open-ended question, yet Su Baixi understood its implicit meaning. Her eyes fell, heavy with sorrow. The pain she felt at that moment was profound, akin to a long-neglected bell tolling suddenly, echoing through the heavens, reminding her of the cruel reality that was beyond her control. Su Baixi remained silent for a considerable time before compassionately making a choice for him. I would choose the first one. As they walked along the roadside, shielded by rows of green trees, the dim yellow streetlights cast long shadows of them, closely intertwined. Ling Xinxing came to a halt, leaning down to place a kiss on her forehead. Baixi, I regret it. You are truly wonderful. He continued, I once thought about being with you forever, truly. Su Baixi feigned ignorance and softly replied, we have never been together. We are merely partners. Yes, right, Ling Xinxing responded awkwardly. We're just partners. Perhaps there were seeds of ambiguity and a desire to attempt being together. He could set aside the obstacles she could not bear, yet ultimately, he succumbed to the demands of life. Su Baixi claimed there had never been a beginning, thus no vague feelings existed. When they reached the intersection, they finally parted ways, diverging on separate paths. Thus, Su Baixi was left alone once more. She dragged her weary body along the desolate road, inching forward until she encountered a familiar figure. Much time had passed, nearly 2 months since their last meeting. Lin Zijia stood there, simply gazing at her. Su Baixi felt as if he were reveling in her misfortune. Though his face bore no expression, she sensed he was mocking her. In truth, you need not persist so relentlessly. Su Baixi approached him and stood firm before him. Your actions have made it clear that no one would choose me, and this is of no significance. Though she was deeply saddened, she feigned indifference, saying, if you merely wish to take revenge, then you have succeeded. As he said, no one wants me. No one truly cares for me. Love is worthless in the face of reality. Having had a few drinks, Su Baixi's mind became muddled. You have driven me to the edge, watching me struggle. And just when I found a glimmer of hope, you returned to shatter it, observing me continue to fight in vain. I do not understand. Su Baixi extended a hand, her fingertip pressing against Lin Zijia's chest, enunciating each word. Did I ever disturb your ancestors? Lin Zijia grasped her hand within his. Furrowing his brow, he said, Ling Xinxing abandoned you for his company. He merely chose the company over you. Why do you not blame him? Su Baixi withdrew her hand. He built his business from the ground up. It has not been easy for him. I have no reason to burden him. His choice of company is rational. Anyone would know how to choose. Yet the company she had painstakingly established was on the verge of collapse. Without Ling Xinxing as her shield, it could not escape the scrutiny of Huasiyu and Su Jianbin. Her current strength was insufficient to contend with the Su family. Lin Zijia had obliterated her hopes. Previously, during the property dispute, Lin Zijia had intentionally amended the contract, thwarting her plans. Later, during the divorce, he had purposely pushed her into the fray, allowing Huasiyu to use her as a target. Now, as she had created a company, Lin Zijia sought to undermine her yet again, pushing her to this brink. It was he who forsook you. Why do you not blame him? Lin Zijia repeated the question. Su Baixi's eyes were dull, filled with sorrow. There is nothing to blame. If your good friend has an apple and invites you to share it while you both are starving, but upon eating, discovers it cannot be divided, and thus consumes it alone to survive, would you blame him? The apple was his to begin with. Lin Zijia replied, that only indicates his inadequacy. Unable to provide 2 apples. Unable to comprehend, Su Baixi ceased to argue. She brushed past him, continuing her steps forward. Lin Zijia clenched his fist, turning to shout after her retreating figure, why do you not seek my help? It is I who have triumphed. Even a cat plays with a mouse in such a manner. Su Baixi did not turn back, capturing it but not consuming it, merely to toy with it. Because of you, everyone points at me, labeling me shameless. The truth is, I desire what I truly desire. Su Baixi declared, even if I abandon the Su family, I will not beg you for mercy. I have truly had enough. Lin Zijia stood there, speechless, merely watching her gradually fade from his view. In the profound silence, he lowered his head, a hint of sorrow in his eyes. Lin Zijia sought out Shun Qingbai, who at that time was still in the company of another girl. When he emerged, he wore only his trousers, saying, did you mess up? Why does she not plead with me? Lin Zijia lowered his gaze. I wish she would. Chapter 102. Embraced you like Sister Baixi? Lin Zijia offered no response. Do you not think you're being too cruel? Even if I do not like her. Shen Qingbai placed a hand on Lin Zijia's shoulder and spoke softly. At the very least, allow her a way out. She has been with you for 4 years. Aside from the matter of the child, she has wronged you in no way. In truth, even regarding the miscarriage, she had not wronged him. Lin Zijia remained silent for a moment before softly confessing, I drove Ling Xinxing away. I must admit, your business acumen is quite impressive, Shun Qingbai admired. Does your father know that you have been going about this indirectly to deal with Ling Xinxing? Ling Xinxing's hands are not clean. Last year's collaboration was ostensibly a mutual profit, but he exploited me for gain while scheming against me behind my back. There is no benefit in partnering with such a person. I can extricate myself entirely and retaliate. What can Su Baixi offer? Lin Zijia coldly remarked. Last time in the car, I intentionally recorded a video. He still managed to shift the blame onto his secretary. Shen Qingbai asked, does Baixi know? She does not believe me. Shen Qingbai chuckled. If it were not for a long-standing acquaintance, I would also tend to trust Ling Xinxing based on your claims. Ling Xinxing appears to be a good man on the surface, a gentleman, yet he is merely a fade, Shen Qingbai observed. Perhaps, sensing the oppressive atmosphere, he suggested, since she does not seek your help, why not lower your head to her? On what grounds? Lin Zijia retorted. It is she who is at her wit's end. Not I. Am I to plead with her to depend on me? He coldly asserted, I have never bowed my head to anyone. After all, he was born with a silver spoon, having lived 23 years without hardship, with no one to offend. Standing atop his pedestal, he could not fathom the need to look down upon others. Shen Qingbai disregarded him, insisting, though Baixi is slightly older than us, she is still a girl. If you can yield to Qin Yanran, why not to Sister Baixi? They are both girls. Your bias is evident. I, however, hold no bias. If you neglect her, I will introduce her to a new boyfriend tomorrow. Lin Zijia's expression darkened as he turned away. That night, he drove to the Su family villa's entrance. The lights on the second floor were still on. He sat in his car, smoking, finishing nearly 5 cigarettes before finally raising his hand to honk the horn, the shrill sound echoing. Fortunately, there were few residents nearby, thus the disturbance affected only Su Baixi. Su Baixi, after consuming alcohol, suffered from a throbbing headache and struggled for a considerable time before finally succumbing to sleep. However, she was abruptly awakened by the piercing sound of a horn. Her body drenched in cold sweat. Standing by the window, she peered down to see Lin Zijia emerging from his vehicle. He looked up and commanded, come down. No one answered him, and Su Baixi even drew the curtains shut. Lin Zijia retrieved a bottle of liquor from the car and gulped it down, the strong scent of alcohol emanating from him as he approached the door. The key had been previously copied, and Su Baixi had likely been too preoccupied during this time to remember to change the lock. This oversight allowed Lin Zijia to enter unimpeded, brazenly stepping into her abode. Su Baixi, he called out as he ascended the stairs, his voice oscillating softly. Su Baixi. He continued to call her name repeatedly, sitting at the door, attempting to peer through the crack but seeing nothing. With a creak, the door opened, revealing Su Baixi standing there, her gaze directed downward at him. The villa was shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the faint glow of moonlight filtering through, casting shadows upon their shoulders. The light obscured her expression, making it difficult for him to discern her feelings. Lin Zijia paused. What exactly do you want? After a moment of hesitation, he inquired, have you eaten dinner? Su Baixi frowned, responding curtly, yes. With this confirmation, he hesitated again before asking, would you like to go out and see the moon? I do not wish to, she replied, placing a hand on the door to close it. If you have nothing important, please leave. Su Baixi, Lin Zijia blocked the doorframe, and as he moved closer, the overpowering scent of alcohol enveloped them. Unable to close the door, Su Baixi resigned herself to his presence. She scrutinized him before demanding, what do you truly want? With a voice laced with intoxication and an air of superiority, he declared, let me give you money. At this moment, understanding began to dawn on Su Baixi. Taking a deep breath, she spoke coldly, Lin Zijia, if you wish to apologize, simply say I'm sorry. I am sorry, he uttered. Those 3 words left Su Baixi momentarily speechless. However, in this world, not every matter could be resolved with a mere apology, nor could every issue be quelled with a response of it's all right. Lin Zijia lowered his head, murmuring, without Ling Xinxing, it does not matter. What he cannot provide, I can. So what? Thus, Lin Zijia continued, never lifting his gaze from the ground. I am more capable than he is. This is not a matter of capability. But do you not need someone capable to assist you? Lin Zijia countered. You are intoxicated. Su Baixi insisted, attempting to shut the door. If you were sober, you would not be saying these things. Lin Zijia, stronger than she, easily pushed the door open, extending an olive branch. I will support your quietly established company. Su Baishi's heart skipped a beat. To be honest, this was precisely the issue weighing on her mind. If Lin Zijia was not merely jesting, then his proposition was indeed tempting. After all, without Ling Xinxing, finding a new partner in such a short time would prove to be quite challenging. What do you say? Calmly, Su Baishi retrieved her phone from the bed, activated the video function, and aimed it at his face, demanding, repeat that. Lin Zijia's expression faltered for a moment, but he complied, reiterating her request. Is it a deal? It is a deal, he confirmed. Su Baishi raised an eyebrow, suddenly remembering to ask, what do you want in return? This conversation resembled negotiations, a transaction of sorts. Su Baishi sensed that he was indeed inebriated. Otherwise, he would not have approached her at this hour. Suddenly, without uttering a word, he wrapped his arms around her waist, resting his head on her shoulder, the scent of alcohol wafting from his breath against her neck. He embraced her tightly, making it difficult for her to breathe. Embrace me, he whispered. Su Baishi frowned and unexpectedly revisited the question she had posed that night. Lin Zijia, who am I? Baixi et replave. Thus, she instinctively raised her arms and returned the embrace, asking, is this all you desire? Chapter 103. Dance. Lin Zijia tilted his head slightly, responding, is there anything else I could want? Su Baishi chose not to argue with the drunken man. She saved the video on her phone, waving in front of him, stating flatly, if you wake up tomorrow and claim not to remember this, I will release the video. If it comes to that, we both lose. Do as you please. Lin Zijia replied as his hand wandered over her waist, exploring her body without restraint. Su Baishi managed to settle him in the guest room next door, covering him with a blanket before retreating to her bedroom. Later that night, Su Baishi felt a hand on her waist. Turning her head, she found Lin Zijia's enlarged face mere inches away. The drowsiness she had felt earlier evaporated, and she widened her eyes, nudging him. Su Baishi, stop that, Lin Zijia murmured. Still asleep, trapped in a dream. It had been so long since she last heard this. She vaguely recalled that during their cohabitation, Lin Zijia would speak similarly in his sleep. He leaned closer and unexpectedly kissed her cheek, murmuring, stop it. Su Baishi clenched her fists, remaining silent. Stop it? She thought. She detested that term, as if she were the one being unreasonable, even though she had done nothing to warrant guilt. Staring at the ceiling, she lost all hope of sleep until dawn broke. When Lin Zijia finally awoke and glanced at Su Baishi, his eyes held an indistinct haze, as if he had yet to adjust to the reality around him. When did you wake up? He asked. Just now, she replied. Lin Zijia sat up, ruffling his hair, seemingly unsure of what to say, waiting for her to speak. She initiated the conversation. Does what you said yesterday still stand? It does, he answered readily, then inexplicably asked, did I say anything while I was sleeping? Nothing, she replied. Only then did he retract his gaze, rolling off the bed with a tone that was markedly improved from before, saying, consider this my compensation to you. It felt rather trivial, but she had no other options left. All right, she acquiesced. Lin Zijia studied her expression, noting no signs of distress, then remarked, I shall take my leave. She had no intention of seeing him off. Once outside the villa, Lin Zijia encountered Zhu Yifan, who approached him with a knowing smile. I hear Su Baishi despises you. You always put her in difficult positions. Lin Zijia retorted, if you have the ability, why not step in? Sure, Zhu Yifan chuckled. I wasn't entirely satisfied with my loss to you. What one cannot obtain is always the most desirable. What remains unconsumed lingers in the mind. Lin Zijia's expression darkened, and he said nothing further, turning to leave. Another day passed, and Lin Zijia indeed fulfilled his promise, assisting Su Baishi in resolving her immediate troubles, shielding her company from the Su family's scrutiny. However, he simultaneously tied her to Hong Dihai's operation. According to Lin Zijia, no one knows that Hong Dihai is my company. It is secure. It was unclear why he, having the Lin family's established enterprise at his disposal, felt the need to establish another company. Yet, intertwining their affairs meant he had unwittingly given her leverage over him. This certainly justified his claim of security. Zhang Biyue invited her out for a meal. Reflecting on the situation, I thought Ling Xinxing had genuine feelings for you. In this day and age, what does liking or disliking matter? Su Baishi replied with indifference. Getting entangled in such thoughts is, to some extent, a self-imposed disturbance. Zhang Biyue continued, it seems Lin Zijia's attitude towards you has changed. Subaixi exhibited nobisible reaction, stating, he toys with me, delivering a slap followed by a sweet treat, claiming to compensate me. I always feel this is a roundabout form of humiliation. Once bitten by a snake, one is afraid of the well rope for 10 years. Zhang Bai murmured, at least he does not target you, which is a silver lining. Su Baishi's expression remained calm, accompanied by a faint smile. To be honest, Lin Zijia had indeed been acting rather strangely lately, as Su Baishi frequently encountered him in various places by what seemed like mere coincidence. When he offered, I'll give this to you, she declined, and he drove away promptly, without lingering or making a fuss. Over time, Su Baishi began to consider that perhaps these meetings were indeed serendipitous. The greatest folly in life is to indulge in unreciprocated feelings. If one's assumptions are correct, it may only lead to a revelation of another's thoughts. However, if mistaken, the awkwardness falls squarely upon oneself. Su Baishi had entertained fantasies in the past, but they had long since faded. On this particular day, while accompanying Zhang Bai on a shopping trip, they unexpectedly ran into Lin Zijia, who was dropping off Qin Yanran at her school. Zhang became Qin Yanran doesn't seem impressive, yet she attends a rather prestigious dance academy, one of the top in the country. I mean, look at her stiff posture. I doubt she can dance better than I can. Su Baishi shook her head, replying, I don't know. Are you not rivals? Don't you think it's wise to gather intelligence on your competition? Zhang being quiet. Su Baishi honestly replied, I have a multitude of responsibilities every day. Surgeries are never-ending. I simply don't have the time to concern myself with this. Clearly, we differ, Zhang Bai said, feeling sympathetic towards Su Baishi, whose demanding role as a doctor left her little time, even to catch her husband with a mistress. Just the other day, I uncovered everything about that Li Qimeng who was flirting with your ex-husband at the hospital. Su Baishi smiled faintly. Perhaps I've grown weary of it. Lin Zijia used to flirt openly with women in my presence, and after witnessing it repeatedly, I find it no longer matters. As they wandered through the university district, filled with an array of street food vendors, Su Baishi purchased a box of candied strawberries. But you don't like sweets, Zhang Bai remarked. Su Baishi nodded. She bought them not for consumption, but as a memento. Zhang Bai didn't pry further, respecting the unspoken secrets each person harbors. She bought 3 boxes for herself, enjoying them as they continued their stroll. They eventually found themselves at the university, where a dance competition was taking place. It was rumored to be a final assessment, with each dance student showcasing their prepared performances in an open setting for spectators. Zhang Bai remarked, didn't you also have a background in dance? I recall you took the arts examination during your college entrance, but your outstanding scores made it unnecessary. Taking the arts examination can lower the threshold for college entrance scores, a shortcut many students pursue when their academic performance is lacking. Su Baishi responded, that was a long time ago. After wielding a scalpel for too long, I lost interest in such vigorous activities. Even as a hobby, it could be enjoyable, Zhang Bai suggested. As they stood at the base of the stage, they spotted Qin Yanran performing, revealing that Lin Zijia had brought her specifically for this occasion. During her performance, the audience waved flowers and held up light boards, creating an atmosphere akin to a star-studded concert, albeit less grand, primarily fueled by encouragement from classmates and admirers. Zhang Bai asked, what do you think of her dancing? Average. Su Baishi offered a candid assessment. This was not born from personal bias, but rather a professional perspective. Zhang Bai chuckled, can you dance this piece? Yes, she acknowledged. Unexpectedly, a mishap occurred as Qin Yanran fell during a complex backbending maneuver, collapsing on stage and causing a commotion. Many rushed to her aid, including Lin Zijia. Zhang Bai, reveling in schadenfreude, remarked, I told you she was too stiff. How could she possibly attend this school? Lin Zijia carried Qin Yanran away, presumably to the hospital, and when passing through a narrow path, their eyes met. His movement noticeably faltered. Zijia? Qin Yanran murmured, it hurts. Thus, Lin Zijia resumed his steps, saying, I'll take you to the hospital. Zhang Bai frowned and whispered to Su Baishi, he just saw you, didn't he? Not sure, Su Baishi replied. Zhang Bai insisted. He definitely noticed you. Just a few days ago, he was drawn to you, yet here he is, acting as if you're invisible in front of Qin Yanran. I'm accustomed to it, Su Baishi replied coolly. Meanwhile, Lin Zijia placed Qin Yanran in the car, instructing the driver to take her to the hospital. Zijia, won't you come with me? What if I need help getting out later? Qin Yanran's eyes glistened with an earnest, almost helpless plea. Her gaze fixed firmly on Lin Zijia. What are you looking at, Zijia? She pressed. Lin Zijia averted his gaze, boarding the vehicle with her. Let us head to the hospital first. Coincidentally, the nearest hospital was the one where Su Baishi worked, and upon arrival, The staff exchanged knowing glances upon recognizing Qin Yinran. In a place bustling with so many people, the doctors were mostly familiar with one another. Qin Yinran's injuries were quite serious, requiring hospitalization. The injury itself was minor, but the impact from her fall against a decorative prop on stage had caused significant damage. The next day, Baixi arrived at work to hear from Nurse Liu. We initially planned to transfer her under your care, but I advocated for her to go to Dr. Li next door. Nurse Liu, being a mere assistant, had no real authority to make such decisions. It was evident the hospital had made arrangements with her feelings in mind. Baixi inquired, "Is her injury severe?" "It should be," Nurse Liu answered readily. "Your ex-husband has been keeping watch over her in the ward." Initially, all seemed well, but later on, it appeared they had a quarrel. We could hear her crying through the closed door. Nurse Liu emphasized, she was crying quite loudly. She added discreetly, as for the specifics, it was inaudible. As the saying goes, where there are people, there are rumors. A single incident in one ward can stir quite the commotion, echoing through several floors of the hospital. Baixi was among the last to learn of it. Some commented, when a third party intervenes, there is seldom a happy conclusion. Men are fickle, and one can never predict when they might cast someone aside without warning. Even Zhang Bai lamented, just a while ago, they were sweetly in love, proclaiming plans for marriage, and now it seems they may be on the verge of separating. Since they were in the same hospital, their chances of encountering one another significantly increased. That afternoon, Baixi spotted Lin Zijia standing at a corner, enveloped in a cloud of smoke. The haze obscured his expression, making it difficult to discern his emotions. "If I were to marry Xiaoran, what would you think?" he asked. Baixi paused, then sincerely replied, "Congratulations." "Congratulations?" "Indeed." Lin Zijia lifted his gaze, locking his eyes onto her face, incredulously repeating, "You congratulate me? You needn't invite me to the wedding banquet," Baixi replied. "If I were to attend, I might inadvertently disrupt the joyous atmosphere." Lin Zijia's expression was inscrutable. "I have work to attend to. I must take my leave." At that moment, Lin Zijia grasped her wrist, saying softly, "Baixi, are you serious? You intended to marry her, did you not?" Baixi responded coolly. "Whether you marry 2 years from now or today, there is little difference." Lin Zijia said nothing, leaving her with a furious stride. Anyone unaware of the situation might think she had wronged him. Baixi remained rooted in place for a long while. When she turned back, she found Qin Yinran behind her. "Could you give him to me?" Her tone lacked the previous arrogance, instead bearing a hint of desperation. "You're already divorced," Qin Yinran said, on the verge of tears. "There's no need for lingering ties, is there?" Baixi replied candidly, "I am not entangled with him." However, Qin Yinran was unconvinced. Tearfully, she exclaimed, "On the day of the charity event, we both fell into the lake, and the person he rescued was you, even though he clearly knew I was in the water too." "You misunderstand," Baixi replied with a gentle smile. After all, at that time, Lin Zijia had repeatedly stated that had he known it was her, he would not have saved her. How could he possibly save her while being aware that Qin Yinran was also in the water? It was an established fact that Lin Zijia had escorted Qin Yinran to the hospital afterward. Qin Yinran shook her head, tears welling up in her eyes, and uttered, "You know nothing." With that, she turned and fled. Baixi remained silent for a moment before returning to her office. She sensed that Qin Yinran's emotions were somewhat off, but it was common for someone experiencing heartbreak to behave in such a manner. Thus, she dismissed it as a normal reaction. The incident did not weigh heavily on Baixi's mind. However, the following day, after a grueling 7-hour surgery, she emerged feeling utterly drained and pale. As she descended the stairs, she sensed someone standing behind her, and, in that moment, she was forcefully pushed against her back. Baixi's instinct was to grasp the nearby railing, but she stumbled and fell to one knee, scraping her skin. "What are you doing?" Lin Zijia's voice cut through just in time. He caught Baixi and turned to face the staircase. There stood Qin Yinran, clad in a hospital gown. Seeing her plan thwarted, Qin Yinran cried out, "I wanted to push her down. Are you out of your mind?" Lin Zijia's tone was icy. "Zijia, you've never spoken to me like this before," Qin Yinran said, tears streaming down her face. "You're being so harsh." Lin Zijia steadied Baixi and urged her to leave first. "Zijia, please don't be like this." Baixi had no desire to linger and quickly departed. But the argument behind her grew increasingly loud. Qin Yinran wailed for Lin Zijia's embrace, only to be rebuffed. her cries escalating. Are you lying to me? You don't even like me. I give you money every month. That was the deal we made 2 years ago. Baixi halted at those words, but did not linger, hastening her steps. But you also said you liked me. Qin Yinran sobbed, her vision blurred by tears as she reached for Lin Zijia's shirt. You treat me so well. No matter what I do, you say you like me. Lin Zijia evaded her grasp. Zijia, why? 2 years prior, he had chosen her from the crowd, agreeing to provide her with a monthly sum. Her family's financial struggles meant her parents could barely send her to high school, and during her senior year, when her father fell ill, it was Lin Zijia who covered all the medical expenses, presenting a simple condition. You just need to be with me. Qin Yinran had always been oblivious to the true nature of his intentions. She had naively believed he was genuinely fond of her, helping her in a roundabout way because of his affections. You also helped pay for my college tuition and sent me to dance academy, she cried. You said you liked girls who could dance, which is why I pursued it. Lin Zijia's expression darkened. This was a side of him she had never witnessed before, cold, distant, and unfamiliar. He pressed his lips together, his jaw taut, and stated, that's enough. Aunt Lin has been discussing our marriage. Have you never considered marrying me? I thought after over 2 years together, there would be some feelings. Qin Yinran tugged his shirt again, but once more, he turned away. Lin Zijia's stern demeanor frightened her, and trembling, she asked, Zijia, have you ever liked me? He turned back and replied candidly, I do not like you. I like a certain quality you possess. Moreover, that day I returned home. At the door, Lin Zijia continued indifferently, I mentioned marriage. It was that day when Lu Qing had taken her back to the Lin residence for dinner, and he had hinted at the fact that they would not reach the point of marriage. Qin Yinran recalled this, but pretended not to understand. Your injury isn't healed yet. Return to your room, Lin Zijia remarked, his tone lacking the usual warmth, sounding almost dismissive. Such a stark contrast plunged Qin Yinran into despair, and with tears streaming down her face, she fled. In the office, Xiao Lu was assisting Baixi with disinfection. How did you manage to fall? I hope it wasn't tea because you were lost in thought again, working day and night, but you never listen. Baixi was preoccupied with the argument she had overheard at the staircase, responding weakly, When Lin Zijia arrived, Xiao Lu was just preparing to bandage her wound. Let me handle it, he said, approaching her. Xiao Lu glanced at Baixi, who remained silent, prompting Xiao Lu to step aside and leave the door ajar. After all, they had once been married. Despite their separation, they could still remain friends, couldn't they? Xiao Lu was open-minded and refrained from voicing any opinions. Baixi, you don't know how to bandage. She avoided his hands, insisting, you should have let Xiao Lu finish before you came. She attempted to take over, but Lin Zijia seized the gauze from her, his movements surprisingly proficient. I may not have experience, but I've seen enough. The atmosphere was quiet, neither speaking. Lin Zijia's bandaging was far from professional, yet it sufficed, and Baixi, disinterested in his technique, allowed him to proceed. After a long moment, he finally declared, all done. Lin Zijia looked at her, his voice lower than before. Don't you have anything you wish to ask me? No. Her straightforward response caused him to lower his gaze. Since she did not inquire, he volunteered, I have nothing to do with Qin Yinran. Baixi's heart sank. The argument she had heard in the hallway made it clear that Lin Zijia had sought Qin Yinran out 2 years prior, even before she had married him. It indicated that he had never intended to preserve her dignity. From that fateful night 4 years ago, everything had been flawed. Baixi, this matter does not concern me. I know, Lin Zijia's voice dropped even further. You have never cared much. He tidied up the medical supplies and smoothed down her dress, saying, Baixi, I have an unreasonable request. Baixi narrowed her eyes. Her intuition warned her that it would not be a favorable proposition. As expected, Lin Zijia suggested, how about we remarry? Lin Zijia, I am not an object. Baixi slowly rose to her feet, feeling the sting from her knee injury. Yet the pain in her heart was far greater. I'm not something you can summon at will or discard at your convenience. Lin Zijia seemed to struggle with her sentiment, asserting, you need me. I can help you. Having traversed this treacherous path once, how could she dare tread it again? He spoke of it as if it were a mere child's game, devoid of seriousness, and not a lifelong commitment, merely a fa ade of marriage. Baixi turned away, her voice cold as she stated, in life, one harbors myriad aspirations and desires. Initially, I was filled with anticipation and dreams, only to realize in the end that merely existing suffices. She added, I do not require your assistance. Why not? He pressed. Ling Xinxing has already abandoned you. Su Baixi felt as if she could not breathe. Could you please leave my office? Lin Zijia's expression shifted slightly as he rose. What exactly do you want? He retorted. Isn't this what you desire? What did she want? Su Baixi could not comprehend, yet she was undeniably agitated, feeling a suffocating weight on her chest, as though she had aged beyond her years. Even if your relationship with Qin Yanran is transactional, you should not deceive her feelings. You cannot just toss her aside. What will she do? Are you defending Qin Yanran now? Lin Zijia appeared even more perplexed. If memory serves, you have had your share of conflicts with her. He suddenly laughed derisively. Are you sympathizing with a third party in your marriage? This is a responsibility you must bear. Are you instructing me on how to conduct myself? Lin Zijia's expression was inscrutable, filled with ambiguity. A transaction that was agreed upon long ago, and you dare to speak to me of responsibility? I provide that sum of money each month to ensure her family enjoys a comfortable life. That is my fulfillment of this transaction's obligation. He added, instead of discussing her. Why not discuss yourself? There is nothing to discuss, she replied. Unwilling to relent, Lin Zijia revisited past grievances, stating, while I was exhausting myself to help you secure a house from Huasiyu, what were you doing? You were preparing to bed Ling Xinxing. You criticized Qin Yanran for my irresponsibility. Were you responsible when I helped you? You were preoccupied with thoughts of romance with Ling Xinxing. He continued, Zhang Bai, a woman without a title, would go to your hospital to confront Li Qiming for Zhuyi Fan. Yet you, Mrs. Lin, claim to care for Qin Yanran. What is your intent? To forge a sisterly bond with her? Chapter 106. Temper Su Baixi felt an unsettling heaviness in her chest. This sensation was akin to plummeting from a great height into an endless ocean, vast and tumultuous. She struggled to grasp something, anything, even a floating weed would suffice. Yet all that met her gaze was emptiness. It was a profound sense of powerlessness. She involuntarily raised her eyes and muttered, You did say we should each pursue our own interests. Lin Zijia clenched his fists, poised to speak when Su Baixi stumbled slightly, quickly reaching for the nearby table for support. Sister Baixi, he rushed to her side, offering assistance. I am not angry with you. Su Baixi was uncertain what it truly meant to be angry. She only recognized that Lin Zijia, accustomed to being pampered as a young master, had his temper seep into every aspect of his demeanor, perhaps even unbeknownst to himself. Observing her closely, Lin Zijia noted her pallor and softened his tone considerably. Sister Baixi, what troubles you? He inquired. You have not raised any concerns about Qin Yanran being by my side for so long. Why now? Su Baixi bit her lip, took a deep breath, and quietly said, I need to rest. You may leave. The lengthy surgery, compounded by the sudden revelation of this matter and the pressure from Lin Zijia, left her utterly fatigued. She yearned for sleep. Lin Zijia, recognizing her genuine need for rest, nodded. Very well. Yet, as he turned to leave, he remarked, regardless, you will no longer contact Ling Xinxing. Once he departed, Su Baixi found the solitude of her office to be remarkably liberating. She fell into a deep slumber, filled with a series of chaotic dreams, where the day's events felt unreal and non-existent. She felt a sense of relief. However, upon awakening, Lin Zijia returned, having obtained supplies from Xiao Lu to redress the wound on her knee. Despite her initial refusal, he insisted, and she resigned herself to the simple task of changing the dressing, which was acceptable. Yet, as he tended to her, he inquired, Sister Baixi, have you given my proposal any thought? Su Baixi had not. She replied, this arrangement is sufficient. You are still young and can find someone better. Lin Zijia carefully cut the bandage and secured it with precision before stating, you used to run away from home, but would return the next day. Why not this time? He continued, did I not promise to assist you? Recalling past events, Su Baixi managed a faint smile, although it lacked warmth. Lin Zijia sensed her smile was devoid of true joy and asked, why do you wish to remarry me? He replied, the child was your choice to terminate. Yet the Lin family owes you a debt. My mother believed she was acting in accordance with my wishes, hence her poor treatment of you. I am willing to make amends. Su Baixi maintained her faint smile, responding, there is no need for compensation. She stated, as you said, it is merely a transaction. The exchange is complete, and there is no necessity to mention recompense. Lin Zijia furrowed his brow. After finishing the dressing, he neatly organized his tools and suggested, Sister Baixi, Do visit my home for dinner sometime. I am busy with work, she replied. Lin Zijia countered, then allow me to drive you home after your shift. I am working the night shift today. He lowered his gaze, asserting, I inquired with Xiao Lu. You're not on the night shift. So Baixi nadit stating. I wish to work. As mature adults, when a question is posed thrice without receiving a definitive answer, the implications become clear. Lin Zijia understood this, saying, I am conceding to you, Sister Baixi. I have noticed, Su Baixi remarked, this is the first time in our time together that you have done so. In truth, Lin Zijia silently rejected this assertion. The atmosphere grew heavy, and feeling uneasy, Su Baixi added, when you agreed to the divorce, you did so readily, leading me to believe you were pleased. He stood, stating, I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave. Very well. In a hospital, staff moved to and fro, and nurses were often the first to learn of any developments among patients. After Xiao Lu returned from an errand, she brought Su Baixi surprising news. Stunned, with a face of disbelief, she exclaimed, Dr. Su, do you recall the first time we met Qin Yanran? Your ex-husband brought her in for a pregnancy test, didn't he? That event felt distant now. Su Baixi pondered for a moment. Xiao Lu continued to gossip at that time. They claimed it was for a pregnancy test, but did you know? She was still a virgin. Su Baixi boast. This morning, a female patient arrived with a condition in that regard, who shared a basin with Qin Yanran. Fearing contagion, I suggested she get checked, and it turned out. Xiao Lu whispered, what does it mean that your ex-husband previously brought her for a pregnancy test? Su Baixi recalled, they were there for back pain, weren't they? Xiao Lu chuckled, adding, it seems Lin Zijia did indeed say it was for back pain, while the pregnancy test was requested by Qin Yanran herself. That must have been deliberate flaunting, Xiao Lu said with glee. What kind of woman does that? To come flaunting before you, the legitimate wife, without having had relations? As the pieces fell into place, Su Baixi remembered the commotion from the hotel next door. Xiao Lu remarked, I've heard about that too. Qin Yanran got into the school through connections, and she is only mediocre at dancing. Every time she came in for back pain, it was likely due to her being too stiff. When her school had assessments, we speculated they were practicing stretches at night, and thanks to Qin Yanran's loudness. Xiao Zhang's big mouth spread rumors they were sleeping together. Su Baixi fell silent. Lin Zijia was unexpectedly innocent. She truly had not anticipated this. After all, with Lin Zijia's privileged demeanor, he would never allow himself to be wronged. When he mistreated her, Su Baixi had estimated he could indulge in such antics all night. She lowered her gaze, focusing on the cup of water on the table. Later that evening, Lin Zijia returned, bringing a bouquet of flowers which he arranged in a vase in her office, asking, are you truly working the night shift? Dis, Su Baixi replied softly. Lin Zijia paused for a moment before continuing. Su Baixi, it seems you have never liked me. It is remarkable you have tolerated it for so long. He remarked, when you were a child, you coveted a chain from my uncle. I stole it for you. Yet all you saw was the chain. Just as I helped you secure the house, all you saw was the key. Lin Zijia spoke gently. You claim I am responsible, yet I have not touched Qin Yanran. What might I be responsible for? The only duty I can conceive is to care for her now. What do you expect of me? Alternatively, if you were straightforward, I might understand better. Chapter 107. Weariness, I have no expectations of you. Su Baixi gazed at the flowers in a vase, their blue and white petals, though not particularly rare, exuded a refreshing elegance. She stated, we are not quarreling, nor are we sulking. We are divorced. This is no jest. It is a genuine separation. Even if we separate, we can reconcile, Lin Zijia remarked, just a trip to the Civil Affairs Bureau. A knock echoed at the door. At that moment, Xiao Lu appeared, poking her head in, and directed her words towards Su Baixi. Dr. Su, patient number 0728 is in a critical condition. We may need to operate sooner than anticipated. Without hesitation, Su Baixi turned to leave. I'll go right away. Dr. Su, you still haven't given me an answer, Lin Zijia interjected, clearly annoyed by Xiao Lu's interruption. Standing tall and blocking her path, he stubbornly asserted, you haven't nodded yet. Dr. Su, the patient is waiting. Xiao Lu chimed in, only to be met with a cold glare from Lin Zijia. I'll take my leave now. She hastily retreated, no longer lingering. Su Baixi clutched her medical records, her mood plummeting as anger bubbled beneath the surface. Move aside. It's not difficult to give a nod, he insisted. Su Baixi's expression hardened. Lin Zijia, not everything in this world unfolds as you wish just because you desire it. She added, Desire does not equate to possession. With his gaze lowered, Lin Zijia was enveloped in a sense of sorrow, perhaps even confusion. He remained silent. Baixi circumvented him and pushed the door open. The voice behind her continued. You used to love dancing. I thought you would attend a dance academy. No one knew you ultimately chose medical school. Baixi did not halt her stride. Both are passions. Both are lives. Some must relinquish their hobbies for the sake of survival. Ultimately, the path is one's own choice, with no option for reversal. The patient's condition was dire. Despite her knee injury, Baixi hurriedly made her way. Lin Zijia attempted to grab her, but she abruptly shook him off, exclaiming, Lin Zijia, enough. He countered, the hospital isn't solely relying on you as the doctor. There's no need for you to go. You're injured. Wouldn't it be better to stay here? That's my patient. It's the doctor's duty, Baixi replied coldly. If everyone thought like you, a patient could die while you delay due to a minor injury. Is that what you desire? Are you here for enjoyment or to save lives? Someone like you, who has lived in a sheltered environment, always catered to, can never understand, do you? Lin Zijia stood rooted, his downcast eyes concealing a multitude of grievances. What does the patient's plight matter to me? I'm concerned about you. Why can't you appreciate that? His jaw tightened. An expression Baixi found somewhat familiar. He seemed to have endured much before finally saying, I truly cannot comprehend why you insist on being so stubborn. Baixi ceased the conversation and turned to leave. Engaging in a debate about responsibility with Lin Zijia was futile. However, just as she took a couple of steps, he unexpectedly lifted her into his arms. In her struggle, her hand inadvertently struck his face. Though unintended, the sound was resounding, especially in the corridor. Lin Zijia paused, and Baixi was momentarily stunned. Yet, he continued to hold her, eventually placing her at the door of the operating room, softly saying, Go in. Conflicted, Baixi was at a loss for words, primarily because the patient could not afford any delays. She limped, prepared herself, and dashed into the operating room. It was a grueling 5-hour surgery. When Baixi emerged, Lin Zijia was nowhere to be seen. As Xiao Lu, her assistant, spoke in hushed tones, I heard from the front desk that Yin Ran left abruptly. Her mental state appears troubling. I genuinely believe she should see a neurologist. Exhausted from 2 consecutive surgeries, Baixi felt too drained to respond. Even with a brief respite, the intensity of the work environment remained taxing. Xiao Lu remarked, Dr. Su, you don't look well. Perhaps you should rest? All right. As she returned to her office, the hallway lights were blinding. Her mind was hazy, and when she looked up, she was struck by a hallucination. In the distance, she saw Lin Zijia, accompanied by Yin Ran, who clung closely to him, tears streaming down her face as she sobbed. Zijia, I knew you wouldn't abandon me. Can you stop running around? Lin Zijia's tone was ambiguous. Yin Ran wiped her tears, sniffling. As long as you're with me, I want to wander off. Return on your own. He pointed towards the patient ward. As usual, she pouted playfully now. Lin Zijia's piercing gaze bore into her for just a second. In that instant, Yin Ran was intimidated, releasing her grip and obediently departing. Zijia, don't be angry. I'll behave. Witnessing this scene, Baixi felt a pang of sorrow. Lin Zijia could turn on a dime. He could elevate someone to the heavens when he was fond of them, yet drive them to madness when he wasn't. The way Yin Ran submissively yielded, fearful of his departure, starkly contrasted with the past. Already? Lin Zijia noticed her and approached. For reasons unknown at that moment, Baixi felt an overwhelming urge to flee. She indeed turned to escape, but soon after, he grasped her wrist. Fronin, Enque, Subayonfe. Why are you running away when you see me? What could she possibly say? Should she express that she perceived a vast inferno approaching, ready to consume her in its searing flames, or perhaps convey that she saw an endless abyss, where a slight misstep would lead to her demise? Caught in his grasp, she felt weary and tiredly replied, I didn't see you. You did. I'm heading back to my office. The path is mine to guide. Why are you retreating? With no escape, Baixi found herself cornered. She suddenly lifted her gaze, meeting his eyes with a cold stare. Lin Zijia, haven't you had enough fun? As you said, after 4 years, you must be tired of playing with me. Why must you obstruct my path? Lin Zijia's expression darkened. He opened his mouth, finally muttering something indistinct. Not tired. Should I thank you for that? Lin Zijia frowned and replied, I'll escort you back. That's unnecessary. Su Baixi interjected before he could speak again. You should check on Qin Yin Ran. Her mental state is concerning. Pay attention to her. Chapter 108. So many matters. Lin Zijia asked. Why do you pretend to be ignorant when you understand perfectly? Su Baixi merely responded, I'm quite fatigued. Then let me take you to rest. This was the most amicable resolution they could reach. Su Baixi levantis torifis, allowing Lin Zijia to follow her back to the office. Upon entering, she attempted to close the door. That's enough. You can leave now. All right. Lin Zijia hesitated for a moment before nodding. As he reached the corridor, he received a phone call, likely concerning something significant, and hurriedly exited the hospital. Seeing him leave, an inexplicable sense of relief washed over Su Baixi. After working a night shift, she needed to leave by 6 in the morning. As she departed, she encountered Qin Yin Ran once again, attempting to sneak out. What are you doing? The ward is that way. Upon seeing her, Qin Yin Ran quickened her pace, darting towards the street. Although Su Baixi had no pleasant memories with her, she feared for her safety and hurried to grab her. In doing so, she noticed Qin Yin Ran's face, haggard and sunken, her dark circles prominent. She looked as if she had aged decades overnight, despite being in her early 20s. Was this the power of love? To lose a romance and become so worn down? Su Baixi urged, come back to the hospital with me. Qin Yin Ran attempted to shake her off, but when her first attempt failed, she began to shout vehemently. It's all your fault, Su Baixi. My fault? Su Baixi remained calm. How is this my fault? Qin Yin Ran pointed at her face and accused. You insisted on competing with me. He had already given up on you. What a clever tactic to send Huasiu to stir up trouble. Now that he knows the truth about your miscarriage, he wants you back. Everything was orchestrated by you, wasn't it? Upon mentioning this matter, Su Baixi's expression darkened. She coldly replied, Qin Yinran, get your facts straight. You are the one who is despicable. Whoever Zijia dislikes is the real, despicable one. Qin Yinran retorted sharply. It appeared that for some girls, the legitimacy of the law and the boundaries of morality were irrelevant. Their judgment of character hinged solely on a man's affections. This was the first time Su Baixi had encountered such a skewed worldview. Suddenly, she no longer wished to engage with her, stating, do as you please. With that, Qin Yinran found herself in trouble. She dashed into the street and was ultimately struck by a speeding car. Thankfully, the driver managed to brake in time, preventing her from being crushed. Su Baixi was jolted awake, confronted by a pool of blood. In her mind, she experienced a haunting vision where her parents lay on the ground, reaching out to her from the crimson abyss. Su Baixi shook her head violently, the scene before her becoming clearer. She rushed to assist Qin Yinran, calling for help from those in the hospital. Vehicles halted by the roadside, aiding in the swift transport of the bloodied Qin Yinran to the emergency room. Half an hour later, Lin Zijia arrived. He hurried over, scrutinizing Su Baixi before finally asking, Are you all right? Su Baixi raised her head, furrowing her brow. Is this how all men behave? They pamper you when they like you and treat you like a treasure. Yet, when they don't, they remain indifferent even if you were to die in the operating room. All men? Lin Zijia emphasized the point. What about you? Have you encountered any other men? Su Baixi turned her head away, coolly responding, Qin Yinran went out to find you because you left her without a word last night. Yet, I heard that you two were arguing in the street, and you pushed her away, causing this incident? Su Baixi stood, her tone growing heavier. Must you be so insistent on this? They stood face to face, Lin Zijia towering over her. Even as she stood, she could not match his intimidating presence. He countered, Must you be so stubborn? Su Baixi replied, I am not. Lin Zijia softened slightly, moving closer, and finally embraced her, whispering, Let us not quarrel, shall we? I don't wish to argue with you now. Su Baixi pushed him away. However, his strength was overwhelming, and she could not budge him. Lin Zijia held her tightly, saying, Sister Baixi, I will handle this. This matter is not for you to concern yourself with, he added. Coincidentally, Shunke was on duty that day and learned of the incident. Lin Zijia entrusted Su Baixi to Shunke, stating, Please take her home. Shunke nodded, of course. Su Baixi felt her presence was unnecessary. She had seen the extent of Qin Yinran's injuries. They were not critical, and with timely medical attention, especially with Chun Yuan operating, her life was not in jeopardy. Thus, she willingly accompanied Shunke home. On the way back, Su Baixi inquired, Are you aligned with Lin Zijia? Senor Su. It's not quite appropriate to describe it that way. Shunke chuckled, knowing he could not keep it from her. We are merely acquainted. What do you mean by acquainted? The relationship is neither too deep nor too shallow. Shun teased. Su Baixi cut to the chase. Don't hide it from me. If I and T figured it out, I wouldn't T ask so directly. Seeing they had reached this point, Shun confessed, "Hello, sister-in-law. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Shun Qingbai, a distant cousin of Shun Qingbai, raised in my grandmother's countryside home. After coming to the city for school, I haven't met many people. Few know me." So, there was this layer of familial connection. No wonder when Shun Ku first took her home, he had recognized Lu Jing, who mentioned that Shun Ku seemed familiar, but she couldn't recall where she had seen him. At the time, Su Baixi had not paid much attention to it. "Stop calling me sister-in-law. I have no relationship with Lin Zijia." "Sister-in-law, don't be so petulant." Their marriage was dissolved. This was not a matter of being petulant. Su Baixi was too weary to explain further. After all, Shun Ku was still an ally of Lin Zijia. She asked, "Are you watching over me for him?" Shun Ku replied, "Don't phrase it so harshly, sister-in-law. I merely relay some hospital updates to him." No wonder Lin Zijia was often aware of hospital matters, including Zhang by assaulting Li Qiming. Shun Ku was quite the gossip. Shun Ku glanced at Su Baixi through the rearview mirror, stating, "The snacks I brought you were sent at his request. I figured out that you don't like overly sweet treats." He seemed unaware of your taste. Su Nuntai Daixi nodded Moonmosa. As for the snacks, she had indeed been oblivious to Lin Zijia's involvement. It was a trivial matter, hardly worth noting. She brushed it off, especially since much of it had been consumed by Xiao Lu. Shun Ku asked, "Why didn't he know?" Su Baixi paused, contemplating for a moment. "When we were dating, I often indulged him. His temper was quite grand, and he tended to focus on his own feelings. He once stood in line to buy me candied strawberries, which I adored, though they were quite sweet. I still smiled and finished them all. After Lin Zijia bought them, he commented, 'Su Baixi, you are too demanding.' The demanding her later became a topic she no longer wished to discuss." Chapter 109. Whom are you watching? Upon returning home, Su Baixi rummaged through old photo albums in her bedroom. One picture captured her childhood alongside Lin Zijia, surrounded by many other children, about 10 in total. Lin Zijia stood in the center, a radiant flower amidst the foliage, his curly hair a striking sight. Su Baixi gazed at it for a while, recalling the scene from that time when he was merely 5 or 6 years old, charming the girls around him and coaxing them into assisting him. "Go fetch me my sunglasses from the house, and I'll reward you." The little girl would ask, "What reward?" Lin Zijia would respond, "A kiss." At that tender age, it was likely that many a girl fell for Lin Zijia's sweet words, yet Su Baixi was not among them. As they progressed to school, Su Baixi and Lin Zijia were 3 grades apart, yet she often circumvented her path to pass by his classroom, occasionally catching sight of him playing basketball with the boys on the playground. Once she accidentally got hit by a basketball, and Lin Zijia took her to the infirmary, buying her a box of chocolates along the way. He asked, "Who were you looking at? Wu Jingrui or Chun Kaiping?" He also cautioned, "School forbids early romance. Girls shouldn't be so proactive." At the time, she insisted, "I wasn't looking at them. You were, yet you still deny it." Lin Zijia whispered something else, which she did not hear then. But now, reflecting back, Su Baixi guessed he had said, "Denying it when you looked, you deserve to be hit." Later, during their secret romance, she learned that the old Su family residence had not been auctioned off by Su Jianbin. The keys were still in Huasiyu's possession. When she attempted to retrieve the key, Huasiyu struck her with a cup, insisting she marry an old man as a mistress. Terrified, she fled to the Su family cemetery in the dead of night, tears streaming down her face, soaked by the rain as she knelt before a gravestone, crying. It was Lin Zijia who came to embrace her, and she asked how he had found her. Lin Zijia replied, "I happened to pass by." Holding on to him felt like grasping the last lifeline. She sobbed, "They deceived me. They all deceived me. I was just a child. How could they be so cruel?" She lamented, "I have lost everything." Lin Zijia, perhaps possessing a rare empathy, allowed his compassion to overflow at that moment, and she heard him say, I want you for a lifetime." He declared, "I will protect you for eternity." It felt like an eternity ago. Su Baixi, overwhelmed with thoughts, chose to cease her reflections. In the grand tapestry of life, becoming entangled in the web of a promise often holds little significance. At that moment, Lin Zijia may have truly believed this. Yet once the fervor subsided, tranquility would inevitably return. Upon awakening, it was already 3:30 in the afternoon. Zhang Bai invited her out again, inquiring, "Are you working this afternoon?" "No," she replied. Initially, She contemplated staying late at the hospital, but given the incident involving Qin Yan Ran, the thought of going became irksome. Thus, she chose to forego it. Then shall we go out? Zhang Bai proposed. Today is the alumni gathering. Many familiar faces from our old school are here, and they were just talking about you, calling you the campus belle. Su Baixi responded softly. I used to have such a bad temper. I hardly knew anyone. It's not as you say, Zhang Bai chuckled, encouraging her. You may not recognize them, but they all know you. Shali Kome, Zhang Bai continued. I'll send you the box number. Upon receiving the address, Zhang Bai decisively stated, I've heard that you've been working late at the hospital. Why push yourself so hard at such a young age? Didn't you see the news about someone who died from overwork just a few days ago? Please take care. Proper relaxation is beneficial for one's health. With this barrage of reminders, Su Baixi found it difficult to refuse. Just before hanging up, Zhang Bai added, make sure to put on some makeup and dress up a bit. Finding it bothersome, Su Baixi donned a simple, elegant dress, grabbed a casual bag, and left. As she pushed open the door to the private room, all eyes turned to her. The spacious area was filled with both men and women, and the previous clamor fell silent for a few seconds. You made it. Zhang Bai was the first to rush over, linking arms with her. Why didn't you put on any makeup? I reminded you. Su Baixi replied. I didn't expect so many people. This is the campus belle we collectively voted for back in the day, still as beautiful as ever. Someone chimed in. Su, you are naturally stunning, truly deserving of the title. The voices around her were predominantly male. The women simply smiled without saying much. Zhang Bai whispered, the alumni gathering was announced a month ago. Didn't you check the group? I didn't. Su Baixi admitted, lacking a habit of scrolling through chat histories. Zhang Bai remarked, indeed. When you're busy catching cheating partners, who has time for gatherings? Upon her arrival, the men who had been seated in the center made way for her. Zhang Bai enjoyed the attention as well. And Su Baixi exclaimed, why is it that when I was here for so long before, none of you displayed such courtesy? Laughter erupted as everyone claimed they were merely giving face to the beauty. Years had passed since graduation, and this rare gathering was not about flaunting expensive jewelry or boasting about new properties, but rather about proving oneself as a successful individual. Zhang Bai mentioned, before you arrived, they had already shown off a bit. However, as Su Baixi entered later, her simple attire and lack of adornments prompted others to ask, what has Su been up to lately? Working, she replied softly, busy at the hospital. A doctor? I bet you earn quite a bit. I've heard that a basic salary at a major hospital is around 10,000, and with bonuses and various allowances, it can easily amount to a car's down payment by year's end. Subai undicesimo meritis mild incidence. A man in the crowd remarked. Su must be well married, right? With that, all eyes turned to her. Just average, she replied. He said, you probably don't remember me. I'm Chin Kai Pin. I have a bit of an impression, she acknowledged. Young people love to play, and with games often come drinks. Someone suggested playing truth or dare, and Su Baixi reluctantly joined in. Perhaps it was merely bad luck, but she always seemed to be the one chosen. Not wishing to drink, she consistently opted for truth. Chin Kai Pin, with a smile, asked, back then you always peeked at me and Wu Zheng Rue on the playground. We even made a bet about who you were watching. Now tell us, who was it? Su Baixi maintained her composure, responding, a choice between two? Could it be you weren't watching either of us? Su Baixi clarified, the biology teacher instructed us to find a small specimen for our assignment. And I thought the sycamore tree outside the basketball court looked lovely, so I want to pick up some leaves. Laughter erupted in the crowd. Someone teased. So it wasn't TS you were looking at. How self-important we must have been. Chin Kai Pin felt a bit embarrassed, his pride momentarily bruised. At that moment, someone opened the door to the private room. All eyes shifted to the entrance, where the weary yet radiant Lin Zijia appeared. Despite his casual attire, he was the undeniable center of attention wherever he went. Zijia, didn't you say you wouldn't come? As people made room for him, Lin Zijia walked straight over to Su Baixi, remarking, I thought you'd be here. Those nearby discreetly offered him a seat. Su Baixi occupied the central position, which was perfectly fitting for him. Among the attendees were former classmates from junior and senior high school. Few were aware of the relationship between Lin Zijia and Su Baixi, and they belonged to different social circles. After graduation, the disparity between ordinary individuals and those born into wealth became more pronounced. Once Lin Zijia settled beside her, he casually asked, what have you been playing? All present were oblivious to the subtle tension, except for Su Baixi, who discreetly shifted her position to distance herself from him. Yet, Lin Zijia moved closer again, and everything appeared remarkably natural. You arrived just in time. We just started. You're the only one who knows how to play. With you here, we can enjoy ourselves. Lin Zijia turned to Chen Kai-pin, who laughed. Su said she was looking for specimens. Not me and Wu. We were waiting for her to confess, but nothing ever came. Laughter filled the room once more. With his long, elegant fingers, Lin Zijia tapped the table, urging, "Let us continue." He spun the wheel, and it landed on Su Baixi once again. He inquired, "Who were you looking at?" "Soyons terrible. The one you're watching back on the basketball court." Su Baixi stated, the specimen. Truth or dare, playing coy is pointless. After a moment's hesitation, Su Baixi, sensing the crowd's curiosity, abruptly lifted her glass. "I'll drink." Just as she was about to sip, Lin Zijia snatched the glass away. Drinking it himself, "I'll take her place." The crowd erupted in cheers, relishing the gossip that seemed to swirl around them. Su Baixi felt a flutter in her heart. "Let's keep going." Lin Zijia spun the wheel again, and it pointed at her once more. He asked, "Have you ever liked someone?" The question was broad, to which Su Baixi nodded. "Yes." He followed up, "Do you like me?" Su Baixi reached for her drink again, but Lin Zijia seized the glass. "I'll take her place." As the questioning continued, Lin Zijia asked increasingly vague questions, allowing Su Baixi to respond with nods or shakes of her head. However, when he posed direct inquiries, she resorted to drinking. Ultimately, all the alcohol ended up in Lin Zijia's stomach. Su Baixi abstained, feeling quite at ease, treating him as if he were merely quenching his thirst. Until Lin Zijia quietly asked, "Reconciliation?" His voice was soft, and the others failed to catch it, but she, seated close by, heard him clearly. Su Baixi's expression turned eerily calm as she replied, "I believe there is something amiss with this game. It couldn't he possibly keep landing on her every time? Could it?" She suggested someone else take a turn, and a woman stepped forward, spinning the wheel, which at last pointed to someone other than Su Baixi. Lin Zijia continued to gaze at her, suddenly stating, "I have already dealt with Qin Yinran's matter. It will no longer trouble you. This is your affair." "It does not concern me," she replied. Lin Zijia lowered his eyes, lost in thought. The scent of alcohol lingered around him, and Su Baixi felt a pang of apprehension, fearing he might become unruly. Noticing that the subsequent rounds had not come her way, she remarked, "This dish." Despite his foul mood, Lin Zijia still had the energy to haggle with her. "Come a bit closer, and I'll tell you how it is. Then don't say anything." Taken aback for a moment, Lin Zijia leaned in closer, brushing against her as he said, "Then I will come a little closer." As he drew near, the atmosphere was filled with his scent, a subtle blend of men's cologne and alcohol, a paradoxical fusion of restraint and indulgence. Su Baixi felt uneasy and attempted to create some distance. Yet, emboldened by his inebriation, he pressed on, saying, "Don't you want to know about this dish? You know?" Lin Zijia's hand moved subtly beneath the table, gesturing to elucidate. "I wanted to stop where I desire." Su Baixi paused, comprehending, "You are cheating." "Cheating isn't quite that sophisticated," Lin Zijia chuckled. "Those who come out to play understand a bit." This implied that Chen Kaiping had also intentionally aimed to turn her head earlier. As they played a few more rounds, someone reminisced about their school days, sharing amusing anecdotes. And then mentioned, "Does anyone remember the second-place beauty, Su Yuwei, after the renowned Su Baixi? She was a great beauty as well. I heard she went abroad for studies and lost contact. They invited her to this gathering, but she is competing in a dance contest overseas, so she won't be joining." Upon hearing Su Yuwei's name, Lin Zijia's expression visibly shifted. Su Baixi caught a glimpse of it inadvertently, lowering her eyes and remaining silent. Someone, unaware of Su Baixi's connection as Lin Zijia's ex-wife, jested, "Wasn't it said back then that Zijia was to marry Su Yuwei? I heard she was the family's designated daughter-in-law. Is that true?" Lin Zijia casually responded with an mm. "Then what caused the split? I thought you would follow her abroad." The question was awkward. Those in the know understood well that the reason for their separation stemmed from Su Baixi sharing a bed with Lin Zijia. Having been intimate, Su Baixi was not just any daughter. After all, with Huasiyu's sharp tongue, she would not let matters rest without stirring up a storm. Moreover, Su Yuwei had always been proud. She would not tolerate such a betrayal. Lin Zijia sidestepped the issue, saying, "Everyone has their own lives. Why should I follow her?" Having drunk too much, he stood up, stating he was off to the restroom. With him gone, Su Baixi's tumultuous feelings had not eased much. She rose to leave. Zhang Bai inquired, "Where are you going?" Su Baixi replied, "The smoke is too heavy. I need to get some fresh air in the corridor. However, as soon as she stepped out, she was cornered by Chun Kaiping at the corridor's bend. His demeanor was lewd, his gaze filled with a desire only a man could possess. You're blocking my way. I am indeed blocking you. Chun Kaiping grinned maliciously, his eyes roaming over Su Baixi, as if he longed to see through her attire. You were too shy to say anything in front of so many people. I can understand. Su Baixi froneth. Chun Kaiping continued. You must have been watching me back then, right? How often one fears being self-deceived. His certainty made Su Baishi's denial sound like an excuse. Really not, she insisted. Chun Kaiping's hands began to wander. Shall we go to a hotel? Su Baishi's countenance turned frosty. Su Baishi, Chun Kaiping attempted to tug at her skirt. I'm not saying I don't find you attractive. How can anyone be so blind? Lin Zijia's voice suddenly rang out from behind, directing his gaze at Chun Kaiping with an ambiguous tone. Inviting her to a hotel is a gesture of respect. Refusing would seem unreasonable, wouldn't it? Zijia. Chun Kaiping instinctively assumed Lin Zijia was on his side and greeted him with a smile. That makes sense. Yet, in the next moment, Lin Zijia kicked him away. Fueled by alcohol, he charged forward, pinning Chun Kaiping to the ground and landing a punch on his face. I initially thought you were merely blind. I never expected you to be so dense. Lin Zijia's voice was chilling. You. Chun Kaiping struggled to articulate. Overpowered by Lin Zijia's strength, losing the initiative and now at a disadvantage. The commotion in the corridor attracted the attention of everyone in the private room. People rushed over to intervene. Zhang Bai hurried to Su Baixi, asking what happened. Su Baixi succinctly replied, he brought this upon himself. That he clearly referred to Chun Kaiping. Zhang Bai whispered, Chun Kaiping has a poor reputation. I heard he was dismissed from his company last year for harassing female employees. Zhang Bai had always known Su Baixi was not someone to be trifled with. In her childhood squabbles with Huasiyu, she had suffered losses yet remained stubborn. However, after a close call, Su Baixi had undergone a significant change in temperament. What led to this fight? An uninformed individual inquired. Su Baixi, unwilling to linger, turned to leave. With Lin Zijia having struck someone, no one dared speak up. Chun Kaiping, feeling guilty, remained silent. Noticing Su Baishi's departure, Lin Zijia promptly followed her out. Su Baixi. Lin Zijia stood a meter away, calling out as she walked further away. Su Baixi. She did not stop. Lin Zijia hastened his steps, grasping her wrist. Did you not hear me calling? Su Baixi frowned, attempting to break free, but upon realizing she could not, she relented. I didn't hear. Are you even willing to feign interest? Su Baixi hesitated, fatigue washing over her, prompting her to speak bluntly. Should I say I simply do not wish to respond and desire to leave quickly? Would that satisfy you? Lin Zijia remained silent for a moment. The scent of alcohol still clung to him, and Su Baixi feared he might become more aggressive. Tentatively, he drew her closer, opening his arms to embrace her. Su Baixi felt a twinge of resistance, but ultimately did not push him away. Thus, Lin Zijia grew bolder, wrapping his arms around her and resting his head on her shoulder. Wife. There is no such person. Su Baixi riplaïv kuli. Did he touch you at all? He did not touch me. Lin Zijia, unconvinced, held her hand, inspecting it closely. Su Baixi attempted to pull away. Wife. Su Baixi brayotvicht. Could you please stop being unreasonable? How am I being unreasonable? I already said there is no such person. Lin Zijia's gaze fixated on her lips, suddenly leaning in to kiss her. The unexpected proximity triggered Su Baishi's instinctive wariness. She recoiled, but he anticipated her move, placing a hand on her back to pull her closer. Just a kiss, and I'll reward you. That tactic does not work on me. Lin Zijia fell silent for a moment before asking, what would it take for you to kiss me? Su Baishi raised her head, her eyes gleaming under the streetlights. What difference is there between you and Chun Kaiping now? This remark struck Lin Zijia with melancholy. He suppressed his feelings and replied, in terms of appearance, I do not fall short. Indeed, Su Baishi retorted, you both lack shame. Though she understood Lin Zijia referred to looks, Su Baishi refused to indulge him further. Then you may leave. Suddenly, Lin Zijia released her, giving her a gentle push. Hurry and leave. Do not linger near me. Su Baishi promptly departed without hesitation. Wife. Wife. Su Baixi. Baitia. Lin Zijia sat on a round ball by the roadside, calling out to her back, sister. He was clearly intoxicated, having just been involved in a scuffle. Regardless of the circumstances, he had helped her, and Su Baishi could not be so heartless. After walking a dozen steps, she paused, turning around, she saw Lin Zijia crouching on the ground. I'll call Xinqingbai to come and pick you up. As Su Baixi pulled out her phone, Lin Zijia, with his long arms, swatted it out of her hand. What are you doing? Lin Zijia replied. Aren't you going to take me home? I don't want to. Lin Zijia seemed to choke on his words. After all, no one had ever treated him with such disregard. There were countless women willing to escort him home. They could circle around the Lin family several times. He insisted, only you can take me. Otherwise, I won't leave. Su Baixi picked up her phone and called for a ride. Lin Zijia's expression turned wary. Who are you calling? A driver. Only then did Lin Zijia relax a bit and then brought his hand close to her, revealing a cut likely incurred from his earlier altercation with Chen Kaiping. Su Baixi raised an eyebrow. Rub it for me, he said. After all, he was a young master, and his tone, to Su Baixi's ears, sounded entirely like a command. Lin Zijia urged, hurry up. Su Baixi retrieved a band-aid from her bag and applied it, saying, Lin Zijia, if you command me like that again, I might just turn against you. How would you turn against me? Su Baixi replied coolly, I was your wife before. You always treated me like a maid. I am your wife, not a servant. Lin Zijia only heard what he wanted to hear. What did you say after that? Repeat it. I am your wife, not a servant. Then when are we getting remarried? Wife. Su Baixi found his logic surprisingly sound and couldn't help but question, are you really drunk? Lin Zijia's mouth was not for naught. You didn't work for nothing. The money I earn is for you, right? Indeed, he had provided quite a bit. Otherwise, she wouldn't have had the capital to start her own company. However, the funds Lin Zijia offered were notoriously hard to come by, earned through his reputation. Su Baixi quickly weighed this in her mind and ultimately felt that it was not worth it for her. If I had known this would happen, I would never have married you. With those words, Lin Zijia dropped his gaze. It was unclear what emotions he harbored, but he concealed them perfectly. He soon demanded, it hurts a bit, blow on it for me. Su Baixi chose not to argue with a drunken man. She bent down to inspect his hand and then symbolically blew on it. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Zijia suddenly stood up. He was tall and strong, easily hoisting her onto his shoulder, leaving Su Baixi pale and clutching his hair in shock. What are you doing? Lin Zijia threatened. I didn't like what you said earlier. Su Baixi retorted. If you didn't like it, then don't listen. Why are you carrying me? Put me down. Take back what you said. Su Baixi replied. Once words are spoken, they cannot be taken back. Haven't you heard that? Lin Zijia, feeling her grip on his hair, seemed to be in discomfort, saying, can you please not bully me all the time? Goodness, who is bullying whom? Su Baixi's face turned ashen, and she finally said, put me down, or I'll fight back. Lin Zijia placed her back on the round ball and leaned in to kiss her cheek, insisting, you promised a kiss as a reward. I'll give you the reward later. Truth be told, Su Baixi had little interest in this so-called reward. But when Lin Zijia presented a photo to her, her eyebrows lifted in surprise. Where did this come from? She actually wanted to ask, when was this taken? The photo was marked with the building floor and even the room number alongside details of a woman, with Su Jianbin as the other subject. Su Jianbin was having an affair. This was indeed a valuable find. Su Baixi reached for the photo, but Lin Zijia, using his height to his advantage, held it out of her reach. ISNT it for me, Lin Zijia said hesitantly. It is, but not like this, he continued. Just give me a kiss, Baixi Jia. I just want a kiss. This request was indeed a bit awkward. Su Baixi thought that if Lin Zijia sobered up and remembered this moment, he would likely avoid her for months. She hesitated and remained still, her mind racing in circles. Believing she was unwilling, Lin Zijia pressed the photo into her hand. It doesn't have to be you. I just want someone to kiss. He added, it doesn't have to be you. He emphasized, really. Su Baixi nodded. Taking the photo, her focus diverted from him. Got it. Thus, Lin Zijia became visibly gloomy. For the next while, his discontent was palpable. A drunken man was not within Su Baixi's consideration. She extended her humanitarian care and brought him to the old Su family residence where she currently stayed, placing him on the sofa. She couldn't take him to the Lin family, for fear of being discovered by Lu Jing and facing a misunderstanding. Lin Zijia had fallen asleep in the car. She could not manage to carry such a large man up the stairs, so she left him on the sofa. Su Baixi took the photo back to her bedroom. A valuable item must be wielded wisely to be deemed valuable. In the middle of the night, Su Baixi felt someone lying beside her, and, without thinking, she slapped out instinctively. The crisp sound echoed. Lin Zijia was stunned for several seconds before asking, were you doing it on purpose? Not all. Lin Zijia sat up, lighting a cigarette at the bedside, taking a deep breath. You were just as dismissive of Chun Kaiping in the hallway. Su Baixi replied, you didn't have my permission to get into my bed. Hitting you is lenient. Did you have my permission to leave me on the sofa downstairs? Lin Zijia was probably on the verge of throwing a tantrum, but he managed to contain it, saying, you made me cold. Su Baixi kicked him with her leg. Get down. Lin Zijia was kicked off, perhaps waking him up. He realized his precarious position, especially since he was under someone else's roof. He said, wife, I'm not angry with you. I'm cold and want you to warm me. Su Baixi narrowed her eyes. The sofa is uncomfortable. I don't like it. Su Baixi responded, who told you to sleep? Now that you're awake, go home. Realizing the topic was becoming uncomfortable, Lin Zijia shifted the conversation. Wife, I'm not really that cold. I'm worried you are, and I want to warm you. Su Baixi kicked him away again. Stop being unreasonable. Su Baixi, why are you so unyielding? Lin Zijia was genuinely irritated. Su Baixi understood the extent of his novelty. Men are often driven by fleeting hormones or a taste of sweetness, wanting to savor it again. Thus, they patiently coax. He probably rarely had to coax anyone, as his relationship with Qin Yinran seemed like he was entirely compliant. But in reality, she relied on him to thrive, her every indulgence within Lin Zijia's tolerance. If he were truly provoked, Lin Zijia would still respond coldly, just as he had with Qin Yinran in the hallway, delivering resolute words. I never begged you to stay near me. Su Baixi said softly, I don't need you to coax me. Lin Zijia stood up, his face contorted. Su Baixi narrowed her eyes at him. He paced around the room a few times before tearing apart the photo of Su Jianbin's affair, shredding it into tiny pieces. As if this action provided him some relief. Su Baixi remarked, I remember everything. Tearing it up won't change anything, and I have backups. Lin Zijia took some tape again and slowly began to piece things together, though the result was a jumbled mess of features. He then placed the photograph beside her pillow and said, My dear, I have restored it for you. Please don't be upset. Restored it? Lin Zijia nodded and replied, I must take my leave. Su Baixi narrowed her eyes and watched Lin Zijia exit. He moved at a leisurely pace, and even after he left the corridor, Su Baixi did not call out to him. Consequently, Lin Zijia had to call Shun Qinbai and drove away. Su Baixi awoke from her slumber naturally. Upon opening her eyes, she noticed the torn photograph that Lin Zijia had left at her bedside. She tossed it into the trash. Life continued as usual. She clocked in at the hospital and overheard Xiao Lu saying, Qin Yinran has been transferred to another hospital. Su Baixi nodded. Indijatink had acknowledged. This was likely arranged by Lin Zijia, out of sight, out of mind. With one less person seeking trouble, she felt a sense of relief. In the afternoon, as she finished her shift, Su Baixi received a call from Hong Dihai, requesting her presence to discuss some company matters and specific details. Chapter 113, The Man. Su Baixi had no reason to refuse. As she was leaving, she bumped into Xiao Lu, who casually remarked, I saw your mother-in-law at the hospital entrance earlier. It seems she has fallen ill again and is being admitted. Su Baixi nodded, choosing not to respond. During her last visit to see Lu Jing, it was clear that Lu Jing did not welcome her. Once was enough for such a cold reception. Returning would be impolite. Xiao Lu, perhaps sensing her hesitation, kindly offered, I'll keep an eye out for you. After leaving the hospital to meet Hong Dihai, the journey took less than half an hour. They met at a CAF, where the contract lay before them. Once again, we meet, Dr. Su, he began. I hadn't expected that we would collaborate again, Su Baixi replied, taking the contract with a calm demeanor. Hong Dihai continued, this contract has been drafted from above. Please review it, and if there are no objections, just sign. Above likely referred to Lin Zijia. Su Baixi marveled at how he managed to find so much time for work, especially since he had been idling about just days prior. Yet here, he was with a completed contract. Young Master Lin is talented. Hong Dihai remarked, his future is boundless. Su Baixi was unsure of what this meant. Even if everyone else admired Lin Zijia's business acumen, it was she who had suffered because of him, nearly losing everything due to his actions. In the past, she might have relied on him as a wife, but now, having been bitten once, she preferred to keep her distance from Lin Zijia. As long as he did not harm her, she would be grateful. After all, when Lin Zijia went mad, he recognized no one. Rest assured, Dr. Su, we are willing to provide you with an unconditional platform. In the future, we will be like grasshoppers bound by the same string, Hong Dihai said with a smile, uttering polite phrases. However, our company's profits will not be shared with you. It will remain as before, each to their own. In essence, he was merely offering her a safety net. As for business dealings, contracts, and net profits, the matters on Hong Dihai's side and hers would remain as parallel lines, never to intersect. Su Baixi considered this a favorable outcome. She harbored no desire for others' profits and did not possess such great ambitions. Very well, she said, taking the contract and leaving. Upon reaching her doorstep, she spotted a familiar car parked outside. Ling Xinxing stepped out and stood before her, greeting her softly, Baixi. What brings you here? Ling Xinxing seemed somewhat awkward. Am I not welcome? Not at all, she replied. After all, they had collaborated and supported each other. Parting ways was merely a matter of uneven profit distribution. Come in for a cup of tea. All right. They entered the house together. Su Baixi poured a cup of water and sat down on the opposite sofa, inquiring, is there something you need? I just wanted to see you, Ling Xinxing admitted, holding the cup in his hands without drinking. About the last incident, I have felt quite guilty. Business relies on trust, and I had no choice but to. The world is bustling for profit, and all are drawn by self-interest, Su Baixi replied calmly. I understand. There is no need for you to feel guilty. Her composure was striking, making it seem as though he was the only one troubled by the situation. Ling Xinxing chuckled bitterly. I was limited in my perspective. I thought I was open-minded, but I find you even more serene. While they had been quite familiar before, their relationship now felt awkward. A lapse in conversation left the atmosphere stagnant. Su Baixi, as the host, asked, would you like some fruit? No, thank you. Ling Xinxing sat for a while, but soon grew restless. He stood up and said softly, Baixi, we are still friends. If you need help in the future, please let me know. Having engaged in enough social interactions, she could discern what was genuine and what was mere formality. Su Baixi did not take it to heart and replied, you have helped me greatly in the past. It would be inappropriate to trouble you further. They were not close relatives, after all. As she escorted him to the door, Ling Xinxing remarked, Lin Zijia may seem carefree, but he is quite cunning. Be cautious in your association with him. Having spent considerable time with Ling Xinxing, she had never heard him speak ill of Lin Zijia before. Now, however, she was met with this advice. Su Baixi found herself both amused and exasperated. She nodded, understood. The vehicle departed quickly. Yet soon after, another car pulled up at the entrance. Su Baixi moved to close the door, but Lin Zijia called out, dare to close it. I shall kick it down. Indeed, it was something he would do. Su Baixi hesitated momentarily, feigning ignorance. I didn't see you. How could you miss me? Lin Zijia approached swiftly, stopping right in front of her, a bouquet of flowers in hand. These are for you. Lin Zijia was quite presumptuous when gifting items, thrusting the flowers into her arms without regard for her feelings. With a large bouquet in hand, Su Baixi had no reason to express her frustration. She took the flowers inside and began to prepare a vase for them. Who did you see earlier? Lin Zijia, casually changing his shoes at the entrance, acted as if he were at home. Su Baixi paused, frowning. I didn't see anyone. Do you take me for a fool? Lin Zijia retorted, sounding exasperated. Could you at least come up with a more credible excuse when you lie? It should at least be somewhat believable. Su Baixi replied, believe what you will. Why are you angry? Lin Zijia noticed something was amiss and softened his tone, leaning closer to Su Baixi and tentatively saying, I wasn't harsh with you just now. As Su Baixi trimmed the flowers, Lin Zijia seized the opportunity to offer his assistance. Let me do it. However, he was utterly inept at such tasks. Arranging flowers required a certain aesthetic sense, which he clearly lacked. To him, merely placing them in a vase sufficed. Su Baixi found his arrangement unappealing and removed the flowers he had placed. What are you doing? Lin Zijia frowned. Are you targeting me? Su Baixi insisted. I am not. Lin Zijia responded. Then let me help you cut them. She, irritated by his clumsiness, took the scissors from him. No need. You are indeed targeting me. Lin Zijia stood idly by, and when he had nothing to do, he often sought out trouble. After staring at Su Baixi's face for a long moment, he finally asked, has someone been visiting? Who did you meet? Su Baixi found his interrogative tone unappealing and replied coolly, that is none of your concern. Lin Zijia declared, I can smell a man's presence in your home. Chapter 114. Taking action. It was the first time Su Baixi had heard that a man's scent could be detected. She raised her eyes to glance at him. Lin Zijia inquired, Song sure? She continued to trim the excess leaves from the roses. Lin Zijia inquired, Qin Yuan? Without even lifting her gaze. Lin Zijia continued, Zhui Yifan? What does Zhui Yifan have to do with it? Su Baixi riplaid kuli. A sense of urgency brewed within Lin Zijia. He felt visibly irritated as he insisted, "Keep your distance from him." Su Baixi chose to ignore him. Lin Zijia added, "It can't possibly be Ling Xinxing, can it? Does he even have the audacity to show his face?" Upon hearing this, Su Baixi paused for just a second before calmly resuming to arrange the flowers in the vase. "I've told you that Ling Xinxing is not a good person. Why don't you heed my warning?" There was still exhaust fumes under that tree at the entrance. When I came down, I could tell someone had parked there. Lin Zijia kept speaking, one sentence after another. Su Baixi offered no response as she held the vase, moving from the living room to the inner bedroom, adjusting its position repeatedly in search of the perfect spot. Throughout this, Lin Zijia trailed behind her like an incessant nag. "Su Baixi, I'm being serious. There's the scent of another man as cologne in the living room besides mine. It's unbearable. I detest that fragrance. It's as if someone young is mourning." Lin Zijia spoke to himself, feeling futile in his efforts. His face flushed with anger. He declared, "I'm leaving." At this moment, Su Baixi lifted her head and followed him, saying, "Let me see you off." Lin Zijia turned back, opened his arms, and embraced her waist, asking, "Are you reluctant to part with me?" "I just want you to close the door behind you when you leave," she replied coolly, breaking free from his grasp. "I intend to lock it." Lin Zijia's expression shifted. He seemed caught between maintaining his pride and feeling upset, pausing for several seconds before storming out. Slamming the door behind him, Su Baixi then approached and locked it with a decisive click. The next day, at the hospital, Su Baixi diligently attended to her patients, only to run into Lin Zijia in the hallway. Fate had a peculiar way of bringing adversaries together, once seeing each other rarely in a month. They now encountered one another several times a day, leaving Su Baixi unsure of how to feel. Lin Zijia explained the reason for their unexpected meetings. "My mother is hospitalized." Su Baixi nodded and stepped aside, allowing him to pass. However, as he walked by, he seized her arm and pulled her into a secluded corner. "What are you doing?" Su Baixi asked. Lin Zijia didn't loosen his grip and simply stated, "Only when I'm forceful do you choose to speak." Su Baixi felt a headache coming on. He had consumed alcohol today. Why was he so difficult? She had always believed that Lin Zijia only became stubborn when intoxicated, making it impossible for her to reason with him then. Its instinct to call for help in danger, Su Baixi asserted. Lin Zijia retorted, "When do you plan to take action?" "I don't understand." Lin Zijia insisted, "The photograph. It doesn't concern you." Suddenly, Lin Zijia smiled, a mischievous glint in his eyes as he pinched Su Baixi's cheek. "I thought you were clever enough to understand, but it seems you just don't want to bother with me." Su Baixi brushed his hand away. "I'll give you another opportunity. Speak properly." Su Baixi glanced at him and replied, "I have to get to work." She attempted to walk past him, but Lin Zijia grasped her arm, softening his tone. "Wife, please listen to me." Su Baixi paused, feeling obliged to respond. "You have many responsibilities, and with Aunt Lin in hospital, you need to care for her and manage the Lin family business. There is no need to act so pitiful." He replied, "I truly haven't bowed to anyone." Su Baixi sighed. "You've made it hard for yourself." Even when he yielded, it felt almost reluctant and unnecessary. Besides, Su Baixi wasn't seeking this from him. "What do you want then?" she asked, meeting his gaze with a cold demeanor. "I desire to maintain my reputation. I want to hold my head high in this circle among those who know the truth. I wish to avoid deceit and manipulation, and not be treated as a pawn or a mere commodity, discarded at will." She locked her eyes onto his, questioning, "Can I desire this? Can you grant it?" Lin Zijia fell silent. Seizing this moment, Su Baixi departed. Upon returning to the ward, Lu Jing noticed Lin Zijia's disheartened expression and asked, "Zijia, what's wrong?" Lin Zijia entered and took a seat beside the bed. Lu Jing continued, "A nurse named Lu just came by to check on me, and I discovered she's one of Su Baixi's nurses. When I was ill last time, Su Baixi visited me, but I was in a bad mood and didn't manage my emotions well towards her. She hasn't come to see me this time. She is probably holding it against me." Lu Jing sighed. Matters of the young are notoriously unpredictable. Lu Jing, now older, believed she should understand her son's feelings better, yet felt utterly lost in her assumptions, resulting in a chaotic situation. She lamented, "If only I had listened to your father from the start. He advised me against getting involved, but I didn't heed his words." Lin Zijia, overwhelmed by his own concerns, lacked the capacity to comfort Lu Jing. Days passed, and Lin Zijia continued to linger around Su Baixi, But the results were predictable. There was no progress, merely a reiteration of his presence. In the break room, Baixi finally remarked, "Don't you have your own affairs to attend to? No need to loiter around me all day." Lin Zijia replied, "I happen to be passing by." Baixi chose to ignore him. That afternoon, Hong Dihai called Lin Zijia, informing him, "Dr. Su has recently taken an interest in a project and is conducting research. All indications suggest she intends to pursue it." "Which project?" Lin Zijia inquired. "On doit responded. It's in the northwest. I heard it was previously eyed by Su Jianbin, who is also planning to act on it soon." "Understood." Hong Dihai cautioned, "Young Lin, should we also consider pursuing it? After all, we've conducted research on it, and it could greatly benefit us if we secure it." Lin Zijia, standing at the staircase, smoking, replied, "Let us wait and see." After ending the call, Lin Zijia pondered how Baixi would approach the matter and when she would act. He hadn't anticipated that Baixi was a woman of action, decisively. She anonymously sent a photograph to Huasiyu just as Su Jianbin and his team were preparing to negotiate a contract. Chapter 115. Unsuitable as a couple, it was merely a photograph, yet Huasiyu would undoubtedly be skeptical. After all, they had shared decades of marriage, and their connection extended beyond mere emotions, intertwining with various interests. All separations in the world stem from interests. Hence, Huasiyu had to tread carefully. Baixi, having seen through Huasiyu's true nature, devised a plan to lure the mistress to the vicinity of the private room, timing it perfectly. As soon as Huasiyu entered, the confrontation ensued. The two began to clash publicly. With the commotion escalating, the mistress, unwilling to capitulate, stumbled into the private room where Su Jianbin was negotiating the contract, closely followed by Huasiyu. Such a spectacle was undeniably embarrassing. The cooperating party, caught in an awkward situation, could only say, "Since President Su has personal matters to attend to, let us discuss business another time." This situation was utterly inescapable. Su Jianbin's face darkened as if it could drip water, casting a cold gaze towards Huasiyu. Once the private room door closed, another storm brewed. The cooperating party, passing through the corridor, bumped into Baixi at the corner. She smiled lightly. "Hello, General Liu." With the signed contract in hand, Baixi returned home, only to see Lin Zijia's car waiting at the entrance. As she arrived, Lin Zijia approached her directly, asking, "Have you been drinking?" "I haven't tea," she replied. In truth, Baixi found it odd. During her negotiations with Lu Pin, everything had gone smoothly without hesitation or conflict. According to reason, this project is highly coveted, and many are eyeing it. It is illogical that it would be so easily handed over to her. Overall, the conversation evoked a sense reminiscent of her initial discussions with Hong Dihai. "You are not suited to manage a company," Lin Zijia remarked. "You simply cannot handle socializing." Baixi furrowed her brow. Such words were unwelcome. Yet, it was undeniable that Lin Zijia spoke the truth. She indeed lacked the aptitude for networking. She could hardly manage the first round of drinks. Lin Zijia's gaze shifted to the contract in her hands, which she silently tucked behind her back. "Are you guarding against me?" Baixi inquired. "Not at all," Lin Zijia replied. Though his expression remained somewhat grim, he softened his tone, saying, "Next time, you can invite me along." "Does Lu Pin's willingness to collaborate with me have anything to do with you?" Baixi questioned. Lin Zijia fell silent for a moment. This attitude led Baixi to believe her assumptions were correct. She continued, "Why is Lu Pin inclined to heed your words?" Lin Zijia did not divulge the answer. "Why concern yourself with so much? Securing the contract is what truly matters." Baixi chuckled softly. "What are you laughing at?" Lin Zijia asked. The sudden smile from someone not often amused piqued curiosity. Baixi replied, "I find it amusing that you accuse me of guarding against you, while you do the same towards me. We are inherently unsuitable as a couple." She mused, perhaps having come to terms with this after several years. Neither of us truly considers the other as kin. Lin Zijia swallowed hard. Baixi moved past him. He finally spoke. "Baixi, not everything is as it appears. What you see is not necessarily the truth." Baixi remained silent and returned home. This time, seizing Su Jianbin's business amounted to a direct declaration of war against the Su family. Baixi did not conceal her intentions. She awaited Huasiyu's confrontation. Unexpectedly, it was Lin Zijia who provided her with cover. Lin Zijia boldly attributed the collaboration to himself, stating that Baixi was simply associated with his company. This explanation aroused no suspicions. Everyone would merely connect it to Lin Zijia's discontent with the Su family, the grievances from the past continuing to fester, prompting Lin Zijia to hold on steadfastly. "I am fully prepared," she stated. Lin Zijia countered, "Darling, be a bit more honest and refrain from unnecessary movements." "So Baixi Fronith, what are you planning to do?" "I have always advised you to be more straightforward." Lin Zijia's words were ambiguous, laced with a hint of bitterness, yet you never listen. Su Baixi chose to disregard him. Avoiding exposure was beneficial, reducing the complications in dealing with Hosiu, thus granting her some peace. This Sunday, Su Baixi purchased a movie ticket and unexpectedly encountered Zhui Yifan at the cinema entrance. Zhui Yifan greeted her with delight, approaching with enthusiasm. "Are you here to watch a movie too?" "Two." Su Baixi replied nonchalantly. A cinema is typically a venue for couples. It is rare to see someone attending alone, and a man like Zhui Yifan would likely only be there with a female companion. Yet, Zhui Yifan stated, "Just me." He added, "Shall we go together?" "Even together doesn't mean we would sit next to each other," Su Baixi pointed out. "It's possible we haven't even purchased tickets for the same film." To her surprise, Zhui Yifan produced his ticket, which was adjacent to hers. "What a coincidence," he declared. "Perhaps this is fate." Su Baixi was taken aback. "Did you buy the ticket from a scalper?" "Not quite," he replied. During this time, Zhui Yifan went to buy popcorn and a soda, returning to casually stuff the popcorn into her arms, as if they had arranged to attend together. Entering the cinema side by side felt increasingly like a date. Zhui Yifan remarked, "Lin Zijia has been quite diligent in his business dealings lately. I recall his father did not exert such effort when managing the company. Why is he, as a wealthy second generation, working so hard?" "Personal preference," Su Baixi responded with indifference. "Life is fleeting. Some individuals who once shunned studying may one day regret it and begin to seek knowledge." Zhui Yifan found her perspective amusing, his laughter growing more unrestrained. Like before, Su Baixi remained unaware of what amused him. He commented, "It's a pity Lin Zijia isn't here to hear your roundabout assessment. It would surely infuriate him." Su Baixi remarked, "I merely stated the prevalent phenomenon. It is not necessarily a critique of him. With your disposition, being with him must be a source of annoyance for you." Zhui Yifan suggested, "You seem so much older, devoid of any of your previous vivacity." "I was never particularly lively," she replied. "Then what do you consider yourself?" Su Baixi fell silent. They settled into their seats in the cinema, watching a comedy. Yet neither Zhui Yifan nor Su Baixi exhibited a hint of amusement, while those around them roared with laughter. Su Baixi glanced at Zhui Yifan. "What are you staring at?" He noticed, "I can tell when a woman is watching me, even with my eyes closed." Su Baixi said, "I think I've uncovered your sense of humor." "Oh." Zhui Yifan's interest was piqued. "Do tell." Su Baixi, expressionless, stated, "You only seem to smile when matters concerning Lin Zijia arise." At that moment, Zhui Yifan was busy taking a photo of himself and Su Baixi's legs together, sending it to Lin Zijia, cheekily adding, "Do you recognize Dr. Su's legs?" Chapter 116. "Sister, don't speak as if I have a crush on Lin Zijia." Zhui Yifan's expression was masterfully crafted. Su Baixi remained composed. "Then what is your reason? Why would I need a reason to enjoy someone else's misfortune?" Zhui Yifan squinted, perhaps reminiscing about the past. Still somewhat unconvinced, Lin Zijia has always made enemies, as if fearing others might bring about his downfall. While others, as wealthy second-generation individuals, merely pursue women, he feels compelled to interfere whenever a handsome man appears, as if we were competing for his wife, adopting the demeanor of eliminating rivals. "Is he targeting you?" Zhui Yifan chuckled. "It's not merely targeting." He took Su Baixi's leftover popcorn bucket, casually tossing a kernel into his mouth, savoring its sweetness before continuing. "He once pressured me to take a half-semester break from school and even crossed out my name on the sports exam, forcing me to run 10 laps around the track to obtain my diploma." He spoke casually, yet Su Baixi absorbed his words. During their clandestine romance, she had heard tales of Lin Zijia causing trouble at school. Upon returning home, she had advised him, "You will eventually need to manage the company. It would be wise to cultivate your network during university. Those from well-off families like Zhui Yifan, Zheng Qi, and Min Jiangbei will likely cross paths with you frequently in the business world." In earnest, she had implored, building relationships now will pave the way for smoother ventures later. These words had incensed Lin Zijia, who retorted that she was being bothersome. Su Baixi recalled him exclaiming, "If you find them displeasing, then speak. I find you equally unappealing. Why not focus on cooking instead of meddling in these matters? What if you need their assistance in the future? You're the most adept at navigating social relationships. She softly countered. Lin Zijia had not even glanced her way, engrossed in a game. Do you think they are more formidable than I? Then go be with them. Their conversation faltered, and for reasons unknown, they ended up arguing. Lin Zijia declared he would no longer cohabitate with her and prepared to leave. Whoever wishes to stay with you may do so. I cannot endure your presence. You are more bothersome than my mother. The young master, living with greater fastidiousness than Baixi, packed his belongings into a suitcase, taking 3 hours to do so. Upon finishing his tidying, Lin Zijia emerged from the bedroom only to discover that Baixi had already run away from home. The following morning, however, Baixi returned to prepare breakfast for him. The two behaved as if nothing had happened. Lin Zijia glanced at her, and she cheerfully inquired, "Is it delicious?" He replied, "Given your commendable behavior, I might consider continuing our cohabitation for a while longer." As Baixi reminisced about this, the film came to an end. "What a splendid movie!" Zhuo Yifan exclaimed. "This is the most captivating film I've ever seen." It was unclear whether he was referring to the movie itself or if his words bore a double meaning. Baixi stood up to gather her belongings, methodically disposing of them in the trash bin at the door, moving with calmness and precision. "Zhuo Yifan yachit head intently." "Not bad. You embody the essence of a virtuous wife and mother," he commented. "Lin Zijia probably doesn't appreciate this. His mother is still alive. And returning home with another maternal figure is quite puzzling. What does it matter to you?" Baixi retorted, turning around. "Don't follow me." Zhuo Yifan, undeterred by her dismissal, insisted on trailing behind her, his chatter unceasing. "There's only one way out. Dr. Su, you mentioned you weren't the lively type before. Let us rephrase that. You must be the fiery type, like a little chili pepper, igniting at the slightest touch. Unlike now," he chuckled. "When you said it wasn't my concern, I sensed you were secretly wishing to slap me. Impressive. You possess a hint of insight." Baishi's demeanor had shifted to a less amiable one. Of course, he grinned, adding, "I've been with various types of women and can discern a thing or two." They exited through the emergency exit. Surrounding the cinema were several claw machines. Baishi exchanged for 20 coins to indulge in a few games. Zhuo Yifan, seemingly oblivious to his surroundings, followed closely, captivated by her actions, as he was unaware of her thoughts. In one moment, she was walking, and in the next, she dashed to catch a toy. Unlike other women, who often presented themselves as well-mannered, innocent creatures, revealing their true selves only occasionally, Baixi was refreshingly unfiltered, behaving as she pleased, treating him as though he were invisible. "I suddenly realized that men can be rather despicable," Zhuo Yifan remarked, prompting Baixi to raise an eyebrow as she failed to catch any toys. What spurred this profound revelation about life? Zhuo Yifan pointed at her expression, asserting, "I think you were about to say yes." Baixi shot him a sidelong glance. "I have no interest in women who like me. I prefer those who remain indifferent. Like you," Zhuo Yifan bluntly stated, "the more you act this way, the more special I find you." Baixi seemed to understand. A desire for conquest, perhaps. "Exactly," he nodded with a smile. After several coins, Baixi had managed to catch not a single toy, and her disappointment was evident as she pressed her lips together, her expression devoid of emotion. "You look as if you're ready to show me a sour face," Zhuo Yifan suggested amiably. "I prefer aloof sisters who are indifferent to me, not those who throw tantrums. Just a friendly reminder." Baixi narrowed her eyes. "I have no obligation to cater to your preferences." Her mood soured further. "Your likes depend on whether I find you appealing." Zhuo Yifan widened his eyes, fixing his gaze on her. "Would you dare to voice such anger to Lin Zijia? Why do you treat him with such reverence?" Baixi chose to ignore him. Despite Zhuo Yifan's thick skin, being one of the few men Baixi had encountered who possessed no sense of shame, he also exchanged for 20 coins and nudged Baixi aside. "Which one do you want? I'll help you catch it." Baixi calmly pointed to a pink pig inside the machine. Zhuo Yifan replied, "If I catch it for you, you must treat me better next time, all right? Let us see if you can manage that first," she retorted. Zhuo Yifan chuckled. "Is this how you look down on others?" Perhaps it was either Yifan's good fortune or his slight skill, but after a few attempts, he successfully retrieved the pink pig toy. Baixi was pleasantly surprised as she crouched down to retrieve the toy. "How was that?" "Not too shabby. I still have plenty of coins. Would you like me to catch a few more?" When Lin Zijia finally arrived, He spotted the familiar figures of Zhuo Yifan and Su Baixi standing side by side from a distance, exuding an air of sweetness. Chapter 117, Old Grudges. Lin Zijia clenched his fists, trembling with rage. He approached them, but the two were so engrossed in their game that they failed to notice him. Standing beside Zhuo Yifan, Lin Zijia casually bumped into him, causing Zhuo Yifan to stumble to the ground, his coins clattering everywhere. "Have you lost your mind?" Zhuo Yifan exclaimed, incredulous as he looked up at Lin Zijia. Lin Zijia, undeterred, replied with feigned nonchalance, "The path is narrow. I didn't see you." Zhuo Yifan got up, brushing off the dust from his clothes. "What kind of force did you use to bump into me? Did you exert all your strength?" The two exchanged icy glares, invisible sparks flying in the air. Su Baixi, clutching 4 pig toys, observed the confrontation. Lin Zijia reached for Su Baixi's hand. "Come with me." With her hands full of toys, Su Baixi found him bothersome and tossed 3 toys directly at Zhuo Yifan's head. "Return these to him." "Lin Zijia, are you not being childish?" Zhuo Yifan protested. Lin Zijia's face remained impassive as he shot Zhuo Yifan a glance before pulling Su Baixi away. Outside, on the street, Lin Zijia took out his phone to send a message, his intentions unclear. "What brings you here?" Su Baixi asked. Lin Zijia was seething with anger, his chest rising and falling with pent-up frustration, on the verge of exploding multiple times, yet he restrained himself, muttering, "Wife." She seemed displeased with the term, shooting him a cold look. "Why are you rambling nonsense when you haven't even had a drink?" Lin Zijia felt a stark contrast. Just moments ago, she had been all smiles with Zhuo Yifan, exuding sweetness. "Zhuo Yifan posted a picture of your legs on social media," he said, fuming. "Can't you protect your privacy a little better?" He continued, "If he sweet-talks you into a hotel, would you follow him there?" Perhaps the more he spoke, the angrier he became. "I knew all along you couldn't resist a man as charm. If you were a wealthy heiress, you'd have been swindled out of your fortune by now. And here you are, catching toys." Su Baixi narrowed her eyes at him. "You." Lin Zijia likely intended to continue, but Su Baishi's glare halted him. He quickly changed his tone, saying, "I'm not blaming you, nor am I angry. I'm merely concerned for you." He emphasized, "I'm not angry." Su Baixi asked, "Is there something else?" Of course, there was more, but Su Baixi's uncooperative attitude caused Lin Zijia's frustration to boil over. In the end, it was Lin Zijia who felt stifled. Su Baixi, unfazed, declared, "I'm leaving." As for his mention of social media, she had briefly checked earlier and found no post from Zhuo Yifan. Even Zhang Bai confirmed he hadn't seen anything. Lin Zijia blocked her path. "I'll see you off." "No need," Lin Zijia insisted. "I'm determined to see you off." Their standoff on the road was absurd, but ultimately, Su Baixi acquiesced and got in his car. During the drive, Lin Zijia attempted to fasten her seatbelt, but Su Baixi, taken aback, gently pushed his hand away. "I can manage it myself." As Lin Zijia drove in silence, Su Baixi remained reticent. Unless he initiated conversation, she had no desire to speak. Eventually, he broke the silence. "Did you plan to see a movie with Zhuo Yifan?" It was a chance encounter. He clearly didn't believe her. A chance encounter. Yet you sit so closely together? Su Baixi detected the underlying tone of provocation in his words and chose to remain silent. Lin Zijia was not quite accustomed to bowing his head. It was not in his nature. However, during a recent visit to Shun Qingbai, he was asked, "What benefits did you gain from bowing your head last time?" He replied, "She hugged me." Shun Qingbai then inquired about the photos he had given her. What was the benefit of that? He answered, "I wanted a kiss, but she refused." Shun Qingbai laughed heartily. "Who told you to embrace your wife at home while seeking solace elsewhere? I warned you before that Qin Yanran has questionable character. I hold no bias against her. I merely express my opinion." These were the words Shun Qingbai teased him with that night as he stormed out from Su Baixi's place, feeling frustrated and irritable while driving home. Upon reaching his doorstep, Su Baixi had already alighted from the car when Lin Zijia called out, "Su Baixi." She halted, and he approached her, softly stating, "I will find you a few projects tomorrow for you to discuss collaboration. You want me to negotiate?" Su Baixi responded. Lin Zijia nodded, thinking that if she engaged in contract discussions, she would have no time to go out with Zhuo Yifan. He remarked, "Whether you can secure them depends on your abilities." "All right," she conceded. After suffering so many losses at Lin Zijia's hands, finding a few gains was not a bad idea. Her earlier annoyance at him had dissipated, and she glanced back at him, politely suggesting, "Would you like to come in for a glass of water?" It was merely a formality, insincere at best. Yet Lin Zijia seemed oblivious. Sure, regret washed over Su Baixi for her earlier politeness, but it was too late to retract it. She had no choice but to bring him inside. She poured a glass of water and placed it before him, saying, "Finish it and leave. I need to sleep early for work tomorrow." Lin Zijia gazed at her face, nodding slowly. They sat on the sofa, facing each other, each absorbed in their own activities. Su Baixi was chatting with Zhang Bai, who was inquiring about a post by Zhu Yifan. "I asked around, and no one saw anything posted by Zhu Yifan. Are you sure he posted?" Zhang Bai asked. Su Baixi affirmed, "Yes." Zhang Bai continued, "Given his personality, he wouldn't block so many people at once. It must be visible only to specific individuals." "What exactly did he post? What kind of photos? A woman? A new flame? Who can see it?" Su Baixi felt a headache coming on, unsure if Ru Yifan was deliberately trying to incite Lin Zijia's jealousy by sending him a photo of her leg. It was a possibility. She simply replied, "Nothing much. Perhaps I misheard some gossip." Meanwhile, Lin Zijia's gaze remained fixed on her phone, unable to see the screen's contents. He couldn't contain his curiosity. "Who are you chatting with?" Su Baixi replied nonchalantly, "No one." "If there's no one, why are your fingers flying across the screen? Are you playing a game?" Lin Zijia retorted irritably. Su Baixi shot him a puzzled glance and said, "Yes, it's Candy Crush. Quite entertaining." Lin Zijia's expression darkened. Candy Crush was the very game he had boasted about after Qin Yanran introduced it to him. With a glum countenance, he said, "Wife, let's not dredge up old grievances." Chapter 118. Not in the mood to deal with you, Su Baixi set her phone down and looked directly at his face. The glass of water beside him was barely a third empty. He had taken only a small sip. Does a grown man take so long to drink water? "Hurry up and finish so you can leave," she urged. Was Lin Zijia truly thirsty? Not at all. He placed the cup down and began pacing the room before finally saying, "Let me see your phone." Su Baixi countered with a line he had used before. "Did you not say that peeking at someone else's phone is impolite? It's private, and it's quite unpleasant for you to look at my phone." Lin Zijia's face flushed crimson. "I'm already quite unpleasant, so I have nothing to lose," he replied. "How unfortunate for you," she remarked dryly. Lin Zijia extended his hand. "Show me." Naturally, Su Baixi refused. As she tucked her phone away, she accidentally swiped a few times, landing on Zhu Yifan's chat interface, which Lin Zijia happened to see. "What did I say? You want to show me?" he remarked. "Is Zhu Yifan that wonderful?" Lin Zijia queried. Su Baixi did not wish to explain, feeling no obligation to do so. After all, they had been married, but now that they were divorced, there seemed to be no need for transparency. Her silence led Lin Zijia to assume her acquiescence. "Fine," he muttered, turning away. Lin Zijia was acutely aware of his own pride. Having been pampered, he lacked the inclination to placate women. Feeling disgruntled, he took the driver's seat, lighting a cigarette and smoking several in quick succession. As the smoke swirled around him, he recalled past arguments with Su Baixi, each time declaring he would leave, only for her to be the one to walk out. He had once spent 3 hours packing his things, managing to fit only a few pairs of shoes, while she had simply stuffed her essentials into a canvas bag and dashed off. The thought of it left Lin Zijia feeling begrudging. After a few more cigarettes, he inhaled sharply and choked, extinguishing the cigarette before leaping out of the car and rushing to knock on Su Baixi's door. "Su Baixi! Su Baixi! Open the door! Su Baixi!" He called repeatedly, but she was reluctant to respond. The persistence in his voice was irksome. He wouldn't stop until she answered. After a few minutes, Su Baixi had changed into her pajamas. When she finally opened the door, Lin Zijia was taken aback by her alluring camisole, accentuating her figure perfectly. He could almost envision the details beneath the silk dress. His gaze darkened as he asked, "Why did you always run out during our arguments?" Su Baixi was taken aback by the question. It felt irrelevant to discuss something long past. She understood Lin Zijia was a young master, younger than her, and it was unsafe for him to wander alone at night after a quarrel. He simply did not wish to see her, finding her bothersome, so she would leave for the night and return once his anger had subsided. "If we don't run out during a fight, should we cuddle up together?" She replied. Lin Zijia nearly blurted out, "Why not?" His throat tightened as if choked by her words, and he struggled to articulate. "Why are you flirting with Zhu Yifan? Are you still chatting with him?" Su Baixi nodded, not wanting to elaborate. Lin Zijia was infuriated, his words tumbling out in a rush. "Su Baixi, back when I packed my things, you didn't care, acting as if it didn't matter. Each time we fought,
you would run out to date someone else. Once, it was Zhui Yifan who brought you back. I never asked what you two were up to. Can you please stop bullying me? So Baixi post. Recalling the time Zhui Yifan had returned her home after she encountered him coming out of the internet CAF below her apartment. He had insisted on walking with her, and they ran into Lin Zijia just as she opened her door. Lin Zijia's sour expression had led her to believe he was still upset, so she hurriedly made breakfast and left again, not thinking much of it. At that time, her focus had solely been on Lin Zijia. Otherwise, how could she explain the folly of those in love? You packing your things is your business. Why should I care? Baixi replied, coolly, testing the waters. Do you want me to help you pack? Lin Zijia's face reddened with anger. He didn't want her help. He expected her to come to him in humility. It would take 3 hours to pack, end up with only a few pairs of shoes, while she flitted off to enjoy herself with other men, only to return to him later? I don't even want to talk to you, Lin Zijia declared, turning away in frustration. Baixi, unfazed, closed the door behind her. Lin Zijia had just turned his head when he heard the sound of a door closing behind him. Clenching his fist, he dashed away to his car and sped off like a rocket. While on the road, he called Zhui Yifan's father, casually mentioning that Zhui Yifan had nothing to do and even revealed some of Zhui Yifan's past indiscretions, which nearly caused Zhui's father to faint from anger. The next day, Zhui Yifan took to social media to vent his frustrations, expressing his bewilderment at being locked up by his father and being forced to close several business deals within a stipulated time frame, or else face a loss of freedom. Many sympathized with him in the comments. Zhui Yifan confronted Lin Zijia, accusing him, "It must be you, right?" In a foul mood, Lin Zijia retorted, "Even the inmates in a lunatic asylum would bite anyone they catch." Thus, the two engaged in a covert skirmish once more. Baixi remained unaffected by the turmoil. It was none of her concern. She continued her routine of going to work and coming home, while Lin Zijia kept his promise and brought her several collaborative projects, all from familiar acquaintances. These acquaintances were old friends she had met previously during a charity event alongside Ling Xinxing. In the private room, someone cast a glance at Baixi and remarked, "Miss Su, good to see you again." Wang Zhongyin stated, regarding the collaboration, "We are not hasty individuals, but we are rather curious about one thing, your sudden divorce from Shaolin. We had no inkling of it beforehand, and then we saw Shaolin confronting the Su family. You two, I suspect, might be in cahoots, playing us for fools." Another chimed in, "Not long ago, Shaolin snatched a project from Su Jianbin. It was highly sought after, yet he managed to secure it." Wang Zhongyin chuckled, "To be honest, Shaolin seemed to be quite happy with the daughter of a high-ranking official recently. Someone even spotted Huang Shanshan leaving a lipstick mark on his neck. At first, I thought perhaps the Lin family believed that true love cannot rival the benefits of a business marriage, and that Lin Zijia had someone else in mind to marry." Chapter 119. Patience in essence. These comments were merely light-hearted banter about business. However, Baixi responded with a calm smile, "It is not entirely impossible." A brief silence ensued, leaving the authenticity of her words in question. Soon, a warm-hearted individual redirected the conversation, allowing the topic to pass. Through her connection with Lin Zijia, Baixi seized her opportunities, and how much she could absorb depended entirely on her own capabilities. To a large extent, she shared some similarities with Lin Zijia. For instance, in business matters, even if she felt overwhelmed, she would compel herself to reach her maximum potential. That evening, upon seeing her, Lin Zijia remarked, "Have you never seen money before in your past life?" "Not at all," Baixi replied softly. "I just fear the unpredictability of fortunes, where one meal leads to another without a guarantee of consistency." Lin Zijia's expression was far from pleasant. That day, Su Jianbin had quarreled with Huasiyu in a private room, both asserting that family matters should not be aired publicly. They were of an age where they could not afford to lose face, and upon returning to the Su household, they continued their argument, which escalated to physical confrontation. It was apparent that neither party emerged unscathed. Huasiyu's injuries were more severe, necessitating hospitalization, while Su Jianbin, unable to bear the shame, hastily packed his belongings and moved to a neighboring city. Huasiyu arrived at the hospital where Baixi worked, demanding to see her. "I am her second aunt. Have her come speak with me." Xiao Lu informed Baixi of the situation, appearing somewhat anxious. "She seems to be here to cause trouble. Is she really related to you? You need not concern yourself with this," Baixi replied calmly. After her routine rounds, She ultimately decided to meet with Hui Siyu, as avoiding such a significant matter was not an option. Upon their meeting, Hui Siyu glared at her with resentment, asking, "Are you aware of what happened?" "Not all, second aunt." Su Baixi approached her, adjusting her foredrip with a caring demeanor. "I spoke with the doctor. Your injuries are serious. I have not previously observed any tendencies of domestic violence from second uncle. You have endured much." Her words were impeccably crafted, leaving Hui Siyu with no opportunity to catch her in a misstep. "You truly do not know?" Hui Siyu, bruised and battered, with visible contusions upon her arms, questioned, "I heard that you were also around the vicinity of the club that day? Perhaps someone misidentified me. I practically live in the hospital, with no time to wander outside." Su Baixi replied nonchalantly, "Second aunt, do not jump to conclusions based on rumors. It could lead to misjudging an innocent person and implicating yourself. Are you suggesting that I wrongfully accused Su Jianbin? Subayon fistativ. I am not privy to the details, but you and second uncle have been married for many years. You are family. Why allow external influences to disrupt familial bonds? The Su family possesses considerable wealth, which complicates matters of division. Do not revel in my misfortune in front of me. I am capable of thinking for myself. You scold. I tried to reach you some time ago, but you vanished. If it weren't for Xiao Bing's school issues, I would have come to the hospital to confront you sooner." Su Baixi smiled. "One can run from the monk, but not from the temple." She continued, "I did not disappear on purpose. I simply needed time to process my divorce. Without that, how would I navigate the remainder of my life?" There seemed to be little hope. Her words were half-truths, and upon hearing them, Hui Siyu felt a pang of sympathy. "Once I am discharged, I will help you find a new man." This time, Su Baixi did not refuse. "Second aunt, I do not want someone older. I know you prefer younger men." Hui Siyu replied, "But do not even think about someone like Lin Zijia. He is older than I am. Will I be around to see the day he passes, so you can inherit his wealth?" Subai undicesimo meridis mild incidence. She had to say, "Second aunt, one must also have standards. I am discerning. If I do not find someone appealing, I truly do not want them." Seeing her agreeable attitude, Hui Siyu chose not to dwell on the matter further. "Let us see how it unfolds. I will introduce you to a few candidates." As she was about to exit the hospital room, Hui Siyu added, "Regardless, you are now second hand. You may choose, but do not be overly demanding." Su Baixi closed the door. Upon reaching the corridor's corner, she found Lin Zijia waiting for her, exhaling smoke that enveloped her face. Coughing from the smoke, she vaguely heard him say, "No wonder you bought all sorts of life insurance for me when we were dating. It seems you and your second aunt are in cahoots, wishing for my early demise." She paused. "I was doing it for your benefit." Lin Zijia chuckled meaningfully, "Buying insurance for my benefit. Once I die, you would inherit my wealth and also collect from the insurance company. Quite a clever plan." Su Baixi countered, "Are you holding me accountable? Are you saying I shouldn't tea?" Lin Zijia replied, "To act without taking responsibility is indeed your style." The two continued to bicker until they reached her office door. As Su Baixi attempted to close it, Lin Zijia wedged his foot in the frame, preventing her from shutting it. She shot him a glance. "What do you want? Let us have a chat." Su Baixi insisted there was nothing to discuss. "If you do not move, I will simply slam the door." Unfazed, Lin Zijia pushed and pulled, forcing the door open, and pulled Su Baixi's wrist as he entered, locking the door behind him. "There are no cameras in here, right?" He still had not extinguished his cigarette. Instinctively, he kept the hand holding it away from her. Su Baixi inquired, "Are you planning to steal something?" "Seems there's nothing to steal." Lin Zijia turned around, his strength sufficient to lift her onto the desk in one swift motion. "Even if there were, it would not be a problem." His hands began to wander. "I have engaged in far worse." Su Baixi's expression turned cold as she recognized his intentions. "What on earth are you doing?" Lin Zijia squinted at her. The aura of dominance surrounding him felt almost instinctual. "You never questioned my intentions when I was alive. Yet you and your second aunt are cut from the same cloth, knowing full well that what I offer cannot be free. You claimed you would support me." Lin Zijia cryptically remarked, "Supporting you isn't equivalent to making you money. Have you kept track of how much you've taken these days?" Before she could respond, he assertively traced his fingers over her fitted garments, pulling and tugging with practiced ease. He asked, "Shall I assist you, or will you handle it yourself?" Fortunately, the office belonged solely to Su Baixi, yet the midday light heightened her anxiety over the possibility of an unexpected visitor. Lin Zijia, however, seemed indifferent to such concerns, proceeding as he wished. Su Baixi remained silent,
her resolve evident as she bit down on his shoulder. Determined to share the pain equally, no one would emerge unscathed. Once he had finished, Baixi merely dropped her skirt, her face flushed and her breath unsteady, yet otherwise unchanged. Lin Zijia stated, "Sister Baixi, I lack the patience to indulge you for long. If you wish to toy with my emotions, I will entertain you for a few days, but this is all based on my guilt and desire to make amends. If you continue to manipulate me, my patience will wane and I will leave." Chapter 120. Affection. Men can change their demeanor in an instant. Even though Baixi had been prepared for this, she found herself momentarily dazed. Lin Zijia, with a cold expression, stated, "This isn't the carefree romance of the past. We agreed on forever, but we've grown up and now understand what we truly desire. I'm not solely relying on you." In essence, Baixi interpreted his words as a warning against overstepping boundaries. "Do you like me?" she suddenly inquired. Lin Zijia raised an eyebrow, caught off guard by her directness. But as the question hung in the air, he nodded and replied, "I do." Baixi's heart skipped a beat. For a fleeting moment, she contemplated nodding in agreement, even considering a reconciliation. Yet, she hesitated, feeling it would be a sign of weakness. As she pondered, Lin Zijia continued, "I have affection for many things and people. This affection is often transient. For instance, just now, in our intimate moment, I genuinely liked you." He added, "I once said I liked Qinyan Ran for a specific quality she possessed. When you cooked for me, I truly appreciated you." He further remarked, "However, when you argued with me for someone else, I felt little toward you." Baixi began to comprehend the underlying truth. Women are driven by emotion, while men lean toward logic. Lin Zijia may engage with her for a time, orchestrating a dramatic plea for her affections, perhaps genuinely feeling that way in the moment. But inevitably, that fervor would fade, leaving him bored. After all, how could he be so calculating, seeking to regain any benefits he offered her? It was simple. Lin Zijia likely did not want to feel a loss, weighing the cost and value of every action. "You've taught me another lesson," Baixi smiled. "Indeed, I shouldn't take myself too seriously. What seems pivotal to me may merely be a joke to others." Lin Zijia frowned, stepping closer, his fingers grazing her lips. He leaned in and kissed her, saying, "So, Sister Baixi, please cease your antics while I still hold some affection for you." To hear him utter the word like in such a context was unexpected, leaving Baixi feeling like a failure in life. "Consider it further," Lin Zijia softly urged, showering her face with gentle kisses before finally pressing his lips to hers. "If we were to remarry, I would certainly treat you well." "Not necessary," Baixi replied coolly. "It's unwarranted." Lin Zijia did not press the matter further, nodding, "Indeed, aside from me, there's a long line of others waiting for your attention. I shouldn't delay you." He took her hand and guided it downward, saying, "I can tell you're quite satisfied with this body of mine. Should you desire it, just call me, or I can come to you. Simply give a nod, and I will accommodate your business endeavors. Whatever you wish, I will provide," he offered once more, extending an olive branch. From the very beginning, Lin Zijia had been weighing the pros and cons. Every action he took was calculated in terms of gain and loss. This included the compensation and benefits he proposed. No matter how one viewed it, he would never be at a disadvantage. "That doesn't seem appropriate," Baixi remarked. Lin Zijia chuckled. "What is wrong with that? I still intend to marry. Isn't sneaking around more entertaining?" Before leaving the hospital, Lin Zijia checked in on Lu Jing. Lu Jing asked, "Is there still a chance for you and Baixi? I've been having nightmares lately. Perhaps the deities are trying to convey that our family owes her something. It's left me feeling somewhat uneasy." She continued, "I've considered it. Baixi is quite wonderful to you and to our family." This reflection rendered Lin Zijia momentarily silent. Lu Jing cautiously inquired, "What is wrong?" "Nothing," he replied. "It's better to maintain a detached perspective. There's no need to place excessive weight on romantic entanglements. If it works, it works. If not, then so be it. Let fate decide." Lu Jing questioned, "Have you also begun to believe in fate?" "What is unattainable is often the most desirable," Lin Zijia cryptically stated. "Let things unfold naturally." That evening, Lin Zijia knocked on Baixi's door. In the past, he would arrive with flowers, but now, having laid his cards on the table, he lacked patience and held a box of condoms in one hand. Indeed, when a man grows impatient, he discards all pretense. Unlike other men who may linger with novelty, Lin Zijia oscillated between enthusiasm and indifference. Like a wild horse galloping across the prairie, pausing momentarily for a tuft of grass only to continue racing forward, unable to be tethered. Once a wayward spirit, it was futile to expect him to settle down. Even if one day he rested on the shore, it would merely be a brief respite after tiring from the ocean's depths. Will you come to me, or shall I assist you? Lin Zijia echoed his earlier words. He held nothing back, and when he exerted force, Baixi genuinely contemplated striking him. He sensed her intention and softly coaxed. Adjust to it, Sister Baixi. I still like you a little, just enough for you to endure. It wasn't until the early hours of the morning that Lin Zijia finally descended to the bathroom. Baixi lay in bed, breathless, utterly devoid of strength. Even raising her hand felt like a luxury. After he got himself ready and emerged, he asked, "Why aren't you washing up?" "I lack the strength," Baixi replied. "You ought to say, 'Please, carry me to the bathroom,' instead of merely stating you have no strength. When you say that, I find it quite displeasing," Lin Zijia instructed her. "Now say it." Baixi remained silent, unwilling to engage with him. As Lin Zijia approached, he casually grabbed a tissue, discarding several used condoms into the trash, then towered over her, demanding, "Will you speak?" In truth, he needn't have purchased them, as the likelihood of her becoming pregnant was exceedingly slim. Thus, during the latter part of the night, when discomfort arose, he discarded them, and their intimacy remained unimpeded. Baixi closed her eyes. "All right." Lin Zijia bent down, lifting her up and striding toward the bathroom. "I'm the man here. I'll accommodate you. Next time, you must speak up. If you don't, I might just leave you on the floor and you can sleep on the balcony." Baixi genuinely feared he might go through with such a threat. As she settled into the bathtub, she submerged her head beneath the water, the flow enveloping her entirely. Lin Zijia was startled, quickly pulling her up, exclaiming, "What were you thinking?" Baixi emerged, her hair drenched and her face dripping. And as she rose, the tears on her cheeks were washed away. She kissed the corner of Lin Zijia's mouth and softly questioned, "Lin Zijia, do you truly like me? Have you ever genuinely liked me?" She seemed unwilling to accept the answer, repeating, "Do you really, truly like me? Your affection seems fleeting." Chapter 121. Tenderness. Lin Zijia tilted his head, gently cradling her face as he showered her with soft kisses, tenderly declaring, "I like you quite a lot." With her hair damp, he reached for a towel, wiping her face and drying her hair, affectionately caressing her cheek with his fingers, adopting a coaxing tone. "You see, I bring you flowers every day." After pondering for a moment, he added, "I also wish to remarry you. There are times when you annoy me, but I never contemplated severing our ties." Baixi nearly believed him. It was as if he had professed his affection for Qin Yanran, only to cast her aside without a second thought. The day he coldly regarded Qin Yanran in the hallway, he appeared no different than he would to a stranger. Yet just a month prior, they had been inseparable, basking in affection. Baixi felt an overwhelming urge to flee that day, but ultimately, she remained. What frightened her was the thought that Lin Zijia might one day treat her the same way, despite his consistent indifference towards her. After drying her hair, he leaned in to kiss her forehead, sweetly saying, "Wife, I can treat you well, but you mustn't dangle me like a fish. That is your fault." The water in the bathtub was perfectly warm, yet Baixi felt an overwhelming chill. Lin Zijia turned on the faucet, observing her as he filled the tub, asking solicitously, "Shall I wash you?" Baixi lacked the strength to respond. "Then I shall wash you," Lin Zijia insisted, his mood buoyant after satisfying his own desires. And his hands became considerably gentler. The sound of water was soft, occasionally punctuated by gentle drips. The bright lights illuminated the room as Lin Zijia meticulously bathed her, even massaging her hair. With idle chatter, he continued, "In the past, I misunderstood you. When you lost the child, I was furious. I thought you were heartless. Even if you were akin to Huisiyu, I still found you lacking in humanity." He continued, "Later, when I sought you out, you offered no explanation and were all too cozy with Ling Xinxing. Yet I did not hold it against you." Baixi listened quietly, eager to hear what Lin Zijia might articulate next. He did not disappoint, whispering, "Wife, I felt jealous the other day. When I saw you with Zhui Yifan, I wanted to pin you against the wall." He lamented, but I held back, hoping to leave you with a good impression. Baixi cut to the chase, pointing out, "That is merely your possessiveness at play. Every man harbors a delusion that the women he has bedded are eternally his, marked by his seal, and even after parting ways, they remain his possessions.
If you say so, Lin Zijia kissed her cheek, as if rekindling some semblance of feeling but remained restrained. I just suddenly came to terms with it. You know me, I lack patience. In our class, when a teacher assigned us to fold gold ingots, I abandoned the paper in the trash after failing to master it on the first try. Baishi's mind was muddled, struggling to comprehend his words. You come to terms with it? I asked what you wanted, what I should do, but you never told me. Lin Zijia's gaze fixated on her delicate collarbone. If you remain silent, then I shall speak. I desire you to submit to me. I am not suited to bow down. Yet in a relationship, one must yield. Thus, I shall impose upon you. If you wish for the stars above, I will fetch them for you, if that pleases you. At this point, he perhaps weighed his words and added, but the stars you desire cannot be excessive. Whether these stars refer to celestial bodies or material gains, Baixi understood all too well. She had long anticipated that Lin Zijia would reach this juncture. Qin Yanran's fate mirrored her own. However, she had not expected it to arrive so swiftly. Lin Zijia's assertions rang true. In the past, his words pierced her heart. The Su family relied on the Lin family's support, having received countless benefits over the years. It would not be unreasonable to say they had been living off their goodwill. If he truly desired something, there would be no need for pretense. He could simply take it, as he did today, while extending an olive branch. How could he not acquire what he sought? A prodigal is ultimately a prodigal. Even his affection is so nonchalant. Baixi replied, all right. With her affirmative response, Lin Zijia beamed, embracing and kissing her as if he were a child who had just received a new toy, lifting her out of the bathtub and placing her gently on the bed. Wife, you are perfect just as you are, and I adore you, he said, bringing her a towel and drying her off, soothingly assuring her. I will definitely treat you well from now on. Baixi was uncertain what it meant to be treated well. Lin Zijia continued, I shall not hold the child's matter against you. I have forgiven you. She remained silent, unsure of what to say. Should she express gratitude for his forgiveness? That night, they fell asleep in each other's arms, Baixi devoid of the strength to resist him. She lay still, like a marionette, as he did as he pleased. In the dead of night, a storm raged outside, wind howling and thunder cracking. Lin Zijia awoke, sharing the blanket with her, wrapping his arms around her waist as if he genuinely wished to care for her, murmuring in his sleep, do not be afraid. I am here. Baixi pondered whom he was addressing and whether he truly recognized that it was her in his embrace. After that day, Lin Zijia appeared to be in high spirits, visiting her more frequently, each time with an eagerness to engage in intimacy, to which Baixi offered no resistance. There was truth in his words. She found herself quite fond of his youthful vigor, a sensation that few could provide. On this day, Lin Zijia presented her with a bouquet of flowers, placing it before her with a tone that seemed to seek approval. Do you feel my love? Baixi dismantled the bouquet, placing it in a vase. Lin Zijia followed her, grinning as he said, I genuinely wish to treat you well. Later that evening, he approached her once more, lying beside her, listening to her breath, the rhythm of it warm and soothing, quite interesting. However, men seldom maintain interest in the same object indefinitely. Lin Zijia patted her head and leaned closer. Said, Wife, I will be going out tomorrow. Where to? Lin Zijia withheld the details, compensating with, did you not see that new skincare line recently? I have already purchased everything from their collection. Someone will deliver it tomorrow. Baixi inquired, how did you know I was looking at skincare products? You left a record on your phone. Lin Zijia casually replied, I came across it yesterday and decided to buy it for you. You looked at my phone? Yes. Lin Zijia replied simply, casting her a glance. What is wrong with that? You don't want me to look? Baixi indeed felt uncomfortable, retorting, would you show me yours? Chapter 122. Pretense that is out of the question. Lin Zijia replied without hesitation, leaning in to kiss her, be good, wife. There's nothing worth seeing on my phone. Baixi turned her head away, refusing his kiss. He remained unperturbed, chuckling, I have two phones, one for work and one personal. Which would you like to see? Which can you show me? Baixi replied flatly. The work phone contains confidential business matters, not easily shared. Lin Zijia kissed her again. The personal phone holds private matters. They say women shouldn't casually look at men's phones. No one ever smiles after peeking inside. Baixi raised an eyebrow. Lin Zijia, ever understanding, said, I do not wish to add to your troubles, my dear. Indeed, it was quite troubling. Without having seen anything, she already felt overwhelmed. Su Baixi pushed him away, standing up to head to the bathroom. Lin Zijia placed his phone on the pillow, declaring, "You can take a look. I wanted to see your phone to buy you something. If you look at mine, what can you buy for me?" He gazed at her, clearly expecting a gift. Su Baixi, unwilling to engage further, retreated to the bathroom, saying, "No need. I have no interest in looking." "Not looking? Were you just playing with me earlier?" Su Baixi untamed. Lin Zijia followed her, brushing their teeth and washing their faces together. When it was time to shower, he blocked the door with one hand, suggesting, "Shall we shower together?" The intimate setting between a man and a woman often leads to unforeseen incidents. Although Lin Zijia felt satisfied, he was also stirred. The bathroom was not conducive for such activities, so he took her to the balcony instead. "Still claiming you don't want to look?" Lin Zijia squinted at her, scrutinizing her closely. "You just glanced at my phone several times." "I did not." Lin Zijia chuckled, choosing not to argue further. "If you can be distracted while doing such things, it seems I haven't attended to you well enough." Once they finished, it was already late at night. Lin Zijia placed his phone right beneath her nose, swaggering into the bathroom. Su Baixi cast a glance, finding nothing. The WeChat chat history was completely cleared, pristine and cleaner than Lin Zijia's own face. "If you want to see it next time, no need to be so indirect." He leaned against the doorframe, freshly showered, droplets cascading down his short hair and glistening on his well-defined chest, quite alluring. His words, however, were not particularly pleasant. Su Baixi, accustomed to it, calmly set her phone down and replied, "If you present it to me, I might as well take a look." "Fair point," Lin Zijia agreed, crouching before her, towering over her stature. He affectionately ruffled Su Baixi's hair, showing a hint of tenderness. "Wife, you don't trust me. If you truly trusted me, you wouldn't casually check my phone." He kissed her softly. "You've hurt my feelings. It makes me quite sad." Su Baixi lifted her gaze, but saw no trace of sorrow on his face. Lin Zijia continued, "When I offer to show you something, you sneak a peek instead. I won't be angry. After all, you're my wife. I'll buy you a new handbag next time." He had intentionally placed the phone where she could see it, yet Su Baixi couldn't be bothered to contest it. "No need for a handbag. Just transfer the money. It's more straightforward." Lin Zijia chuckled in mock annoyance, nodding as he opened his phone to transfer her money. "Sure, you like my money, and rounding it off means you like me too. Understand." This was the genuine Lin Zijia she recognized. Just like the time he forgot her outside the hall while dining with friends, casually offering money as compensation. His intentions could be attributed to their child, but without that context, how serious was he? "Not long ago, I genuinely thought you liked me," she laughed lightly. "I do like you," Lin Zijia replied, a hint of impatience creeping into his voice as he had repeated this sentiment numerous times. He climbed into bed, covering himself with a blanket. "Believe it or not, it's up to you." So Baixi post. She had been lying on the bed, pressing down on Lin Zijia's blanket. He opened his arms, embracing her. "This feels just fine, doesn't it? The way we interact now is quite similar to when we were dating, isn't it? It's rather pleasant. I suddenly feel that remarrying isn't as significant." So Baixi untamed. The next morning, she indeed received a call from the delivery person, bringing a plethora of items Lin Zijia had ordered, a collection of limited edition products worth no less than 200,000, predominantly skincare items. "Is this from your boyfriend? He must really love you. Such a generous gesture. If it weren't for the expiration dates, you could use them for a lifetime," the delivery person chuckled, handing her a bouquet of flowers. "This is also Mr. Lin's instruction, meant for your vase," he added. Su Baixi signed the delivery slip without a word. To others, love seems so simple. No wonder Lin Zijia had been frequently declaring his affection for her lately. Perhaps these gestures were his way of expressing it. That day, with no work, Su Baixi went shopping with Zhang Bai in the afternoon and unexpectedly encountered Lin Zijia at the mall. From a distance, she noticed a woman beside him, dressed in a doll-like dress and high heels, significantly shorter than Lin Zijia. Yet they appeared quite harmonious together. "Is that Qin Yanran? What's going on?" Zhang Bai squinted, unable to see the face clearly, but feeling genuine anger. "How could they be together again?" "I don't know," Su Baixi replied. Zhang Bai continued, "At the last class reunion, I saw how he protected you, and later he kept trying to get close to you. I thought he had finally realized your worth. What does this mean now? Is it just novelty? Fun?" Su Baixi chose not to respond. As they approached, Zhang Bai realized that the woman was not Qin Yanran. However, Lin Zijia's affectionate expression and gleaming eyes indicated he was smitten. Su Baixi had seen that look on his face before.
previously directed at Qin Yanran and now at another woman. Is it your friend? She keeps staring at you, Huang Shanshan, linking her arm with Lin Zijia, inquired with a smile. Upon hearing this, Lin Zijia glanced back, their eyes locking momentarily. Soon, he remarked, "Isn't it normal for people to stare at me when I go out?" Huang Shanshan asked playfully, "Don't you know her? Would you like me to get acquainted?" Lin Zijia teased, "Of course not, Jia Ge. I just hope that you only have me in your heart. Last time, I charmed your business partners. My father said to invite you over for drinks and dinner sometime. Well, I can't outdrink Uncle Huang. It's been quite a while since I last saw him. I'll find an opportunity to visit. My treat." As they brushed past each other, Lin Zijia pretended not to recognize her, and Baixi naturally did not greet her either. However, upon returning home that evening, Lin Zijia pressed for intimacy, but she was not in the mood and declined. "What's wrong? Are you upset because I didn't pay attention to you during the day?" Lin Zijia coaxed her softly. "I didn't like her. I was just pretending."